Streaming and not here, not mentally at least. Going to assemble call. We'll start with Mr. Reliable himself, Jameson Reese. Oh shit! Oh, the echoes of that ring in my head. Oh, hello. Give me a second here to get the earbuds in the right hole in my head. That'll take about a minute. Because I'm trying to find those spots in my body just by using touch alone, considering the fact that I'm blinded with pain in terms of a hangover. Okay, so let's test quality of sound. Say something, please, Mr. Jameson.
Hello.
Mr. Reese, I mean, Jameson being the first name. Yes, okay, so I did a quick scan of the environment around me cybernetically, and apparently you were quite active with Salman. So happy to see that. Very impressed, and I haven't read any of your private messages yet, and I'll refrain from reading them out loud.
It's nothing alarming. I'm being cautious of that figure, PC Cornell.
Yeah,
Cornell.
yeah, we're streaming. We're streaming. No need,
Oh,
no
okay.
need to name
Well,
names. Let me give a message here to Salman and tell him I'm going to call him now and see if he's able to respond. Okay, and should have contacted him sooner. Was worried more about our lady Amanda, of course, because of everything she's been through recently. Okay, and let me give him a big heart here and tell him calling now. Calling now. Sir, there we are. Calling now, sir. There. And then I'll bring on Brendan Zoge any minute, and he said he'll come on for a few minutes. Let me see if I can find something else. By the way, I'll be counting on all of you more than ever tonight because I'm like totally fucked. Let me see here. Okay, check for what? Pack one. Hey, he says it's on. Let's see if we'll add him. Okay. And anyone else you can suggest?
Pack one. We can check on. I see Salmon's on.
Salman's on? Oh, good. Let me give him a call
Yeah.
then. Oh, thank God. And anyone else I can think of? Give me a
Pack one
sec.
seems like Brendan seems like he's on as well.
Oh, yeah? Okay, let me give him a call in just a second. Okay, here we are. That's what I was looking for now. Get the... What am I looking for here? Oh, yes, the call. Got to get back on call. Okay. Damn, I hate this thing. Okay. Brendan, he's on. Oh, my God. Okay, let's see who else can
able
come
to hear me
on.
okay?
Yes, we can barely hear you. Shout as loud as you can.
Oh man. Okay, let me switch to the phone or to the
Yes,
computer. Okay.
and Salman, are you with us? Can you hear us? And Pack One, can you hear us? Let's test.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas, JMO, Brendan. Love to everyone.
Yes, and my love in return. You have no idea how glad I am that you are with us. And of course, Mualaikum salam. And we will be bringing on Pack One for a test of audio. Pack One, can you say something? Okay, I hear like ice in a jar or something.
It's, it seems like we're still trying to connect to him.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
How about Brendan? Can you say something?
We had him for a second, and he seems to have dropped off.
Oh, he said he had to change to a phone, but then we'll see if that works out. And let's
Okay. Are
Yeah.
you able to hear me?
Yeah, but can you hear us? Because, like you said, the everything is so fucked with your phone after you dropped it in boiling oil to punish it for its sins and shit, and thought that you could purge it. And well, this is how primitives deal with technology. You ever see the Emerald Forest where they have an AK-47 and the guy's trying to fill it with wood chips and shit, thinking that'll shoot the way it does when the white man shoots it? That's how Brendan Zoget thought he could clean his fucking phone. This is what we're dealing with in California in this day and age. This is what happens when you become a militant vegan. Anyhow, so lay it on us and let's see if we can hear you, Mr. Zoget. Say something, please.
I can hear you guys just fine. Are
Okay,
you able
good.
to hear? Am I coming through okay?
You are miraculously enough. This is the phone whose circuits you boiled?
No, I had to switch from it.
Oh,
That's
okay.
yeah.
So
It's still a device.
I'm sorry, what is it? It's your laptop? What?
It's a computer. It's a functioning device that's not fried.
Okay, and
Literally.
okay. Well, it definitely sounds good enough. And you're in a private enough space right now. I take it you're alone in your home at the moment?
Yeah, I'm in a spot that's chill.
Okay, good, good. Just wanted to make certain of that. Anyhow, I'm going to be counting on all three of you gentlemen in particular to just hold the fucking show because I am not here, and I am, as far as I'm concerned, I'm just dead but reanimated, and so it's your show as far as I'm concerned for all three of you. And let me leave a note to Peter Moon, who said he would be on with us. I presume he's going to be on in the next hour, and so in the meantime. If there's anyone else, any of you can think to bring on, remind myself, because we're not bringing on, for all I can understand, we're not bringing on Selena or Our Lady Amanda. So there's no one else I can really think of. Daniel Orola, maybe. I mean, I could just give him a call just in case. Let's see what we can do. All right, and but other than that, honestly, to just cut loose with it, I would like to hear first from because we usually have the least amount of time with Brendan Zoget. He is thankfully not at work. But I do want Brendan to know that there was a wonderful occurrence this weekend with the lads. And what happened was the boys all went out in, I guess, New York someplace. I barely caught a glimpse of it scanning the cyberspatial environment when I came back trying to reintegrate myself into this world. And decompress, well, while I'm decompressing, well, rather crashing. And so I see that Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese actually met each other. And there's a photograph of them with some fellow suspects in a lineup, I think. Or maybe it was after the lineup when they let him go or somebody bailed him out. And so they apparently physically met each other for the first time. So that's very inspirational, and very glad that that was able to happen. So hopefully we'll make that happen with ourselves at some point, including Brendan Zoget, myself, and Solomon and Jameson and Pakwan at some point in the near future, or a bit at a time. However, we'll make it happen. Daniel as well, but of course Daniel Arola has his own responsibilities. It says he's unavailable right now. So it looks like it's just the four of us, more likely the three of you. Let's start with Brendan Zoget, and you can tell us all about why the water tastes like dirt in Sacramento. I read the report, of course, where, they were saying how safe it is, and all you need to do is add a little lemon. So come on now, you're a militant vegan. Tell us if this is up your alley, Brendan, whether or not.
Oh, it definitely is. I think everyone should add lemon to their water. You know, the vitamin C, and it's also alkalizing.
Okay.
But basically on the domestic front, like we're like people living in houses and stuff, like we do have to cut down on water use,
Yeah.
obviously, and like because of the drought, and most of the reservoirs up and down the state of California are at some of the lowest levels they've ever been at. Like for example, Folsom Lake, which people would know from like the Folsom Prison song, you know, the Johnny Cash song, Folsom Prison Blues. Like that lake is literally behind the prison, and it's at such a low level that you can actually see towns from the 1800s and bridges from the 1800s. Like I could go there and see it myself. Like I have like the
Under
ability
the
to
water?
go there.
You just under the surface of the water? You mean?
No, they've like it's dried up so much that it's actually become like the new shore line.
Oh, okay.
It's like the 1800s shoreline from before they built the dam or anything.
Holy
So that's how low it is. That's just one example of how low it is.
Oh my God. And so explain to people why this dirt taste, because of, and they're bragging about it. They're trying to put the positive spin on it. So tell us how this.
Right. What I was telling you earlier, they were saying that, like I said, the domestic water is a bit short, like house water and stuff. But they were saying that Sacramento County has basically we have like a 22-year supply of groundwater. So in that way, they were trying to reassure like the farmers and industry and stuff that we do have enough water. But as you were saying, apparently it just tastes like garbage because it's like a lower quality type of groundwater. So it's just like it tastes different. It tastes bad. So it's not exactly for human consumption, maybe.
Oh my God.
But it's able to like water our the California crops. So that's good. That's at least good for the state itself, And we do feed like pretty much the entire world. As far as some of the main cash crops here is like almonds. I think 80% of the world's almonds come from California, and that's like a water heavy crop. You have other tree nuts like pistachio and like I think there's a few others, but those are the main ones. Almonds, pistachios, and all of this is what California basically provides to the rest of the world. And so they were trying to reassure people and say, like, we do have groundwater for the agriculture, but apparently the drinking water isn't so nice. But luckily I live, we actually, like, the town I live in is like, it's more out of the city. It's like out of the city limits. It's not really near any agriculture. So we get like, I can actually find the town well. Like I can walk up to it. It's like an aquifer. So like we get our water from groundwater. So the specific area I'm in has actually got really nice water. Like it's drinkable straight from the tap if you can get past the chlorine.
And you said this is why all the rich people moved to your area, basically, right?
Yeah. And like the specific area I'm in is like rich people. This area is like an enclave for, like, I've seen people from Beverly Hills here, like actually, like not joking, like they come up here and there's huge houses by the river. And further down the river from us, you have like people like Governor Newsom, and these people actually live in this area. So
Holy
it's
shit.
definitely, yeah. So it's a bit higher end area. So I feel like they took this area more than likely because of the water quality, ahead of time.
Wow.
So,
Holy shit. So they knew.
I mean, why else would those people be here? It's like,
Yeah.
There's almost, I mean, other than the location is prime and the nature, there's a lot of good nature spots. But other than that, it just makes sense. Like the groundwater is good. It's like a good spot for water. Yeah.
Yes.
And usually people with more money tend to think about these things.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that's definitely appreciated. And so in terms of what I'll discuss with other people some of your attempts at conserving water later. But for now, tell us a bit about how things are going with your insurance and your car, because the last time I spoke to you, you were so out of it. This had you so down. And again, I would like everybody's opinions on what's going on in Miami, Florida as well, if anybody has any insights, because obviously I feel that that's going to be covered. Well, actually, I'm very surprised from what I could see. Just during the weekend when I was with by the way, Jameson Reese brings up geosmin and some other elements in the water. Everybody can see that in the text who is with us on call. I don't know what the MIB is. He can explain that, the chemicals responsible for the earthy taste. So he can tell us a little bit about that. And then we can, again, I appreciate anybody's insights, because actually during the weekend when I was with my son and the escort and the partying I did with the Blood Boys and everything else, and what was going on in San Francisco, which was still extraordinarily festive despite the fact that the parade was canceled. It didn't matter. Everybody went out anyway. And even Brendan probably has some insights into that as well, I'm sure. But I just noticed just the few times we looked in on current events, just TV, whether it was through his cell phone, which he can do, and I probably can do myself, but I don't know how. But or on actual TVs in the estates that we take advantage of because he's married to his husband, who is able to present a much better environment for this sort of thing. The one thing that I noticed was there really wasn't that much coverage of what's going on in Miami, Florida. Comparatively speaking, it seems to be being swept under the rug. So that was just my impression, along with several other impressions, but I'll get into that later without getting into it too deeply. So everybody take over, please.
You have like the collapse and all this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
Just curious.
yeah, because by the way, and of course, both Salman Sheikh and Brendan Zoget have Southwest Asian roots, or with Salman Sheikh it'd be more South Asian. With Brendan Zoget, it would be more Southwest Asian, or Levantine specifically. But the one thing I noticed that people are not bringing up, if they do, they bring it up in an Islamophobic manner. But they're not finding. There's so many people missing, and this is just like physically doesn't make any fucking sense. These people are just like gone. They're not finding any remains, like they raptured and shit. And so the point that the first thing that comes to my mind is that first off, these condos were extraordinarily expensive condos. These are like they had penthouses there that were nigh on $2.5 million. Your average, penthouse is thousands of dollars a month, basically $500,000 at least that some of these people were paying. So this is an incredibly, only the wealthy were living there. And the majority of them are foreigners. So the majority of them probably were not there who are registered as living there. Though they're saying entire families were living there, the majority of these people were actually wealthy Muslims who were like not there probably. So they're probably not reporting in and may have been there and just figured, oh shit, the place collapsed. I'm glad I was over here back in Dubai, and just like are not feel no obligation to call in and report. But that may be one explanation, and it strikes me as the most logical one. Other people, of course, are conspiratorial about it and saying, oh, that's because they're the ones who set the bombs to bring it down and they all evacuated, in which case they wouldn't report it. And there's a logic to that, albeit a very sinister and very cynical and Islamophobic one. But at any rate, Jameson is saying something that most people would think. He says there's no way anyone survived that. Okay, let's put this down to some logic here. When the Twin Towers collapsed, everybody saw body parts. Everybody saw body parts all over New York. People who were pushing their babies by in baby carriages would see arms and limbs and legs. But everybody now claims, who has swept all of that, scrubbed it off the net, the government hid all of that and said that they couldn't find any body parts and everybody disintegrated. That was the government stance. It's a complete and total lie. This is what they're apparently saying now, and it doesn't make any sense because that's not what happens. Okay, people do not disintegrate. So,
Right.
and bear in mind that
And all the people that were like jumping and stuff. Like,
thank you. Beyond which, when people have survived for weeks and weeks after building collapses, waiting for rescue. So all of these people, there should be all kinds of people, like by that I mean like at least 20, a dozen, half a dozen people who are alive and breathing and waiting for rescue. The problem would be the fires. There's all kinds of fires burning under there that are okay. That's bizarre, but there's some engineering rationale for that. But other than that, there's also the fact that that they're not turning up anything. I mean, they're turning up so little it doesn't even bear mentioning. So
Okay, is it probable that there was a sinkhole involved?
yeah, but what's that got to do with not being able to find anybody? They can still
Well, I mean,
access the rubble and
granted, but I would figure that they're not going to be able to go down as deep because if it's a sinkhole,
they'll be
there's
afraid for
just
safety
always-
reasons.
Yeah, there's always a risk that it could even probably collapse even more. I mean, who knows?
Well, everybody gets my general point on this, but still, everybody
There should be a-
take it.
there should-
Everybody take
There
it.
should be a
wrong.
hell of a lot more bodies. That they're
Thank you.
finding. I mean, common sense would say you're not going to have a building with just 9 people in it.
Yes.
It's just impossible. If it's a condo, there have to have been hundreds. Because they said there's like over 120 people missing.
No,
So,
no,
I mean,
over 150. Over 150
shit, well,
plus.
there we go. 150 plus people missing.
Yeah. So, but beyond that, this is the age of the cell phone. Now, the one thing is, it happened in the middle of the night, and it happened so fast. You can see that in the footage. That probably nobody had their cell phone next to them unless they literally sleep with it. But still, there had to be those with cell phones on the bedstand. And if it all collapsed,
Most people do sleep with phones
I'm
these
sorry?
days.
Yeah.
I said most people sleep with their phone these days.
I was about to say, you would think that they were chipped with it and shit. That you know, like it's
Well,
part of their body, that it's on their
with
phone.
the way it disintegrated is kind of weird, though. I mean, it literally is it possible we could be looking at some kind of attack from a weapon?
I don't know.
Who knows?
That's the point.
But
Is that nobody's.
I'll tell you what they're saying. These people here, like Miami-Dade Herald or Miami Herald, it's saying they're dealing with smoke from a this is their words, very deep fire. The major, I think he's of the fire department. He says it's a very deep fire, extremely difficult to locate the source of this fire, and they've been working around the clock under rubble so they can stop it. But the smoke has spread laterally, and it's difficult to find the source of this fire. Therefore, we cannot stop it. And we can't.
I'm sorry. That is so fucking bizarre. That doesn't
It's
even.
almost like a door to hell opened up or something.
Yes.
And then it says we can't use fans to blow the smoke away because it may push the smoke and increase the oxygen for the fire.
Right. Oh, by the way, for all of you, normally we have one downvote immediately as soon as we start the program. And of course, it's Richard K. Cole Jr. We now have, with every episode since I got rid of Derek, 2 downvotes that come in immediately as soon as the program starts. So Derek Talley is joining in with his allegiance to Richard K. Cole
Doesn't
Jr.
he have something better to do? I'm not trying to be rude, but
So it's dick and cunt.
Yes.
They go together. See, now I know why his ex-wife hates him, because he was probably screwing Richard Cunt Cole in his whatever passes as a cunt for him. There we go. It all makes sense.
Yes, a little more on that later, just to educate people on the reality of mind control victims and perpetrators. After a while, they're no longer victims, of course. They're actually perpetrators. What was strange was I looked up, of course, I could be blocked by Lena Shea, but apparently she reopened her timeline, but she may have closed it again. I don't know. But Brendan Zoget was receiving notifications from Lena Shea's timeline because she had reopened it. And so I don't know if there's any more news he could present on that. But it was as Jameson observed.
Oh, as you say that, a third thumbs down
Yes,
pops up.
yes.
Okay, there's Lena Shea in the mix.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So we have an orgy. I wouldn't want to be there. I wouldn't want to see that.
Oh my god. So there we have that. And
I mean, if you, Douglas, if you disown me on air, I probably would never look at the timeline or your channel ever again.
thank you.
So, what are these people doing?
Yes, thank you. It's like you would. It's obvious their lives are dedicated to me from the first. They're assigned to me in one way. Or another. Yes.
Well, honestly, if you just owned me in that manner, I'd probably still listen. I wouldn't put a thumbs down, but I'd probably still pimp your stuff because at least it's the truth.
Thank you. Even
I
if
mean,
there were
shit,
personal differences. Yes.
I value the truth more than I value, than I value personal relationships, and that's the reason why I am honored to be on this team, because I value the exposure. That's my virtue.
Thank you, and I deeply appreciate that. And of course, with all of you again, to return to the subject at hand, and doubtless I will not be able to resist returning, of course, to the downvoters at some point in the arc of narrative tonight.
All right, so Douglas, are you familiar with the Centralia coal mine fire, which is still burning under Centralia in I believe it's Pennsylvania?
Yes. As a matter of fact,
Now, I'm wondering if something like that weren't also occurring beneath those condos in Florida.
Well, one wonders. It's the one thing that I can tell you is that if you take a look at the footage that they allow to be shown, and that is heavily edited, you can tell that it starts right away when the security camera footage. It's like
It's only one angle. It's the same angle and stuff.
Yes.
On every news channel, it's the same angle of it. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. It's very bizarre. And in terms of that, you see these little flashes of light that happen just before it collapses. And so you have to ask yourself, what are those little flashes of light? If the most rational thing I can think of that's innocuous would be that's the electricity that's going into the facility shorting out just before the whole building collapses. But just the fact that, you see that, and then you see the collapse happen so quickly. And of course, the first thing on your mind is all of these families in there sleeping. There's none of them that could survive that. That would be your instinct. But then again, history has proven otherwise, that when buildings collapse, there's usually survivors, and there's usually survivors that can last for a long time. It was just recently, and people can look this up, there was a very famous pig in China, and this pig was kept alive even though they had a pork famine with the African swine fever ongoing throughout communist China, and pork was at a high price premium. They kept this pig alive in honor of his survival of living in a collapsed building off of charcoal and whatever he could grub in the small space he had for what was well over a month. This pig survived for well over a month, probably on the bodies of the people that were around him as well. But they kept him alive, and he died at a very old age. But humans and animals and there were pets in this building, by the way. There were some. It depended on how much you bribed the owners or whatever. But some facilities, some of the condos were allowed to have pets, and others were not. So that was very bizarre. Why that dichotomy? But it had to be bribery. But they made special exceptions for them in the rules or something if you paid enough or some shit. But so.
I think it's like if you have like a disability and you have your doctor write it, you basically they have to let you have it.
You mean if you're rich and you bribe a doctor to just say that you have to have the pet, right? That's what you.
Yeah, a lot of people actually do that. Even here in California, it's like instead of paying all the extra pet rent, they just go to their psychiatrist and say it's like a support animal.
Okay,
and that usually helps. That usually helps, not always, but.
Mm-hmm. Okay, did they just censor my promotional banner image? Because I noticed that on the DDD website, or Sora Aoi website now, I'm seeing it says maybe an anime-style image of one or more people rather than seeing the image. Can everybody still see the image on Facebook that I put up for the promotional banner tonight? Because originally... I'm sorry.
Let me go to Facebook and take a look.
Please, yeah. And,
I can still see it.
Oh, thank God. Okay. And that's me all hungover, right? Wearing nothing but the panties left over from the other night. Okay, there we are. Thank God, because I'm not seeing.
It's funny. One of my friends the other day, they were like, I think I found your timeline, and there's like, who's this Asian person with is that their real face? And I was like, yeah.
Who is that? Say that again. Who is this?
This was one of my friends. Like somehow he found my timeline, and he was like, "Is that you?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's me." And he's like, "Who is that person that keeps posting on your wall?" I had to explain it.
Oh, God, there was...
The only way I got him to shut up is I was like, he's related to Hitler. And they were like, oh, wow. And then they changed the subject.
Oh, shit. Oh, God.
I'm sorry, Doug.
No, that's funny. Anyhow, there was some woman who, our man Jameson deleted her comment, but it was in thread of my transmission prior tonight's, I think, or prior the last.
Yeah, because they were asking what up with the weird pictures.
Oh yeah, that's it. That was a picture of myself with one of the younger Blood Boys, and that was on the transmission before last. The transmission before last transmission, where there's a photograph of myself with one of the Blood Boys, and this woman saying, what is up with that weird picture? She was singular in that specifically she didn't understand that picture, which, I left it up there because I was going to respond with something like, well, if I explained it, I don't think it would be any less weird to you. So it's like, but then, I was relieved of that responsibility or that obligation by Jameson simply deleting it. It's amazing that by now, people don't get what they're seeing. And but anyhow, so let me take care of these links, and I'll have you men take over. I mean, basically, that's the fires, whatever they're caused by. Oh, and the stench. This is a very bizarre word. Now, by the way, you've got all kinds of people that are missing. You've got all kinds of people that are dead. But what's so bizarre is the missing outnumber the dead, that they're not finding anything. And what happened was one of the authorities who I thought this was very bizarre that someone would go there instead of saying that there's fumes or dangerous toxins or gases that make it dangerous for our searchers to, et cetera, et cetera. He said the stench is unbelievable. He kept saying the smell is so bad that people are gagging and nauseous and they can't literally go near it. And okay, this goes way beyond dead bodies. Bodies don't rot just overnight. And the fires, even burning flesh, as bad as burning flesh smells, and you'll never forget it if you smell it, as I have.
It doesn't linger. Like
what's that?
It doesn't linger. It doesn't just stick around for days and days and days.
Thank you. So this is probably the sewer lines have all burst open. And the swimming pool sank into the sewer lines. And so that much has happened. They've combined. The sewer and the swimming pool water has all combined. But that's the broken sewer pipes must be the source for that, plus the fire. So you've got burning sewage. So you've literally got burning shit.
Oh God, those workers are basically going to have a very long bill of health problems down the road.
What I couldn't understand
is this is excluding the burning plastics, the parabens, and all those toxins released from burning plastic, which builds up in your lungs and causes cancer.
Yes, which is why I can't understand why are we not seeing these workers in hazmat suits? They keep saying
they're in regular firefighter garb.
They're not even wearing masks.
Yeah, I'm looking at this on Reddit. And these guys are like they're in here. They got like the helmets. They have like the spotlights on the helmets and the regular fire. None of them will have a mask on.
Yeah. And there's one.
They have their mask. They have their mask dangling off of their. They have their mask dangling off their necks. So it's like if there's a stench, why aren't they smelling it?
Yeah.
Or is this taken in some kind of Hollywood studio?
I mean, it's a legitimate question.
Which I'm sure Peter Moon can go to town with that.
It's interesting. According to the assistant fire chief, who he was saying, this is a quote. This is the most complex situation we've ever encountered. And then it says in this article that that's interesting because they have an international accreditation that only a few fire rescue places have. So for them to say that, that's very interesting.
That's bizarre. And beyond that, what I can't understand is there's no heavy equipment being brought in, and you can say that's because they're afraid to kill anybody who's inside by moving heavy equipment. So they just
kind of explained it. He was saying they can't get the machinery on all of the sides because some of them is like some part of it's in sand and another part is something's up with it. It's like a logistical thing. Apparently,
it's all fucked up. And so, but the one thing I saw, since they're going at it a brick at a time, the one thing when we turned on the TV over at the estate, and my son and I, he couldn't help but laugh. There was one of these guys who was like with a search dog, and he was like throwing a brick at a time, and he was throwing it over his shoulder, these bricks, and he was like literally one of them bounced off the dog that was behind him, like he was like literally just not even caring. I was like, how professional is that? And it was, so the whole thing is bizarre, but combined with the number of foreign people who supposedly live there, and for them that was probably someplace they're almost never at, but other people, their families are living there, because there's children and seniors and infants that are missing, not just adults. So, and again, the lack of anyone having a cell phone. Okay, that is bizarre. Somebody, but so go on from there.
It's not like they haven't reported even finding animals or anything either. So, I have an article here from the New York Post where a Florida survivor recalls escape from collapsing condo. And so this woman says something in her told her she needs to run. And so she like darted down the stairs, and she doesn't know how she managed to escape. This is a woman who's in her 50. She said she woke up from a restless sleep and heard strange noises. She initially believed they came from a sliding door to the oceanfront balcony. I ran and tried to close it, but I couldn't. I imagine it was unlevel already because of all the movement. She said, I heard a crack, and when I looked, I saw a crack traveling in the wall two fingers thick. Something told me, you need to run. Good instincts. She grabbed her
Good
ID and
instincts.
credit card.
Hey, every one of them
and a
must have
couple-
heard. Every one of
and a
them must have
couple
heard the
of
crack of
religious
fucking
tokens.
doom. I mean, go on.
Wait a minute. Okay. Here's the thing I don't get. I can see grabbing your ID and credit card, but she went as far to say religious tokens, her Virgin of Guadalupe gold medallion.
Holy shit.
So she had. I mean, she obviously. Well, maybe that gave her some speedy powers.
It sounds like she was fucking prepared for this. I mean, look. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody in that building. I can guarantee you this. Nobody died asleep in that building. If anybody wanted to think of first of an analogy, when you see that footage, you would think like this because you don't hear anything from that footage. You would think, oh, all of those people, the experience for them must have been like those dreams you have when you're falling. And they always say if you actually hit the bottom in those dreams, you wake up dead. And they all had that experience where they all dreamt they were falling and they all hit the bottom and they woke up dead. No, it wasn't like that. Everybody in that building was awake when that building collapsed, even if they had gone to bed, because you would have heard the rebar and the concrete snapping and cracking. That would have been the crack of doom. Everybody would have woken up to that. That would not have been silent. That would never have been, even if it were a controlled demolition, you would have heard all of the bombs going off. You would have woken up. Everybody died in that building awake. They may not have had time to get out of bed, but they would have died awake. And so when that building collapsed the way it did, they would have died conscious and breathing or were still down there conscious and breathing. This woman saying what she's saying is in and of itself bizarre, because you're like telling me, oh yeah, then I made certain to crack the safe and get all of my social security, my what was it? Oh yes, my citizenship papers. I made certain to get my birth certificate and my citizenship papers.
I mean, shit, man. I heard something like that. I'd go running out the house naked. I wouldn't give a fuck about anything left behind. I'd be like, whoa!
Thank you. I mean, for somebody to be on their feet like that means somebody like myself who's just, been in security all their lives, and you just naturally think like that, or you're, the first thing I'd be running out with is my firearm, which would look quite highly suspect, and I'd probably be shot. By the way, that was
naked dude with a firearm.
yeah, that was one of the few constructive things Derek Talley contributed, was when he was talking about the naval base where all the people were firing at each other and nobody could identify who was who. All they knew there was a gunman on base, and almost all of the people who were killed were most certainly people shooting at each other, all of them with concealed firearms. By the way, I don't know if any of you heard over the weekend, and I might cover it briefly, but honest to God, I've got to get my head out of my ass, and that may not even happen tonight. But the point was that there was some fucker who had shot a cop killer. There was some cop killer went on the road. He got stopped by some fucker with concealed carry who shot him. And the police said, oh, what a hero. And they came over and they killed him because he's running around with a firearm that he's waving like an idiot over, hey, look who I killed. And, they shot him and killed him. So people can look this up. The so-called hero who was concealed carry, killed a cop killer, and then got killed himself by the cops.
Wow.
It's like
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That is the humor of the devils, my friend.
Yes.
The demons would be laughing at that one, like, oh man, that's just so freaking hilarious. I'm trying to look for footage of the actual collapse, and I'm only finding that one camera angle. It's like there's only one camera looking at the building when it collapsed.
Yeah.
No one else happened to be walking around with their cell phones like, oh shit, a building's collapsing. No one else from another side of town, from like the behind the building was like, just happened to be walking by, seeing this happening and whipped out their cell phone. That is so suspect.
But that and
okay, wait, oh crap. I actually found another camera angle.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. All right, this angle is from CBS Los Angeles.
You can put the link inside the text box, by the way, and see what others say.
But that's from 2 years ago.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, this thing is highly suspect.
Oh God, this has got to be the weirdest, and I don't understand. And as I said, I didn't think there was much coverage on it, but I want everyone to continue along this line, along with, whatever they think about that cop killer getting shot, getting killed, the cop killer getting killed in turn by the cops.
I just see that as funny. It's hilarious for some reason.
Well,
It's
the
it's
cops-
sad, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, it's pathetic. It's pathetic, and the cops are claiming. Well, he took the AK-47 off the body of the dead cop killer and was waving it around like a trophy, and that's why the cops came and shot him, thinking he was the cop killer. And I was thinking, of course, if he did that, by all that, there is no way you can say that man did not deserve to die. That is Darwin Award bullshit. If that's true, which I think the cops are probably making that up to cover their ass, but if that were true, that is on the level of, first off, you don't mess with evidence at a crime scene, and you've just killed someone, you're going to need the cops to prove that you're not a murderer, right? First, you're not going to pick up the fucking evidence and get your fingerprints all over the killer's gun like a fucking idiot. But yeah, if he did that, he deserved to die. But
I mean, if you were a cop, what would you think if you saw someone's like waving around and going, "Look, I killed the cop killer"? It'd be like, "Oh shit, this motherfucker's got a gun, kill him."
Yes, yes.
I mean, common sense.
But even if that were not the case, and the cops are making all that up just to hide their incompetence or their lightning quick overreactions, I would still say the guy really deserves it, because I'm so sick of these people with the concealed carry.
Oh, I've actually seen that building before.
Oh, you
This is from the Miami Dade area.
Mm-hmm.
That was where I had went when I was friends with that guy who pissed me off because he was like, this was a guy I befriended via Craigslist because I was looking for chicks. He's like, "Oh, you want to screw chicks? Hang out with me and whatnot." And it didn't register in my mind. Yeah, this guy's gay. He just wants to see you screw women. And so, I think I went to Miami and I was hanging out with him for a while, and we might have passed that building.
Probably.
Well, hopefully
looks
he was in the
huge.
Building, but no, I'm not going to say that.
I mean, if you went to the beach, like it's like in a famous beach area, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It is because that's why the wealthy were living there. I mean, again, and I'm sure people will hate me for this, but honestly, it's hard to feel sorry for people who had that much to lose. But,
it is. It actually is.
Yeah, these are people who are everybody in that building was a multimillionaire. Okay, but what I can't understand is you would think that these people would be able to have the common sense to investigate whether or not this building were built by a bunch of sleazy contractors. But of course, at this point, I would imagine everybody who's contracting anything in Miami in particular would be so corrupted, so sleazy, so involved with whatever underworld has taken over all of this, that I would never move into anything that wasn't built before the 1800s. Honestly, there's who the hell would trust their life to a building that was built recently in that kind of shithole? It's and everything's on sand, everything's in glades or landfills. So, but honestly, to see something like that happen still, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, this is beyond. But anyhow, so everyone.
Okay, so I sent you a link, and I did that so that I could retrieve it on this other computer.
Okay.
And put it in the chat.
All right.
This way I have the link, because I am not going to sit here and just type all that stuff up.
Understood. And Solomon, I do want to hear his insight onto this, if he's heard anything, and then I want all of you gentlemen to talk about what happened during the weekend, and also and of course our friend Brendan. I want him to get into what's going on with him at work. How the hell does one? First, Brendan, how do you drop your cell phone into boiling oil when you're cooking all this chicken? You've got 400 pieces of chicken. Like, were you kind of occupying yourself with a video game on the side while you? What the fuck?
No, sometimes I'll listen to music, but I actually forgot it in my pocket, like on my pocket, on my breast pocket. And so when I bent over to clean out the bottom part of it, where all the fry, it's like all the dry, the breading stuff, like when you filter it out, it goes to like this bottom container, and there was no oil in it. It was still really hot, but there was no oil in it. It was just all like the crust of the chicken and fried chicken, and my phone fell in it like straight.
Oh my
Like,
God.
yeah, and yeah,
Oh, shit.
it clogged up all the holes on my phone.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Anyhow.
wait, the link came out completely distorted. Damn it.
Oh, well, this happens.
Brother Douglas, what stood out to me about the Miami situation was the fact that I believe there were some grandparents, some elderly grandparents that were inside of the rubble, and the kids and the grandkids were receiving these strange phone calls from their cell phones.
Oh my God.
So it would just go to show you that maybe they're still alive, and to support what you're saying, that people for many weeks can stay alive in that rubble while the cleanup process is being done.
Yes.
So that's what like stood out to me was the elderly grandparents who were, I guess, probably found their cell phone or had access to the cell phone, and the kids and the grandkids are continuously receiving phone calls from it.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, the question is, your body would be so wrecked and ripped apart. Would you want to survive it?
Well, it depends. It depends. Obviously, if you're together enough where you can access the cell phone, then now, by the way, so Solomon, what I'm curious about is so the funny thing is I didn't hear this on any of the conventional sources. I believe you. I completely believe you. But what I'm wondering is this something that you think is being hidden, or what, so that people don't freak out, or what? Because all of this seems strange in terms of how they're even reporting it. So what's your impression with that, Solomon?
Oh, definitely, Brother Douglas. It's like you said, there's a lot of wealthy parties involved. So I'm guessing that they're trying to cover this in the news in the best way possible, where I guess it doesn't make anybody liable in terms of who was in charge of the building, who were the owners, what was the infrastructure behind it, who built it. So everything behind it, I think, since there are a lot of wealthy parties involved, everything is being carefully picked and chosen on what they want the public to know and what they don't want the public to know. So as the time goes on, I think we have about 9 casualties that they recorded so far about the bodies that they found. But that, what stood out to me were the grandparents who were calling their grandkids. So if I could find the news link, I'm going to share it in the chat.
Okay, thank you. I deeply appreciate that. And
What I have in the chat shows a different angle.
right. By the way, Brendan, what's that?
Oh, I was just saying, like, the one you sent, JMO, was from 2018. See, it says.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Weird.
So that's
Oh, crap. That was from 2018.
How often does this happen in Miami?
It probably happens a lot.
But what's interesting is, like, they were saying on other media, like, I think it was like some social media type sources, they were saying that people were complaining about the structure of that building as far back as like 2018. Like, people were like photographing cracks and complaining about that stuff. So it could have just been like an insurance hack job where like everyone left and they're just trying to collect insurance. Who knows? It's still too early.
That sounds like it's conceivable. That sounds
That's plausible.
Yeah.
Like the families just like went back to Saudi Arabia or wherever they were from, and they're just trying to juice the money now. Who knows?
That is so fucking bizarre. And again, I thank you for that input. And hopefully something will be made of it at some point. Obviously, we have the right to demand answers, because if buildings can just fall like that, I mean, how can any of us feel safe? Granted.
Every couple of years, like, I'm never living in a high rise. Fuck that.
Oh, okay. There she is. Let me bring on Our Lady Amanda, and I didn't see her respond, so oh my God. So let's tell her calling now. Here we are. Calling now. Calling. Call. Whoops. I can't even spell it. Calling now. And hopefully she's on. All right, there we are. I hate that keyboard sound. Hear it all the time from Peter, of course. And so Jameson's just added something else, and let's see if I'll call her again and see if she's on. Mandy, you there, love? Let's see if I can get back on call here. And if not, see if we can add Amanda again. Amanda, you chatted 3 months ago, it says. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, calling her again. And missing grandparents. There we are. Solomon Sheikh added the missing grandparents. So they may still be there. What is it that they're saying, Solomon? They said they're getting strange. So maybe all they can do is they can't see. They're in the dark. So they're just typing whatever they can and hoping that people will notice. Do you think that's what's going on?
I think, Brother Douglas, they still might be alive because the human body, in terms of survival and many aspects of human survivalism, it's very extraordinary to many extents. And I think maybe, thankfully, that they're still alive and they can rescue them in time. And then maybe these phone calls are there to let their family members know that they're still alive. And I guess just that aspect of just making it through. So I guess the phone calls are there just to show that the grandparents are probably still alive and they're trying to find ways to contact the authorities, or maybe have somebody trace the cell phone location so they can find out where exactly in the building that they are. Mm-hmm. But there is a thing that those who were probably wealthy enough, they were not living in that building, right, while those that probably had nowhere to go, such as the elderly, were probably the only ones stuck in that building. So that would be possible about, just not just these grandparents, but other elderly residents that were probably living in that. And I pray that whoever these grandparents are, that they rescue them in time so they can reunite them with their family.
Mm-hmm. And but what my more technical question was, you said these were kind of like strange messages. I take it they're incoherent messages. They're just a series of numbers and letters, I presume. Maybe you can tell me otherwise. And I would presume this is because they can't see, they're in the dark, and they're just trying to type out anything they can. Does that make sense? Or is that what you think, or what?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what it exactly is. Like, with the aspect of these phone calls that they're getting, because the kids and the grandparents themselves are also confused about it. And that's what's standing out about the situation, is that what exactly happened at this building, how it happened, for what reason, and was it preventable? And that's what they're trying to find out at this place, that the missing grandparents, the landline calling, and the families claiming that they're receiving all of these phone calls from this number. So it's basically still in an investigative process, where they're saying that it's been many days without a word from any loved ones since the building collapsed. I believe it was on Thursday morning. It was early Thursday morning when the building collapsed. Mm-hmm. So that's what they're trying to find out, is that after many days, is it possible that they could have heard from them? They were living in room 302. And the family was waiting to hear from them. And when they I guess when they pick up the phone, there is no human sound on the other end of the line. It's just static. And the family has received over 16 to 17 calls from this phone number, from their landline. And each time that they pick up, it's static. So that's something. It's something supernatural about that. It's something strange that if there is nobody on the other end of the line with this landline, and each time they pick up it's static, like, what's going on? If it took several days, and if they were sick and elderly, could they have survived that long? So everything is being investigated to an extent by the authorities, and plus what's going on at the research site as well, where they're trying to, I guess, find these bodies and find out what's going on. But it's it must be an unimaginable feeling for the kids and grandkids to experience that. That's kind of scary, and I hope that they find out what exactly is going on and what the situation is with the grandparents, and why are they receiving static only phone calls from their landline.
What is so bizarre about that is, as you say, with the times that we turned it on and we were just kind of watching through it when we were in our more sleepy moments, or just waking up, or the like, it wasn't that we were sitting there for for seconds or minutes. This was like we sat there kind of mesmerized, looking at the incoming reports for maybe about half an hour, and then continued to watch it while eating breakfast and the like. And I didn't see anything about those two grandparents. I believe everything you're saying is true, and I believe those reports came out, and then they stopped reporting on it. It was as if, that they didn't want people to know that there are people who might be alive in there, because that would probably, of course, cause people to respond by saying, well, why aren't you doing something? Why aren't you hurrying up? Why is this taking so long? Because obviously, if they're alive in there, they wouldn't be alive long with all of those fumes from those fucking burning sewage lines. And
Definitely.
That's how long could somebody survive all of that? And as as James had said, we remember how many people died of cancer for years and are still dying of cancer from the Twin Towers rescue efforts. So and the fact that people are going in here with no masks on, and everybody I saw was without a mask, it doesn't make any sense. Like these people are supposed to be trained experts, and that's why they claim there's so few of them. There's so few people trained in this that you don't have that many people to work on something this big. And I really call bullshit, because after 9/11, everybody responded from all over the world to help with the Twin Towers, including all over the United States. So you've got trained experts who responded. Of course, that situation was so severe that many of these people were not thinking and not wearing masks, but they should have. With lessons learned from that, everybody's still going in here and they can't find response from all over the country. I mean, I know that Biden went and made this national. Now, normally it is so concentrated, and since this is not regional in the sense that it's not like the whole county under a storm or earthquake impact, it's just like a few square city blocks. Normally this does not rate a federal response, but Biden gave it a federal response code. So that meant that FEMA is involved. So with FEMA involved, that means you could bring the fucking National Guard in. And so they have gas masks, if nothing else. They can pick at the stupid bricks just as well as any other people. So nothing's being brought in. It doesn't make any sense. Anyhow, so do go on, all of you, and respond to that as well as.
This
Yeah,
leads me
what's
to-
interesting about that is the fire department, the dude I was telling you about, how he said it was an extraordinary situation. He said that they have extremely limited resources, and he emphasized that. So if it's if it's a federal response, then where's the money and where's the resources?
Strange. Which Biden made available. Biden made it readily available. So it's like, we're not back in the Trump era. where Trump probably would have made it federal because they're all his buddies, right? These are all his golfing buddies. Near Mar-a-Lago. Trump lives in Mar-a-Lago now, so he lives in the area, so to speak. Yes, and
It's a shame he wasn't there.
Don't get me started.
But what I will say is that it seems like the media are all being suppressed for some reason, which makes me wonder if there isn't some kind of national security issue here.
Well, there we have it, and as we've all said, there are wealthy people involved. As Salman Sheikh says, the wealthy love their privacy, and they may not want anything exposed, which is why we got the impression there was no helicopter footage. The one thing that all the Blood Boys noticed first and brought to my attention was there's no helicopter footage, and then I thought, well, maybe that's because that would spot body parts, and they don't want to scare any people. But of course, they're claiming they're not finding any body parts, that they're not finding any bodies, and the few bodies they bring out in body bags, then they would mark an HR. And the time we were watching, we saw 2 HRs, which was human remains. That meant human remains, and they never specified that, but that's what I was assuming. And so you saw once in a while people walking by with maybe what looked like a body bag on a stretcher, and that was probably the 2 HR moments that I was thinking. But aside from all of that, we are not seeing overhead helicopter footage. Anyone who's seen it, correct me if I'm wrong on this. This is, if anybody's seen that. I did not see that.
I didn't even see any no helicopter, no drone, just that one angle of it, one side of the building. Yeah, strange.
Yeah,
It's weird.
Yeah, and you'd think they'd have drones everywhere. You could have drones hovering everywhere to look for nooks and crannies and hands and and listening out for drones with audio reception to listen out for cries of help. Okay, so the whole thing is it's like they want these people to die, or they're covering up for them if they've all left.
Well, then the question is, who are they trying to assassinate?
Well, it might be that, or it might be like Brendan said, like maybe all the rich people were told by the landlord, the ones he liked. You know, there was a few who were probably behind on rent, and he didn't tell them, but he told everybody else, "Oh, evacuate the building," and then they blew it. And you
Yeah,
know,
what's
But then the
another
question is,
another
why
cool-
would Biden be in on it, and why would all the media
well,
outlets
but
be in
Biden's
on
not
it
in
as
on it.
well?
That's why he said, "Well, you have all resources available, but they're not using them." I'm sorry, Brendan, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just saying, apparently the sister property to that place was put up for sale the day after, so there you go.
Oh shit! And you notice that you know only a part of the building collapsed and the other stood up. You know, like what was that? You know, it's like one part collapses so thoroughly and the other doesn't collapse at all. Very strange. And so, by all means, you know, go on from there. And
Controlled demolition?
that's what I thought. Look, this looks just like the Twin Towers, which is controlled demolition, you know, and so I thought it was all controlled demolition. By the way, I'm going to dig into these raspberries, so everybody go ahead and talk, take over from this point.
Nice vitamin C.
Yes,
Vitamin
thank
C
you.
containing berries.
Thank you. Thank you. And yes, and tell everybody how we're the only animal aside from guinea pigs, you said, that don't produce this shit. Yes, don't produce vitamin C.
Yeah, other animals, especially animals like anyone who's ever owned like farm animals, especially goats, cows, pigs, cows, mostly goats. Everyone that's owned a goat knows that the goat can eat pretty much any bush, any weed, any plant, even if it's poisonous. And the reason for that is goats produce the most vitamin C out of any land animal. And it's like over 13,000. I think it's 13,000 milligrams per kilogram, whereas human amount is 0 per kilogram. And then other animals, it's more like cows, it's 2,000 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. So all those farm animals, that's why it's like you're healthy as a horse, or you know, all of that comes from that, because these animals can inherently generate vitamin C, which vitamin C is one of the master antioxidants in the body, other than glutathione, and it takes the free radicals and the extra hydrogen atoms that are basically our oxidative stress in the body. So it's like a fire is going out of control in the body. That's what these extra electrons coming off are, and they're it's called like the hydroxyl. It's just like a hydrogen ion. That's like what burns you in acid and stuff. Like when you get acid, it burns. So vitamin C can actually stop that and actually recycle that ion in a positive way. And that's why it's so essential for the human body. And a lot of people, like, they think they're getting enough from like eating like one orange, okay, like 2 oranges, taking like 1,000 milligrams per day. But because of the
Oh shit.
here, like even being out in the sun, smoking, all kinds of different stuff, drinking, all that stuff will deplete your body's natural glutathione and natural DHA and ascorbates. And so it's basically not only do humans not produce their own, but pretty much everyone in modern times is at like a baseline of scurvy. And what people don't realize is that scurvy happens in different organs at different times. So it's like, it's not like you're going to see like your gums receding. Just because you don't see your gums receding doesn't mean you're not in a scurvy state. It's like other organs need more vitamin C, like the eyes, the stomach, you know, the liver, especially because it cleanses. So this is why like vitamin C is so essential. And vitamin C is called it's actually ascorbic acid. So any ascorbate is, and it's closely related to glucose. It's like one or two atoms difference from glucose. So that's how basic and how fundamental it is to the human body, because like glucose is the main sugar that runs almost all biological entities, like bugs, humans, trees, you know. So it's definitely one of the most essential nutrients. And I have an article on this actually for one of my classes, but the recommended daily allowance by the federal government that was set like sometime in the 50s, late 50s, is 50 milligrams a day, not per kilogram, 50 milligrams a day, which all that does is keep you away from scurvy. It doesn't do anything to cleanse your body. It does nothing to prevent these free radicals from scavenging your body. So that's criminal in of itself, and I would advocate for it at least being raised to like 1,000 milligrams a day, at least, just like baseline. But like I take over 10,000 milligrams per day, depending on the day. So that's like 1 gram or so. It's about 1 gram per day, and like you could take mega doses of vitamin C. It's there were people back in the early 19th century or late 19th century, early 20th, like Linus Pauling. Is a very famous one, and there was a French guy he initially I think he was in the late 1800s or something, but he was trying to bring vitamin C into the modern era and tell people like this is gonna, push us into the future as humanity, and like basically it would be like a primal panacea, something that's super fundamental and could cure all these different things. And he did this thing where, and I don't recommend doing this, but he did this thing where he would go give a lecture on vitamin C, this French guy. I'm trying to remember his name, but he would eat like a batch of poisonous mushrooms in front of the audience.
Wow.
Vitamin C, and then he would just finish his lecture, and then by the end of the lecture he explains like, okay, like vitamin C can counter any toxin, including snake venom, including spider toxin, and all of this is starting to be actually verified scientifically. Wow. So hopefully in the future, when we start moving away from the evil allopathic system, we could get to a more balanced system where like perhaps it could be used as an antidote for various things like that, like poisons and stuff. So
really,
yeah.
and
so it's essential.
By the way, we now have the honor of the lady, we have the grace of the presence of Amanda Ute with us. So Amanda, honey, let's test your audio, and if you could give us a shout out here, say hello.
Hello.
Wonderful. I love you so much. And we do have you here with both, with all three of the lads, Mr. Salman Sheikh, Mr. Jameson Reese, Mr. Brendan Zoget. And so these gentlemen are so glad to have you with us. I'd like you to start off with responding to what Brendan Zoget was speaking about. When it comes to the diet, we were talking before about this modern kind of fad. And the fad that one of the latest fads is the paleo diet, where you had people basically trying to emulate a lot of the cavemen and, taking their sharp sticks, and instead of killing mastodons, they are just skewering their various shish kebabbery. And you were talking about the reality was we're more naturally vegetarian, or much of the human species is. And so if you could go a bit into that and respond to what Brendan Zoget was saying about all the vitamin C and how deficit we are. And, aside from that, go a bit into whatever you feel comfortable with. It's been a hard past few days, and I don't know what you sent me that you would are willing to share with our listeners, but there's been a number of deaths in the family. So I don't know how specific you want me to get about that, but you were dealing with all too much at once. These things tend to happen in clusters, and so you're still in grief and mourning, I presume. And, if you'd share a bit about that and then kind of bring up what your response to Brendan is, and we'll go from there to whatever insights you might have on some of the other things we were discussing. The stage is yours, honey.
Sure, and hi to everybody. I don't know about everybody else, but here in Oregon, we are dying in a record-breaking heat wave.
Yes.
I think it was 114 at my house.
Yes, oh my God. Please go on. Yeah.
So I've just been trying to keep my chickens and whatnot cooling down. We did have a case of it comes in threes. We did have 3 deaths, and it was all within 1 week. So definitely, it's been hard on my kids. They're troopers, but that was a big hit. It still is. My other animals are still in mourning themselves. The first 2, the house was a little bit odd, but then when the third one happened, I have I have one of my animals who is kind of refusing to eat right now, and she's just kind of withdrawn. So hopefully there isn't a second health issue, and we'll be able to get her chipper and on track. Very luckily, my kids had a horse camp last week that they were able to attend, and so being able to ride
Exciting.
horses and take care of them and be with their friends did a lot. So that was definitely fabulous. And I guess we're just kind of dealing and trying to move along, trying to grow and heal and just take things as they go.
Right.
I popped in and was first hearing about the vitamin C, and he's absolutely correct. Most government mandated levels of vitamins and minerals that we should have are just barely at a functioning level for people. You need almost double in
The
everything
RDA
that
is
they're
like
saying.
the recommended daily allowances are like
Right.
almost criminal.
Right, absolutely, it is, and I think that's I think it's purposeful. You know, I absolutely know that they're keeping people in a state of barely maintaining, and most of the foods that we eat negate.
Yes.
Actually stop our body from being to absorb things such as vitamin D, vitamin C, folic acid, several others. So it's very tragic, and people really do need to learn more about how our bodies function. And
Yeah.
with the paleo diet, I mean, it just strikes me as so odd that of all of our ancient meals and cultures that you want to like go to, why would you pick the cave dwellers? I would be more inclined to follow somebody such as the ones that built the pyramids, or you know, Babylon, or you know, the peaks of our civilization, like
Like the ancient Vedic system or the ancient Chinese.
right. Exactly. And it was, you know, meat was quite rare, and it was, you know, for the most part, fish and fowl, and
Yes.
it was a lot of roots and fruits and vegetables and grains and nuts, and you know, I am personally vegetarian and almost vegan, and I mean, the thing that people ask me about my kids most of all, especially my son, is if he's getting enough protein. And just in the vegetables alone and beans, he's already absorbing more than any other steak and meat products that other people are. Our bodies just do.
And I would argue that like not actually absorbable by the body. I mean, like if you eat like lentils to the brain, like it activates the brain, like the more complex part of your brain, and like the protein goes straight there. Whereas the meat makes you sluggish and tired and sleepy.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it takes your body more energy to break it down and try to digest it than you are receiving the energy and nutrients beneficial from it. So you're basically crapping out most of your protein.
Yes.
Thank you. Go on, Brendan.
Oh, I was just gonna say like it's like like exactly. It's not absorbable, and also on top of that, it's like all the toxins that are in it in this modern era. Like you're not getting a wild animal when you buy meat these days. It's like it's toxified, and they have injections that they give them and antibiotics, and so it's like on top of that, you're getting all this other stuff too. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've actually seen health things come out for my son, for teenage boys, and through the school and through the health programs, where they're recommending that boys restrict themselves from yogurt because of all of the hormones that are in there. And I find that odd. I find that scary, actually.
Yeah. And by the way, go on.
Strange,
Brendan.
like the probiotics. Well, I was just saying it's strange because like there's like probiotics in it and calcium and stuff, and while like fermented foods aren't like 100%, it's like that's something that actually is better for the body than like
Right.
you know. So it's strange that they would even say that, you know.
I find it very, very odd and suspect.
Sinister.
Very much.
Yeah.
Yeah. The word would actually be sinister. You actually find it
Yeah.
sinister.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
And by the way, I want people to know that Peter Moon has joined us, and we're privileged to have Peter Moon. I do ask him to check his audio by saying hello to all of us.
I actually have
Hello to everybody.
Yeah, and before you leave,
Hello,
Brendan, I hope Peter and you can have just a little exchange before you go, but catch Peter up on what's going on with yourself after the insurance episode with your car and how you feel that's turning out. We'd all like an update on that.
Oh yeah.
In your
I mean, I'm doing a bit better. I managed to get some wheels, so that's like that was the main depressing factor.
Yeah,
not being
I've heard that the auto theft rate has gone up in Sacramento. I'm sure you were responsible for at least a few of those hits. Yes.
Right. I mean, nowadays cars are impossible to steal. I don't know how these people are doing it, but it's like what the real auto. I think what they were talking about is the prices went up so much that the dealers are just auto thefting people because used cars cost more than new cars now because of the chip shortage and all these things. You can't even buy a new car, but you could buy a used car at the price of a new car. So they're just thefting that in that way, stealing people's funds, you know, the used car salesman and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's not entirely their fault. I'll just say that, but still.
Understood. Tell people you know of what you speak. Tell them a little bit about the madness of your father and how that cost you whatever inheritance that you should have had.
I mean, yeah, I grew up in like with car people and like the whole, you know, classic cars, muscle cars. I grew up in that kind of race car vibe. It's not somewhere you want to, especially because it's becoming less popular, but it's not a profession you want to be in. It's very, it exposes you to lots of toxins and toxic people, to say the least. Adrenaline junkies of all sorts. And growing up, like my dad had all the best muscle cars you can imagine, like 409s, 348s, like the really old stuff, like the really, really good stuff. And big block Chevy Camaros, you know, all of that, 454s. Like I've driven in almost all of the old school cars from the 50s onwards, but it ended up being like a situation where he squandered all of that just to not work and splurge on alcohol and who knows what. And eventually, like, he lost everything, lost the house. My grandparents gave him a house, and all this stuff was just lost. If he just were to get a normal job and keep all of that, he could have retired with millions. But, you know, hindsight's 20/20 or whatever. People can't just be patient sometimes. And, yeah, it ends up costing you everything. So, you know, the Saturnian discipline is very essential. You can't just go crazy. You know, you have to have some kind of meter. You have to have a meter. You could, you know, that's the lesson I learned.
Yes.
Yeah.
And tell us about the tonight's moon. What about tonight's astrology? What are the vibes for this week and this month?
I mean, it's actually the moon is like currently going into it's a nakshatra called Dhanishta. Dhanishta is like the first degrees of Aquarius and the last few degrees of Capricorn. So it's like it's an asterism that combines both those two. It's from the Vedic teaching, but it's basically the moon is in Aquarius. Aquarius is a very spiritual sign. It's rebellious. It's more group. Like here we're in a group. You know, we're speaking as a group, bringing out knowledge. Aquarius is real knowledge. It's like knowing. It's like knowing. It's not like speculative knowledge. It's like you know something, so you're talking about it. Just like with the vitamin C, like we know that it's good for us because I've used it. I've done research. People know about it now. It's starting to come out because we're in the age of Aquarius, as it were, like the ascending age, and we are on the way to the golden age, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank God. And again, let people know I've kind of taken you on as a son as I have Jameson Reese. Obviously, neither one of you know myself as well or have the intimacy, of course, that my son has, my true son, so to speak. And even he is more a product of my loins through the intimacy we had during the time he was female as opposed to what he is today. But both of you, of course, have had kind of a life where your fathers really were not there. But particularly with Brendan Zoga, his father was actually toxic, and he wound up for a time just briefly with his dad, not too briefly, but it wasn't for that long a time simply because it was untenable. But the kind of people your father was almost living with, or the people who were always there, these were essentially criminal to the extent where you were stopped by not just the police, but I believe by federal authorities at one point. And you were essentially...
Times. I mean, my whole high school experience was like literally getting harassed by the cops on a daily basis, like squads of police with like AR-15s. Like the kind of people he had around were like not nice people, and they made sure to make me aware of it. The police, that is. Like I've pulled up to my house, or when I was living there, like the house got sold. It's in some other people's. They're dealing with it, but.
I like the way you say that. They're dealing with it like it was a former crack house, which it probably was.
It was what you call a trap house. But basically, I would come home from school with like, I came home with one of my friends once. It was just me and him, and we pulled in, and there's like 15 undercover cops, squad cars. Some of them were vans, some of them were trucks. This was like a high-level gang unit, and they all had their AR-15s out pointed at the house. So my first reaction is, okay, I'm driving away because who knows what the fuck's going on. And they took that as a hostile escape routine.
Of course.
And so they chased us down, pulled me out of my car, put a gun up to my head, like both of our heads. But I had the AR.
Oh, shit, they cut him off. Oh, shit.
Yeah, they literally had it to where like I could see like the rifling of the barrel through the thing, and they threw us on the ground, handcuffed
basically,
us.
they shoved the barrel of the AR-15 down your throat.
Yes. And then they pulled us out, threw us on the ground, said, "Oh, who the fuck are you? Who you got hiding in here?" They took my car.
How old were you?
Searched the car. I was like maybe 18, 19.
Okay, so they gave you a lot of credit, but go on. I mean, asking
Credit.
you as if you were running the operation. They were.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly, something like that. And so they threw both of us out, and my friend was filming it. And what's interesting is they grabbed his phone, and I saw them take the phone. They threw it on my car, the seat of my car, and then they said, "We're gonna go park your car." So they just parked the car in some random parking lot that we were nearby. Left the keys in it, everything. The cell phone in it. They just left it. And they pulled us back to the house, and they kept us in the back of that car for 5 or 6 hours. And they were saying stuff like, "Oh," pretty much torturing us. They were like, "Oh yeah, like you're in firing range, but luckily like I have a," like the dude was driving obviously, and he was like "I have a bulletproof vest on, so you guys are protected, but if they start firing, like you're pretty close, you know." Like they were just torturing us. So I played their game, and I just started talking to them about just normal stuff. I was like asking him like how advanced of a unit are you, and like where are you guys coming from? And I was asking him about like drones. I was like, what kind of drones do you guys have? Like what kind of cool shit do you have? And so I saw him, and he was looking through my records, like because both of us had clear records. So but because I was asking so many like conspiratorial type questions, he was like looking through all my records, and I watched him do it because the screen is in the middle of the car. And he scrolled down to like my Homeland Security record, and he clicked on it, and it was completely empty and like completely blank. Like there was no info. And he was like, "Oh, that's weird." Like he said it out loud. He was like, "Oh, that's strange." And so whatever info the feds have on me, which is not really much as far as I'm aware, it's probably some esoteric information. That's probably why it's gone. But basically it was completely wiped, my record, from the federal angle. And so after that, he stopped answering my questions. Like he completely stopped talking to me.
Yeah.
So
and
that was
that's
very
because,
odd.
well, you might be related to me in a way that is, just more than we know. Tell people about the fact that there was a young Taiwanese nurse in full old-fashioned classical nurse's uniform, the kind you only find on Halloween costumes these days, at a time when they had already switched to scrubs. Now, your mother knows this because your mother is a nurse, and while you were being born, something happened where your bracelet identifying you as her child was switched with someone else, and you would have been given to another set of parents. But during that period of time, this nurse was all around and spotted that your mother described as being very similar to the nurse I saw right before my mother died. But if it's the same one, she hasn't aged a day. But this was a nurse who is dressed in classical nurse's uniform, is obviously Chinese. I was told she was Taiwanese when I asked about her. In your case, it was something similar. So please go into this.
Basically, yeah, like when I was born, my mom.
We can't hear you. You're being clipped off. Go on. Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Yeah, I came out upside down and backwards. I was like a double footling breech, so they had to do an emergency C-section. And after that, my mom was completely out of it because during that time it was a more crude kind of procedure, and they just kind of like they had to do it in an emergency way, so it wasn't exactly graceful. And she still has damage from it, but the point being is she was like not 100% after that. Mm-hmm. So they brought in this candy striper, which is the nurse that
they don't have those anymore, by the way. Just so people understand this, candy stripers, you can look this up.
And my mom even said, and when she was telling me about it, she was like, I hadn't seen a candy striper since I was a kid. So like she even thought it was strange. And this lady was like obsessed with me. She would hold me and kept me with her, like out of the nursery. Like she would go take me out of the nursery and kept me with her for like pretty much the entire time until my mom recovered. And just as quickly as she came, she disappeared. But right before that, my dad came to visit or something, and my bracelet had been cut off. And so when they took it to the nurse, the bracelet was, the nurse was like, oh my God, what happened? And grabbed it really quick. And she,
oh God, they cut you off again.
Interesting.
Yeah, go on. So Jack, go on.
So the bracelet gets cut off, and then they go to investigate, and the nurse gets brought in, and the nurse, because she was so alarmed, she let it slip, and she said this was cut by a 9 knife or a 6 knife, basically a scalpel.
Yes.
And so they got very alarmed. They took all of us to the head of the hospital, the person that ran the hospital, and he himself personally paid for the DNA test because there was no other way of identifying me and this other child because there were no bracelets. And the bracelet was cut by someone in the facility. So it was like that. And they never found out the cause. They never found out anything. And basically I was returned to my parents. And my mom had to have a nurse come and check on me even after, just to see if we were going to bond, because, they still weren't 100% convinced I was their child, after that situation. And even to this day, they never got an explanation. The bracelet was taken, never to be seen again, and all of that. So I don't know what to make of it, but it's very abnormal. But the whole situation.
But somehow your mother got the impression Taiwanese. Somehow it was known this woman was Taiwanese. How was that? How was that?
She was a younger Asian lady that was in a candy striper uniform, and no one else in the hospital knew where she came from or who she was.
That was the same
something.
Yeah. Go on.
Something along those lines, but because she was in like a uniform, like no one really said anything because it was like she was helping take care of the kid. And, during like the 90s, it was probably not as much security. They just kind of like were like, oh, okay, this must be like a trainee. And my mom said she asked about her, and they really never really knew. They just said, oh, we have volunteers come in sometimes. And no one ever explained who that was or why she was so interested in me or anything like this. Yeah.
Okay. But when my mother just before my mother died, there was this Taiwanese nurse who was dressed in this classic uniform like they used to dress, which is like even to the point like I'm talking about with a cape, like a little white cape that was not very long. We're talking about a very short cape, these nurses' shoes, the nurses' cap, and none of that is available anymore. Nobody uses that in medical facilities anymore. But I was specifically told she was Taiwanese, which was why everybody was rationalizing she was dressed the way she was, because nobody else was dressed that way. And so this sounds very similar to what you experienced. And by the way, so people understand this, candy stripers are not nurses. These are literally like nursing students or interns that are just let loose on the floor. Yeah. Back in the old days, that were underage. They are classically under the age of 18. These are like young ladies who are specifically interested in becoming nurses, but they're given an opportunity to see if they can stand the blood and the gore and the vomit and the puke and all the pustules and everything else. And that's, puts them through the test. They don't do that anymore.
Donald Trump with the candy striper.
Interesting. Yeah. So tell us, and there is of course a porno film. These days, if you look up candy stripers, all you're going to find is the porno film by that name, which is a classic one made in the 60s or 70s, or 70s probably. But this has something to do potentially with the Dietrich Artel Act in the sense that it seems to be in the correct time frame. What was your time frame when this happened, son?
This was like 94. So.
Yes. So we're talking about the Dietrich Artel Act was extant when this happened. So, so there we are. And so with that in mind, I'd like to have Peter Moon respond to that, and Solomon Sheikh and Jameson, whatever the impressions they have. We'll start with Peter, of course.
I mean, it could possibly have to do with my like the astrology, the day, the exact, the setup that was there, and the fact that I came out backwards and upside down, which is not normal. So it could be a multitude of occult reasons. Who knows?
Well, I can't say anything specific other than birth is considered a very significant reference point with regard to astrology. I mean, it's in the New Testament. The Bible is a book which can be translated to mean Holy Bible, means Helios, Biblos, or Biblos Helios, Book of the Sun. That can be S-U-N. This rhymes with S-O-N. But more to the point, Genghis Khan is said to have been born with a blood clot in his hand, the symbol of Mars.
Oh, blood. He was also born with Moon in Capricorn, which is the same astrological rising sign as Adolf Hitler and myself. Correct, Brendan?
You guys have Moon in Sagittarius, according to the Vedic.
No, Vedic is different. Vedic is different.
But thank you.
Well, not for moon sign. Not for moon sign.
Okay. Thank you.
For sun sign and that's it. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, if your sun sign is in Sagittarius in Vedic, it's a good bet that it would be in Chaldean astrology in Capricorn.
Yes, but I'm saying like Douglas and Adolf Hitler the moon sign is the same, whether either system you use.
Right. Okay. But back to your birth, Brendan. It just signifies.
And what's interesting, can I say something real quick, Peter? I had a giant when I was born, I had a huge red mark on my hip, like a giant birthmark that was a bright red, like the size of a strawberry, like a huge red mark on my hip. And to this day, no one's really explained what it was or why it was important. Yeah.
Well, birth is a very significant event according to wise men through the millennia. And some people are born what is called in the veil, where they have I can't know what to call it, a veil over their face. It's like a piece of skin, and it's taken off. These people are almost, if not always, psychic in some form or another. Born in the veil, it's called. So birth is very significant. So if you were born upside down, and with all the other stuff that went with it, this was a highly symbolic thing. What it exactly means, I couldn't tell you, except from what I know about you. You've had a very upside down life, and that's not necessarily a bad thing in this culture. I mean, it's nice to be quote unquote normal, but the more normal you are, the more discombobulated you are in most cases. You want to be able to feign normal or pose as normal, so that you don't upset the tranquility of your own life and interactions. But being normal is no prize on this planet.
Yes. There's an interesting thing that, like I said, when that Lieutenant Commander Hunt of the ONI, the Office of Naval Intelligence, was approaching myself along with so many other people when they were trying to establish a operation in the Presidio military base to assassinate William Jefferson Clinton while he was still a presidential candidate and staying at San Francisco. At that time, as I related to Peter Moon, it was quite funny when I asked him, because I was surprised another intelligence unit would know of myself. And I said, is there a file on me with the Office of Naval Intelligence? And he said, more like a file cabinet. And that was very funny, but at the same time, I realized maybe that had something to do with my father's background in the Navy for so many decades. And then the thing that I've learned over the years, however, whenever I speak about people concerning my Department of Defense files, when I was working with the library and was a careerist, someone who was aspiring towards a career, but certainly was there for almost a decade with the DOD. And whenever I've asked people who would know about, well, what records are there extant upon myself with the Department of Defense, I was told specifically my biography in the DOD files is so slim as to be non-existent. So I believe that what happened was that Mr. Aquino took all of that and he absconded with it, literally deleted it from the system with the DOD. But it depends on which department is involved as to who is got what. But there's elements where these departments do not really operate with each other, and they don't really exchange information. Or and some of the information that's not entered or digitized into the system, it's almost impossible to prompt someone to do so. And so the stuff that's on hard copy may be lost forever eventually. So just something to put that into perspective. But most certainly what's important here is that the Dietrich Artelect was functional and alive, basically, at the time that our man, Mr. Brendan Zoget, was born. And apparently there was an interest in Brendan Zoget because there was certainly an interest in killing my mother. And as I have told people in the past, and I don't think people understand this, people don't understand most of what I present or understand where I'm coming from. But just so people know, as I've expressed before, if that nurse is real, and if I were ever to encounter or meet her personally, I hold no ill will against her. My mother's death was something that relieved me of a burden that was destroying myself. And it certainly was something that my mother obviously died at peace. But basically what happened was the window was left open in the final care facility that I had placed her in, which I was visiting every day. And when I had placed her in that in the last few weeks of her life, then the window was left open overnight in what was the stormiest night in San Francisco. And when she died of pneumonia that night, I automatically knew it. We had it was the most horrific storm San Francisco has ever historically experienced. Was that very night. Just a nightmare, of course. I couldn't get into the building, and there's a whole all of these places are beyond incompetent. There's no describing the incompetence of these places. When they called me to tell me that she died, and I went over there, and it's pouring rain, there was nobody to let me in, and no way I could get in. So I was out in the rain all night until the morning when they came in to let me in. There's effectively nobody in the building at night except dying people who were the senior citizens they're supposed to be taken care of. And whatever nurses they have on night duty, there's no contact between them and the outside world. No matter how many times I called in, it's an automated system. All of these places, they're just death traps anyway, no matter how much they cost. But so there we have that to share that comes to mind most immediately. But in terms of Brendan Zoget, obviously there was an interest in you. And so if the occult signs were being taken seriously, they would have been taken more seriously by the Dietrich Artelect than anyone else extant. I can't imagine anyone from the government naturally taking an interest in you except through your father's criminal activities. But your father's criminal activities were not necessarily something that really stood out all that much.
At that time, was like at that time. This was like way before any of that. So
Okay.
who knows? Could be like bloodline lineage or something. Who knows?
Yeah. But
yeah,
you see my
to
point.
go.
Yeah.
I have to go, so I will
Understood.
talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look
Okay.
forward to that. Yes.
Bye,
All our
Brendan.
love,
Bye,
Brendan. Yes. Take care. And so that was Brendan Zoga, and Jameson Reese is on Bio Break It, Salman Sheikh, and Peter Moon, who are with us. Salman, if you would care to share with Peter Moon and myself and all of our listeners, whatever you're willing to share about rendezvousing with Jameson Reese, what a wonderful weekend that was, and when he returns, we can ask him for his perspective on it. And I'm happy to report that Jameson Reese left a line in my private messages. I didn't read it until I was scanning through everything when I returned from the weekend. But Jameson Reese apparently felt that he describes you as cool beyond belief, so to speak, and that he was very, very impressed by you in the most positive sense. So you can share with us whatever you wish to share. Certainly, I take it some business brought you in area, and so it'd be interesting to hear what was going on with all that.
Yes, Brother Douglas, definitely. First, my greetings to Peter, and it was beautiful to rendezvous with Jameson Reese and a few of my brothers in New York City. It was definitely an intuition that made me reach out to JMO, and I guess it was higher guidance from the Sufi masters and them telling me to basically to go there in person to teach him the aspect of brotherhood, support, love, and hope, to instill hope in him. And that's what we did when we sat down together, we broke bread, and I saw Jameson's face light up and see that spark of life and happiness in him, which meant the world to me to come to New York just to do that for him. And it was amazing to basically have that exchange with one another, with me, and it was two of my brothers, fraternity brothers, and it was Jameson, and I wanted Jameson to be with us to enjoy the day. We went to the Brooklyn Museum. Jameson really loved the Egyptian level of the room. He felt connected somehow to a lot of the artifacts that were there. We sat down at a cafe, had a good meal. Then we also went to another place in Brooklyn. So I enjoyed it, and I told Jameson, because he sometimes feels hopeless, and I told him from a Sufi perspective that as long as you woke up today, then there is a purpose that you were needed for. Just like how I see my life from a day-to-day basis, that if I woke up today, I'm needed, and I make peace with the people that love me, the people that support me, those that I love, that I support, such as yourself, to make peace with everyone. And that's how it is. If I will wake up tomorrow, then I was needed for something else. And I just go with the flow like that. And that's what I told Jameson, that you're still needed. And then you wouldn't be, I guess, in the aspect of spiritual warfare or gang stalking, you could say, if you didn't have any kind of worth or spiritual power. They wouldn't go invest all those resources and things against you if you didn't have any value. And that's what I instilled in him, is the aspect of hope and just to enjoy the day. And I remember JMO telling me when we went to Brooklyn Museum that he had, last time he was there was when he was a kid. And I was surprised that him living in Staten Island and in the New York area, walking around, he would probably, be more familiar with the area. And there were many things about the area that stood out to him. I guess the changes that took place throughout the years. It was just very interesting, Brother Douglas, to see that spark of hope in him, which, that was basically, that made my whole trip worthwhile. Not just to see my fraternity brothers, but just to, sit down with JMO and just let him know that he's loved and he's appreciated, just like how you are, how Peter is. And I hope my journey also brings me one day to San Francisco when I can do the same with you, whenever God wills it down the road. And I'm excited for all the greatness that we all share and all the love that we share. And I look forward to receiving your book soon and reading it. I'm excited about that also, and sharing its teachings with others. And the aspect of that nurse, what Brendan had said, that stood out to me. That reminds me of that Asian woman that came to my job one time that was fully tattooed. And She had greeted me in a very friendly way. She said, "You are my brother, and I'm here to help you." And that was very nice, and I felt very safe from her. And I guess it's the aspect that some people know who you are, Brother Douglas, before you come to that realization of who you truly are. And that's what I guess what Brendan had experienced and what I experienced in a lot of my life as well, where some people who would watch you, observe you, keep their eye on you. Like before you even got involved with anything, you did anything, you're just a child going to school, living your life, but you just knew that there was something that was not normal or it stood out of the ordinary. I remember when I was born a natural birth in a home in Pakistan, and during my birth, I'm a Taurus earth sign, so there was an earthquake in Rawalpindi at that time when I was born, and 36 people had died. So with the 3 and 6, that comes up to 9, and when I did my numerical gematria, all of my stuff comes up to a simplified 9 with all of the ciphers, with everything that you do. So I found that correlation interesting with the earth sign and the numerical values adding up. And then when I was born, the next day my grandmother passed away. So I guess there was that exchange taking place of my grandmother leaving and me entering. And throughout my life, I always felt those strange connections to the other realms, and just know that we are all loved and protected in some way. And that's the same what I reiterated to Jameson when I was there, to have his presence there, and I was meant to encounter him and tell him that you're loved, you're protected. Whatever it is that bothers you about the gang stalkers in Staten Island and in the ferry boat, whatever it is that you experience, just know that we are more powerful than them. And those that dig holes for us, Brother Douglas, like they do for you or whoever that's on this path, they eventually fall into their own hole. And that's the love and brotherhood that I enjoyed with JMO, and I know you liked it as well. And I pray that one day I get to do the same with you in San Francisco, God willing, whenever it's meant to happen.
Certainly, and certainly look forward to that. Very heartwarming, very touching. And Jameson, if you are back with us, let us know. I don't know if he's returned yet from what he does. He often has to help his own parents, living with them as he does. But in terms of what you did, this was truly an act of grace and generosity, and is deeply appreciated on my behalf. That you certainly can see it in the photographs that were taken. Who took the photographs, by the way? Since there's 4 of you in the photograph, a 5th friend, or was this somebody who worked at the facility or the restaurant you were at, or where?
Oh, yes, definitely. So we first met in Manhattan, and we linked up at a nice cafe. We had a nice coffee and meal together. So that was one of the workers in the first picture that took the photograph. And then at the end of the day, once we were done hanging out, exploring the Brooklyn Museum, walking around New York City, then that was our finale, where we had our final lunch or meal together. And that was at a family-owned restaurant in Brooklyn. And I remember when we went in there, the people were so excited because it was a minority-owned restaurant. And I guess we were probably like the first customers that they had in the whole day.
Yes,
and
so sad.
they were definitely, Brother Douglas. And they were explaining to us like how the pandemic has affected them, and how one time, like throughout the year, the roof fell, and it was just one disaster after another for them. But I felt very welcoming there, and I enjoyed just sitting down and breaking bread with Jameson and my fraternity brothers, and also to patronize this minority-owned business, to basically show that so much happiness and love gets revolved around all of us. And we were looking for a place to eat, and there was this guy outside handing out flyers for the food, and I'm like, this is it. My intuition touched me, because the number 7 kept standing out to me because of the 7 aspects of the soul, which JMO liked at the museum. And I'm like, you know what? The restaurant's name was 7. Their phone number ended in 777. And it just clicked to me that, you know what, JMO, we're going to eat right here. We were looking for a place to eat, and the halal place that we were looking for, I think they had been shut down or something, or they had been affected by the pandemic. They weren't there anymore. So, things eventually worked out for the best, and it was all goodness and happiness, and I was very happy with how things turned out.
Thank you. So, Jameson, if you could tell us how this wonderful day went, your weekend with these wonderful individuals, and trip to the museum, and this wonderful restaurant, and several of them actually.
Yes, it was actually great to meet, other practitioners of the art of chaos magic, and the food in Reggio's was pretty good. The ravioli was just I've never had ravioli that good before, and it went very well with a beer. Well, you shouldn't talk about that. We were at the museum. When we were at the museum, I haven't been to that museum since I was a kid. Because it turns out that was the museum I went to when I was taking like art lessons when I was a kid. Although I noticed they didn't have that big nude muscle lady statue that had the out of the world proportions that I used to stare at in awe when I was a little kid. So I mean, but the something about being in the Egyptian what do you call it? Something about seeing the Egyptian relics, though, it seems to bring me into a sort of trance. There's something eerily familiar about it that I don't really get looking at. Like, I really liked the stuff from that was Assyrian, but it wasn't the same feeling. There's something about the Egyptian stuff brings me back. I don't know why. It's just something that is. But the restaurant we ate at was, I think it was called Seven. It was on Nostrand Avenue. And the food was great, but I have to say the Bloody Mary, I've never had such a good Bloody Mary before. My God. I fell in love with that drink, the way they prepared it.
Was it spicy?
No, it wasn't spicy because I didn't ask for the spice to be, the hot stuff to be added to it.
Mostly they'll serve it like that unless you ask them not to.
Well, it's just they actually prepared all the ingredients themselves, so it's not like they poured it out of the bottle or anything. They prepared everything themselves, and I felt the love and the passion they put into the food. So it was a really, really good place to eat, and it was just great being around Brother Solomon Sheikh and the other two gentlemen we were with, because I was able to realize that there are other people out there like me who don't like to be crowded up around everyone, who aren't just obsessed with being around people 24/7. So it was great. It was great to realize that I'm not alone in the world. And for that reason, I decided to call us the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse.
They made a movie about that. Was it Woody Harrelson and the Magicians? Or I think it was called The King. I don't know. It was an entertaining movie.
It was a beautiful day, Brother Jameson, and I hope to do that again with you soon, and also to visit Brother Douglas in San Francisco as well. It's such a beautiful feeling that the relations and the brotherhood that we build with Team Dietrich, and it's genuine too, because we truly do care for each other and have love for each other. And for me to see that happiness on you, to see you smile and to see you happy, that just meant the world to me, and I just want you to know that. And that's basically what the purpose of this life is, and what Sufism teaches us is that we're just here to uplift one another and help one another with this short human life, and it's our memories and love that carry us forward.
Thank you. And so I want everyone to know that I will speak of this later after Peter and Mr. Solomon Sheikh retreat into the gentle night, but I'm hoping to keep them both here as long as they can possibly stand it, because tonight I'm more impacted than I've ever been. Of course, I say that every time, but each time I take myself a little further beyond the edge, and so this time I didn't really return. I'm still not really here at all. And I've said that in the past, but no, this time I really mean it. It's like, I after Peter Moon and Solomon Sheikh leave tonight, I'll be sorely tempted to just shut the program down. Not because I'm really feeling bad or necessarily all that cranky, but honestly, I don't know if I can really tether myself enough tonight, but I'll try. I'll give it the old college try to go into monologue. But in the meantime, hopefully these gentlemen will dominate. And I do want people to understand that when I do start talking, I do want them to know that this weekend was National Beautician's Day, which unfortunately the majority of Americans are totally ignorant of. They have no idea there is a National Beautician's Day. I'll tell people why that's so important and why the industry is so integral to the well-being of so many countless Americans. Certainly, the overwhelming majority of the half that are female, and any amount of men who are involved with any kind of professional appearance have to be, in one way or another, acquainted in a professional relationship with their cosmetologist. And of course, Judith Ager expressed it best, I feel, which was that our cosmetologist becomes our intimate, and very much someone aside from the only people who would know us as well would be a spouse or a counselor. So very important to remember that and to honor them on these days. And aside from that, I do want people to know how impacted they have been by the pandemic. And I'll go a little bit into that. And aside from all of that, the dangers they face, believe it or not, that most people are completely unaware of. But beyond even that, I do want people to know this was, of course, the conclusion or the concluding weekend of the National Pride Month for the alternative lifestyles. So, of course, normally this would have been the day when there would have been a massive parade in San Francisco, which was canceled in the name of responsibility under pandemic conditions. But everybody went out anyway. So San Francisco was very much in a celebratory mood. And so everything was out and the fireworks were ablaze throughout the night. And so I haven't really slept. And I've got enough drugs in me to keep me stimulated throughout the night, conceivably. And I'll move forward on the basis that I can sound somewhat coherent. But other than that, it's one of these spots where I'm just not really here. And or maybe, I've got that half floating, half, dead feeling. So what I'll do is, just let these three gentlemen hold the stage as much as they can. And I do want Peter Moon to go into the latest about the book, if there's any latest to bring up about it. And it's all very exciting to me and to all of us. And I do wish him to also, relate what's been going on with himself and what kind of fun he's been having. And of course, we have the July 4th weekend coming up next. But aside from all of that and our preparing for next weekends with its celebratory activities, and it's, comparatively speaking, that's going to be nothing for me compared to what this last weekend was, because it's the 4th of July and, it just isn't really impact my crowd or my people or the kind of people I affiliate with as much as the past few days, which involved just not only the people in the alternative lifestyles community, but also the Asian Pacific Islander American community, because of the National Beautician's Day. And I was dealing with some of my friends in that community of that cultural background, as well as, of course, that person I've known forever, who helped me take care of my mother when my mother was alive, V. Clark, who basically was very, how would I say this, reintegrated herself in my lifestyle, which was appreciated. And so aside from all of that, there was there was, of course, this horrible incident in Miami, Florida, which, of course, Brendan Zogit and Jameson Reese and myself discussed. I don't know if Peter Moon overheard any of that. If he didn't, I would I would like Jameson Reese and Mr. Salman Sheikh to handle that. Basically, if both of you gentlemen could tell Peter Moon what we discussed and what I found so odd about it, I think both of you could relate that and put some other voices here on stage so that Peter Moon gets an idea of what I found so strange about it, that both of you could relate, I'm sure, quite well, I would hope.
Yes.
Yes, by all means.
So we have a building collapse that occurred.
I know about that.
Yeah. It seems to have they seem to have only one angle of it, which is pretty suspect as hell. They have only one. They're only showing us one thing of footage of it happening, so it's not like they have that's suspect in and of itself. There's a lack of bodies that they're finding. They've only found 9 bodies, and they're saying supposedly the stench is supposed to be so putrid because there's a ruptured sewage line or something that it's ridiculous. Yet all the people we're seeing in the footage, who are doing this search and rescue effort, not a single one of them is wearing a mask. Some of them have a sort of gas mask, the firefighters, around their, throats, but they don't have it on their faces. And one would think that if it stinks to high hell, they should be wearing those masks, just because, people are claiming that it smells so bad that, they were tempted to hurl just being in the area. So, I mean, there's a lot of inconsistencies here. What makes things even weirder is the fact that, Joe Biden had addressed it. Joe Biden had addressed it, of all people to address it. It's like, why would the president go out of his way to address something that's a local, something that's totally local? And while, they're supposed to be getting federal aid here, everyone's claiming that there's no supplies to help them move faster with the recovery effort. So there's a lot of mixed signals going on here.
Right. Thank you. And Salman, if you could put in whatever observations to add to that.
Oh, yes, Brother Douglas, definitely. It's like what you stated, that majority of the patrons of that building or the owners are of a wealthy Islamic background, that the individuals are very wealthy, and majority of the people, I believe, that they were probably not present, and the aspect of just the elderly people being there. So there is that aspect of wealthy people being involved, which makes sure that we're probably not getting the full and correct information on it, which is the reason why when the kids and grandkids of these grandparents that went missing and were receiving phone calls, they're asking the detectives and the police, and they're not getting any reply or information about the investigation process. So there is something strange going on with the aspect of the wealthy people being involved, and the sister building going on sale the next day, and then like the kids and grandkids receiving these static phone calls where they're receiving 15 to 16 phone calls from the landline of the grandparents, and they pick it up and it's nobody there, it's just static, and then they hang up and they continuously receive these phone calls. So there is something strange going on, that even if the president of the United States has authorized federal help, what is being done over there and what's going on, and why aren't the people being told the full truth of what's going on, or who was in that building, why was it taken down, or what was the purpose that it got taken down? But there's so many questions that people are seeking answers for, but the authorities are not releasing anything at the moment. But then again, anywhere where wealthy people are involved, they're going to make sure whatever gets out doesn't incriminate them in any way. So that's what stood out to me, in addition to what Brother Douglas and Jameson have stated.
Thank you.
What stood out to me, and I heard a lot about it when it first happened. I haven't followed the follow-up stories, but I didn't hear one mention when I was watching the news of what is very prevalent in Florida are called sinkholes. When you live in Florida, oh, there's a sinkhole, there goes a house. These things routinely go down. And, the biggest fear you have when you buy a home in Florida is that you're not buying it on a sinkhole, which just will collapse the home. You better hope you're not in it when it collapses. These things were just, they're more prevalent than earthquakes in California. And so I didn't hear any mention of sinkholes, so I just looked it up. And there are people saying, well, yeah, they're saying it's definitely a sinkhole. But I haven't heard the news saying that. And of course, when there's a disaster, everybody likes to put their 2 cents in. I saw the governor offering aid on TV, and for Joe Biden to come in and offer aid, of course he's going to do it. It makes him look good. It's an opportunity to make him look like a good or great person. So they will do that even if it's not warranted.
Thank you.
What's strange about it, though, is the fact that if it was a sinkhole, again, I would think that they would hazard to even send rescue workers there, because if it's a sinkhole, sinkholes are known to be so deep you could swallow up they've been seen to swallow up entire lakes.
Yeah, but
I
it
mean,
doesn't. They don't have to be that big. They're as big as they are. They're very mysterious.
Another thing that's odd about this is that they're claiming is the way the fire is spreading in the rubble, and which is causing them a lot of problems. I mean, from what little we see, it looks sort of almost like a controlled demolition. Something's odd about it.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know why, but I just know that there's something we're not getting the scoop on.
Yeah. Well, I definitely appreciate what you said. The other point that I made, Peter, is that when it came to this, the first thing I noticed as somebody with a security background was that there was only one bit of footage that's being made available. As Jameson said, this comes from a security camera. What's presented to us is in black and white. There's no audio. And it's very heavily edited. There is nothing shown for, before it happens. It just is shown happening. I knew that there was a few moments I saw when it originally came on that they stopped showing, in which there were flashes of light that were happening in the building just before it collapses. And these flashes of light are probably attributable, of course, to the power line simply sparking as the power that's going into the building of the site begins to be short-circuited by the pending collapse and all of the infrastructure just breaking. The point that I emphasized as well was that when it does happen, of course, you look at that as an amateur, your average person is going to say there's no way anyone could survive that. That, of course, is not true. The horror of it is it looks like no one will survive it. But the one thing, several factors come into mind there. It's nighttime. The people who were in there, which they said were entire families, there are children and a few infants in there, along with the seniors and the elderly. And so when when that went down, they were all, the overwhelming majority of them must have been in bed. So they wouldn't necessarily have their cell phones beside them. But nevertheless, the way things are these days, as Brendan Zoget said, many people sleep with their cell phones for all intents and purposes. So the strange thing is they've got only 9 people they've recovered, which took them days and days and days. And they're saying there's over 150, literally 156 or something missing the last time I looked, which wasn't that long ago. And so with that many people missing compared to how many bodies recovered, it's not like a 911 where everybody knows there were bodies all over New York. As Jameson can attest, people were out walking, jogging, taking their, babies and strollers or the dogs for a walk, and people could see arms and limbs and bodies all over New York after 9/11. But they since scrubbed it. They totally scrubbed all that from the internet. They scrubbed all of that from any.
Well, actually, there are places where you can find some of the bodies from the jumpers from the Twin Towers, such as Reddit forums where you can, and websites that specialize in gore and things like that.
Yes,
which
aside
of course
from the
I
dark
frequent,
web. Yeah, aside from the dark web is what I mean to say, but I appreciate your input on that. Yes. But aside from the dark web, no, it's not easy to find that. But the point is, the government sanitized it, and what the government claimed, which was completely unbelievable and totally false, was that the bodies all disintegrated or powdered, that there were no bodies to recover because the overwhelming majority of people did not get remains back. And so the government was simply saying, oh, there were no remains, that they all disintegrated. I mean, this is physically impossible, by the way. And they're making some claim here towards that. And again, this doesn't make any sense with Biden himself saying you have federal resources available, and he made FEMA available, Federal Emergency Management Agency available. That means the National Guard can be fucking called out. All they're having people doing is lift these fucking bricks and go through them to retrieve bodies. They're not putting in the heavy movers or lifters because they don't want to bulldoze anybody. But nobody's doing that. And so the guys that are there, like they said, the stench, which was a really bizarre term for the governor to use, was stench, as opposed to there's toxic gases building up and they're a danger to our rescue workers. Or he said the stench is so, making it, really disrespectful to the dead. But they're saying that there were multiple sewer lines that ruptured, and then the fires that are burning inside, which might have started as electrical, you probably at this point have burning sewage. And yet at the same time, we see no one in the film that's reacting. Nobody in the film that's even wearing the goddamn masks, which doesn't make any sense either, simply because of the fires and all of the toxic gases and everything else. And so it's absolutely bizarre. None of it makes any sense. And as I pointed out, and Solomon repeated, the majority of people who live there, it's almost hard to feel sorry for them because they were incredibly privileged. The penthouses alone were $2.5 million at the top of the building. Every other place was costing like $500,000 a month to stay there. So you're talking about people who can afford that, or people who are obviously not going to be there very often. They were mostly foreigners, and they might be back in Dubai or the Arabian Peninsula, and they feel no obligation to report in that they weren't there when it went down. Yet somehow they're giving us this number that they were there, and they're simply not finding the bodies. And there's no helicopter footage overhead, which it was speculated on my part that maybe they didn't want people to see body parts, but they're claiming there's no body parts. It's a terror. And yet, the calls that our man Salman Sheikh is referencing seem to be emitting from a landline. So a landline working in all that rubble. Now, people have survived, of course. People have survived for weeks in collapsed buildings until they're rescued. This is historical fact. The majority of collapsed buildings, you'll have survivors that can last for weeks. So none of it makes any sense. It's all very suspect. And, if that brings anything to mind, anybody, please respond. So there we have that. No response. That's nothing to respond to.
Brother Douglas, do you hear me?
Oh, yes, I hear you now. Okay.
Yes, definitely. The aspect that stood out to me, like you stated, is they have the power to call the National Guard out and speed up this process of removing the debris, the rubble, the loved ones that are anxious and in sadness and fear about the condition of their loved ones, the ones that are there, or in terms of these kids and grandkids receiving these phone calls. I mean, you're right, it doesn't add up. But who's in charge of this excavation process and the cleaning up process, and why aren't they using their proper authorities when they do have the help and, I guess, federal authorization to do what they need to do? So, and the aspect of the sister building going on sale the next day. So it all just stands out that there's wealthy individuals involved. It could be some occult aspects to it also, where you have these, the grandparents that are staying in room 302, and then there's two with the individuals that were there. So I guess many aspects of the wealthy being involved, some occult aspects, and them not using the help, even though that they have it, that does make it stand out that there is something that the public is not being told, even when some of these family members do reach out to the authorities, and the authorities basically give them no response. And basically, you and JMO have laid it out perfectly in terms of what the situation is. I guess only time will tell as time goes on and what really comes out.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And that's an important point when you bring up the fact that what was it you said that struck something in my mind, a memory chord there, but obviously different developments will come out of this, but it's certainly one in which we have a lot to ponder on, and I didn't want to overdwell on this because people are hearing coverage of this presumably a lot, and at the same time I will confess the few times that we really were checking into this during this weekend, we didn't think it was covered much at all. This was not given the coverage that 9/11 was or anything like that, and that's because, quote unquote, it is just local, but at the same time, it was really not being covered the way you think it would be covered. And a lot of this has to do with, something's up, and they're definitely hiding it. It's very similar to the 9/11 situation, in which we all know about the insurance, and we all know about these buildings being emptied pretty much, and then just sold right before everything was blown, and so this was definitely an insurance scam involved with 9/11. This seems similar in the fact that the research was done by Brendan Zogit, who brought up the fact that the sister building was sold the next day, and that brings us back to the insurance scam. All of this, the wealthy people might have been warned, stay away, and they stayed away, and maybe the families that were left behind may have been behind in rent and left there as sacrifices just to make it look realistic enough so that insurance fraud would not be suspected, just as, victims were left at 9/11. And these were people that generally nobody cared about in the wealthy circles. These were like janitors and people who arrived early for work. So with all of that in mind, we'll move on, but we'll have Peter give his last thoughts towards that and then move on back to something more immediate for us, which would be Peter Moon himself and how things are going for him personally, since he was able to hear how things were going for everyone else with this wonderful gathering with Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese and their friends in, as I said, the police line up before somebody bailed them all out and let them go, and they celebrated after that. But yeah, with Peter, what kind of trouble have you been getting yourself into? I guess the first trouble we can get you into first is, the one thing I'll say, Peter, when you talked about the sinkhole, was a lot of people, as Salman Sheikh said, were not bringing that up. And like you said, you didn't see anyone bring it up. And then when you looked it up, it seemed like everybody was bringing it up. But, honestly, I
didn't hear it on the news.
Right.
I only saw it when I put sinkhole, Florida building collapse, and then it showed up.
Yeah, you had to look for it. But at the same time, it's one of those things, when I was looking at the incoming news with my son and the Blood Boys in particular at the estates, they were using that term all the time, and they had a battery of architects and engineers coming on to say none of this is bombs. See, this was the conspiracy theory that was floating, was because many of these people were foreigners, many of whom were from Southwest Asia, that maybe all of these people set off bombs to take the building down, which, and that's why they were all gone. So in order to counter that conspiracy, they were bringing on engineers and architects to say, oh, no, this was just the all of the water was leaking in from the pool in particular, and that this corrupted the rebar and expanded the concrete, and this is what people have been warning about, as our man Brendan Zogic confirmed. Since 2018, they've been putting warnings up on this building and all this stuff. Okay, so
has brought up the Santeria angle. Why wasn't it done by, Caribbean Magic that brought it down?
I swear to God, you may as well go there. When you brought in these architects and engineers and they're talking about all this rebar and concrete and shit, I figured you may as well go there. I think that's honestly, it's almost offensive. So go on.
Well, thing is, it's like when anything happens in the world nowadays, everybody puts on their investigator hat.
Yes.
And it's kind of fruitless, because even if you really figure out what it is, or you have a real plausible theory, nobody's going to pay any attention to you anyway, unless you want to get web hits. And then, if you know how to get web hits, you can put out some astounding video or something, and people will just parrot it if they like it. It's, and we also know that the official investigators who are supposed to investigate something generally don't do an honest job, because corruption creeps in, like the Flight 800 that happened in the 1990s. And then when you try and give evidence, sneak evidence from the warehouse to use it in the court, they arrest you for stealing the evidence. But they won't let you use the evidence, but it proves your case. It's like the authorities are corrupt. So it's like, it's ridiculous. And you can, and then of course, when a crash happens of an airplane, who was on it? And then, and then generally nothing happens. Even when you do have a convincing case about it's being this or that or the other thing, and it's, just sew that up to, William Barr and Jeffrey Epstein. It's like, it's cynical. It's like, it's not cynical. This is what we live in. This is what we live in. So it's like, the one thing I can do that's probably the most constructive towards this is speak to a friend of mine who is a contractor in Florida. And when I say contractor, he builds big buildings. He was hired to build morgues to store all the bodies for COVID-19.
Holy shit.
He was hired by a county. And it was government contract. We got to build morgues to burn or to and crematoriums to burn all the bodies from COVID-19. I mean, this is the type of idiocy that was going on. Panic, when they were bringing the boats up to New York and Los Angeles to house all the sick people. And basically, I think they canceled it. I think they had to tear down the crematorium or something. It was like really weird. But he's a contractor. He knows his stuff. I've developed a very close relationship with him. And he will give me a professional opinion of what he sees from looking at it. We've been in very close communication recently about other things. And so it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say at it as a contractor, and he'll know certain facts and certain things that aren't facts. So that I will engage him on the question when I have a opportunity. That would be the most constructive thing, because that's a professional opinion from somebody he's not only a contractor, he's purchased your book and he's waiting to get it.
Well, that puts him up several pegs, all the way up to the top of the pegboard in my book. So he certainly has my esteem, and thank him for that. And I look forward to his input and his feedback, and do let him know, of course, we couldn't get too technical in the book simply because of where it was intended for a later.
He doesn't need to be too technical. I mean, he understands. That book speaks so much truth. Now, with regard to the book itself, it is en route. It has progressed from from the state of Michigan through the state of Ohio, through the state of Indiana, through the state of Ohio, and it will be in New York State by tomorrow morning. And it's getting closer. So it's the book is en route. If I'm very fortunate, I'll be able to get my hands on it on Wednesday, maybe even Tuesday. But I would expect Wednesday if I'm fortunate. Thursday at the latest, I would hope. Now, with regard to the book, I am putting together a video, which is it's less than 2 minutes. I could even make it shorter than that, but it's a video to advertise the book, and it begins with the Battle of Los Angeles. Talks about the Battle of Los Angeles, shows some pictures of dirigibles, says what they were doing, shows the headlines from LA papers and from Santa Barbara papers. Starts with the shelling at Santa Barbara. Just very, few sentences here and there, some borrowed from the book, some condensed, and then shows the little small operators, and then mentions the vaccinations. It's just kind of short, sweet. You want to read more about it, read the Roswell Deception. It'll certainly get people's attention, especially with the letters I use that are like crawling across the screen. It creates motion, so people will read that as the letters unfold. Is what I'm writing. I haven't decided whether to narrate it yet or not. I will probably narrate it. But that's I'm going to probably release that this week. I just hope it looks looks okay, looks good.
I'm sure it does.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bunch of words on screen. It's I'm not going too fancy here. But anyway, so that's what's up with the book, and we've got quite a few orders for the book, and I look forward to seeing that they're all fulfilled, and then we have distributor orders for over 100 books, and that gives the distributor or the people who sell the book via Amazon or whatever an opportunity to get the book and put it online. So it'll be, and I would expect a good surge, and then it will hit the advertising to stores and whatnot in September, which I would expect an upsurge then too. So I'm very optimistic right now.
Wonderful.
And that's the update on the book. Now, what I think we should go into, especially since I did so much homework on it, is Alan Turing.
Yes. Thank you.
Turing, who you discussed extensively.
Yes.
And frankly, I would have preferred to have been discussing him for the last hour, but that's okay. It's okay. But Alan Turing, the first thing I have to do is make a correction, not on anything you said about Alan Turing, but on Kurt, who you identified as Gapdo. It's Kurt Gödel.
Oh,
Kurt
thank you.
Gödel. And now I can't. Now, if Brendan was here, he could maybe give a better pronunciation.
Right.
But it's like Kurt Gödel. The way that I don't know German. I've never studied German. I've had some experience in Germany, but it's Gödel. You might know better than me. Gödel, like Goethe.
But now that you've reminded me, yes, thank you. And you're saying it well. You're saying it well. Believe me, you're rocking it.
I think David Anderson, who's the one who really brought Kurt Gödel's attention to
that
me.
makes sense to me. That makes sense. And tell us how. Yeah.
Well, because Kurt Gödel, and I feature him in some of my videos on YouTube and with the Time Travel Education Center. This guy he wasn't the first one to come up with the term closed time-like curve. But man, did he understand them better than anybody. In a closed time-like curve, this is how time and space work. He understood space very abstractly and very mathematically. And Albert Einstein said, he says, the reason I don't retire is because I enjoy so much walking home from work and talking to Kurt Gödel. The guy was brilliant. And for Einstein to love and appreciate this man's intellect, it shows you who and what he was. And he basically came up with this idea of the closed, or he didn't come up with it, but he elucidated it and was the most comprehensive person on it. And this is a foundation of David's research. It's one of the foundational points from a scientific reference point. What is interesting, so Kurt Gödel is not only right there at the Princeton Institute for Advanced Studies at Princeton, which was the hatching point in many respects of the Philadelphia experiment. Yes. He was also he's like burning the fire for time travel. He's also involved with Alan Turing, which I did not realize until I heard your broadcast. So you have, and that means AI. Now, now you can go on YouTube and study about the history of Kurt Gödel, and you will find that he was in a sanitarium twice. He struggled with insanity. He's fascinated with the occult, and he even made a comment that I quoted somewhere. It's like, the scientists of the future, or they're gonna have to accept occult factors.
Yes.
In other words, the guy was sharp, but what's most significant about him is he was disturbed by what he knew.
Yes.
Haunted, so to speak. And David Anderson is alive and well. He's going camping this weekend.
Okay. Or
this week, not this weekend. Mm-hmm. That's about all I know. Anyway, as I say, he introduced me to the importance of Kurt Gödel. And this AI, artificial intelligence, is really interesting because, well, you were bringing up the sexuality issue of Alan Turing, and I watched the movie on that.
Okay.
Of course, I don't remember them portraying him as having man boobs in the movie. Maybe they did. I would have probably remembered that.
I doubt they did, simply because they wanted to maintain him as a charismatic and likable character, and that would have detracted from people's ability to relate to him. So they, and of course that was only like in the last few years of his life when or decade, when they, of course, I forget how long it was. I think it was only a few years after he had that horrible mechanism installed before he killed himself, or was rather driven to kill himself.
Certainly made it much more, I guess, portrayed it much more horrifically than the movie did. I don't remember even how the movie ended.
So in other words, they portrayed nothing memorable about his later life. But
they watered it down.
Yeah.
But and I think the first thing one has to say about the punishment of the English who eventually apologized to him, it's like, this is the epitome of the self-hating homosexual.
Yes.
Not him, but England as a culture.
Thank you. Yes.
Queers. We're all a bunch of queers. We're going to kill you for being queer, so we don't appear queer, but we're so queer that we queer. That
it's so true.
We're beyond queer. They're not they're queer cubed.
Thank
they're
you.
Not queer squared.
Thank you.
Queer cubed.
Thank you. It is so fucking true. And Americans just don't get it how gay the fucking English are. But yes, by all means, continue.
Well, yeah, I put that in the book Spandau Mystery.
Thank you.
It's all like the main character is like he's a hero, and he's a U.S. Army general who served with Patton. He's a made-up character, but he is, he's cursing the English over the death of Rudolf Hess, and he's cursing the English over everything. He's the opposite of an Anglophobe. Anglophile. He doesn't like the English, because I even go into the history of, where the word faggot comes from.
Yes.
And for those of you who don't know where the word faggot comes from, they call sticks that would be used to, make fires, faggots, faggot sticks. They're not logs, they're sticks that you use to kindle the fire, or to put in the fire. And so they would always, the tougher boys would always put the chores on the lesser boys, the more effeminate or weaker boys. So because they were always making the weaker boys go for the faggot sticks, they began to call them faggots. And so it started as a pejorative term to insult them, calling them faggots because they were weak and effeminate and they had to do the work. Now, the bully boys, they wouldn't just stop there at bullying the lesser boys. They would take advantage of them sexually. And Crowley was subjected to this in school. He was subjected to being sodomized and forcibly sodomized and all this stuff. So this kind of, turned him into what he was. Helped turn him into what he was. I wouldn't blame all of them. But this is what so many English people had to put up with, and this is how they became gay, was through the schools. Ian Fleming
so true. Yes.
Was gay, and it was very well hidden, especially the way he portrays, womanizing, it's in the movies and whatnot. And I once was ill when I was in school, and I was home and I saw this movie. It was, we had a lot of channels in LA for then, 7 channels. That was the most channels you could have in America. And I felt very blessed that I lived in LA because we had 7 channels. You'd look on the TV guide, the LA TV guide, say Santa Barbara had 1 channel. I remember it was channel 3. If you lived in Santa Barbara, you could watch 1 TV channel. And then UHF got a little bit bigger, so you could have a UHF, and then eventually they had a rudimentary form of cable. But I felt so blessed that I lived in a 7-channel town. When I eventually moved to Davis, it was now 3 channels in Sacramento, plus one channel, which was a public station, and you could get in some San Francisco stations. So, channel 2, you could watch my favorite wrestler, Kenji Shibuya, wrestling. He was great. I mean, great. I say that with comic relief. he'd talk with this Japanese accent and just act like the supreme badass. He was very entertaining. In fact, I knew Dennis. In fact, Dennis has a friend who actually met Kenji Shibuya. So I mean that's vintage. I'd be more interested in Kenji Shibuya stories than I would in Sophia Loren or Frank Sinatra stories or whatever.
Wow. But by the way, today's date is Tommy Kono's birthday, and if you don't remember him, he was the Japanese-American weightlifter who won the Olympic medal, I think, twice, and he was considered the world's most beautiful athlete because, of course, he was Asian. They didn't call him handsome; they said he was beautiful. Yeah,
I'm not into weightlifters though.
Understood.
But,
no, I get it.
I mean, the wrestlers were fun because of their outrageous behavior.
Antics.
And
they're antics.
And his assistant was Mr. Saito, who never said a word.
Right.
I guess he didn't speak English. He never said anything. He was boring as hell. But anyway, so much for the TV stations and yeah. So anyway, I was watching this movie, and it was about English school children.
Which, by the way, is just this side of oh, I happen to be flipping channels, I ran across this gay porn. It's just this side of that.
Well, they didn't go the gay route, but they were all very English and all had English accents. It was obviously an English movie, and it was probably somebody who was some movie writer director that was exposing what went on in English schools, because they would all say, "Are you telling tales? Are you telling tales?" And the worst thing you could do is be a tale teller, and then they would come and gang up on you, beat you up or whatnot. And it was just the Lord of the Flies sort of portrayal of these kids. And it was, I mean, you realize if you were in an English school, after watching this movie, you'd think if you were in an English school, you were going to be brutalized. And I talked about this with this one woman who told me that when she was in school, they tell her to, come into the principal's office and to strip down to her underwear, and they would then spank her. And she refused to do it. And when she refused to do it, they called her mother, and her mother said, "Well, I refuse her to do it too." So they held their ground. I said, "Why do they do that?" They say, "Just to humiliate you."
Of course.
And this was like, 20 years ago or 30 years ago. It's like, this is how, perverted the English have been. And so, this all about telling tales and all of this. So we get back to, the self-hating homosexual culture of the British Empire. It's, as you say, people don't realize how gay it is. And I think the culture over there has improved. It's quite a lot of people on that small island. It's got a huge population. And
well, it's improved because of so many of the Pakistani immigrants, and so many people from other parts of the world have changed it, forced them to, look at other things besides each other's asses in the male-dominated community. I mean, we're talking about a place that had gentlemen's clubs, and these were gender-specific. And these men's clubs, of course, were very exclusive. I think they may still have men's clubs that remain exclusive male territory for the elite. But go on, please, continue.
And I don't know, she's probably listened to you at one time or another, but I have a friend in the UK who was a politician. And she was just, she's a great person. She's a great person, and she understands so much of this stuff, and all of the hypocrisy. And I had my Bulgarian friends visited her. I've never had the opportunity. I would love to visit her, because there's a very strong connection to Montauk and where she lives, and I would like to, but I've just never had that opportunity. But she's she knows all this, patriarchal stuff so well.
Yeah.
But to get back to Alan Turing, And one has to, after hearing your talk, aside from the fact that they're torturing this poor man with no reason, there's no reason to torture anybody, but he's such a great contributor to the war effort, to the computer effort. What does this genius he has for computing have to do, if anything, with his homosexuality? It's a big question, because is this my interpretation via the Native Americans that somebody who is differently constructed, that is not like most people, is that they are considered as a divine child of God. So they're to be loved and respected. And that's because they're going to have a gift. Everybody has gifts. And in fact, if you receive a gift, it's in your own best interest to use the gift. I just thinking of my friend who passed away. He had a lot of access to money that, by reason of his father, that he never took advantage of. He regretted it later in life. He didn't value it because his father became very wealthy. But it was on hard work, you know. His brother was telling me that the father would. He says, Dad, why do you eat so fast? He says, well, you know, we were a poor family and we had so many kids that, you know, they'd bring out the food and, you know, the first would go to my parents and they would eat the first portion and then we'd have to get whatever was left. And we had to eat, if we didn't eat fast, you know, we wouldn't have any food, you know.
It sounds like he's in prison. It's like in prison, you have to eat your food and hunch over it because everybody else will steal it and eat it. It's also in school cafeterias. It
was something along that order. He says, Dad, why do you eat so fast? He says, well, this is probably why. He just ate it as a habit because, you know, by that point in his life, he could eat whatever he wanted to. And, you know, it was an Italian family. And he said, they were a poor family. Well, you know, this particular son, who was like my alternate father, this guy was just, you know, he was a brilliant mechanic. He was very extroverted. He had the whole neighborhood partying, you know, in a positive way. He owned a garbage business, and it was just, he made it work. He made it work with all he could fix most of the trucks, you know, and he made it work. And he just, and of course, over time, it became wealthier and wealthier. And, you know, my friend, he didn't, you know, he went off and became a rock musician and sort of shit on the family business. And it did not, you know, he could have taken advantage of that. And he later regretted that he didn't do it.
There. Thank you.
But what I'm saying is, it's a gift. He had a gift for many things. He had a gift for music, and he was very versatile. And so anyway, if you have a gift, you should use it, and you shouldn't like say people who are wealthy. They have a gift. Some people are wealthy and they count their interest or their dividends. I had a friend who had a billionaire friend. She used to hang out with him, and she'd be sitting there at dinner, and he'd be, you know, counting how much money he's making. He had a catering business, and he was like, had multiple catering business, and he was like, he was like, just trying to watch that statistic go up, you know. And it's like, she realized he was sick.
Thank you.
But he had a gift for having money. Some people give away money. I have a friend who has, I don't know how wealthy, but she gives money to causes. I don't know how valid the causes are, but it's none of my business, so I don't ask. But it's very important that you, if you have a gift, that you gift. And I'm not talking, money can be a gift for many people. For many people it is. They should do something with their money that is a gift. And you can have a talent, you know, and you exercise that gift. It's a great thing. One of the most, and I will share this. This is very important, and I don't know if it ties into Alan Turing or not. It may well. I talked about this colon procedure. I've written an article on it, which is so important that anybody who wants this newsletter of mine, I will freely send it to them. It's normally by subscription. Anybody wants to email me at petermoon333@gmail.com, I will send them. And I'm particularly interested for healers, because it's all about the colon and how cleaning out the colon will, and proper hydration will facilitate so much healing. In fact, I spoke to the colon therapist yesterday who cured her autistic son with this therapy, and she told me that many of the patients, she's overloaded. Many of the patients she has are chemo patients, and chemo, she says, dehydrates you so bad that these patients are clogging up the tube where the excrement goes out. You know, it goes out this big plastic tube.
That's really frightening.
And which is the size of a fire hose, I would say. You know, fire hoses aren't huge. They're big, but they're not huge.
Yeah.
And
well, you don't want one of them shoved up your ass, but
well, it's not. It doesn't. It's not like that. It's not. No, it's not like that at all. That's what it goes through. You know, goes through. I guess it's almost like a plastic thing.
A siphon. There would be something that goes in your anus that would be smaller, I would presume.
Well, no. What comes out of what goes into your anus is just a very thin, textured, very soft little tube that shoots water into you. That's happening while you're excreting. It's just going right out your butt, and it's going down a chute. It's like, you know, it's your position on this chair. And I found out that this guy made this, her husband is a machinist, and he made this incredible chair that's very comfortable, and it's very, and it's got a throttle where you let the water in at your own pace until, you know, you hold the water till you can't take it, and then you expel. Now, it'll go into what's sort of like a plastic, you know, your butt sort of goes into a chute, and then it narrows to a tube. And then there's a mirror over the plastic tube so you can see what's coming out. And so you get an idea of what's going on. And of course, she's watching it too, because she's, you know, evaluating it. But the point is that she fixed her son's autism with this. And this stuff I watched dynamic change with my wife. I had profound change that is still with me. And it just makes, it's just cleaned out my colon in such a way that it's just utterly remarkable. Now, I told her I was really sincere about writing a book about this, helping her write a book about it, and circulating the knowledge, the information. And then, but I said, I understand, I didn't name you in my article, but she has a full business. And when it comes to teaching this procedure, or it's like she has to follow this nonprofit, I forget the name of the organization that's, you know, colon therapy association or something like that. That's not what it is, but something like that. And she has to really watch her P's and Q's so she doesn't step over certain lines, because you have to be certified to do this. And so, in other words, this tremendous restriction on healing people. And I'm like saying, I want the people to be educated in this. I want her husband, she said, went through, you know, I mean, it really burned him out making the machine. It was so excruciating what he had to go through. So in other words, to heal her son, she went through this tremendous effort. Now, people are benefiting from her knowledge. And I was trying to get my friends in Transylvania, because there's a colon therapist who might be doing something or similar, I get resistance. I get resistance on certain things. And I think there is going to be a healing center in Transylvania, which will do this, I think, eventually. And it doesn't necessarily need my effort. I kind of found out the person who will make it happen. I certainly hope, because she's the one who introduced me to this therapy indirectly through my wife. So it's like, but it's like, to try to get this therapy out there and to start educating people is like pulling teeth. It's like, it's so good. The ozone is the same problem. It's like, I saw Michael Milken, the junk bond king. He was on being interviewed on a baseball game, and he looks like death warmed over, but he's extended his life by like 25 years or something by getting cancer treatment for prostate cancer. And he's talking about all these new fantastic things that they're doing in the treatment of cancer, and the announcers are going, wow, this is so fantastic. Well, they're going to vaccinate you to get rid of your cancer. It's like vaccinate, completely unnecessary. And it just sounds like, bullshit. They don't acknowledge the ozone therapy, and they will fight it at every juncture that they can. They will fight it. This is the crazy world that we live in. So when we think of people not reporting properly on sinkholes or building collapses or whatever it is, or 9/11s, it's or let alone Alan Turing. Now, so I don't, it's obviously, whether it has anything to do with his homosexuality or not, he has a gift. And his gift was to understand things, understand complex mathematical stuff. And he was a genius. And why can't that be enough? Now, socially, it was socially poison to be a homosexual in those days, unless you knew how to do it. And like Paul Newman, expert at public relations, nobody thinks that Paul Newman is gay, was gay,
wow.
Could be gay.
I never even knew that.
New York Post hated his guts. They would do anything they could. They would attack him. Not sure exactly why. They had some issue with him. I don't know if it was over that. He owned an S&M club in LA.
Jesus.
And, I think he had kids. His wife was a beard. But, he's, as far as I know, she was a beard. I mean, but he was like, Paul Newman. No, well, see, what Paul Newman is, you got to look at the connection between him and Tennessee Williams. Tennessee Williams was flagrantly gay, and he was the man. He was the novelist. Now, I never read any of his books, but he must have been a hell of a good writer to be so popular. But he was also ingratiated with Hollywood, and who was, when you look at the people that came into his circle, Marlon Brando. Marlon Brando was gay. He was.
I'm not surprised. Whenever I find out about these actors, I'm not surprised that they're gay, because Hollywood was essentially gay. I mean, it's essentially, it would be like, it was the gay scene, and everybody who was moving forward in Hollywood and becoming these big icons like Rock Hudson, these guys who were
Cable.
Yeah. Oh God. I mean, I didn't know that either, but I'm not surprised. I mean, all of these guys, whenever I find out that they're gay,
Grant.
Yeah, I'm not shocked about any of them. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Errol Flynn, they said he liked everything.
Yeah, that. Well, by the way, that's
including kangaroos. But
oh my
go ahead.
God. Errol Flynn was a different case, but in the sense that he seemed much more masculine, and of course was a spy for the Reich. But in the meantime, Peggy Wood Amalal, she says, has Peter Moon said what the therapy is? I would really like to know. I need to go to bed soon. So she was asking if you could name.
Tell her to email me at petermoon333@gmail.com, and I will send her the article. It's colon therapy. It's irrigating. Your colon hydrates you, and hydration is so key. She also taught me to take a drink, electrolyte drink, which I now drink. I drank it in the morning every morning. I drink it when I go to football, and I had an extra one today because I was so dehydrated. I drank a lot of water today because it was very hot. It's called Ultima with a U, Ultima Replenisher. It hydrates you really good. It's sweetened with stevia, so in different flavors. Watermelon is the best flavor I tasted, but it's very good. It hydrates you. She introduced me to this, so by taking that, you hydrate. And anyway, anybody can read the article. We're not going to digress into that now.
So I'm typing this out for her. Drink Ultima Replenisher for hydration, and email Peter Moon. I'm sorry.
ULTIMA.
I'm sorry.
And Peter333@gmail.com. Anybody who writes, I will send them this particular newsletter because it's and I'm going to send. I'm actually want healers to contact me. I know certain healers because I want to dialogue with them, and this needs to be learned.
Yeah,
and appreciate it. And I would think going to, I don't consider colon therapists dangerous. I mean, if they're inappropriate, they are. And I don't mean sexually inappropriate. I mean, physiologically inappropriate, medically inappropriate. But she's got this thing down pat, as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, I digress there. What was
no
I
worries.
saying?
I'm just making certain I spelled it right. PeterMoon333@gmail.com for anybody who wants to email Peter Moon about this. We are encouraging particularly any healers and also drink Ultima Replenisher, which should be off the shelf. I guess people can look for Ultima.
You buy that at Amazon. You buy that at Amazon. And if you buy it in a canister, it's the least, it's the best deal. You might want to buy the trial size to just check it out. But in the trial side or the simple variety pack, I take with me on vacation or whatever because I don't want to be taking a canister. Canister's small. I mean, it's like a vitamin bottle, but it's better, cost effective. So I was talking about artificial intelligence and
do you want me to monologue about that today?
Well, there's some other things I want to say about Alan Turing.
Please, but go on. No, I don't mean that. I mean, believe me, stay here as long as you can.
The artificial intelligence and then how it relates to computing, and his genius is his genius, and it's just okay. It is what it is, and the fact that it gets punished, just like I say, trying to heal people, is a big barrier, and trying to offer them techniques which will help them is you have to fight them. You have to fight their monkey mind. It's very tough. Now, when we move into AI,
by the way, I like that term, monkey mind. So,
monkey mind is a standard martial arts term.
Excellent.
That applies in any sort of. There's a good video some Asian guy does on it. He's a, meditators with a martial arts bent. I don't know if it's definitely for martial arts who are teaching meditation and healing as well as the martial arts. But the monkey mind is what makes you want to, just go eat candy when you should be not having sugar at all, or doing what, you just want to go do the lazy thing, sit down and watch TV when you should be mowing the lawn or whatever you should be doing. It takes over. That doesn't mean you shouldn't relax, but the monkey mind will just distract you.
It's interesting. My dad used that term. While I was growing up, my dad used that term a lot for that very reason, the same way you do. Go on.
Well, yeah, because he was exposed to Asia.
Yes.
So it's like you go, it's like clickbait is like going after your monkey mind. Like, can you pass this quiz? Do you know, how well do you know the history of the United States? How do you know, do you know the characters in this TV program? It's like, it's like, monkey mind stuff.
Trivial. By the way, Jameson Reese, if you could share a link for later with both Solomon Sheikh and Peter Moon, our man Jameson was able to find some footage of exploding whales. And I think, in particular, if he can find it, I'd like him to give the links to you to review later. Yeah, and these involved, of course, some of these people who were trying to perform a necropsy on a whale, and these biologists were in hazmat suits, but when it exploded, it just blew them away. So it's not just the gas, of course, it's the sheer explosion. I'm just remembering that now because you're bringing up the monkey mind, and the monkey mind reminded me of idiots who go dance on top of dead whale carcasses. But so go on, take it from there.
Well, you were talking about emotions, and when we see the artilect is interesting because when your mind was downloaded to the artilect, as I recall you saying, it was sort of a mirror effect, and it downloaded your mind, and you now shared. Yeah. I don't know what you say. You shared consciousness with the artilect.
Yes.
And it was part of you. It sort of took what was you, but it was its own thing.
Right. And now, of course, we want to use the word "je" as in gender neutral pronoun because I use it sometimes and I have to correct myself, but we want to be respectful of the fact that "je" absolutely hates being called it. So please go on.
Right. Okay. Yes. Understandable. Yeah. Now, I looked up to see where artificial intelligence, and this was you were talking about with Alan Turing, it becomes, it simulates the human response. Mm-hmm. It simulates a human response to the point where it's like a human. Mm-hmm. Now, if for those of you who have Alexa or know Alexa, the voice of, with your Amazon, I don't know what they call it. It's like a radio. You can say Alexa.
It's just basically you're talking modem, really, and there may be another technical term for it, but it's basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's called Alexa. So if you say, Alexa, what time is it? Alexa will tell you the time. Alexa, what is happening today with Joe Biden? They'll read news reports and stuff like that. It's kind of like the internet, only it's verbal. If you try to get her to say dirty words, she can say some, but not too many. I can't say. Sorry, I can't say that, or just go silent. Anyway, if Alexa, if you could come home and say, "Hi Alexa, I'm home." Now, if Alexa were to say, "Oh, it's so good to have you back. I'm enjoying you being here. It's so nice to have you. I really like that blue sweater you wore yesterday. And you made some interesting food. I love the smell of the food you were making. You're such a great guy." If Alexa were to talk like that and have little details to where it was like, at some point it would start to amuse you. And what she's doing is feeding back information, but she's also potentially creating harmony in your space by saying, "Oh, welcome home." And now Alexa doesn't do that. Alexa doesn't speak unless spoken to. And when she does speak, when she's not spoken to, it can be very irritating. Like, just come on out of nowhere. What the hell is this? What happened here? I don't have Alexa, but my wife does.
Oh, you're kidding?
Oh, no, she had to get it. It was her thing,
shit. Oh my God.
So her family got one. They got a European version one.
Oh,
but
my
anyway.
God. So they have them culturally tweaked. Yes, they have them culturally modified. Go on.
But emotion, it's like now. So I went back and I looked in dictionary, a Scientology dictionary by L. Ron Hubbard, about how he defines emotion, and this is very interesting, because this is coming from the 1960s, but it's actually coming from knowledge he knew earlier. And he said, this is how he defines emotion: response by wavelength, affecting an individual or another, which produces a sensation and a state of mind. Now, a response by wavelength, what he's basically saying is, if you generate a wave, you're going to create an emotion in an individual. And this is sort of unheard of in the general mainstream culture, or even the scientific culture, the academic scientific culture. I mean, somebody might dig up some academic somewhere that could prove me wrong. That's fine. I'd like it. But he talked about this in the early 50s. He probably knew it from the Navy, because when they used to experiment with radar, now the British were far ahead of radar than the Americans. The British have their fingerprints on the Philadelphia experiment, as do the Germans, as do the Americans. The British had a role, a very secret, the most secretive role. And the British were far ahead of radar. They picked up Rudolf Hess's flight coming over with radar. This is 1939, or 1941 rather. But they developed radar super fast after the Battle of Britain, which was, I think, was 1939. And they got very sharp with radar. Now, anybody experimenting with radar is going to notice mood and behavior changes.
Interesting. But by the way, just so you know, the radar was developed right before the Battle of Britain, so there were radar stations that were deployed during the Battle of Britain. So they had it for a while, and
they souped it up.
Yeah,
you know, because they needed to refine it.
Yes.
And that's what helped them win the Battle of Britain. Right. So they were working with it, but the British were far ahead of the curve on radar, and they had their fingers into American industry. That's right. In ways you never hear about or whatnot. And I say this because L. Ron Hubbard has been identified as a British agent.
Yes.
So because he was involved in human behavior, he would have been clued in on radar.
Right.
Now, he never talks about radar because that might violate classification of information. As far as radar influencing people, but he talks about electricity and wavelengths influencing people and influencing spiritual being. So basically, he's talking about emulating or putting out a frequency. Now, if you're looking at a smiling person and everybody in the room is smiling, well, you feel a certain frequency, a certain vibe. If they're all angry, you feel that. So the people at Montauk, or anybody who's operated radar extensively, knows that moods change with radar. And then when you begin to focus and specify it, it becomes different. Now, so it's like, if you want to really mimic a human being, and I know they've done this to some degree with the biofacsimilograph, if you emulate a frequency out of something and you make somebody, you have a human interface. Now the question becomes, at what point does this creature, whether it be a doll, a biofacsimilograph, or whatever, at what point does it starts acting independently in conjunction with the emotions to where you can determine the difference between it and an individual? You see this struggle for a machine to become an individual with the character Data in Star Trek: The Next Generation, which is a very sort of touching. It's always very touching because he's right there on the cusp of being human, and he's certainly superior to human beings as far as his functionality. How could he not be? And then we have other definitions. He talks about emotion is three things: engrammic response to situations. Engrammic means unconscious response, how you're responding by just reactivity and phobias that you don't have control over. That's one. Number two is endocrine metering of the body to meet situations on an analytical level. So your hormones, your endocrines are going to release stuff, and it's a response because chemicals. Now here's where you get into homosexual issues where the hormones are putting out different stuff. And you have emotions, feminine hormones or masculine hormones that are making you have a vibe for the same sex. It's very much tied to the hormones. I would also tell you that hormones, I've seen doctors give lectures, progressive doctors, on how all disease is related to hormones. You got to balance the hormones. Now, I'm not saying homosexuality is a disease, but he is saying, this doctor that I saw once was saying that, and you can look up, I'm sure there's other people saying this too, that he was saying hormones imbalance is what cause man boobs. Now, man boobs may or may not be related to homosexuality. But he says, if you balance the hormones, these things aren't going to happen. So he's kind of giving that opinion to look a little further into the state of the hormones. I talked about this guy the other day who was being, cheered on for his changing his sex.
Yes.
And he was pumped for he was putting hormones into his body, but it was killing him. And he was putting hormones into his body to be more feminine. Now, this person definitely had a hormone imbalance. It killed him. And he was administering it himself, or perhaps under the tutelage of a doctor, but it was being done wrong. The third, he says, emotion is three things. It's a reactive response. It's the endocrine metering of the body, or it's the inhibition or the furtherance of life force. So when you bring life in, you accept life, or you flow out life. Like I always do that when I see little kids and they wave at me or they're looking at me and I wave back at them. I acknowledge them and, further the life. It's a little gesture, but it lets them know they're alive. That's furthering the life force. Inhibiting it would be, I can think of Preston Nichols around babies. When he heard a screaming baby, he just go, "Oh, I can't stand screaming kids,"
And this is interesting. And he was the individual who, of course, flipped out that one time there was a trigger word. No, he wasn't. He's the one who helped the other one. He's the one who helped the other.
Duncan.
Yeah, Duncan. Go on.
That was Duncan.
Yeah.
Duncan was good with kids.
Okay.
He had Venus and Leo. He was good with children, and because he was childlike and playful.
Okay.
He also defines it as the connector between thought and effort. Thought and effort. You're thinking something, your effort. So if you these can tie over into an AI very easily. Intention, the intention to exert effort bridges into the body by emotion. In other words, the physical mental bridge is emotion. Emotion is motion. This is my Qigong teacher defined emotion as energy in motion. Emotion could be called the energy manifestation of affinity. So he had a lot of insight into emotions, and when he ties them to frequency waves, this is where we get into AI. Actually need to take that call.
Oh, okay. And I'll talk for a few minutes.
Start diatribing.
Yes. Yeah, I'll talk for a few minutes while he does that, and I'll do that by bringing on both Jameson Reese and Solomon Sheikh. So if both of you gentlemen can come on with us and talk a bit about what's on your minds, by all means.
So basically, emotions are necessary then. I mean, I've been trying to get rid of them for a long time.
Well, you don't want to do that, and I'm so glad you were able to express yourself. Just to see you smile in those photographs when you were with Salman was wonderful, and so I do want you to know that the emotions are very helpful, and understand that even when we speak of the Vulcan culture, which of course is brought to people's attention by the Star Trek franchise. Most people don't understand it at all. The Vulcans were portrayed as originally a very emotional people, which was why they understood the importance of bringing their emotions under a level of discipline. And that's what led to the concept of logic being so important. And so the discipline of Kolinar, which is basically a scientification or a science fictionalization of Confucianism, is simply that it's a discipline that results in a state of complete emotional stability. That's the way to see it. It's emotional stability, not
so it's like stoicism in a way.
in a sense, but more specifically, the need to control one's emotions no longer exists because one has learned to essentially, well, the way a layman would look at it, human, would be that they're blocking all emotional reactions to both external and internal stimuli. But rather, it's because your emotions are so balanced, you can just roll with it. That's basically what it comes down to. So you appear as if you're detached from the world around you, but the reality is that you're not. It's rather that you're rolling with it much more smoothly than everyone around you. So that's what's important here. And by the way, I find it funny whenever, Peter really starts, enthusiastically waxing about, of all things that, I keep thinking colonoscopy, but you know what I mean, colonics, basically.
Yeah. I tend to use Amanda Ute's remedy, which is very good, I might add, which is the vinegar and water. That seems to be working wonders for me. I am not eager to. I would not be so eager to have someone, put something up my ass.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just. I mean, it's bad enough I have to get an endoscopy of the stomach, and actually, there is some joy to it though, because I find that once they're giving the anesthesia, if you try to hold on to it instead of slip away, you sort of enter this sort of gray space where it's like staticky, and it's really kind of cool.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that.
I didn't want to go that route, but it's unavoidable.
Yeah, I mean, I so people don't get confused. I did not wake up once through my endoscopy. I did wake up in the middle of my colonoscopy. Not that it was any big deal. So please, Salman, come on and speak with us and Jameson. And I want the two of you to reminisce because I'm actually going to walk away for a few minutes and pick my teeth because I finished eating my sandwich while I'm mute while Peter was waxing.
There was something interesting though. I was wondering before you go away. I was wondering. I started to think that there might actually be a fourth tree connected to the tree of life, Klepoth, the Hirasha. I suspect there's something fourth and hidden that we don't know of.
Well, there may well be, but I know nothing of it. And I know nothing that the government found of it. So, I thank you for sharing that. And hopefully it would be positive in terms of its discovery. With that, unless there's something else, I'll go pick my teeth and come back soon enough. I'll have Salman take over with you. Salman, if you are with us, sir.
Yes, Brother Douglas, I'm here. And, what stood out to me, I really loved your monologue about the Alan Turing and all the things that he did during the war. Uh-huh. And what stood out to me was the aspect of after he did what he did, he was basically persecuted by the same government that he helped. Yes. And when it came time to be forgiven, he didn't want their forgiveness. So he took the higher moral ground, I guess, in terms of his dignity. And in terms of the AI, what really stood out to me is like how you're referred to as data. There's a Japanese video game called Mega Man Legends, Legends 1 and Legends 2. It's different from the original Mega Man series. It's like a spin-off series. And you have this boy, this boy who's the main character, Mega Man, and he's from a different part of a different reality. And he's always accompanied by this being who's named Data. And Data would always help him remember whenever he forgets something or when he has to save his progress or give him briefings for any mission that he has to go on. And in the end of Mega Man Legends 2, Data tells him that, yeah, you had amnesia. You never knew who you truly were. I knew who you were the whole time, and I was guiding you the whole time. And it's amazing, that relation between you and the artilect, and how they refer to you as Data as well, and how even in the Japanese video games, for those that have the vision to understand what they're teaching you, that they are teaching you these truths. So that really stood out to me, and I thank you for that and sharing those truths with us. So you are an invaluable asset to humanity, my brother, and that's it's just an honor and a privilege. It always is.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. That's so deeply appreciated. And yes, and just so people understand what Salman Sheikh is referring to, data was a term used for myself by Michael Aquino prior to the television series Star Trek: The Next Generation. And he was a product of Mr. Gene Roddenberry attempting to find a way to render himself still relevant to the television series, and the entire issue with the Universal Studios and their franchise was that a lot of people really disliked the fact that Gene Roddenberry was very controlling. And he was very much a micromanagement type of guy. And his micromanagerial almost a pathology, led them to try and remove him. And ultimately they did. And when he was removed, it was devastating to him. And he was removed in the middle of the production of The Wrath of Khan. And I will tell you that as much as I love Gene Roddenberry, and as much as important as he is for originating the Star Trek franchise, conceptualizing it, his mind being the source of all of these characters that we, so many people grew up with as family members in their mind, a kind of extended electronic family. These characters like Spock and McCoy and all the rest of them, he was an individual who also was very interested in diversity, his understanding of it, but he was very much trying to envision a very pacifist future. And this was a future that was what made Star Trek stand out so much. As a matter of fact, if you ever hear Leonard Nimoy, who contributed so much to the Star Trek franchise, and it must never be forgotten, of course, his background is Jewish, and his very Spock, or the Vulcan sign of live long and prosper, is just an ancient Jewish sign that was he saw rabbis or some various Hasidic Jews signal to each other in kind of their own hand code, very similar to Masonic signs or symbols in terms of a kind of sign language or sign signaling. When he witnessed that, that's where he got it from, Leonard Nimoy himself, and he added that into the Star Trek canon, their lexicon, their communications methodology, and he, as well. Leonard Nimoy was the man responsible for it being a less violent series or devolving into an action series. He and Gene Roddenberry both were, but in terms of one of the ideas they had was, okay, we're going to have this scene where the crew or members of the crew of the Starship Enterprise are held hostage by some people, and they'll escape by beating their way out, grabbing somebody's handgun, and basically bashing him on the head with the butt of the handgun. This was old Western type of shtick that you would see. And Leonard Nimoy said, no, I don't want to go with that. He said, this is supposed to be the future, and these are supposed to be, Spock is supposed to be someone who's intelligent, and grabbing somebody's handgun and beating him on the head with the butt of a handgun is not in keeping with the image that Gene Roddenberry and I are trying to project. He said, why don't we just have him give a kind of acupressural nerve pinch, like a Chinese acupressure point? And so that's where the Vulcan nerve pinch came from. And this was thanks to the astuteness, the cultural astuteness of Leonard Nimoy, and Gene Roddenberry, of course, giving the go-ahead on that with his own approval. So, and yet by the time that Gene Roddenberry became older, his problem was that this was not good movie material. By the time that Gene Roddenberry had total control over the first Star Trek movie that came out, Star Trek the movie, it was just horrible. It was horrible. Nobody wanted to see it because he's envisioning a universe at peace with itself, and the challenges are cosmic and intellectual or conceptual. He's trying to concentrate on conceptual breakthrough, and okay, it's not entertaining, it's not interesting, nobody cares. It was just a waste of, it's a violation of every viewer because it's a theft of your time. And by the time he was going to fuck up Wrath of Khan, they finally just had to put the moves on him and just say, you're out of here. And they brought in directors who were professional, and the point was with the Wrath of Khan, he was fucking it all up by telling everybody, well, remember, this is like the Starfleet. The Starfleet is not a naval service in space. This isn't a military service. This is like the Coast Guard. This is like the Coast Guard. And someone like Khan is supposed to be seen as kind of like a criminal on the high seas that the Coast Guard needs to contend with, but they're a peacekeeping force. Okay, and nobody could carry that out. It's too nuanced. It's too subtle. So the man who replaced him immediately said, forget everything he said. It's the Navy. It is the Navy, and this is war at sea. Okay, and everybody could project that, and then it carried through. And that's the difference between the success of Wrath of Khan financially as opposed to Star Trek, the motion picture, which was just horrific. And so when it came to Gene Roddenberry himself, this was the kind of conflict with the next generation. So it was during that time they were phasing him out of the series. And he wanted to create an off character. And the off character would be the replacement for Spock. And so it was Data that ultimately emerged as that, but that came with his communications with Michael Aquino, who said, oh, I refer to Douglas Dietrich as my, data bank. He said that I was an ambulatory data bank at a time when my photographic memory was still intact. And by the way, normally people are born with this kind of ability. I was somewhat born with it, but it was more a product of training. So when I was trained into the use of my memory and was able to recall everything perfectly and eidetically, the term is eidetically, then as a mnemonic, meaning a memory specialist, and then you would see, by the way, they caricatured this in what was supposed to be a non-pejorative or non-derogatory sense in a movie called Johnny Mnemonic, and this was a science fiction film. And when it came to the science fiction conceit, what makes that film rather lame is, of course, they have a token black guy who's the good black. That Johnny Mnemonic is lost in the ghetto, and who comes to his rescue? The good black comes to his rescue and helps protect him in the ghetto, and that's kind of lame. It's kind of the
Yeah, that's not going to happen. That was the same thing they did with that Terminator with the Terminator 2 movie, where they didn't shot the black guy in his shoulder. The guy's bleeding from like his shoulder to death, and the woman then shot him. And they done broken his family's door and whatnot, and now they're having him help them stop the liquid Terminator. It's like, get the hell out of here. Ain't no black man. Sorry, ain't no black person in their right mind gonna go along with them after that shit.
No, I appreciate that, and so in terms of the the timeline, you have this Data is brought into the series to be the off character, but the problem with Data was, of course, he did not have sex appeal. Data is repulsive looking, and so they brought in 7 of 9. By the way, that Data's complexion was inspired by my complexion after my nanoplasma transfusion, where I was bleach white for a very long time until my bone marrow basically was able to convert the blood into something that was more a product of my body, or address it so it balanced out with my body. But for the longest period of time, I was bleach white, and very much anybody who saw me in the Asian community would consider me automatically ghost, gui, and avoid me like the plague, or run away screaming, literally, and which has happened. And then you would have the people who responded with black community. For some reason, a lot of people in the black community responded by shuddering and and running away to see me like that. And but so there you have that. But that anyhow, Peter Moon is back with us. And by the way, Peter, I want to relay to you something from the chat room. So do address this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Francis Williams says, Douglas, can you ask Peter his thoughts on addiction, please? And before you even respond, I do want people to know that that's so apropos, because one of the things that this was the United Nations Day yesterday, June 26th, on drug addiction. It is so if I look that up for the exact name of the United Nations, and June 26 UN drug awareness, or drug addiction awareness day. So let me look that up and see what we have there, and I think that's so appropriate. So here we are, International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking. So that was the General Assembly decided to observe the 26th of June as the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking. So it's World Drug Day was yesterday, just so everybody knows. That's not
nice.
Yes.
Well, that's I actually celebrated appropriately then. I mean, I was really. Ooh. Salman, you can attest to it. I was just like,
Oh yes, Jameson, definitely. I saw it live in the flesh.
Oh shit! Now, just so our listeners know, this is not a celebratory date for drug use or recreational indulgence. This is to help people overcome their addictions, which is, so you would more appropriately reference it as Anti-Drug Day. But Peter Moon will now address addiction. I will be gone for a few moments. I'm just going to refresh myself. I'll be back in a few minutes. But Peter, the stage is yours. And
Okay. I would say addiction is basically, is something that you do that's a habit that is destructive, self-destructive, bad habit. And it can range from like extreme drugs to alcohol. These are addictions which you can hide. Addicts are very good at hiding because they want to maintain, they have a program, for lack of a better word, to self-destruct or to do things that are harmful to them. And when you can't control it, this is not the same as somebody who has a drink once in a while. It's a compulsion. And of course, I think we all kind of know what an addict is, but what I want to say about it that's maybe a little different, it's a habit. You can have habits that are addictions, that are not as necessarily serious as alcohol, but what habits that prevent you from doing new things, from reaching out and doing something. Like Jameson had a day on the town in Brooklyn, which if you do it right, like he did, can be interesting. It can also spin your head in going into Brooklyn because there's so many people, there's so many cars. It's blah, 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 blah. It can be a challenge to go into Brooklyn. Depends.
Well, this is true. And the thing about the addiction is it's comfortable. It's a comfort zone that is very difficult to let go of.
Well, yeah, it gives you comfort to smoke a cigarette, to have a drink, because now I would say the initial approach I learned about addiction was not really something I didn't have. The only thing I was addicted to was sugar out of habit. And I got rid of that by just sheer willpower once I was educated how bad it was for me by a chiropractor. I just used willpower to get rid of sugar. And even when I got rid of sugar, I then, years later when I was married, my wife taught me about corn syrup. She says, "Oh, don't you know all this stuff is sugar?" Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't look at labels on corn. I thought, or stuff. I just said, "Oh, it is what it is." No, it's not what it is. So sugar addiction is people have sugar addictions. But the way, and I learned this through the procedures of Dianetics, is the way you would deal with an addiction is you go back, it was called a prior assessment. What pain, sensations, emotions, and attitudes did you have prior to drinking alcohol, prior to taking this drug? What were the problems, the pain, sensations, emotions, and attitudes you were trying to deal with? And then you address those. Because some people get satisfaction from drinking. It makes their problems, go away. Maybe not permanently. So this is why it's escapism. Heavier drugs are indeed deep escapism. You're not facing the issue. So it all comes down to facing the issue. That was a Scientological approach. But I noticed that people who did Scientology never reached their actual addictive mind patterns. You can have an addictive mind pattern where I'm going to take it on the chin. I don't deserve anything. I don't deserve you. Just the very statement of I don't deserve anything. No, I can't deserve this. I will defer to other people because they deserve more than I do. Attitudes like that can be addictive.
I see. And I've also been able to identify the root of my pattern. It's the therapy that involves me returning to it, and that's been where I've been running away from it.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering what kind of advice you would have for people who have a very, very difficult time, facing that initial trauma that we're reliving through the substance.
Well, when you say the initial trauma reliving through the substance, I would think, based upon what I just said, that you're avoiding the trauma by taking the substance. It takes you away from the trauma. Now you're suggesting that you're actually, it's taking you back into the trauma, is what you're suggesting, I think.
Yes. That is my case. My case is reliving a state of dissociation, and it's sort of reliving that sort of dazed, not being conscious of anything around you that you get from being hit in the head. And I was hit in the head a lot growing up.
Now, so that's dissociated started with you being hit in the head by people that were fighting you, your parents hitting you. What was getting hit in the head? What was that? What was that?
My father, fights, lots of fights, a lot of fights
with other kids, or just but your
fights with other kids. Always fights with other kids. That was almost, fighting was a daily routine for me. It was almost expected. I was either going to go home having whooped someone's ass or gotten my ass whooped every day of the week when I was in elementary school.
Okay.
And there were many times when during fights I would get hit in the head so hard that I would black out temporarily and just phase back into consciousness.
Plus, you would get hit at home.
Yes.
So okay, that. You're suffering from head trauma. And okay, I didn't know that. So basically, it would, like when somebody gets punched a lot, like in boxing.
Yes.
It's, the oxygen, the brain has not gotten all the oxygen it should be getting. I would first look into oxygenating the brain. Now, you can shoot ozone up there, but I don't think that is readily available to you. There are ways to oxygenate the brain. You're going to have to do a study on how to get oxygen into the brain. Now, you could go into a hyperbaric chamber, and this is what Joe Namath, I talked about this with Joe Namath. I didn't talk to Joe Namath. Joe Namath, the football player, he won't be recognized by kids today, but he's always doing Medicare commercials. He got a lot of head trauma as a football player, and he had so much head trauma. And somebody was interviewing him about this, and they said, but and he had addiction problems. He was on alcohol. He was making inappropriate comments to some girl on Monday Night Football, and it was an embarrassment. He was just drunk. But he corrected his behavior because he had an alcohol problem, but he also had head injury. And he basically got oxygen there, and it was through hyperbaric, I think, oxygenating the brain. And they said, well, because they've had all this stuff in the NFL with head trauma.
Yes.
And they've tried to hide it. They've tried to avoid it. But they were asking him, well, have you shared this with the people in the NFL? No, they don't want. He says they don't want to listen. Now he's one of the most heralded football players of all time. He won the third Super Bowl. It was the first victory of the American Football League over the National Football League. This guy is like they call him Broadway Joe. He was the most famous character in New York. He was right up there with Muhammad Ali, and he had the spotlight on him in 1968, 1969, 1970. This guy was big, and he is trying to tell his old football players, his old league, that you need to oxygenate the brain. So, and I'm pretty sure it was hyperbaric, going into an oxygen chamber. And this is going to do wonders. It's like, get your brain, like you can take a picture of the brain and see where it's oxygenated and non-oxygenated. Now, if you're on Medicare and you have doctors with half a sense, and you approach this from this perspective and say, you might have to tell them stuff that they want to hear, but maybe you could get an MRI of your head or something from this perspective and see where it's oxygenated and where it's not, and you can. But this is something we can look on the side without making rash statements about what you need to do. But it would be to look at the how to oxygenate it, and
Nice.
yeah, and I think this would do wonders because, see, in your case, the brain's not working right on some level. I mean, obviously, you can think better than most people, but there's something when it comes to the physical body and the interaction because of all this trauma. I mean, it's not normal to be getting hit in the head every day and to fight in an everyday school. I mean, school, where I went to school, fights were rare. Very rare. And so this is just, so yes, you're going to turn to alternative anythings. This is not you being not disciplined or not facing reality or whatever it is. You're like, you have a depletion in your system that needs to be fixed. And my first guess would be oxygen to the brain. And how are we going to get oxygen into your brain? There's food grade hydrogen peroxide and stuff with that. But I've never, the only instance I've encountered where we were putting oxygen into the brain, I say that in quotes because I was not involved, is my ozone doctor friend had a girl brought to him. She had drowned. She had 5%, what do you call it? Brain, what do they call it? Brain, or it was only 5% of her brain the rest was dead as a result of drowning. I don't know what the word they call it.
Hypoxia?
That's not the word they use, but she was down to 5% brain capacity, and he shot ozone into the blood-brain barrier. Now, I don't know if he did that in the back of the head or through the sacral area, because that's where the blood-brain barrier goes through the sacrum. And all of a sudden, within 10 minutes, she had 55% brain capacity. And they were stunned. They wanted to interview him on TV. It was such a miraculous thing he did. And he declined the TV interview because all he knew he was going to get grief for it. So I would also say, because the blood-brain barrier, now when you get blood to the brain, you get oxygen to the brain.
Yes.
And so the blood-brain barrier starts down the sacrum. You can look this up, but this is why cranial sacral work is so important. And when people do that, you get your sacral area properly adjusted, chiropractic wise. You get it functioning down there. Any yoga or qigong or tai chi, which loosens up that area and frees that area, it's blood-brain barrier. I mean, I will help you with this. I will look up stuff, and we can team on it just to try and see what will help you for this. Now, I wouldn't be saying this about any addict but it's your specific case where we're saying, wow, this trauma isn't related to your attitude. It's related to your obviously pain, but this is like where you're physiologically compromised by reason of all these hits. And there's a psychological impact, but and theoretically the psychological impact, if addressed and the trauma is like really lived through, regressed and lived through, you can blow it away. But because there was physical injury over a repeated period of time, it would really behoove you to approach things physiologically, in addition to any mental type approach. So the sacral area, oxygen to the brain, and as I say, I will tag with you on this and help you, and we can Facebook back and forth on it. It should help a lot.
All right. I would definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, to get back to this other person's question about addiction, I was giving one approach, but here we're going where it's a physiological situation. So I would say, and this is to paraphrase from L. Ron Hubbard, he says, if you have an insane person on your hands, now, is an addict an insane person? Well, on one level they are, because they're acting self-destructively. It doesn't mean they need to be put in a nut house or an asylum. Nut house is not a nice word. An asylum or even a rehab center. But that means he would say you have to get the person rest, properly nutrition. The first thing, proper rest, proper nutrition. Now, proper nutrition means you're not taking things that are hurting you, like the drugs that you're addicted to. But they're also physiologically sick. They not only need food and proper rest, they're physiologically sick. Doesn't mean they're sick in the head. So if a person has an addict, the first line of approach would be to physiologically have them tested. Have them go to a doctor and be tested, have their blood tested, look for any irregularities. And doctors will find irregularities. The one problem with doctors is they can put you on a bureaucratic bunch of bullshit that goes nowhere but generates money for the system.
The allopathic school of thought. Yes, go.
Yeah, yes. So if you get an assessment, physiological assessment, which might be from a medical doctor, it might include a chiropractor, a kinesiologist, a naturopath, and if you look at it from different approaches for an addiction, to look at physiological malfunctions or malfeasances within your physiological system, this is a very good approach before you engage in the psychological approach, because this, and that would include the 9-step or 12-step or whatever they call it of Alcoholics Anonymous. Those groups are very good to do it with, and you get a sponsor. And I only learned this through a friend of mine who went through them. And one of the problems with addicts is the people around them. They're co-addicts or co-alcoholics, if that's the case. So you don't just treat the alcoholic or the addict, you have to treat the co-addicts who are enabling him by all of the most subtle and complex and covert mechanisms. So that's an approach, but I would recommend and it comes to light with Jason's case, is a physiological assessment of what is wrong. Because if you don't handle the physiological imbalance, it could be that your body is just predisposed towards needing something or has a deficiency, and that's why you take the alcohol or the pill or the what. It's also true that the alcohol or the pill can deplete certain things. So if you have a pure physiological analysis, and the doctor will say, well, do you drink? So yeah, I drink. Well, don't drink. I know of someone who was taking 2 cocktails a night. They just go home and take 2 cocktails a night. And that was smashing them. So they were getting smashed every night they go home because they thought they should be grown up and take 2 cocktails. And doctor says, stop taking the cocktails. Person got better. Because they weren't an alcoholic. They were just drinking themselves into a stupid state. So the doctor will ask these things, but that's what I would recommend for starters. And Jameson really brought the point home by asking his question. So that's my answer to that. I think I've answered it.
And thank you. I'm sure that's appreciated. Also, don't be afraid to put your email into the chat room so people can know where to contact you there as well. And
somebody can put it in there for me,
okay.
petermoon333@gmail.com.
Good. Wonderful. I'm so glad people are on top of that. And, by the way, I don't want to turn this into an on-running verbal battle. It's one of those things where, I'm getting all kinds of messages now via the website from Dennis Marshall. And, of course, he's very upset with what we said the other day.
let's I don't know if that should be addressed on the air.
Understood.
I mean, I do know that he feels that you misconstrued what he said, but I would also say, and I would also say to him that this is from when you're counseling somebody, and this is from what they call the Auditor's Code in Scientology. Mm-hmm. It said, is the pre-clear ready for the command or question? In other words, you don't ask somebody a question, or you don't give them a command, or you don't say anything to them unless they are a ready and willing audience. And I would say that whatever he presented to you was it was something he said that you were not ready or willing to hear. And it therefore overreached. He was overreaching his audience. I one time I was at a seminar, doing a seminar to these people had been listening to Stanton Friedman and other people all day, and they were sitting there in chairs, like frozen Chinese pilots, They're sitting there, and it's like, okay, see, people have been sitting here all day. I'm gonna do some qigong with you to wake you up, so you can actually listen to what I'm saying and get some space. And I gave them some very basic stuff for about 5 minutes. It was nothing intrusive. I think it was generally appreciated. And I was told by some lady told the proprietor to not have me do that because they came to hear me talk, and it's like, they resented it. Of course, I wanted a live and awake audience. That was my motivation.
Understood.
I want to teach, I don't like talking to stiffs. People might, I don't like talking to stiffs. So anyway, but it was inappropriate to say this to her. She was not ready for this. I think the rest of the crowd was. I did it in Germany, and it was very popular in Germany.
Right. But they would appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm saying is, and I would just say to Dennis that Douglas Dietrich is not necessarily your audience. You may be his audience, but he's not necessarily your audience. So I try to, fully, when I write a letter or something or write something, I try to, how's the other person going to hear it? How are they going to hear it? And this is something I've been trained in extensively. it came a lot, not all of it, but a lot of it came from writing Hubbard's letters and responding, because it was, how is this going to be taken on the other end? And especially when I knew the person, or knew of the person, or knew them a little, this could be very difficult, because I might have inner resentments towards this person because I thought poorly of them. So, you'd have to erase all of that it's actually prejudice, predisposition, and then write it. And you might feel phony as hell writing it because it's not what you feel, but you're writing it from somebody else's position who doesn't know them. So you're writing from another person's perspective. And it taught me to be extremely diplomatic in situations where I would not have been diplomatic because my predisposition would have filtered through. So it is very interesting. Some of the opinions, just of one could have about people.
Right. But
go ahead.
oh, go on. Yeah. By the way,
it was a great educational process to work for him, because you saw all of these conflicting opinions, people with stupid ideas. There were almost no good ideas that would be sent to him. And I don't think I exaggerate, or ideas that he needed to hear that were, why don't we do it this way? Because everything was laid out. Say, well, if you did it this way, you wouldn't have to be coming up with these quote unquote good ideas. It's like, and then also you'd hear tragic stories and this story, and you get quite a panorama of different experiences and viewpoints from people all over the world. And it gives you some sobriety over issues. And some people would portray themselves as heroes when they were really full of themselves. Some people would portray themselves as, struggling, whatever. And some people would have incredible success. But very, very, very good experience to have, because you're looking at all these people, and you could be, and then when you're talking about writing letters to people that you interact with, it's like you can meet somebody and you say, oh yeah, this is the guy who, thinks that he's gonna, his dream in life is to go to the carnival and win 10 pink elephants or something. Nobody ever thought like that. I'm being facetious, but I'm saying is, you think this guy's like, okay, and you see him and you know about his dream for pink elephants, and you just, okay, he's that guy who does this, and you never talk to him about it. That would be a violation. But you just know things about people that they don't know that you know them.
right.
And in fact, you don't want them to know. You become, you want to be invisible. But I think that, yeah. I don't think you are the appropriate audience for Dennis's wisdom.
Thank you. Yeah.
And I don't say that laughingly, because
I understand. Wisdom. I understand.
It's his wisdom.
Yes.
And he has had a lot of, personal realizations.
Yes. I'm not doubting that. Understand to read from the chat room, just some other things that might be relevant. Of course, I do want people to understand, if Sarah Thomas is still there, or Peggy Wood Amalal, she took off to say goodnight all, and Maria Gregorich, who we're fortunate to have in the chat room with us, has also been keeping track of everyone, and I very much appreciate her. So Maria G, yes, as well, you can put the links to to the book up sometime soon as well, whenever you feel like it. And Jameson Reese will do that at the beginning and the end of each transmission at least, and probably several times during the middle, whenever he thinks of it. Francis Williams says, "Thank you so much for your answer, Peter, and thank you, Douglas, for asking." Yeah,
I'm glad you like the answer.
yeah. And Sarah Thomas was talking about poor Data wearing a woman's hair accessory as a visual visor. And she says another fantastic transmission with a heart. By the way, Data was not the one doing that. That was actually Geordie Lafarge, who was the black African American actor he was LeVar Burton. And LeVar Burton stands out because he wrote a science fiction story in which there was essentially a racial war in America, and that the blacks emerged victorious in the sense that large amounts of the American landscape became essentially black controlled or black occupied. And the reason LeVar Burton did that was because despite his quote unquote famous Data, it really didn't do anything for him personally in terms of relieving him of, shall we say, the burden of being a black man. When he would drive around in his expensive car in Los Angeles, he was always stopped and asked, by the police, who would...
Did you steal it?
Yes! As for Dennis Marshall, yes, by the way, what I don't understand, and this is just, first off, let's get this straight. I've never said anything against Dennis Marshall on air. When I read out his letter the other day, it was actually our man Peter Moon who made the joke he was half ghoul, that Dennis Marshall was half ghoul.
Well, I'm sure Dennis appreciated that. And I think he could even identify with that, but yeah, yes. I don't think that disturbed him.
No, hopefully not. But honestly, what I can't understand is where he thinks I'm coming from, apparently, is that he seems to think that I'm presenting myself as someone who's similar to a spiritual teacher. And that is where I just don't see how anyone would assume that. It's not the direction which I come from. Well,
he has a great identification with his spiritual teacher, and it means a lot to him. So maybe
I guess I'll take that as a compliment.
Maybe he was projecting that onto you. I really can't say.
I see. Yeah.
And because you do have a lot of wisdom and a lot of knowledge, but then again, you never ever portray yourself as a guru or a spiritual teacher. That's not your stick. Right. You probably could actually be a good one if you were, basically, what do you call it? Programmed, and I don't mean that in a pejorative way, to do that. You could go deliver a class and do a good job on it. If you a curriculum, you could deliver a curriculum, but it's not what you do. It's not what you're supposed to do. We even talked about it once, but I don't know if we should do it. Like on magic, it's like, well, who wants to be teaching magic? It's like, that's like the OTO, teaching magic.
Yeah.
For what the hell purpose?
Yes.
I'd rather teach Qigong. It's like, magic gets weird.
Well, Peter, there are some aspects that Qigong might share with magic. So
yes.
there is a very arcane aspect in Qigong.
There's no question. I'm just saying is when somebody, and I can show you some examples that puts on the robes and starts teaching magic, it develops into a cartoon.
I agree.
A very funny one. Just in that context, the great teacher of magic. And then even the people that teach Kabbalah can be pretty damn humorous, and pretty damn full of hubris.
Yes.
It's like, and that's what I like. And by the way, I'm reading here about oxygen to the brain. Well, it's basically your breathing. Just do your Qigong breathing. I sent you that video.
Yes.
Do that. Do the rising drill. That'll get oxygen into your brain. It will, if you do it. It'll help. There's more things you can do. This needs to be attacked from many different areas. But anyway, so.
But by the way, how do people find the book on Amazon.com? just so that everybody knows in general. I'm going to try and provide the link to Maria. As a matter of fact, our man, Jameson.
Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. You want to write out the whole thing.
Yeah.
The Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. It'll show up on Amazon, and then you can put Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon in, and that now. She's asking about ordering the book from Amazon.com. I don't know that you can order the hard book. You can order the Kindle book. Now, I don't know that it's on Amazon because it'll be listed by other sellers. So I don't. If I'm going to go there right now as we speak. It will eventually be on there because Amazon finds it.
And by the way, while he's doing that, Jameson, feel free to talk a little bit about, or Solomon, you can both talk a little bit about how you. Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Paperback.
Oh.
Now it says paperback. Okay, it says paperback July 4th. Now, I put that July 4th date because I needed to put a date when I, put it into what's called Bowker. That's where you have you buy your ISBNs, and you still give it an ISBN to a title, and I put it in there July 4th. Because I didn't know exactly when it was get here, but I knew it would be here by July 4th, and that's a symbolic date, July 4th. I should have put July 5th, but because that's for the Roswell crash. But
right,
yes, it says July 4th, and
excellent.
Yeah, so I don't think you can. I think you have to wait till July 4th to buy it on Amazon. But you can go to skybooks.usa.com where there is a discount. Amazon does not have a discount right now. Maybe it will. They usually discount everything. So either wait till July 4th or 5th or go to skybooks.usa.com to get a pre-publication discount.
Right. And no, definitely want to thank you for that. By the way, just to get this subject out of the way while we have Peter with us, because we're nearing midnight in the Eastern Daylight time zone, if I'm correct. Is that the case for all of you gentlemen? You're all, except for myself, on Eastern Daylight time. So I presume all of you are in the time zone where you're nearing midnight right now. I'd like to hear a confirmation from one of you.
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
11:59 p.m.
Understood. So
Yes.
just to get this out of the way before the stroke of midnight, because I understand that, believe me, I do not like this subject, and I'm going to move out of this subject, as soon as possible, and hopefully this will be the last night we speak of it, other than when it's brought up tangentially or organically and needs to be addressed in some way. But I do want people to understand when it comes to Derek Talley, there's a point to be made here educationally, and this is one of the things that we do is we speak with the public about extremely unpleasant subjects, and the extremely unpleasant subjects involve the kind of human child trafficking that was ongoing at the Presidio military base, mind control victims, etc. And of course, people have been, quote unquote, treated, if you will, not treated as in efficaciously or in some way that healed them. I mean, the audience has, in its own way, in a very morbid sense, been treated to mind control victims in just one after the other on my program. And these are so many people who have, quote unquote, volunteered to help myself, and they're simply assigned to myself, and they come over here and they do what they do, which is sabotage the program as much as possible. And so these people bear exposing, and they bear basically putting them into context, because without that, then it's not going to make any sense. Remember, the reason I have to do this is not because I'm even obligated to educate yourselves. The reason I have to do this is because they're sent here specifically to make me look bad, and they're sent here to destroy my reputation. And the whole point is to make it look as if I turn against everyone who works with me. That's the entire point, is to make it look as if, look, everyone who works with Douglas, he turns against them. And this is exactly what they parrot and regurgitate. every time that they are expelled. Is they all say the exact same thing, and this is what they were sent here to do, to put themselves in a situation where ultimately I would do that, I would have to do that, and then they can take advantage of it at that point. You can't win in situations like this. When these people approach me to help me, I'm never in a position to say no. This is something where, for people who don't really get my situation, I don't understand why it's so hard to get. The relationship that I have with my son and his husband is one where there is no money that is paid to myself. When people do pay me money, I honor all of my contracts in the sense that I will never betray their trust, which will include secrets that I have to keep. A good example is at university when they had academicians who died on that expedition that I was providing security for. And I provided all of the information that I could as to why these people died, and that I did all my best to prevent their deaths, and did what they ordered only under protest. They not only took my word for it, they gave me a bonus. And that bonus, I knew what it was. It's basically a bribe to keep my mouth shut. And the reason I honor that is because they honored their part of the contract. I honor part of mine. And so when it comes to these other people who come here and they volunteer their time and they do absolutely nothing productive, and everything they do is absolutely destructive and sabotaging of my efforts, then the whole point is to do just the opposite of that. It's to betray a trust. These people are not being paid. I have no money to pay them. So when they volunteer their time, it's already suspect. The question is, okay, why are you doing this? For Peter Moon and I, we have what is hopefully a mutually beneficial relationship, and hopefully one that we will, both benefit from. He's saved my ass the past few times where, he's helped me out when I needed to keep the website online. But just a great example is throughout the weekend, I told him the website had gone down because it's basically a Frankensteinian monstrosity that Lena Shea never explained to me. One of the things she said in her response to Derek Talley, when he relayed a message for me to her, which was already suspect, was that you had him in communication with her. So she was maintaining communication with him, which Jameson Reese brought up was suspect in and of itself, because everyone else I knew on Team Dietrich severed with her completely and blocked her. The only person who didn't do that definitively was Peter Moon, because he didn't need to. He never had any relation with her in terms of communication. So she sent him a bizarre communication just, a while back, maybe a month ago by now, in which she said she was enjoying the book, which in and of itself was strange. And as Peter Moon himself warned me, that we have to take everything she says with a jaded perspective, and that's definitively appreciated. But when she responded, because I figured it wouldn't hurt to ask for some financial help in the time of my dental crisis that I'm going through right now, which is prolonged because, of course, all of the supply chains have been fucked up for even manufacturing anything, including teeth that are of, what would you call it, crowns, of, the crowns that go into a tooth. I suspect the overwhelming majority of them, especially these ones that are made tooth colored, as the next one I'm getting is tooth colored with a metal lining, to make certain it has the strength of gold, but looks cosmetically like a real tooth, unlike the stupid gold tooth I had before, which was recommended by the dentist I had before. I took on a tooth that means something, that will actually last me through a lifetime, and that people won't notice, because they notice a fucking gold tooth and it looks like shit. And so that'll probably take months to arrive, because I suspect they're all made in China. And my joke when I was talking to the dentist about it, and they said, "Oh, we don't understand why it's taken so long." I said, "I don't understand why there's any misunderstanding as to why it's taken so long. We are in Cold War with China now." And I made the joke, of course, that Xi Jinping is holding my artificial crown hostage until he gets full rights to the South China Sea. Then, yeah. But, honestly, when this crown finally arrives, it's going to be when the full charges come in. And so I didn't think it would hurt to ask our girl, Lena, because she was the first one to approach myself, was during my last dental crisis. And she sank in thousands of dollars. And so, again, in that was, she didn't even know me. So that, of course, was just a red flag right there. Very strange thing to do. And so when she became more and more involved, one of the things she said in Derek Talley's, a response to what I gave to Derek Talley to relay to her, she relayed back to him. Of course, she was now blocking him, and she relayed back in the letter. Of course, one of the things she said was, I gave Douglas all this money in the past, etc. And she says basically how she designed the website and how, and who saved the website when it was like whatever, when we were having all these problems. Okay, well, here's the madness of what she's saying. And I want to present to people, the fact is, she truly believes this. She truly believes this, and what she says is essentially this is how she sees it. But this is the power of mind control, because and as Derek Talley had said, she presented it in this tone of a scorned woman, as a woman scorned. And the point is, she scorned myself. She invested all this time and money in creating this website. She never explained to me how to operate it, and I really didn't want her to. But she was presented with the option of training Selena Khan. And she never transitioned Selena Khan into operating this website. She never explained to her what she had did. She never explained to her how it worked. And then so the other day, what had happened was, it turned out, I found out the hard way, all the money I've been paying into that website all this time was going to HostGator, which maintains a sub-site within the website. And the website itself is maintained by Bluehost, which wasn't getting paid at all. And they're paid once every 2 years, was how she set it up. And, because you're paying them only once every 2 years, we're talking about something equivalent to like $500,000. And so she set it up so it's paid once every 2 years, and then abandoned me. And so...
You don't pay them at all.
No, Bluehost shut the site down. And
you need to pay Bluehost, correct?
I never paid Bluehost at all, but then it shut it down because the 2 years was up. And so it shows you for how short a time she was with me. She was with me for about a year.
It's like this is like she has a falling out with you, so she says, okay, you're going to suffer the effects of having a falling out with me. That's basically what it is, and it's punitive.
No, but it's something she could have avoided, where she said, you remember the lie she kept telling everyone was she...
Or she could have, but she didn't.
Yeah.
Of course she could have. And she set you up.
Oh yeah. And but this was something that she said she'd been planning for a long time. If anything she was planning was the sabotage. But remember, all of her behavior was so different. She would never have done this until the trigger was pressed, they flipped the switch, and she went totally into this other mode. Like literally, we're talking about the day before she flipped, which was the day that Mr. Zachariah Garrett showed back up. Zachariah Garrett himself having that whole background, which just to cover just ever so briefly so people understand this, Zachariah Garrett was this person who was quote-unquote a big fan of mine. He went down to see me down in Arizona, which was one of the weirdest experiences and one of the most unpleasant experiences of my fucking life. I mean, like that in Australia, those 2 trips were worse than combat for me. And I'm not kidding. I'm not saying that even to be funny. Those trips were worse than combat. And but when it came down to Zachariah Garrett, he went down there to see me, said he was a big fan, then even volunteered to like say, oh, I'm going to be a sponsor, which I never put any faith in. But he sent me like photographs of his income saying, oh, here's my paycheck and this is how much I'm earning, $3,000 a month. I can easily afford to give you $100, $200 a month. And I said, fine. Of course, I was figuring to myself, I can't trust this son of a bitch, because if he really wanted to do it, he'd just do it. Instead of sending me all the shit, it was obviously a psyop. And then he flipped the next day, pretty much within, we're talking about a 72-hour period, like literally when he volunteered to come in and produce for me. Then his laptop got busted up within just literally one episode when they shut his laptop down, pumped in a virus, and his laptop was totally dysfunctional. I said, well, I'll pay for you to buy a new one. I mean, because he got it offline anyway. It was used, and it was only like, we're talking about like $70 at the absolute most with shipping included. And oh no, I can't do that. And then he started saying, oh, I got lockjaw now. I can't do my telemarketing anymore. And he started going through all this stuff, and everything we invested into trying to help him, Brendan Zoget and myself, it just turned out we could only conclude he was on crack or speed or meth, because that's what leads to lockjaw, and he didn't want to get treatment. So it was obvious he had some drug issue, and we just let him go, and that was fine. We parted on good terms. I didn't give a shit. And then he shows back up later asking for money on via some home invasion where somebody was killed, and there's no evidence this happened, and he's saying, oh, I said, where's a GoFundMe? And the only person who ever saw a GoFundMe, and everybody looked at his page, the only person who saw a GoFundMe was Lena Shea. And I believe her when she says she saw it. Nobody else could see it, but only she saw it. And that was her trigger. That was her flip. That was the switch. And then the very day before, she was telling her work partner how much she loved me. And to the point where her work partner said, why don't you just fucking get rid of your stupid husband and marry Douglas Dietrich? And this was the day before. And then the next day, it's like, oh, Zachariah gets here, and you're the enemy, and you've wronged me, and I've been planning on leaving you forever, and all this other shit. It was like literally like that. And then all this bullshit came out that if she had had any objections before to any of my behaviors, it was never brought up. These sorts of things don't just build up like that and then explode. They're supposed to be spoken of. I mean, people can't help themselves. They'll speak of that. If they don't like what you're doing, they'll say it. But this was obviously just like mind control. This was mind control. So this is an example of how mind-controlled people behave. Now, while all this was going down, and Brendan Zogit and I were making fun of Zachariah Garrett on air, that's when he started sending messages to Derek Talley. So Derek Talley was getting all these messages from Zachariah Garrett saying, oh, don't buy into what Douglas is saying. He always betrays everybody. He'll do this to you too. Now, bear in mind, Zachariah Garrett was never involved with me other than maybe 1 or 2 times producing, and then he totally freaked out. And anybody who remembers will remember this. And James and Solomon will both testify to this. They were both listening to me at the time, I'm sure, and knew that this guy was involved with me for only a short period of time. So it's not like this guy even had...
It was just one day.
Yeah, literally, that he produced.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. And yeah, thank you. So then he was writing letters to Derek Talley, prompting him. You remember, he betrays everybody. He betrays everybody. He's saying this to Derek Talley. And then Derek Talley, of course, says that when I do what I do because I had to, because this guy is basically doing what he's doing. Now, to put this into some perspective for you, when it comes to Derek Talley and what he did, when he presented himself as assistance here, he's someone who I invested a lot of time and personal energy into when he had his cancer. And he was someone who, he told me that no one from his family called him when he was hospitalized with cancer. I was the only person who called him when he was in the hospital. So I'm the only person who called him when he was in the hospital. There were times when I was the only person who knew where he was. He said, one time, he said, he was dating this one woman who was a fellow truck driver. He went down to see her in a different state. And when I called him to ask him how he was doing or how the date was going, he responded, and he said, then my son called me and asked me for some money, and I told him, I'm not there to give it to him. He said, my own son didn't even know I was down there. You're the only person who cared. So obviously I put a lot of time and energy into this person. But when it came for him to do anything for me, when I asked him, report Richard K. Cole Jr. because he's put your children, Derek Talley's children and their grandchildren, all the young members of his family online, and said these are prostitutes open for child fuckery because he's a pedophile, then Derek Talley wouldn't report him. And so this is a man who for months wouldn't report him. And it took finally Selena Khan sitting him down saying, you're no better than a pedophile yourself. And then he finally was shamed into reporting Richard K. Cole Jr. because Selena Khan threatened to report Derek Talley. And then he finally reported Richard K. Cole Jr. Now, the way the scumbag remembers it is totally different. When I kicked him out, finally, he puts in the chat room, what do you complain about? I reported Richard K. Cole. Put this in context of what he told me one time when he was all upset because he came up to me with a picture of Richard K. Cole in my fucking message box and said, he wants to friend me. And I'm like saying, don't show me this guy's fucking face. I see that guy's fucking face everywhere I go. I said, you're just working for him if you're doing that. I said, I don't need to see this. And you should know you don't even need to tell me about it. If the guy's trying to friend you, don't friend him. Why do you need to ask me about it? Why would I care that he wants to friend you? He tries to friend everybody who knows me. And so he took that as this great offense. And then when I later on explained it to him in context along with Selena Khan, and he said, yes, Douglas, you're like the general and we're your soldiers and we're following your orders. Well, when it came to, report Richard K. Cole Jr. because he's threatening your grandkids, then he wouldn't do it. And so when he says months later, what do you complain about? I reported Richard K. Cole. That's like a soldier who's at the artillery battery and the battle's ongoing. You say, okay, unleash the artillery. And he doesn't respond till weeks after the battle's over. Then yes. he's brought into court-martial. And he said, what are you all complaining about? I unleashed the artillery. Yeah, weeks after the battle's done. It's like, this is how this son of a bitch was. And all the while, I had told him, why do you keep putting up this picture of yours I have to look at whenever I'm communicating with you, with this stupid Marine Corps photograph from pre-graduation when you're in boot camp? You're like Richard K. Cole Jr. In blackface. And he says, oh, that's my identity. And the ultimate offense was, that's his identity, when anybody who knows, who's been through the military, knows that's not even a real photograph. That's not even when you've graduated or are accepted into the fucking military. This is a pre-military photograph. So it's like somebody showing a picture of themselves in a school yearbook pre-graduation, or it wouldn't even be a school yearbook. It would be like something that was done during school, and then you got dropped out and you never graduated, and you could say a picture in the school newspaper was how you identify with your graduation from that school. It's that level of insanity. But the worst of it all was when he was on here and finally really truly publicly exposed himself as an asset by saying, oh yeah, I was in boot camp and this guy pulled out all these jelly donuts, and it was just like in the movie Full Metal Jacket. And I went to see that afterwards, and it was exactly what happened. And then we blanket partied the guy afterwards. No, just to put this into some perspective for people, it's an insult to everyone who served in the Marine Corps, because a Marine Corps boot camp, it would be harder to smuggle things into Marine Corps boot camp than it would be into prison. In prison, people smuggle things all the time. People smuggle things they smuggle out because they bribe the guards. The guards get bribed, the guards have their take, and the guards make certain to expedite things. And also there's other ways that prisoners can do this, such as child pornographers or pedophiles do get access to child pornography because their psychiatrists say, oh, they absolutely need this, and this is what keeps them stabilized in that prison environment. So they're allowed to subscribe to and receive child pornography depending on which state you're in. They get access to magazines in prison. I know this because of the case of the commercial illustrator who produced the commercial comic book about raping and killing and torturing children to death, called Boiled Angel. That is a case you can look up yourselves, the Boiled Angel illustrator case. And he was allowed to sell his magazine into prisons because these were not photographs, since they were just illustrated presentations of children being raped and butchered and tortured. Then he could give it to the prisoners because it's a fulfillment of a fantasy without children being exploited. That case went to court, and that guy himself basically became world famous because of that and capitalized on it. So this is the kind of situation that we're talking about when you've got a situation where in Marine Corps boot camp, you would have access to none of this. And the idea that he says, oh, you could pull these jelly donuts out of your ass and eat them, and then we blanket partied the guy. Okay, blanket partying someone is so serious that if you're caught doing it, then you will be up for capital punishment. You will go to the military brig if you're caught. If everybody blanket parties this guy, the drill instructors will get on everybody's ass, because basically if they allowed this, everybody would be killing each other. So you just don't tolerate this kind of behavior, and it's considered extraordinarily serious, extraordinary risk. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen. But the fact that he said it so casually, we blanket partied this guy. Now, I've known victims of it, and of course they're insane the rest of their lives, and they never graduate from boot camp psychiatrically. I knew this one guy who was always, all his life, wearing a Marine Corps uniform. And that this was his job was as a janitor at the U.S. Post Office, and that he was a victim of blanket partying. So these people, it impacts them, it impacts the people potentially who do it to them. So aside from saying something that serious, like we blanket partied a guy, the fact that he said the way it happened, he might as well have said, oh, and then I sprouted wings and I decided to fly to the other, it's not physically impossible. So but he believes it. And so this is, again, an example of true mind control. These people have memories or perspectives that have nothing to do with reality. When Lena Shea says, oh, look who fixed up Douglas Dietrich's website, put this into perspective. This is like she builds me this beautiful advanced design concept watercraft, some kind of trimaran, and sets me loose on the ocean and doesn't tell me how to maintain it and how to work the rigging. And of course, she leaves me high and dry on the sea. That is not helping somebody. That is basically, you've set them up and you've abandoned them. And so when it comes to what happened to me, I called Peter Moon and said, the website's down and we have to get back up and I need $100 right now. And then, so he helped with that and we got the website back up. But the only reason it went down was because nobody knew this. None of us knew she had this set up as two different separate websites, and that the one HostGator is for the archives, and the Bluehost is for the site itself. So she speaks of this as if she's helped me and that I've somehow betrayed her. The reality is she's done nothing but set me up. So this is the whole thing. And with our man Derek Talley, the only thing he was assigned to do was to make me look bad because he would keep coming down with illness after illness. And then if I just say, oh, I can't take this, we've got to get rid of this guy, people are going to say how horrible I am, how awful I am. And that's the whole point. Now, I noticed that the moment I severed from him, that we used to be just Richard K. Cole would come on immediately and put a thumbs down. And then what we all noticed was that these last 3 episodes, ever since I severed officially with Derek Talley, there have been like 4 or 5 people who come in immediately to put a downvote, all simultaneous. So we know it's Derek Talley and Edward Pavel, and just basically they've been rallied by the latest severance, and they're coming in along with Zachariah Garrett. We know it's Derek Talley, Zachariah Garrett, and Richard K. Cole Jr. and Edward Pavel. So
Well, all stuff, Douglas, just all it does, it just holds you down. It's just nonsense. You shouldn't even have to talk about it.
well, I educate the public about it because
I know, but people who need to be educated on it, you know, maybe you don't really need them, because this is extreme stuff. I mean, this is just, it's like, it's very clear that people are attracted to you for the reasons you've said, and you've got a good team with you now. This is the best team you've ever had.
yes.
So it's a blessing. But before I'm going to have to go, but before I do, I just wanted to tell you that I saw they're opening up Broadway, and the first show to open up on Broadway, it's called Bruce Springsteen. Mm-hmm. And I looked, and all of the people waiting in line to see this were all white. Yes. And whenever I heard of Bruce Springsteen, I mean, I heard his music before I heard who he was, but when I actually got a wind of who he was, and it started, I think, really about that Born in the USA stuff. I said, and this guy's really, even the song, I said, there's something really off here about this guy.
Thank you. So did you hear me speak of him in the latest transmission?
Yes, I did. And I of course, when I say that, I'm reluctant to say it to anybody because he's so popular.
That's true. It's like insulting a saint in their eyes. Go on.
Yeah, he's so in your face. But I see all white people waiting to go see him. I saw one black guy, but he was just walking by. I don't think he was going to the theater. And Bruce Springsteen was out there, backslapping them all for coming. And he just struck me. I mean, obviously he's talented and he's very good with his business. They call him the boss because he controls everything, every aspect of the road.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. They call him. That's why they call him the boss, because he's in control of everything. I don't know if you call him a control freak, but he certainly manages the expenses. And he struck me as somebody who's just, singing about lower middle class. He's championing the lower middle class, and people love it.
Yeah, the lowest common denominator. Yes.
Yeah, I couldn't identify. I mean, with this, I didn't want to identify with it. It's not my mindset. And the Born in the USA stuff, I thought, what is the glorification of this? I didn't understand it, and it seemed to glorify the vets.
Yes.
And everything you said about the vets has been very real to me and very puzzling, because I grew up in a time when people despised the vets.
Yes. And
they despised the vets for moral consciousness. And it was understood. Now it's like the poor vets, the country didn't take care of them. And, well, the country is messed up for not taking care of the vets. They should take care of the vets, but they don't. And then there were a high number of people. I used to see them out at the park when we're playing football, people running with, no leg, sometimes no legs, and they'd have all these, what do you call them, prosthetics.
Yeah.
They have very advanced prosthetics. You see people running. They were Iraq victims from, they got lost their legs in the Iraqi war.
Oh yeah, and you know why this is so relevant. And again, this is important to understand that we were told our country didn't take care of the vets. And the reality is that's not true at all. The Veterans Administration is the largest healthcare system in the world. It's larger than the national healthcare system of China. It's larger than any healthcare system on earth. This is how many veterans we have in the United States. Is such a large proportion of veterans, and we care for them so fucking much. And they get everything for free. And again, this is the point to be made. I understand what you're saying, that if people need this education, maybe I shouldn't bother with them. But honestly, it's an important point, and it goes back to our history in the sense of the ambush. And this is where I want to set our man Jameson Reese straight. And I'm not coming down on him, but he needs to be set straight on this. The time that everybody with us right now, Salman Sheikh and Peter Moon and our man Jameson Reese were here, was when Derek Talley conducted an ambush on record, where he started talking about the rape of Nanking in this book he had just read. He told me he was going to do a book report, a review on the Cult of the Constitution, a book that was about the gun cults in America and the Second Amendment cult in particular, and freedom of speech, but mainly about gun issues. And instead, he came on without warning me and talked about the rape of Nanjing. Now, of course, I deconstructed everything he was saying, and every gentleman here tonight, Salman Sheikh and Peter Moon and our man, Jameson Reese, can attest to that. But the point was the fact that I was forced to do that on my own program and address the historical reality behind the rape of Nanjing. Understand that everywhere on YouTube right now, the in thing that they are presenting is Japanese atrocities, because there's a bunch of people who are saying, oh, we don't want to start a Cold War with China. The Chinese are the victims of Japanese aggression. And so there's this Chinese-sponsored and funded movement to get a bunch of white guys to get on and complain about Japanese atrocities in World War II. So this was presaging that. It was just before the Cold War with China really started. Trump was just beginning to freeze the situation with Red China when Derek Talley did this. And so it was obviously a command from above. And as for his handler, again, just to educate people, because we do talk about mind control and the reality of this, he kept saying that it was Vince who introduced him to me, this fellow truck driver who was black. And the one time I went to look at the guy's Facebook timeline and I saw Vince, the truck driver, I said, God, he looks white. And Derek Talley says, oh, he just has a lot of white blood in him, and that's why he looks white. And I was just thinking, well, why don't you bring him on? He can talk to us. And in all the time Derek Talley was with us, this Vince guy never came on the program. He was obviously a white handler of Derek Talley, and his whole point was to sick Derek Talley on me, and after that give him his orders, and then never show up on the program himself. But of course, Derek Talley thinks he's black, despite the fact that he's obviously white. And so just so people understand the context of all of this, these are the kind of operations that I deal with, as Peter Moon says, and as agreed in the chat room by this wonderful lady. She says that I've got the best team now, and Peter Moon is quite right about. Sarah Thomas says so. So heart to her. And thank you to Peter Moon for his helping me in this time of need with the website, or it wouldn't be up now. This is something that, honestly, this is what makes the best team. And so, again, when Peter's talking about the boss and he's heard me speak about the veterans, again, remember this. These guys were taken care of. And again, say, for instance, with Derek Talley, you have a situation in which all he needed to do was move out of his place, move in with his dad, and get treatment from the VA, which is something he would never bring up and would just keep talking about these problems that didn't need to be happening. So in that case, it's obvious what's going on here, and the severance had to be made. And I'm getting a number of upvotes with explaining this, so hopefully this puts it in context for some people, and I deeply appreciate that, and I deeply appreciate Peter Moon's patience. When he takes off into the gentle night, I'll go on with Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese for a while, but I do want to hear more stories about Paula and Alexa in the future, Peter, and anything else.
There's no stories.
Understood.
It's just putting music on whatever. It's I don't think I've. Well, yeah, it's a novelty.
Yes,
And
that's what it is.
One of my friends' house, he had Alexa in, different parts of the house. Alexa's all over. Alexa stations. So it's like life was fine before Alexa.
It was. And anything else you want to bring up about the boss or Rambo? Feel free to do so in the next transmission.
It's like that stuff is really. I always found it just offensive. And
Thank you.
not even looking at the racial aspects. I never looked at the racial aspects, but I just found it an offensive opinion, and that he was, just somebody who could really sing the heart of lower class
America and exploit it.
Yeah, well, I mean, exploiting it, it's who he is, and it's like I just never understood what the fascination was with his music. I don't, care for most of it. I mean, he can twang a guitar, he's good at twanging a guitar. He's good at, I mean,
it's because he's yeah. Go on.
What makes him a good performer or a successful performer is that he's visceral. And anytime you're visceral on stage, it works really well because audience responds to that. It doesn't mean he's good. Mick Jagger, that's why he's so successful, because he gyrates.
Good point. It's visual theater. Go on.
Well, yeah, and this is what made Hitler a good speaker, because he would gesticulate, and he's very animated. Yes. So when people animate, they it's really good. Janis Joplin, I never understood what the hell. Everybody in the 60s, 70s were just like, oh, Janis Joplin, oh.
Yes.
And I didn't get it. And then, because she's so visceral, she's singing like, and that works. It works on an audience. It doesn't even matter if you're good. James Brown, he actually had talent. Not necessarily my type of music, but he was put on one hell of a show because he was just all energy. It was all energy, jumping all around, and people loved that. I read that he offered, or I don't know, somebody said that he offered, or he was the Rolling Stones. He was playing with the Rolling Stones, and he offered them. He says, "You can go on before us," because the Rolling Stones were the big name, and but no, the Rolling Stones said, "No, you go on first." He tore the house down, and nobody, the Rolling Stones were like a joke after that.
Yes, they weren't even a follow-up act. Yeah,
yeah, and it's not, and the Rolling Stones are actually a very visceral band.
Yes,
that's right. They actually are, and that, but not compared to James Brown. So the more visceral you are, the better. One of my friends, I was, practically screaming at her, telling how stupid certain people were, and she says, "No, you should do this on the air. You'll be much more popular." I said, "I'm not going to do that on the air."
It's beneath your dignity. Yes.
Yeah, if you want to say that this person's so stupid, this person's so stupid. I mean, it's like, I don't even want to give them that much attention. But of course, people will like it if you, jump up and down and, say how stupid Trump is or how great Trump is, or the same about Biden, is that people want to hear that because it animates, it interests the arena. If you went, if a person had a choice to, go to a baseball game where a brawl broke out, versus one where a brawl didn't break out, they might pick the brawl. They probably would, because it's exciting. And I was once at a baseball game where both benches cleared, and it was like, God, it was like entertaining. I mean, you just felt the blood coming out, the blood boiling. You could feel the blood coming out. There were no serious punches thrown that I saw, but it was like both teams came out and were like going at each other, but nothing really ever happened. But it was, man, you could feel it. And hockey, you see it all the time. So, but that's when you get people that get up there and argue, like Sean Hannity.
Yeah.
He just gets up there and he's, in your face about one thing or another. And if you start attacking, like Tucker Carlson, who I don't really watch, is going to be much more popular if he attacks Democrats or Biden or whatever than if he doesn't.
Yes.
If he gives sober reporting, whether it's sober reporting against the Democrats or not, it's not going to be as popular than if he goes for the jugular vein. And the CNN and MSNBC, they go straight for the jugular vein of the Republicans.
Yes.
And it's like it's not objective.
It's not. Well, there is. At this point, unfortunately, it's almost impossible to find objective news. By the way, Our Lady Maria Gregorich says Springsteen captured men's attention with Candy's Room, every man's fantasy, I think, back in '78. And
I've never heard that one.
Just the title. It's got to be about having sex with an underage girl. So Candy's Room is. I think that says it all. And
there was a famous movie. It was hot in the 60s called Candy.
Yeah.
And that was based on a book. I saw the movie with, I think Ringo Starr was in it.
Oh, isn't that special?
Marlon Brando was in it.
Oh,
He
of
played
course.
a guru. Marlon Brando really outdid himself playing a guru. And Candy is this young bimbo. She's portrayed as a bimbo.
Poor dear.
Who's running from one man to another, and the stupid movie.
By the way, during that decade, candy was the buzzword for sex, and it meant statutory rape, and it was all the rage. It was basically about jailbait. So this is why one of the preeminent pornographic actresses or adult entertainers of the time was Candy Samples, who was actually older and kind of what they'd call these days a gilf or a granny I'd like to fuck. The other was the movie Candy Stripers, which we mentioned earlier, which was a pornographic film about those young underage nursing interns. So this was very much, when you use the term candy, you were referring to jailbait, statutory rape material.
Yeah, you're probably right about, or she's probably right about Springsteen.
Yeah.
But he just seemed, championing the lower class.
The lower class, yes, he is the mouth.
And it's okay for the lower class to have heroes. But then I go back to John Lennon's acerbic song, Working Class Hero.
Yes.
It's something to be, and it was not a complimentary song towards the working class. That was such the mindset of the 60s and the 70s. And as I've said it before on the air here with Yoko Ono, in the 9/11 tribute, and she's there, and they have big pictures of working class heroes and people with their hard hats and firemen and policemen, and they're going, and they're playing John Lennon's song, "A working class hero is something to be," and they've twisted it around, and she's saying John loved the working class, and it's not true. He hated the working class, and it's like, okay, let's twist it around. Let's make this song what it wasn't. It's like. And what does it even matter?
Thank you. Though I have just now been provided the lyrics by Maria Gregorich on that song, and of course they do stand out about a young.
Candy's Room.
Yeah, Candy's Room. That's right. So it does stand out. Heroes on a Wall.
Before I go to bed.
Oh, I will do better. I will cut and paste it for you so you can look at it without my having to regale you with the hideousness of my voice. I'm going to put it first in Peter Moon's private message box.
I didn't ask you to sing it.
Understood. Anyhow, it's in your message box. And it's in, I just know that I just wouldn't do it right. It would come out where, people would probably complain that I'm intrinsically making it sound sleazy intentionally. And, I wouldn't blame them for that. I probably probably would. And it's always extremely, this is Jameson's words, it's always extremely disturbing to normalize such a thing. So there it is in the chat room as well. I mean, in the text box for us. The chat room, of course, I don't think will fit that many words. But one of the things again, Jameson, just so you understand this, honestly, to say that Derek, like you did the other day, performed a soft ambush, that's kind of like referring to, oh yeah, when you went down to Nicaragua, there was a lot of bitter fighting that was ongoing in the environment. As
Oh,
would
you're
that be?
right. I wasn't aware how calculated it was, so I'm glad you gave me that information.
Thank you.
I didn't know how deep it went.
Yeah.
I figured he was just
An idiot.
someone who he was just a buffoon who got a bit angry that he wasn't stealing the show and decided, I'm gonna just be an asshole now, which he was an asshole to me for quite some time before we actually were able to talk without having a shout match, as most of you might remember.
Yes.
I more or less found him quite insufferable.
Yes, thank you. The whole thing about.
I'm going to say good night. And,
Good night. We love you dearly.
carry on.
Yes.
Okay.
And you give our best to Paula, and I look forward to speaking to you on Wednesday. We'll be back here before you know it. Okay.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Peter.
Good night, Peter.
Yes, and that was Peter Moon. And of course, now that we're on alone, I'll move to a different subject. I think I wanted Peter to be here for that, and I understand what he's saying. Like this is, I think he finds it. He probably finds it degrading to me to discuss this, and he's coming at it from that this would debase me to bring this up, but I don't view it that way. And honestly, with our listeners, when he says, okay, if they need to be educated on this, maybe you don't need them as your listeners. And it's
necessary to bring up
Yes.
because it drives the point home.
Yes, thank you.
How assaulted you are, and why, and the fact that this is ongoing.
Thank you. And that
This
is not my temperament. This is not my temperament where I have people working for me and then it's just I turn on them, which is the intent. That's the intent, is to make it look as that.
No. You're actually, you've been extremely accommodating as far as listening to other people's stuff. I mean, you've listened to my "I'm going to annihilate the human race" drivel for quite some time and still put up with me. So I mean, damn.
Thank you.
If Douglas could put up with me, he's not the kind of person who would just kick someone to the curb.
And let's make another point here, another educational opportunity. I am happy that our man, Jameson Rees, because we did bring this up publicly, is potentially going through a change in diagnostic, where the diagnostic redefinition of what he's going through would be more post-traumatically stress disordered in terms of its symptoms than manifesting symptoms of schizoaffective disorder. But I do want people to understand that it's not the intention of any of us to stigmatize mental illness, and understand that when I disambiguate or differentiate my complex post-traumatic stress disorder from mental illness, it is not to say that I'm not crazy and therefore not like them or better than them or something like that. It is simply to disambiguate so that people understand that this is a psychological injury, that this can happen to anyone at any time in their lives, and therefore it is to be disambiguated from something that people can be born with or chemically imbalanced or driven into, which would also be the case with mental illness. You can be driven into it. And it is something that, and this is the reason it's referenced as an illness, it is something you can catch. If you're living long enough with people who are behaving in a symptomatic manner where they're paranoid or whatever they're manifesting, you can ultimately start behaving like that yourself simply because of the environmental stressors and the overexposure. So you can catch a mental illness. Don't ever think that you can. That is why people are afraid of it. They never express that, but that's really why they're afraid of it.
And that's also why when they use certain gang stalkers, they seem to try to keep sending people who are mentally ill.
Or vulnerable.
Yeah. People who might seem like they had a rough time, and this is not an attack on people who are mentally ill, but they send people who are, for lack of a better word, these people are irreparably damaged
Yes.
as far as stalkers are concerned.
And with that, we're going to bring on Salman Sheikh. So, Salman, please respond to this, because I know that I think the most courageous aspect of Salman Sheikh, and he does it so well because he does it so quietly and peaceably. And I know he has to go to bed soon because it's after midnight, and oh my God, it's almost 1 a.m. So we have to let him go. But, you know, while you're saying goodbye and goodnight to us, do explain to people a little bit about your gang stalkers and what you think it was. Obviously, they knew that you were someone who was important, or you would not have been targeted. But perhaps you can explain to us something reflecting what our man Jameson has spoken of, or you can say that you'll speak of it next transmission. But we love you dearly, Salman, and by all means, you know, say whatever you want to say about these subjects, and then, you know, bid your goodnight to us as you retreat into the gentle morning.
Yes, Brother Douglas, I agree completely. And the main thing is that it is important for you to give this education, because the public has to know how to identify the enemy. And as somebody yourself that has been through all of this gang stalking and all of the basically this aspect of spiritual warfare that the enemy has done against you, I can attest, just like I told JMO, that whenever the enemy tries to dig a hole for you, Brother Douglas, they themselves fall into that hole. And, you know, through all the adversity, through all of the people that came and tried to basically sabotage you or do whatever, you're still here. They're not. That's the main thing. You're still spreading your love, your light, your knowledge to humanity. And it's important. It's important for everyone to support you and understand where you're coming from, and for the enemy to realize that they're in a losing game, whether they're stalking you, you're stalking JMO, or with me. And that's the thing, that anyone that has basically that value to humanity or to humanity's future, they will be seen as a threat or a target, you know, for the forces of darkness. And I always tell them, and what I told JMO, always keep smiling, living your life in gratitude, because at the end, those people are cowards and they have no power. So, you know, whoever's out there, then even if they use elements of your past or your present or future against you, or they will bring up old mates or old friends, or, you know, the girl you used to like in high school, they could even use her against you.
Yes.
These people, you cannot put anything past them, because they will use anything or everything possible to break you down and demoralize your character and basically make you retreat away from your mission. But each time they do that, you push back harder and let them know that I'm still here, I'm still standing, I'm still doing what I'm doing. And at the end, you keep striving. You know, that's what I've dealt with in my case, you know, with the enemy on my aspect. And I know, Brother Douglas, you have also, and that's the thing. We continue to strive forward, and we continue to proceed. And it reminds me that everything, you have to look at it from the perspective of which it's being taught to you. And it's very important for everyone to sit down and, from a logical point of view, understand how deep this game really goes, and how deep everything, and how like deep in the past it will go, just to find people or things that you were vulnerable to, or you would open up to, and to use that against you. So it's important that you're giving this education to the listeners, to the public, because then now they know how to identify the enemy. So that's very important, my brother. And it's pivotal. This work is pivotal, and I just assure you, my love, my support, my prayers are always with you, with Jameson, with all our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. And we're always here. We're always going to be here. And no gang stalker or any other forces of darkness can stop us. They're destined to lose, and they're destined to fall into their own hole of evil that they dig for others. So, with all that said, I give my love to you, Brother Douglas, to JMO, to all of you. And I bid you all with the greeting of Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. My love with all of you. I look forward tomorrow morning to catch up on the transmission.
Wonderful. Blessings be
Good night,
upon
Salman.
you. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, sweet be thy dreams, and, peaceful be thy slumber. Take care. And that was, of course, Mr. Salman Sheikh. And here with Jameson now, we're going to hold the stage for a bit before I go into monologue. So I hope Jameson's prepared if you need to go to the bathroom or something.
Yes. I'm going to do that now. I'm going to use the bathroom and I'll be right back.
Okay. So he'll do that, and I'm going to basically try to occupy myself and occupy all my listeners with something to burn bandwidth, and going to shoot out a question here and see if there's a response to it. And yes, at least she's in our time zone. Let's see how she's doing. Going to check in with Penny Bradley, and let's also check in with Amanda Ute, and that will help immensely if I can bring them, either one of those, on to try and help maintain the stage for a little bit before I get into monologue zone. And, usually once I get in the zone, it's okay. The problem is getting there. And sometimes I can't do that before Maria Grigorich goes to bed. She can respond to that. And she's up quite late. She's, of course, in the Eastern Daylight Time Zone as well. And she's up there in Canada. And what we'll do is clarify just a final few little details when our man Jameson comes back. Really excited that Salman Sheikh and himself went to do what they did, and there was some interesting aspects about the meeting that I will cover with him later. Anyhow, Maria G says goodnight, Salman, and thank you. And it was Our Lady Maria who taught us a little bit. Now let me see. Sarah Thomas was talking about how these hyperbaric chambers are simply not accessible for the general public because they're so expensive. And then Peggy was with us for a while, as I said, this wonderful human being, and sorry that I missed her while she was on. And I want to say thank you to all of these other men who were with us. Marky Milk, who says, always a pleasure to listen to all of you. Thank you. So my shout out to Marky Milk, and of course a shout out to Eric Laystick. Eric Laystick was saying that, what do you mean I keep you out of the zone? Oh, no, didn't mean that, honey. And not the case at all. It just meant that I usually don't get into the zone until, about the time you're ready to retreat into slumber, because I usually have everyone burning enough bandwidth to buy me time. So I never got the answer from Peter as to whether he wanted me to monologue on AI tonight. So I'll probably save that for a transmission coming up soon. And we'll talk quite a bit about some other things. She says, I will go to bed soon so you can focus. Honey, you can stay here as long as you want. Don't even trip. Honestly, it's, I would have you here all night if you could stand it. Of course, that would be bad for your health. But definitely, stay here as long as you can stand it, so long as it's not unhealthy for you. And after that, okay, Jameson Reese is back. Excellent. So, Jameson, what I'm going to do is kind of go into a kind of meditation and breathe, gather myself together, gird my loins, so to speak, as we would say before the coming battle, and basically try to get myself into the zone as to what to talk about. I will probably continue with some of the subjects last time. There's a statement from a young black African American who has a real channel. I've checked out his channel, and he left a comment in the latest transmission prior to tonight. So let's take a look at that together, because he's asking something, and I will kind of qualify what he's saying for people who don't get what he's saying, don't know what he's referring to. And he, of course, is... how would I say it? He seems sincere, and so I gave him a heart and an upvote. And so what Detroit Barron wrote while I went into the weekend, he said, comply and you won't die. Not a hard concept. Play stupid games, get stupid prizes. Douglas would love to hear some stories about World War II. And he wrote that with one capital I and one lowercase I, but he means World War II, or Japanese invasion, or Antarctica. Those subjects just captivated me. We are close to another war with China. What do you think about the book, The Fourth Coming? Hope to hear some fresh content. By the way, just a little bit why I was kind of ambiguous about his entry was that last sentence. Hope to hear some fresh content. I'm assuming I'm going to take that in the positive and assume he means well, and he seems such. And I just want people to understand that that's kind of a loaded statement when you say that. When somebody says hope to hear some fresh content,
Yeah, that's a sort of microaggression.
yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. It is. And by the way, the book he's referring to is The Fourth Turning. The Fourth Turning. When he says The Fourth Coming, that is the name of a big mega role-playing game online. It's an online role-playing game. So it shows that he's conflating that with some, how would we say it, some gaming culture. He's conflating some academic culture with some gaming culture. And yeah, I could go to town on The Fourth Turning. I was one of the first people to access the material that is in that book. Penny Bradley says she's making dinner, and oh, thank God she's responded. And so I'll say, when you're finished eating, check in with me if you wish. When finished dining, feel free to check in with me. There we are. Feel free to check in with me. Check in with me. Okay, there we are. And yeah, so Maria told me I should tell this guy fuck off, basically.
That's what I'm sort of thinking to myself in a not so in a more eloquent fashion.
yeah, it's I get it. Just so people understand what he's referencing, The Fourth Turning, I could go to town on that, but in a sense, what that does, and on that note, she's off to bed. Okay, so we love you dearly, Maria Grigorich, and let me give her a heart on that, and love you, honey. Blessed dreams, and sweet be thy slumber, and feel free to say anything else you wish. I'll see if I can send her a little image of a night flower or something. But yeah, it is kind of like, first off, he's asking me to reiterate. I know I can go negative with this. He's asking me to reiterate a lot of subjects that I've covered in the past, and then ask for fresh content. And by the way, this is the horror that drives many people in this kind of, shall we say, industry, the industry of the alternative media, into debasing themselves. And that's what happened with our dear friend Max Spears. And Max Spears, of course, he was someone who was driven to discredit himself by Miles Johnston, who kept demanding fresh content from him. So in an effort to continually provide fresh content, he was trawling the internet, and he trawled for, all the crap that everybody wanted to hear about, which was, the serpent, the reptilians and shit. And from the, thank you. I'm speaking of this from the Western perspective, which is just garbage and has nothing to do with, Buddhistic traditions or anything like that. So we're talking about this was to his detriment, and it led to, when he died, then they could slam him as being a conspiracy theorist, and and you get my point. So anyhow, I'll keep what she says private. Penny Bradley just told me I was right about something, which is more medical in nature, so I'll keep that secret. But with that being said, here's what I wanted to say to James, just to contextualize what I was saying so people understand my analogy. It would be like when I went down to Nicaragua and James said, if he said something like, yeah, there was a lot of bitter fighting going on around you when you were down there in Nicaragua with that girlfriend of yours at the time, and the response would be, would that be as opposed to sweet fighting? Because you hear this term a lot, people who will say terms like bitter fighting. And what exactly does that mean? Because there's no such thing as sweet fighting, really. Honestly, we could say that
I guess sweet fighting is if both parties are getting paid for it. Millions.
There we are. And also, another thing one could think of was, in the old days, you used to have men get in bar fights, and they would become best friends thereafter. This would be like a trope. It's what they would call a trope, meaning it would be like a plot device. One plot device for introducing male characters in the old days was you would see them start the film off or the story off in a bar fight, and they would basically both be slugging at each other, and then they would become best of friends. And this was the only way they could introduce a male team without them looking homosexual. Back in the old days, they would say, oh, we want to introduce a couple of, a pair of guys as a, two-sought adventure. Basically a pair of men seek adventure. We don't want them to look like a gay couple. How do we do this? And, the classic thing was the bar fight, and then they become best of friends. Now, this wasn't uncommon. The point is, in this day and age, people get into fights anywhere, whether it's in a bar or outside of it, and somebody pulls a knife and shanks the other guy, or pulls out a gun and shoots the other guy. Now, if there's ever been anyone who's ever friended someone who's stabbed or shot them, I've never heard that story. So, once you get to the point where we're using knives and at the point of armed conflict, okay, there is no sense of that kind of potential for reconciliation. At that point, you can't stop. Somebody is going to prevail by force majeure, and the other party is going to be ethnically cleansed or whatever. There's no outcome of this that is going to be reconciliatory in the sense that people imagine. The closest thing one can really imagine is the insanity that Americans were taught to accept, even the British, about World War II, where they think, oh, we were enemies with Germany and Japan, and afterwards we became allies against the Soviets. No, the fucking Axis essentially won the war. Adolf Hitler's objective was always to take the best of the best, what he considered the best, into Unterland, and they still left Die Glock bomb, the bell bomb, in the islands of the Canaries to basically force the Allies into rebuilding Europe. Enormous expense. And people can look this up themselves, and you can see how fast Germany recovered from World War II compared to Britain, because Britain got no such Marshall Plan aid. And Britain, the people were living on rations and poverty in Britain essentially forever. They'd never really recovered from World War II, only slightly better than the Soviets did, because the British had an entire empire of the Asian Indians and everyone else to rape and plunder, so they still were able to take as many resources as they could on the way out the door, and kind of rebuild themselves, but they never really recovered. And so too with the Soviets just out and out died eventually. And look at this in the scheme of things, the context of history. The Soviet Union, in the context of history, collapsed in the 20th century, the same century as World War II, which was mid-fucking century. So we're talking about the Soviet Union collapsing in 1991. The Soviet Union never outlasted the century of World War II. The Soviet Union collapsed because of World War II. So, and I'll bring up a bit more about that tonight, as I said I would, because, the last transmission was post-Barbarossa Day, and I promised all the war fags I'd go a bit into that. So I'll go a bit into it tonight. But, Jameson, do me a favor, and if you have any stories prepared, by all means, please.
Yes, I do. I have plenty.
Oh, thank God. And so hopefully... you can help us with that, and as well, I'll go mute for a little bit. I'm here, and I'll take the earbuds out for a little bit to give my ears a rest. Gonna breathe, get myself into contemplative response, and then jump back in. But definitely, I'm here with our man, and share people a little bit about. Oh, here's something. If you could look this up, the guy who was the cop, the guy who killed the cop killer who got killed by the cops. That would be one. And another thing would be to look this up for me. You can start off with this. There's all this talk about the Ethiopians committing all these atrocities. I want you to look up the fact that the Russian mercenaries are killing all these kids in Ethiopia and Tigray. That's important. Russian mercenaries.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I saw something on Vice about that. I really did. And they said that they were saying that all these stories of the Ethiopians or all these other tribemen, all these local gangs coming and killing people is not true. They said that these people were like armed. They were like military looking people, and they were foreign.
Yes, that it was. Look up the Russian mercenaries killing children in Tigray and Ethiopia. Look that up and see what you can expose about that. And this is what the Russians have been reduced to. And really, they're out to destabilize the fucking world. All they can do is, yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's interesting because on this horrible video website, most of the people who post up here, and I just go because there's a point where my sugar level's too low. I'm so tired, and so the only thing I could think of doing is watching people brutalize one another.
I'm sorry, that's awful. You don't need, just for advice.
But the thing is, I don't do it for enjoyment.
No, I get it.
There is no pleasure derived from it.
I get it. Just to put this into perspective for our listeners, there are combat veterans, and it goes either way. There are two types who are truly post-traumatically stress disordered. When you see someone who's truly post-traumatically stress disordered, it can flip into either symptom. And some of them, they cannot tolerate watching war reenacted on screen to dramatic effect. In other words, they could see something about news, that war in the news, and they can tolerate it, but they really are not. If you take them to a theater and say, for instance, Forrest Gump was this old stupid movie that all the baby boomers grew up with, and it aged terribly, and nobody even remembers it now. But this idiot just goes through history, and they insert him into various points of history. And everybody in America thought that shit was a documentary because they're uneducated. But there is a scene where he's in Vietnam. And I knew a post-traumatically stress disordered veteran who, when that scene came up in the theater, he walked out of the theater. Even though his wife was watching it with him, he just walked out of the theater. And so that just ended the movie for them there. And so his wife maybe caught it years later on TV or something. But that's the way many will react, because they simply cannot stand to see violence dramatized. Not because it's disrespectful to the violence or something, it's just simply because it's too intense, whereas the news is not intensive. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
There's other veterans who all they can do is watch war movies, and they will spend all day cruising through channels looking for the war films, because this is like they're stuck. And so it can go either way. So just take
the problem.
Yeah.
All right. What I want to explain to the audience is that, I go into a sort of trance where it's like I'm dissociated from myself when I look at these things.
Yeah. And the
so
violence anchors you. The violence anchors you in that sense. The horror anchors you. So,
because what I want the audience to remember is my trauma stems from enduring violence almost on a daily level as a child.
Yes.
So it's like, there's something about it that a lot of the things I just don't want to click to watch. I don't want to watch, women getting brutalized by guys and stuff. But, what I did notice was there were a lot of Russian videos of Russians just, shooting each other, beating each other, stabbing each other, trying to, there were a lot of Russian people committing suicide. There's a lot of videos of people on crocodile where it's just so bad that you see like the skin off their face and their eyes and everything just gone.
Well, Russia is a hellhole. Yeah.
Russia's a hellhole. And then, there's those disturbing ones where all the stuff is disturbing, honestly. I mean, it more or less reinforces why I don't want to get close to people. What it does is it allows me to keep on guard.
By the way, that's another thing for you to look up. There was recently, and let me see if I can drag this out of my brain here. I think that when I was bringing up in the latest transmission, yes, here's what comes to mind. There was an American student, a female, found dead in Russia, and her last words that she texted to her mom was, "I hope I'm not being abducted." And of course, the first question that comes to my mind, I'm sure she was an exchange student, maybe majoring in Russian history or the Slavic languages or something. But honestly, you have to, what on earth we've got two stupid Marines. These are former Marines. They're not embassy guards. These are fucking former Marines who are now in jail in Russia, and I have no sympathy for them. What are you doing there? I mean, why would anyone at this point in history right now go to Russia? Is beyond me.
because they're completely enraptured by that stupid right propaganda bullshit, which is the entire point of the propaganda, to give them more bodies to chop up.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, and another thing I noticed was there would be videos where they would show people who were victimized by, like, who died in horrible ways, and they would have something like, oh, this person, the libtard, died of being too democratic and stuff like that. And so I've come to the conclusion that the people who are getting off on this stuff, like in a negative sense, not PTSD driven people, but just people who are sick. A lot of these are right. A lot of this is coming from the right in Russia. And I mean, granted, you get, I see videos of people, Brazil, it seems like all they have to do over there is kill each other, and Africa as well. But most of the, not all the videos in Africa are like, people just butchering each other. Most of the videos came from Russia, with people just butchering each other, for no reason, and Brazil.
Yeah.
Basically, Bolsonaro, Putin, Trump's bed buddies.
It's true. It's very much so. Really want to thank you for that.
So this is the country that the right, your alt-right, your Republican right, want to create. And so it's for this reason, while I do appreciate the video to help me out that a certain individual made on my behalf, I have to say I am
Jay Cornell, I believe, J.R. Cornell. Yeah.
Yes. I remain wary because anyone who still has a love for Trump, or sort of is driven towards that sort of right leaning, I need to keep my distance.
Right. Oh, and by the way, I want to thank him for also providing a post that I will hopefully heart as soon as possible. It's been one of those things where I've been so busy, but I understand what Jameson Reese is saying, and of course we both understand that a lot of these white guys just can't help it.
Please do understand. I appreciate that you meant well, and I am thankful for that. But what I want you to understand is that it's not personal. I'm a person of color, and so this is a very real war.
Yeah, I understand that to us.
I have to keep a
Trump
safe
is a true
distance.
Threat. Yes, understand that to anyone of us who is not a white male, Trump truly is a threat. He is literally an existential threat to us. So this is something that. Yeah.
So I mean, not only that, seeing those, the reaction, the visceral reaction to the American flag, I can tell the difference between an American flag that's posted because it's a federal building,
right,
versus people posting businesses that have the American flag, posted in their windows as saying, no coloreds allowed.
Yeah, yes. It's been weaponized.
I live on Staten Island, where they weaponize it actively.
Yes.
I mean, I saw a Jeep. I saw a Jeep on the way while I was walking home, and well, the thing looked almost comically ridiculous. I mean, guy has a Jeep, and he has like his fishing pole sticking out from on one end, and then he has like a net sticking on one end and an American flag, and I'm like, okay.
One of those. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, let me just put. I mean, there's a difference between expressing yourself and putting yourself out there to the point where you're purposely trying to impose upon other people. And this is the problem that I have with the alt-right Republican people. And you might not be one of those, he might not be one of those people. He might be someone who just happens to be conservative. He might be a legitimately good guy.
And from a Republican family, that sort of thing.
From a Republican family, we never had to work. This is just what I grew up in. I was indoctrinated in. I mean, then again, I'm a guy who was indoctrinated with Christianity, and look at where I went. I decided I want to So we have choices. This is what I'm saying. We can make educated choices. But the point is, but the whole point I'm trying to get at is my keeping a distance is survival. Whereas, you know, if I was a white male sitting here, I would be able to tolerate it because it wouldn't be a direct threat to me. But I would, you know, still, you know, even hell, I'd still want to keep my distance because I got the feeling if I was a white male, I would be interested in black women anyway, because I'm just, well, that kind of guy. But you know, what I'm driving at is that it's survival. It's not something where I can take the liberty and let people into my sphere who are like that, who are from that crowd, because I never know where they're coming from. I kept a friend who was a magician who leaned on the Republican right, and at some point I had to unfriend him and get rid of him. And we shared the bond of magic practice. So this goes to show you how, you know, imposing it is to an individual like me when I realize that the Republican right is centered on my annihilation, where they're centered on what do you call it? Eugenics. They're centered on euthanizing women of color. They're centered on making sure that anyone who's my complexion, who's of my background, doesn't exist.
Right. And by the way, just so that we can clarify this, you're going to get all kinds of people who are quote unquote conservative, and they're going to say, "Oh, I can't believe that," and it's not something that is consciously on the agenda, and this is part of the problem. It is really it's the subconscious agenda on the part of so many Republicans, but the real powers behind the Republican Party at this point in history are very much genocidal. And I want to thank PJ Cornell. He is in the chat room, and our man Jameson is going to be on the stage, so he won't have time for it for this hour at least. But I want him to, you know, if he wishes, he can eventually respond to PJ. But for God's sakes, both of you don't turn this into a running argument. But I will answer some of what PJ is saying, and I think it bears reading. So here's what PJ says. He says, "I grew up in Russia in the 90s. Beating up on each other is a favorite pastime. When I told my principal that I was getting bullied, he taught me to box." That's the mindset there. Which says it all. He says Russia is doing better than it was when I was there, based on what my friends there tell me. A lot of people starting businesses, etc. But when I was there, it was rough. Not gonna lie. This is his words. He says a lot of organized crime. That's the economy, buddy. He says, I remember. Yeah, he says, I remember that things started to get better when Putin came in. Say what you will about him, but he did reestablish a modicum of order there. Yeah, that's the order that's established when one crime boss wipes out all the other crime bosses and makes it a monopoly where he's the man who is, well, now the man, right? The boss.
Well, yes. What Putin essentially did was wipe out the competition.
Yes, this is,
and he had the means to do so.
Thank you. This is the order of, what was that famous Chicago gangster's name? The Italian mobster.
Capone.
Capone. Thank you. This is This is like people in Chicago. What they said about Al Capone was the exact same shit verbatim. Was that, well, you know, ever since Capone took over, and this is how they would refer to him. Nobody remembers the mayor of Chicago at that time because he was simply a puppet of Al Capone. If you ask your average American who was the mayor of Chicago in the 1920s into the 30s, nobody's going to know. But everybody remembers Al Capone. This is the order of Al Capone that Putin brought. Anyhow, he says, this is PJ Cornell, I like Trump because he at least tried to stand up to the Chinese, and unemployment went down across the board. I don't think Trump is out to get anyone, but you don't have to like me to appreciate what you do for me to appreciate what you do. And so he says, thank you. Keep doing you. I hope you're okay with me providing a bit of counterpoint.
Oh, yes. I mean,
Yeah, but by the way,
I'm glad that we're able to even converse like this.
yeah,
So
no,
I
it's
mean,
important. Yes,
I mean, I would say
yes.
at least from someone who comes from a conservative mindset, you're a hell of a lot more well composed than some of the people I've had, spoken to in the past who are from that mindset. So
Right.
I have to give you credit where credit's due.
Thank you. And just to point this out, he says, via V Putin crime boss, not false. There we are. And then he says, time for work. Have a great show. So he's going off to work now, but do leave just some statements for him in the chat room, and best to respond to him now since he's going to work. You can just say good day to him. But thank you, PJ Cornell, and I appreciate the post you put up the other day. I will respond to that as soon as possible. I was gone all weekend, and as well, this was a post about Taiwan where he referred to mainland China as West Taiwan, which is very funny, and I didn't have a chance to respond to it. But in terms of what he's saying about Putin, via Putin crime boss, not false, and but this is like when he speaks about Trump. This is so easy for a white male to say when he says
Yes.
that for a white male to say, I don't think Trump is out to get anyone. This is incredibly naive. This is incredibly naive because, oh my God, Trump, he broadcasts his bellicosity, and of course the white person who hears it is not threatened by it, especially the white male. The white male is not threatened by what Trump is saying, because this is to give people a perspective on this, a parallel.
This is the problem. This shows almost like a sort of hard brainwashing that Trump is capable of.
Well, beyond that, it's more, here's the problem. It's not even brainwashing. This is the problem. It's like, to give an adequate parallel here, when one of the quote unquote folk heroes that developed in England was, believe it or not, kind of like a popular folk hero, evolved out of Jack the Ripper. And you can look up Spring Heel Jack.
Oh yes, I'm familiar with Spring Heel Jack.
Yes. Now, just
yes,
to put this into perspective for people, and our man Jameson can go to town on Spring Heel Jack when I take off for a few minutes. But the important thing for people to remember is that it used to be that Jack the Ripper, because he was killing all of these female prostitutes, and he didn't kill any quote unquote ladies, that the people of Britain didn't really consider him like a generic threat, in the sense that he was killing women of repute. In other words, because he was killing women of ill repute or fallen ladies as his victims, most people in Britain didn't give a shit. And they found him entertaining, and it was to the point where men in particular made him kind of like a bedtime story. And so when fathers would tuck in the boy and girl at night and give them their kiss goodnight, they would tell them a story about Jack the Ripper. I'm not shitting you. This is a culture which everything Peter Moon said about it doesn't even do it justice. But the point is, to just to clarify what I'm saying so people understand this. When imagine what that's like for the children going into slumber. For the boy, this is a joke and there's no threat to him at all, because Jack the Ripper doesn't kill men. For the girl, she goes to sleep, and the object lesson for her is, you'd better never fall in virtue, or Jack the Ripper is going to gut you like a fish and string your intestines out across the street. This is like, this is the absolute terrorism of the female child, with the male child taking this as nothing to even retain in memory. Whereas for the female child, it's nothing she can even ever forget. So then you get to Spring Heel Jack. And Spring Heel Jack is a very real historical phenomenon nobody can explain. But somebody built a power suit for Jack the Ripper, okay? And the only person Spring Heel Jack ever killed was a young girl. And just so people understand this, Britain had open sewers back in the day. And because there was no plumbing as we understand it today, just so people get a understanding of this, John Crapper invented the toilet seat, which my father found the funniest thing in the world. because he had very Germanic scatological humor. And so the idea that this poor dope invents the toilet, the flush toilet, and then his name becomes affiliated with it to the point where people refer to it by his name, the Crapper. I mean, that's a horrible thing to happen to anybody. You can imagine what his family with the name of Crapper went through for generations. Hey, Mr. Crapper. Anyhow, when John Crapper invented the flush toilet, the population explosion within the British Empire and ultimately worldwide was exponential. Because until the flush toilet mechanism was invented, we had people just taking their shit and throwing it into the street, and the streets were made with a V in the middle, this little V trench, so that all the shit would go there, down into the V, and you had everybody else on the sidewalks wearing shoes, avoiding that shit, human shit literally in the middle, and avoiding the windows where people would be throwing shit out the window into this V runnel in the middle of the street. And of course you had barefoot children who are the poor, the urchins, running around the street trying to get money from the adults by giving them blowjobs or doing odd jobs, whatever. And of course everybody avoiding that middle of the street zone. They had these runnels going into the big sewers, which were open sewers. And what happened was Spring Heel Jack took a young girl who was not a foul woman, not a prostitute, not a adult woman of class, mind you, but not the poor either. Just this young girl of lower middle class stature. And he threw her into the open sewer to drown. And she died drowning in shit. This is how Spring Heel Jack treated a young lady. So Spring Heel Jack has become a folk hero in Britain to the point where they would show Spring Heel Jack on the cover of children's books, where Spring Heel Jack was shown with one child under each arm, taking them over the roofs of London at night, because Spring Heel Jack, you can look this up yourself, had the ability to jump over buildings in a single bound with his new power rocketed suit. So just so people understand this, all of this may be fun to you and harmless to you as a male, but Spring Heel Jack, Jack the Ripper, if you were a young girl or a female, this is somebody who is going to kill you by drowning you in shit or gutting you open and stringing your intestines all over the room. So your perception of Jack the Ripper and Spring Heel Jack is going to be totally different from the actual white guy who doesn't know what you're bitching about. This is how insensitive you are.
Yes, and the problem is my critique of the white conservative male is the fact that they don't want to empathize. They don't care to empathize. Whereas I'm a man. I don't have to worry about women's rights issues. I don't have to worry about abortion and things like that. But I take up that mantle to fight for on women's behalf, because I know I can empathize. And I can say I would not want to be on the receiving end of that.
Thank you. And I'll leave you with that.
And what makes the all right, yeah. I can take over from here.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, so this is what I find quite appalling about males who, in general, I'm generalizing here. Males in general who go into that conservative route is that they don't. And even females who are conservative and would go into the Republican side, is that they lack the ability to empathize. They only seem to have the capacity to war against the other. There's no desire to understand the other. Whereas in my position as a man of color, I have to understand the other because my survival depends on it. And also, when I say I have to understand the other, I also extend that to women. I'm not a woman, but women's issues are important to me because I empathize with the other. I have been the other. Well, in a manner of speaking. That was my experience, being other than rather than being a part of. And rather than it being us versus them, I was the other. So I had to develop that empathy. I had to develop that capacity to connect and see, what's equitable and what's not. The right, the Republicans, they don't represent equity at all. They represent chaos. They represent selling you a lie and selling you back to Russia. And what I will say about Trump and China is, I would say what he was not diplomatic at all with China. He was more interested in palling up with Xi Jinping just as a means of becoming a dictator, because he was like in the dictator fan club. But if anything, what he did with China was not only tactless, it was detrimental to the American people. And we have generations of Chinese Americans who are feeling the backlash from what Trump did to China. And we have people who are being assaulted. One of the gentlemen who I had the pleasure of meeting, one of Salman Sheikh's friends, he said, I can't take public transportation, and because he's a Chinese male, and he said, it's dangerous for me, and I was like, he's like, I would get killed. And you know what? The fact is, he's right. He would, because of all these hate crimes being carried out against Asian Americans. And I'm able to empathize with it and see it, and I'm and I'm like, yeah, you're very wise for making that choice. Whereas were I of the mindset of your white Republican male, I'd be like, I'm sure you're overthinking it. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. Oh, the subways never hurt me. And this was sort of the mindset of the last handler I had, who was a friend, who I considered a friend at that time. And even though he wasn't Republican, even though he didn't identify as conservative, if he didn't confirm it, if it didn't happen to him, it didn't exist. And there were often times when he would have to backtrack and say, you know what, you were right, I was wrong, I didn't know. I was like, yeah, I was telling you. He was like, but because he wasn't able to because it wasn't his experience, he didn't have to acknowledge it. Now, you see, that comes from a place of privilege, that mindset. Now, there's something I do want to get off my chest, that actually this isn't a story. This whole thing about critical race theory, what I find so offensive about it is the fact that it's being called theory. There is no theory there. It's critical race truth. That this nation was built up to what it is as far as its functionality, off the backs of slaves, off the backs of black slaves, off the backs of slaves from Eastern Asia, off the backs of American Indian slaves, off the backs of American Indian blood. So now their desire to exclude this, the Republican desire to exclude this, is completely absurd. So what they're doing is they're co-opting accomplishments that other races have made for the United States, sacrifices that other races have had to go through just to advance the human species, as their own accomplishments. And it's for this reason that I wouldn't be surprised if the complexity of the American flag, if the first flag that was created wasn't, we know it wasn't Betsy Ross who stitched together the first flag. It wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't a slave who conceived of the original design of the American flag. And that's exactly why nobody knows who did it, because they wouldn't give a black slave or someone who's American Indian credit where credit's due. They would steal it. And this is the problem with power. This is the problem with privilege, is that you don't you can take credit for things that aren't yours and bolster yourself as being supreme while ignoring all the blocks that were laid out before you by people of other ethnicities and of other genders and of other, sexual preferences. And this goes back to Alan Turing. He did what he did best. He shared his gift, and he was completely slaughtered for it because he didn't conform in some ways. So the only thing I would have to differ on Peter Moon with is that I don't believe one should have to conform and play the game just to fit in, because I've never fit in. I've always been outside. The reason why I can empathize with the other is because I've always been the other. I've walked in the shoes of other. Now, I, of course, am privileged as a male, so I couldn't imagine what my mother or my sister had to go through, or my grandmothers. But this just goes to show you that, sometimes being outside, sometimes not fitting in, gives you the ability to see from a different perspective. And one of the reasons why Alan Turing was able to do what he did was because he saw from a different perspective, being the other. The problem is when he shared his gift, it was just taken and he was kicked to the curb and punished for it. And in this sense, I would say that Russia and the Brits and the Britons have a lot in common, because that's exactly what Russia does. That's exactly what the British do. Russia, they tell you to just fight. In the British, they tell them, well, go do whatever you want to the fag. Well, stop being a fag. That's what they would probably tell the boys. And so there's a reason why Peter Moon, there's a reason why this sort of comes together. I'm able to pull together the story that Peter Moon gave earlier and the experience that P.J. Cornell pointed out of growing up in Russia and where beating each other up was a favorite pastime. See, there's a parallel between those two cultures. And there's a parallel that we also have with that in America, where there isn't a shred of empathy. There's no honor here. There's an attempt at honor, and that's being stifled by conservatism, by staunch Republican conservatism. And in the end, that can only go one direction, south. Now, I do have an interesting story I can go into where this is from the Seattle Times. Of course, the New York Times published it, and they want you to pay for it because the New York Times, we're so big, you got to pay if you want to read this shit online. So I'm going to read it from the Seattle Times. Russian mercenaries are driving war crimes in Africa, the United Nations says. This isn't Ethiopia, this is Kenya, but I'm pretty sure the same thing is happening in Ethiopia as well. Russian mercenaries deployed in one of Africa's most fragile countries killed civilians, looted homes, and shot dead worshippers at a mosque during a major military operation earlier this year, United Nations investigators have found. This is as of June 27th, 2021. This is as of yesterday. The accusations of atrocities are documented in a report for the UN Security Council that was obtained by the New York Times and details abuses tied to contentious Russian involvement in the Central African Republic, an impoverished yet mineral-rich country that has been locked in civil war for nearly a decade. This is just completely sickening. So you can understand why I would post something, being someone of the black race, about, wanting to see Russia nuked over 10 times. And you would understand, of course, the Facebook aggregate would lock my account down for that, as they did. Russian mercenaries deployed in the guise of unarmed military advisors led government forces into a battle during an offensive to oust rebels from several towns in January and February, the report found. And as well as committing abuses, the Russian operatives established themselves in the major mining centers of a country with large reserves of diamonds. So not only are they killing off the people who live there, they're just sacking it for themselves. Does this sound familiar? If this isn't a reflection of Christopher Columbus, I don't know what is. Violations by the Russians and allied government troops included cases of excessive force, indiscriminate killings, occupation of schools, and looting on a large scale, including humanitarian organizations. I'm fairly certain this includes rape, which, you know, they always want to underreport because they still don't see Africans and blacks as humans here in the United States, said the investigative report, which deals on photographic evidence and confidential accounts by witnesses and local officials. The Central African Republic turned to Russia in 2017 to wrest control of its diamond trade from the rebels and help in a conflict that has killed thousands and displaced more than 1 million people since 2012. The Kremlin offered to send unarmed military trainers to help train the Central African Army in a mission blessed by the United Nations, which carved out an exception to the arms embargo on the Central African Republic in place since 2013. Of course, it became clear that Russian trainers were in fact armed mercenaries and that the operation has evolved into a thinly veiled effort to build and influence strike business deals for the Kremlin in Africa, including lucrative diamond deals, to the benefit of businessmen and a close confidant of Vladimir Putin. Yes, he is a criminal. He is a criminal boss, if you will. So, yes, he does not deserve my respect. He deserves my ire in the same way that Trump deserves my ire. And, you know, this is, I'm backtracking in my mind here to the conversation I just had. But yes, this more or less supports why I see, you know, everything that the Russians are doing as disgusting. The Russians have become deeply enmeshed in Central African politics, and security. Russian bodyguards protect President Faustin Archang Taudera, and a former Russian spy has served as his security advisor. Oh, what the fuck? What the hell can go wrong there? Several of the companies that employ the trainers are tied to Yevgeny V. Prigozhin, who is close to Putin and was indicted in the U.S. in 2019 on charges of financing information warfare and disrupting the 2016 election. The abuses covered in the UN report to be released this week occurred during a period of tumult in the former French colony. In late December, a newly formed rebel alliance tried to disrupt elections, then launched a military offensive on the capital, Bangui, in an attempt to seize power. The offensive failed, and in mid-January, the government began a sweeping counterattack that eventually ousted rebels from several major towns. Now, the question I want to ask is the cost of getting rid of rebels worth what the Russians are doing to them? And so I'm going to skip ahead to just get to the nitty-gritty of the situation. As the Russians push deeper into the Central African Republic, they have also mounted a concerted propaganda campaign to gain public favor. In recent months, a movie came out portraying Russians in the country as heroes, an echo of another Russian movie that came out last year in Libya, presenting two imprisoned Russians who worked for a company linked to Prozygin in a favorable light. The UN investigators had a different view. The Russian abuses in Central African Republic have led to reprisals against other civilians, they said, perpetuating a cycle of violence in the country. Divide, keep them fighting amongst each other, and sack their resources. It's a simple strategy. Now, I want to check out what's going on with Russia in Ethiopia specifically. So I'm going to edit my type results and see what I can find. Let me see. Bear with me. Now, I'm looking for Ethiopia. I can't seem to find it for some reason. Let's see, Russian mercenaries, war crimes, Ethiopia. There's a reason why I'm going through all of this. Here we go. Horrible. This is by the Mercury News. 64 dead in Ethiopian airstrike in Tigray. Now, from what they're making it sound like, it was a military. Ethiopia's military on Thursday said it was responsible for a deadly airstrike on a busy marketplace in the country's Tigray region. Health workers said the attack killed at least 64 people, including children. But the military insisted only combatants were targeted. The doctor who managed to reach the market in the Togoga village after Ethiopian soldiers blocked medical teams from responding to Tuesday's attack, described a horrible scene of badly wounded people lying on the ground, crying in pain with no medical care. It was very traumatizing, he told the Associated Press. I think most of the patients, they died because we were late there, because care wasn't available. Most of the patients taken to regional hospitals weren't critical. The critical patients were already dead. Like others, he spoke on condition of anonymity for fear of retaliation. Military spokesman Colonel Getnet Adane told journalists that fighters supporting the Tigray region's former leaders assembled to celebrate Martyrs' Day when the airstrike occurred. The Ethiopian Air Force uses the latest technology, so it conducted a precision strike that was successful, he said. But the doctor who reached the scene said most of the patients found were mothers, children, and elderly fathers. There were few young men. So this was clearly oh my God, this is horrible. Let's see. The U.S. called for an immediate ceasefire in Tigray, where thousands of civilians have been killed, and 350,000 people are now facing one of the world's worst famines in years. At least 33,000 children in inaccessible parts of Tigray are severely malnourished and face imminent death without immediate help. The latest UN humanitarian update. Now, I would have to go deeper to find out where this ties into the Russians. But surely all these regions being destabilized, it's just no surprise. It's pretty bad. Oh, here we go. Here's a fact check. Are other nations involved in the war in Tigray? The Tigray People's Liberation Front accused neighboring Eritrea of deploying troops in support of Ethiopia's military campaign intended to restore the rule of law to region. In July 2018, Ethiopia and Eritrea signed a peace agreement and plan to promote intimate cooperation. Now, why is Tigray being targeted? That's what I would like to know. What I can do is when Douglas gets back, I will inquire some more on this. But this is really, really screwed, to say the least. All right, so I have other things lined up as well. All right, here's the column. All right, here's the guy who shot the cop killer.
By the way,
Colorado.
you didn't need me for anything. You're holding out okay, right?
Yeah. It's just that I couldn't find the link between the Ethiopians and the Russians, but I was able to find the article with them, with their involvement in Central Africa, and what they're doing is basically they're not only are they turning the rebels against the civilians, but they're slaughtering civilians themselves,
Hmm.
among other things, and they're sacking the diamond mines for themselves
Okay.
because one of Putin's close friends is wants the diamond trade.
Okay. Interesting. Well, the interesting thing is that the Russians have their own production of diamonds, and of course, this is in the Sakha region of it's way out in Siberia and is technically an administrative region that is semi-autonomous, and it was put under the administration of that general Lebed, Alexander Lebed. And I've gone into that before about how Putin had him assassinated. In terms of the Russians, they already have a great hold on the diamond market. So what they want is total control, a monopoly. Putin
Yeah,
wants a
they want
monopoly.
they, he wants a monopoly. Yes, he
Yeah.
wants a monopoly. They're probably trying to use those diamonds for military technology because
Well,
they're
they know how to manufacture artificial diamonds, so it's got to be
oh
economic. So
yeah,
it's more for
it's
controlling the world's economy to at least a degree. I'm trying to look up something for you where maybe you could find what I was recommending. But in the meantime, speak about what you're going to speak about.
all right.
And thank you.
All right. The Colorado man who fatally shot cop killer was mistakenly slain by police. This is
I'm sorry. You have to laugh. I'm sorry if people tell me, okay, that's just harsh, and I'm sorry. This is like, yeah,
no,
anyhow, go on.
there is something funny about it though.
Yeah.
Um, this is according to Reuters, meaning that it's just going to be a sentence and that's it.
Okay, here we are. Look this
A
up.
Col-
Look this up. The quote from the woman was, "It was our children they killed." Put that in quotation marks. It was our children they killed, and just enter the word Russian mercenaries after that quote, and you should find something.
All right, I'm typing it in.
Yeah, take your time there. And it should be at least from CNN, at least. And
Yes, I got that. I got
okay,
that.
there we are. It's yours then. Take it away.
That's the Central African Republic.
Oh, that was the Central African Republic that happened in. I
Yes,
could have.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I just went in that. Went into
Okay.
that.
So it was
Yeah.
our children they killed, and these were the Russian mercenaries in the Central African Republic. By the way, that was the empire I was in where Emperor Bokassa had killed all the school kids because they wouldn't buy his uniforms because they didn't have any money. Um, but anyhow, now it's a republic, and you can see what good that's done them, hasn't it?
Yeah,
So,
I mean
uh,
it's hard. The human race sucks, folks. I mean, but we do the best we can. We do the
yes.
best we can, and unfortunately, we need to we need to do things rationally rather than emotionally. And what I do notice about the right is that they're really good at stimulating people's emotions. And you know what, the left are doing it too, but the problem is, they're not. Well, yeah, well, that's the problem. Everyone's going for the emotions, no one's going for reason.
Mhm. Yes, thank you. And with that, I'm going to, go mute. And obviously, we're trying to appeal to reason here, and so hopefully people understand that. Obviously, the subjects we cover are very emotional, and of course, we share what emotion we feel is necessary in that regard, because it's if you don't, as I said before, what you're really doing, what Peter Moon said. He said all these guys just gesticulating on the stage or gyrating on the stage. This is what's providing the show. Is people are responding to their physical motions more than to their singing. And what he said about my biological father, Adolf Hitler. I'll talk about this more when he's back with us, maybe on the next transmission. But obviously, what my biological father, Adolf Hitler, did in his speech making with his movements. if someone were to speak like that in this day and age, they would be laughed off the stage. My father was operating in a very different time frame where, of course, people expected dramatic movements because, for one thing, you didn't have large screen television. You didn't have large screens, period, to project what the man is doing. So with the screens as large as they are these days and everybody under a fucking microscope, you can't move, because the moment you move, unless you're doing it fluidly and calmly and with this extremely calculated kind of intent, your movements are magnified by orders of magnitude on a screen, and you look like, with a casual wave of the hand, you may as well be throwing a grenade. So in this day and age, this is why politicians stand stock still behind a podium. They hide behind a podium, they stand stock still, they turn themselves into effectively a talking head. But in Hitler's day, nobody could see you. So you're way, way beyond at the back of the stage. He has to move the way a dramatic actor would move on stage, which is to give dramatic motions, because this is how they conveyed emotions and what's going on stage to people who were in the back of the theater back in the days of stage acting. So he was able to cater to an audience that at that period of time was physically fucking looking at him. And so when they recorded this on film, this was not considered unusual, because on film, when it showed up on the screen to other people living at that stage of technology, people knew why he was doing what he was doing, because the people who were watching him and listening to him live, these were people who couldn't see what he was doing at the back of the room. So he's talking to the people in the back of the room when he's doing what he's doing, just so people understand that. And these days you don't need to do that, because you're carried all over the place. Also, my father had to shout, because the technology for projecting his voice at that time was not necessarily there every time he was speaking. And while they were perfecting it while he was in power, you will notice most of his speeches, he's not shouting. But when he is shouting, this is where he came from, was back in the days before the microphone, literally before the fucking microphone, just to make sure he was heard at the back of the room. It's projecting one's voice. And I project myself well based on the need to do just that sort of thing in security situations. Telling people, like I did at one point, you have to project with force, like with physical force, where your voice is like physically knocking people down, or they feel like it is. I had a bunch of big ass assholes at one point on a stage, staying way after the event was over, and they're all dancing, and they're all aggressive. And a lot of these are males. And I had to get on the stage and say, "Get off the stage now." And I had to shout it. And they got off. Oh, they all jumped off, as if I had, as if there had been an explosion, as if by physical force. Oh, they all jumped off. You've got to learn to do that at the right time. You don't abuse it. So hopefully that puts that into some context. And with that, I turn it back to Jameson for a few minutes or a little while.
All right. So there was
yeah. I'm sorry.
There was an article I wanted to cover about women's issues.
Please do.
This is
That
as
and-
of
yeah,
Saturday 26th. Now,
That
of course,
and the cop killer who got that and the cop fuck, the cop fuck who got killed by the cops.
Oh yeah, I just read that one. That was literally
Did you
one
finish
sentence.
it? Oh, you finished the whole
Yeah.
thing by the time I got here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was Reuters. That was just literally one sentence. That's how they do the articles.
Really? God, find
Yeah.
another one. We want to know the details, the gory details. Fuck,
Okay.
let's
All right.
find a better one.
All right.
And then you can do the
Cop
female.
killer killed by cop. All right. Let me see.
No, cop
all right.
killer killed by cops. Man who killed cop killer killed by cops. That's what you want to
All right.
answer.
Hero man fatally shot cop killer near Denver before officer accidentally killed him, police said.
All yours.
Okay. A heroic man fatally shot a cop in Colorado. A cop killer. Did I say cop without the killer? Oh my gosh. But was killed by another police officer amid the confusion. Johnny Hurley, 40, saw Ronald Troike gun down Officer Gordon Beasley in Arvada on Monday and decided to act, police said. Troike, 59, killed Beasley with 2 shotgun blasts and then shot out the windows of several cop cars before returning to his vehicle to grab an AR-15, the Arvada Police Department said in a video press release. Now, all right, Troy, you go. All right, yeah. So he gunned down. All right, Hurley was shopping at a nearby store and witnessed the shooting, the Denver Post reported. He followed Troiki and killed him with a handgun. Police said Hurley then picked up the AR-15 himself. An officer responding to the scene then fatally shot Hurley. The threat to our officers and our community was stopped by a hero named Johnny Hurley, Arvada Police Chief Link Strait said in the video. Johnny's actions can only be described as decisive, courageous, and effective in stopping further loss of human life. The unnamed officer who killed Hurley is on administrative leave during an internal investigation of the chaotic afternoon in northwest Denver suburb, according to the Denver Post. So, yes, let me go back to why you don't want to share your gifts, why you should hoard them to yourself and not share them with the world, unless you're filthy rich already. Because if you share your gifts, you will be punished. You see, no gift is without its punishment, and no crime is without its reward. I say this out of cynicism. I don't really believe this, but it's horrible. Honestly, granted, what he should have done is he should have not picked up the AR-15 and he should have dropped his own handgun. This way people didn't think, this way the cops didn't think that he was going to shoot them. Now, this is what I wanted to cover as far as women's issues. Granted, this is an opinion or editorial from The Guardian, but Britney Spears' forced birth control has a long, dark history in the United States. On Tuesday, Britney Spears described the nightmarish legal quagmire she's been trapped in before a California court. Speaking publicly for the first time about the conservatorship that was long rumored by fans and media alike to be oppressive, controlling, and not in the singer's best interest, Spears described a Kafkaesque situation in which she has been at the mercy of her conservator's whims. She is not allowed to get nails done or change the color of her kitchen cabinets. She's not allowed to drive or to ride in her boyfriend's car. More seriously, she referred to repeatedly to being punished when she refused her conservator's wishes. Under her conservatorship, which I don't even know what the hell that is, Spears has been forced to work against her will and was forcibly institutionalized when she refused. She has not been permitted to choose her own lawyers or therapists. Most disturbingly, Spears is not allowed to refuse medications recommended by her conservators. Not even the extremely strong psychiatric drug lithium. And though she wants to have another child, Spears is not allowed to remove her IUD. That's where we enter the issue of the women's issue. Spears' fame and fortune had added peculiar irony to her situation. Though she is lavishly wealthy, she can't control or spend her own money. Though she is world-renowned and uncommonly successful, she cannot live the life or glamour or opportunity that her success would afford. Instead, her life sounds claustrophobic, small, confined to places her conservators say she can go. The people her conservators say she can see. I'm guessing these are the people who control her money or something. Let me search for what this term means. A conservator, a person in charge of maintaining or restoring valuable items.
It can be that, but it's also
a protector or a guardian.
Right. Or, yeah, it can be that. It's also a person who handles the estate after a person dies. By the way, I want to give a shout out. I had to interfere for just a second there. Give a shout out to Vero Barrera. And so she says, Hola, Douglas. Buenas noches. Atiai. Todos. And so, yes, honey. Buenas noches a todos, Senora Veronica Barrera. Mwah. Love you. And thank you to everyone in the chat room. I'll go back to mute for a few minutes and allow our man Jameson to continue. And yeah, conservator, what are you talking about? Britney Spears? She Britney's. Yeah. Oh, really? You're talking about Britney Spears? Oh my God.
Yeah, apparently her. I found it relevant because of some of the things they brought up in the article.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I do think that Britney Spears is relevant because she represents an exploited female. She
yeah, and it's honestly quite terrible what she's going through.
Thank you.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's awful. It's awful.
I would wish it on Trump, but no one else.
Oh, there we are. Oh, there's some others we'd wish it on, but Trump comes first to mind.
There's a lot of others.
Yeah, he's easy. And
guys, there's a lot of men who should go through this rather than women.
Thank you. Thank you. So go on. Yeah.
Spears' fame and fortune have added a peculiar irony to her situation. Though, wait, I just went into that. Other people can and do speak publicly about her, but she is not permitted to speak for herself. The conservatorship has placed Spears in a position of legal childhood, deprived of even the most basic freedoms and prerogatives of adult life when she is in a position to enjoy the most lavish ones. Yeah, there is something disturbing about this, which keeping a grown woman in a sense of perpetual childhood. There's something almost pedophilic about it. More than anything, it's hard not to see in her situation an enormous amount of wasted potential and time. But though Spears' money and fame make her case unique, she's hardly alone in having her future curtailed and her self-determination revoked by a callous state and family members with questionable motives. Reproductive and disability rights advocates have been quick to point out that reproductive coercion of the kind has been inflicted on Spears is all too common. In 1923, when she was 17, Carrie Buck was raped by Clarence Garland, the nephew of her foster parents, Alice and John Dobbs, and became pregnant. Embarrassed, the Dobbses had Carrie committed to the Virginia State Colony for epileptics and feeble-minded. On grounds of incorrigible behavior and promiscuity, Buck gave birth to a daughter, Vivian, while incarcerated, and was sterilized against her will soon thereafter under Virginia's Eugenical Sterilization Act. Yes, this is in America. Buck sued and lost. The U.S. Supreme Court declared her forced sterilization legal in the 1927 case, Buck versus Bell. I can't believe this shit. Oh my goodness. After the decision, dozens of states rushed to pass their own eugenics bills, and soon forced sterilizations, primarily of women, were a routine part of American prison, mental health, and welfare systems. Forced sterilizations became so common among Black women in the South that they acquired a grim nickname, the Mississippi appendectomy. In the decision endorsing her sterilization, the Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. summarized his opinion of Buck's family this way: 3 generations of imbeciles are enough. That is effed up. It was impossible not to see the shades of Carrie Buck, a young woman demonized for her sexuality. Actually, she was raped, so there was no sexuality on her part involved. I don't even know why they write that. Denied her freedom, declared mentally incompetent without much evidence, and ultimately sterilized. In Spears' story, During the heyday of American eugenics that followed Buck versus Bell ruling, it's estimated more than 60,000 people in the U.S. were sterilized against their will, most of them women. This practice was especially widespread in Puerto Rico, where it's estimated 1/3 of the female population was sterilized, often as a matter of course, in the aftermath of a birth or while women were under anesthesia for other procedures. This is a different type of rape, but it's rape. That's effed up beyond all recognition. That's FUBAR right there, folks. The practice of eugenicist forced sterilization is by no means a thing of the past. About 1,400 women were sterilized in California prisons between 1997 and 2010. And ICE is alleged to have been, no, they actually did, sterilizing immigrant women in its detention centers as recently as last year. For those like Spears who have been placed under conservatorship in response to mental health issues, their reproductive freedom has been stripped away from them with remarkably little recourse, I would say. And more than half of states, conservators are permitted to inflict not just long-term birth control, like Spears' IUD, but permanent sterilizations on those deemed unfit to make decisions for themselves. That's messed up. What about just letting them, what about letting them keep their ability to reproduce or have young so that when they are able to make decisions from themselves, they can have kids? This is effed up beyond all recognition.
Well, this all comes back from the eugenics movement, and
and this stuff is still there. It's still legal.
Yes, it's rooted in the eugenics movement. So, honey, I've brought on Penny Bradley with us, and she can help our man Jameson Reese hold the stage for a little bit. And we want to thank you so much. She's on my time zone, so it's only 11:11 and well before midnight where she and I are at. But Penny, I want to thank you so much for your time. I hope you're feeling well as can be. And
yeah, I had issues a couple of weeks back, and then I had issues from the med I took to be able to interview you this last time.
Oh my God.
And I finally been feeling human the last about 3 days.
Oh my fucking God. I'm so sorry. I feel so
You were completely correct about Imodium being dangerous in the quantities I was taking.
Yes. Thank you. And anyhow, I love you dearly, and I'm so grateful you could spend some time with us. And now that we're graced with Penny Bradley's presence, Jameson can catch her up on what he was discussing, which was a number of issues.
Well,
but
I've been listening.
I'm sorry, you've been listening?
I've been listening.
Oh, good.
Once you let me know that you wanted me to join you, I've been listening while I made dinner and ate.
Oh, wonderful. Bless you. Thank you so much. And so then we were talking a bit about Britney Spears, who is almost certainly a victim of mind control, and she is truly a victim. And and maybe you could
she was one of the Mouseketeers, and it's almost common knowledge that anything having to do with Disney and children is mind control.
Thank you.
She came out of the Mouseketeers and was put forward as this child-friendly singer. And as soon as she hit adulthood, they immediately switched her from this innocent child to something overtly sexual.
Yes, hypersexualized.
And she had a marriage, and she had, I believe it was 2 children, and a drug habit. And when she went to separate from the boy's father, he was going to have her hair trimmed and tested for drug use to prove she was an unfit mother. So that was when she had her supposed meltdown by shaving her head because she was removing the evidence.
Thank you for contextualizing that. Thank you so much.
And that was the context of keeping her children, was the situation which allowed the California courts to declare her to be a permanent child. Now, does she have serious issues? Probably. Anybody who's been on that kind of medication and mind control for that long in her life is going to have problems. Does that mean she deserves to be someone else's slave?
Of course not.
And that's what the conservatorship is she's in slavery.
Thank you.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
She has not had an opportunity to prove whether she's capable or not.
Thank you so much. I mean, this is so reasonable. Please, the both of you continue. I'm here, but I'm just going to go mute when like I said, I'm meditating. I'm going to go into the zone. I have to decide what I'm going to monologue about when I start, whether to go more foreign or more domestic. But, you know, in the meantime, you two will, you know, help me get there. So in the meantime, as people know, as you probably know, you probably didn't hear this part, but I'm sure you're not surprised. I'm, you know, basically crashing, and I'm in the midst of a hangover, and and I'm back in from weekend.
Does this surprise me, Doug?
No, of course not. I would think not.
Of course not.
There we are. So
I love you. I love you as you are.
well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
I don't expect you to be anything other than who you are.
Thank you.
So, and I do try to be reasonable when I'm discussing other people who are put in bad situations.
Yes.
And that's how I see Britney Spears, is she has been in a bad situation her entire life. And her parents are who put her in this situation.
Thank you.
By giving her to Disney.
Yes. And just to clarify this for our listeners, I'm sorry, I have a banana in my mouth.
Okay.
I'm just finishing that up. So, like I said, I was eating a muffin with a banana when I was trying to, you know, get our man to cover me to enable myself to get more calories into myself before I go monologuing, because it does take a lot of calories. People have no idea how much energy it takes, as you would know. Yeah.
When I do a 2 to 3 hour radio show, I have to crash for hours afterwards because I'm just completely drained.
Yes.
So I have no idea how you pull off a 12-hour show.
Oh, it's drugs. But aside from
okay.
Yeah, but aside from that, what I want people to understand is that when Penny Bradley is talking about Britney Spears being a Musketeer, what she's really doing is betraying her age to an extent. Now, she's several different ages because Penny Bradley has several different memory sets, and so her age is kind of variable like that. But so people understand.
My calendar age, I am 65 years old.
Yes. And the Musketeers, just so people understand, what happened is more like Britney Spears was a Disney brat. Now, I don't mean that to disparage her. In other words, she was a victim of Disney in the sense that she was exploited by Disney as one of their basically their sex kids. And you'll see all these young.
What they had were a set of kids, somewhere between 12 and 20 kids, that they presented as this fun club, and they had a TV show. And the first set of kids grew up.
Yeah, and the original Disney was black and white, and the original Musketeers were also all molested by Disney himself, the original girls in particular.
Yes.
So
she was in the second or third set of these kids.
Yeah, the second or third wave. Yeah, and so
she was coming out of this when my children, who are in their 40s, were in elementary school.
Thank you. Thank you. Bless you.
So it says
Yes.
time frame,
Yes. Okay.
calendar time frame. We're talking about this shit has been going on with her for a very, very long time.
Yes. And this,
My eldest is 45, and I'm going to guess she's close to the same age.
yes. And so I want people to understand Penny Bradley really knows what she's talking about. And this is more education in mind control, which we had been speaking about earlier. And honestly, it's one of these things that people should understand how pervasive this is. And many of your celebrities are victims of mind control. Or at this point, many of them are no longer victims, but perpetrators themselves are part of the process. Willing collaborators, if you will.
I
Yeah.
think a lot of them reach a point where they're basically told to collaborate or be killed. So
Yes.
I'm not sure that it's necessarily what you would call willing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. There is that, though. I'm not quite sure if we would put Marilyn Manson into that sympathetic category.
I'm not looking at it like sympathetic, looking at it as an explanation for why a victim would become a perp.
No, I understand. But I do kind of look at it that way. And help me out here, Jameson. Come on. You know a bit about somebody like, say, for instance, there would be maybe some actors or actresses or singers or something that would be like that. But honest to God, by the time you come to Marilyn Manson, I don't think it takes any threat of death.
No. Marilyn Manson, supposedly his story is unique. He when he was a child, I guess he saw his I don't know if it was his grandfather or something, performing some kind of satanic ritual where he was like fucking a goat or something. I don't know how it was.
Actually, that's one of the cleaner things that I've heard about, but go ahead.
Oh, yeah, and take it from there, Penny, when you're ready. I'll leave you two to talk about this. And by the way, hopefully someday Crystal River will be on this again, on with us again, because she was really following this case. But anyhow, both of you, take it away. I'm right here. I'll be in the background. Thank you.
The people in my community have a lot of interaction with what...
honey, let Jameson finish what he was saying and then take over from there, because, we want to hear about your community. But let Jameson finish.
Agencies are doing these same kind of mind control techniques, and that's why I know pretty much what they did to her.
Okay, so you're back on talking about Brittany.
Yeah.
What?
Right. So let Jameson finish what he was saying about Marilyn,
right.
and then bring it back to Brittany. Okay, honey. Yeah. Let Jameson.
I was going back to Brittany, but that's okay. He can do what he's here. He has.
Right.
Well, what I'd like to do is finish up with Brittany, then we can go into Maryland. Okay,
sounds good.
Because I think you, Penny, have more knowledge on him than I do.
Sounds good.
Actually, I don't. That was a time frame I was being mom.
Okay, but still, let's okay. I'll let you two handle this. I think you're both fine. You're both handling it fine. You don't need me. I'm a third wheel, so I'll be back.
All right. So, who exactly gets deemed unfit? Sanitary is a slippery thing, and mental health is a difficult status to assess. Historically, many have been deemed insane for simply having unpopular opinions, or for behaving in ways that were offensive to convention.
Women have historically been said they were insane because they had a sex drive, because they didn't obey their husbands, or because they chose to leave their husband.
Yes, and this is particularly true of women who have been deemed insane for trivial reasons. Especially by courts and or male-dominated courts and whatnot, who were committed to misogyny or just interested in their money. Now, in the case of Carrie Buck, it's not clear that she was really an imbecile, as the Supreme Court claimed. Rather, it seems her case was less about mental illness and more about moralism, which was another nightmare that America seems to have an obsession with.
America has an issue with if a woman or a girl is raped, they assume it's her fault that she tempted the man. And we're watching this still played out in how many rape kits are there all over the country that they've allowed to simply sit there for as long as 30 years unprocessed. So, ProPublica is a investigative website, and they pushed the issue enough that I believe there are 2 states back east where the police departments were forced to finally process these, and they found that the same guys were multiple rapists and were also murdering people and were also breaking into people's homes and businesses and stealing, and that violence against women was just part of what they were doing. But because nobody had thought to process those rape kits, these guys had been able to accomplish all of this crap for literally decades. So at some point, American society has to decide whether they truly believe the female of the species has value. And that's been an ongoing debate, because society is set up where a female has historically been the property of her father and then her husband and then her sons. And that was changed in 1982 or 83 by the U.S. Supreme Court when they declared that adult women were human beings with agency, and that we were allowed to have credit in our own names. Up to that point, now I was an adult then. Up to that court decision, I had to have written permission from my husband to get a bank account, to hold a job. And I could not get a credit card in my own name. It had to be a secondary card on his account. This is the way it was. And young people simply do not understand this. We have been in the process of, as a culture, deciding, are women property or are women people? And the religious view has always been that women were property. And it still is in most of the world.
That's the problem.
That's
a very big problem.
That is the underlying issue. Are we people or are we property? And it matters, because as long as female human beings are property under the law, we have no rights at all. We only have privileges that can be taken from us at a whim.
So glad I'm flying out of Oakland today. Let's count the reasons why. For one, flying locally reduces my carbon footprint. Plus, my airport supports over 17,000 jobs in the...
She was raped as a child, gave birth in the insane asylum, and then was sterilized because she was an imbecile. That's a perfect example of what that mentality allows to be done to us. It's looking at Britney Spears is another perfect example of what that mentality allows to be done to us. And
this is exactly why, as a man, I find it's very important for even men to empathize and take a feminist stance.
It is.
Because not doing such is, if you're a male and you're not for women being treated as equal human beings like we are, then guess what? You're not a human being.
Yeah, if you can look at half of humanity and say they're not people, there's something fucking wrong with you.
I agree, and we're in a situation where right now America is still at the threshold of not seeing different groups of people as human beings, and
we are finally at the threshold of some people are seeing it. I grew up in a culture where it was set in stone in law that these people were not people. Douglas and I have talked about that on my show, that we're in California, and it was in our California state constitution that people of Asian descent were not even allowed to get married. People who were Native American were more likely to be killed or sterilized than to be treated at a hospital. This was the way it was. This is how both of us grew up. And we are finally to a stage in California where every ethnic group has civil rights. Do you have any idea how hard that struggle was? And now we're adding in rights based on
Gender.
whatever, on gender. We're adding in rights based on gender preference. We're adding in rights based on gender identification. And the rest of the country is going, we want you guys to fall off the face of the earth because we don't want to deal with this shit.
Yes, thank you. That's their attitude, is that they feel that this is somehow invading their space.
Yeah, just because we've learned to live with each other as human beings, that's why they hate us.
It's disgusting that they would rather keep the status quo
We all
of
have our own journey ahead of us.
only
our own hopes
males
and dreams.
who are
We'll
white
pass many
being
milestones,
human.
moments
It's just
define
that has to go. That has to stop.
Yeah, that has to stop. That is the one thing that has done the most harm all over the world.
Yes, and it still is. It's
That's what most of the wars going on are about nations being run by white males taking the resources from countries that are not white males. That's what it is. All over the planet. Doesn't matter whether it's Russia or the United States or France or whatever other Eurasian nation it is. And China's just repeating the same pattern, even though they're not technically Caucasian. But it's just this same pattern of the elites who in America and Europe are white males are running all of these things, and they are taking all of the benefit from it. And the rest of us are just cannon fodder.
and they're running this ship into the ground.
Mm-hmm. Apparently on purpose.
Yeah, and that's certainly made evident by the record heat we've been seeing in Oregon, 114 degrees.
Yeah, you guys are even hotter than we were here. I'm in Central California, and we were at 100 degrees.
By the way, Amanda Ute is in Oregon, who's this lovely lady who you've been on with for a few minutes before. Our man, he's over there in New York. He doesn't.
Yeah,
he doesn't feel the heat.
I am blessed with being in New York right now, and it's relatively humid, but luckily I am not on the higher floors of the house. But I mean, damn, 112 degrees Fahrenheit, and we're
Oregon's humid.
Oh my goodness, I couldn't imagine.
Oh, by the way, here's something for both of you. I'm going to put inside of the. By the way, our lady, Ms. Penny Bradley, she's close to me actually. She's in driving distance, comparatively speaking. She's close.
I could leave at 8 o'clock in the morning. And if I missed everybody's rush hour, I could be at Douglas's place in about 4 hours.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. And so I wanted both of you to take a quick look at what I put into the chat room. No, it's text box here in the call. Can you see that, Penny? Are you used enough to Skype where you can look at your text box? Do you know how to do that?
I found the text box, yes.
Okay. And you can see that as
16 calls from missing grandparents.
Yeah, so
landline in collapse. How is the landline even still operating in a collapsed condo?
Now, this is what our man Salman Sheikh was talking about earlier. And so, Penny, I want you and our man Jameson to take a look at this and see what you guys think about this. It's very creepy. And
you do know that one of the apartments in that condo complex was owned by John McAfee and was thought to contain the records that were part of his Dead Man Switch.
There we are. Thank you. And so this is that adds. Now, for those of you who don't know who John McAfee is, he was just he either suicided or was assassinated in a Spanish prison, and he's the guy who
Barcelona. Yes.
Yeah. And he's not a sympathetic character. He's the guy who developed this stupid, security system for your computer that's basically a virus in and of itself. So everybody's stuck with this stupid McAfee shit that keeps showing up saying, "Hey, get your McAfee!" And it becomes a virus.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It drains all your RAM.
He's not a sympathetic character, but he was socially in a position to have a lot of dirt on a lot of people who would not want it to be made public.
Okay. So you're helping to put this into context. I'd like both of you to take a look at that article, call it up, and bring it up online, take a look at it, and scan it, see what you think about what's going on there, and then continue to put this into context, as well as you continue on the other subjects you were speaking about. It's all relevant. I'll be right back. I'm just going to give them a thank you.
A hopeful family has received 16 calls from a landline belonging to their grandparents.
I'd say spooked out myself, but go.
Landlines are remarkable. I still have a landline.
No, I fucking wish I had one. It was Lori Ann Fenton made sure she got rid of mine when she, basically slithered her way into my life under Aquino's orders, and I was in no position to say no. And one of the first things she did was she cut off my phone service so that I have no access to the outside world in an earthquake or.
Well, that sucks.
Yes, other than for my cell phone, which thankfully I don't need to pay for and is provided for free by my Medicare and Medi-Cal. Since I'm on both programs, I get the Lifeline, California Lifeline program. So anyhow. I
bought a cell phone. I haven't figured out how to use it.
And
I have been primarily interested in using the computer, desktop, and staying online with a landline as long as possible because it's less able to be intercepted.
Yes.
And you get better quality transmission whenever you're uploading video. And that's what I have been focusing on learning how to do is audio and video and keeping that going. And like I said, I'm 65. I used to be a computer programmer. And as things got more and more complicated, I basically got outpaced. So you can't keep up with everything.
Okay, so they're saying here, based on the Associated Press, that he didn't own a condo in the collapsed Florida building.
Really?
Yeah, I suppose it's no surprise. Let's see the claim. All right, this is the article. The late John McAfee, creator of McAfee antivirus software, owned a unit in the condo building that partially collapsed Thursday outside of Miami, and 31 terabytes of his files were located inside. The AP's assessment: false. McAfee, who was found dead in his jail cell near Barcelona on Wednesday, didn't own property at the beachfront Camplin Towers South condo in Florida, according to the Associated Press review of public records. Well, those are public records.
Owning and renting are two different things.
Yes, that's a very good point. So basically this article.
The information I had was from the people who were hunting that 31 terabytes of information, because a group of us are positive that it has been released, and we found the release code for it. It was hidden in the Q photo in the Facebook metadata, but we haven't found how to locate the 31 terabytes. They think it's in his Ethereum wallet, which goes by the name of Epstein. Guess what? So he had a lot of coding with Epstein and the word whacked. So the folks in what they used to call anonymous are going through and looking for this because they really want to expose those people.
Interesting. I don't think I'm starting to think, and I'm just thinking from a strategic perspective here, because he's quoted as saying, if anything happens to me, please know that the 31 terabytes of files I have are located on hard drives in my condo near 88th Street and Collins Avenue, just north of Miami Beach. That's a ruse. That's not where they're located.
That's
not
always
where they're located at all. Basically, he has people chasing their own tails.
Exactly.
I would go as far as say, I would probably theorize that he probably has it encrypted. He probably has it uploaded onto a cloud somewhere, and it's probably encrypted for the right people to retrieve at any location they could find it. Because that's what I would do if I was him.
I would spread it out over several cloud sites. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And this
and
way,
in several countries, he had access to more than one nation.
That's another good point. And he could probably send the information to another country outside of the U.S., who would then be able to release that information.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
So yeah, he was not a sympathetic character, but he was still a genius and had resources and an attitude towards authority.
Oh, God, I'm so glad you people are here to help cover me right now. I'm literally in communication with my fucking dentist, who's going to try and make
You're
a point.
Still having dental problems?
It's good God, honey, that doesn't even do it justice. Problems. This is like anyhow, it's a catastrophe. So here's the problem: is I won't have any fucking money to give this son of a bitch. Or, maybe that's for the best, really, but still, they'll send me a bill. But honestly, they want me to come in on such a date that it's just between the time I've spent everything from this month and the time that I'm able to access the money from the deposit of my check. Let's say go in Thursday if I wake up early enough and go to the bank before they close on 4 or 5 p.m. But fuck that shit. Why should I do that? Fuck them. I'll just go there and, they can they can weep all they want, and I'll have nothing to give them. But they'll bill me, and then I'll have to take care of it because I want to get treated in the future if something else fucks up, and likely whatever they install is going to fuck up anyway, based on the history that's happened so far. But yeah, the crown came in, so I guess Xi Jinping got full rights to the South China Sea or something, and they released my crown from out of communist China or something like that. But okay, so what else?
Maybe they wanted to put a wire in your crown. They're like, wait, we have to craft the computer chip.
Yes, yeah. So let me handle this guy. This will take a good.
Hilarious.
Yeah, this will take a good 15 minutes or 20 minutes or so, and I'm going to be totally offline, but I'm leaving it mute with you guys holding the stage. When I return, I'll be a little bit more participatory. But thank God the two of you are here because, I do intend to go into monologue at some point, and then I'll hold the show. But thank God both of you are here for now, and you're both doing wonderful. God bless you both. Continue along the route you were on because it is relevant. It's all very relevant what you're saying. So, okay, let me leave you with that.
When I heard about John McAfee's death, it struck me that it was suicide dead, if you get the drift. And I started going through the anonymous sites that I have bookmarked. And Anons have this habit of they will post links. And a lot of those links are in code. So you have to go and you have to read through them and figure out the code for that particular page. And the basic thing was that the common belief is that he used a blockchain money site to hold the wallet. There is designed to hold the link to where the 31 terabytes of information is, and they haven't figured out how to decode it yet. But that's where these guys are aiming at, and I'm not current enough on abilities to be able to help them, but I'm current enough to follow their work. I was a programmer back in the 1970s, so I have stayed a step or two behind ever since I started having kids, because I simply could not take care of kids and keep up with the newest tech. So it was about XP that I became unable to affect what was going on in the computer now, because I was a DOS programmer. So DOS used to be under Windows, so you could still affect the computer, but Windows now is the operating system, and if you use DOS, it's within a Windows environment instead of Windows being in a DOS environment, and it makes a difference.
And I guess this is why a lot of people like to go with what's the other operating system called? Linux. Right. Yeah,
I haven't ever owned a Linux machine, but I'm in the process of trying to get a server, and I want it to be Linux, so I'm going to have to learn the system.
Yeah, it's that I tried a Linux operating system and I couldn't do it because I'm not a coder. I was like, what?
You have to spell things right.
And
that's like a lost art. Yeah, you have to spell things right. You have to use logic. You have to do it the old school way. And I'm sitting there and I'm going along, and I'll just all of a sudden, oh shit, what's the code for the next step? So yeah, that's where I am.
Now I'm wondering though, I get the feeling that he might have hid it, in plain sight.
Of course he did.
because that's the most convenient place to hide it. And this would also explain why Joe Biden decided to add resources to the help effort of the what is it, this Florida collapse, and why he was saying that, you know, they're going to get federal aid, but they haven't received anything, because they probably figured out he probably figured out, wait a minute, this is probably a ruse.
Well, at the same time, you've got this missing parents, grandparents landline that people are getting calls from.
You say, yeah, well, that I don't know what that's about. That's just really weird, because in the article they said that basically what they received from those landline calls was just static.
If you are doing a fax transmission, it can sound like it's straight static. Fax is an outdated technology, but most computers still have the function.
Yes. So, do you think in any way this might be connected with the McAfee's thing?
I think it would be worth looking into. I'm not going to say for sure, because the man was really, really good at ruses.
Yes, and I'm wondering if whatever static they were receiving, it wouldn't surprise me if the static weren't actually hiding some kind of encrypted message. I don't know. I know I'm really climbing out on the far branches of speculation here, folks. So, you know, I'm
not saying that's what it is, but I'm saying it's in the realm of possibility.
Yeah. So basically, what those 16 calls would probably be part of that dead man switch that he left behind.
It's possible.
If in fact he did rent a condo, because again, the AP made very clear in their wording he didn't own a condo. They never said anything about him renting one.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, yeah, I spent half of the day going through anonymous sites where these guys were comparing notes and doing one-upmanship, and I found this and I found that, and, you know, putting each other down. I'm finding that most people are more into dominance than truthfulness, so
that's the problem.
I read through these things and I go, here's a link, let's follow that. So, yeah, I learned a long time ago how to investigate things online, and that mainstream media generally only tells the mainstream official narrative.
Now, I want to see what else I could find about John McAfee, because I'm wondering if 16 is a relevant number to this guy at all. Let's see.
Is 16 one of the numbers? Like 16 and 32 and 33, the numbers that are used in magic.
Oh yeah, 16 is a really good number for when you're doing demonic magic.
Mm-hmm.
So it allows you to resonate with the Qlipothic in like demonic realms quite well. That number, I think another number is like, I think 83. Yeah, there's quite a few numbers that are pretty good for allowing you to tap deeper into the infernal frequencies.
Mm-hmm.
He was killed. Let's see.
I can't remember what all of them were, but I thought that 16 was one of them.
Oh yes, it is. It is. I have the numbers listed in one of my one of the grimoires that I was writing. But interestingly enough,
if you would like to pass that on as a cheat sheet for me, I would appreciate it.
I can do even better. I can give you the resource that I used. He's got a very good website. I trust his work for the simple fact that I've tried his rituals and have received results from them.
Okay.
I will. I can actually send you the link of this guy's stuff. Let me see what I can do. Let me do a quick search for those numbers, and I will see if I can find it. Let's see, VK Jehanum demonic numbers, because he does know about that. Which actually, now that I think about it, that could be. There was something. Peter Moon said something earlier about, whoa, I'm surprised no one asked about it being an occult ritual that caused the building to collapse.
I have come to the conclusion that almost all of these things are public blood offerings.
Well, that they are, and the fact that 9 are killed. Well, there's 9 demonic gatekeepers, so I mean that's relevant.
Mm-hmm. The numbers that they put in the headlines, the numbers that they quote in the articles, those are all relevant, and people need to pay attention to that.
What I'll do is I'll send you a link to his WordPress, because he seems to have a crap load of things. I can't find the exact
Okay.
page, but it's worth going into all the things he has, because I use it as a resource. And the thing is, the knowledge is knowledge that people would pay hundreds of dollars to find in books, but this guy's really good. I mean, I've had him do I've actually had him do rituals for hire for me personally, and he's come through, and it's caused quite a transformation for me, because I wouldn't have been capable of doing half of what I do last year. Okay, I just have to. All right, let me go to. All right, yeah, I'm trying to navigate the hellscape that is Facebook, because I've.
Oh, geez.
Yes, this is just
I spent most of last week on Ancestry instead of Facebook. I just couldn't take it.
I know I have you here somewhere. Let's see. Do I have you? I'm pretty sure I do. For some reason.
I don't know.
Let me just send you a. Let me look for you. But yeah, there is a possibility that is a Oh yeah, I sent you a friend request. Oh, okay, that's it. Here we go. I'm gonna leave it in your messages, but it's a WordPress, and he's got a whole slew of goodies there.
Okay.
But yeah, 16 is one of those demonic numbers, and the 16th goetic daemon is Zipar.
Oh God, are we back on that? I just got back online, so I was just thinking.
I can't help myself.
Douglas,
this is a compulsion.
Yes, honey?
It was relevant to the article you gave us.
Ah, okay, thank you. I understand now. That makes perfect sense. Okay, I'll be back soon. I'm going to go mute, and I will take care of some stuff. I'll be right back. Thank you.
All right. Well, he seems to be, he's associated in causing men to fall in love with women, and can also make people barren. He's not.
That's an interesting character.
Zipar, indeed. But there's probably much more on him that I don't know, because the thing is, I've been focusing more on the Theurgia than the Goetia. I do have to, and more on the tunnels of Set than the Goetia, because I
kind of skipped over all of that and went straight to the Citra Atra.
Ah.
So, yeah.
The Cleopatra.
The clipothic, yes.
All right. Because in a book I read, and this book was by what's his name? Oh my gosh, Thomas Carlson. He recommended going through the tunnels of Set and going through all the clipothic spears before working with the goetic demons as a way of being, so that your energy is more attuned to the goetic demons. I mean, I've worked with the goetic demons before, doing anything that involved the clipothic, but I'm really finding the tunnels of Set very fascinating.
Okay. So worth looking into.
Okay,
I actually had a tutor at one point, and he was guiding me.
Oh, okay, I see.
So.
Yeah, I've literally had to wing everything on my own for these past decade. Well, this past decade and a half. And
Well, I am in the stage where it is you have to learn to speak Latin before you can do the next stuff. So that's actually what I've been working on.
oh, okay. Yeah, the good thing about the resource I gave you is that he has a lot of the summoning, a lot of the things that you can use to call upon to summon them forth. You know, he has everything in Latin already.
Okay.
So, and a lot of these things, like the more I've done the rituals, the more like they've stayed in my memory, the more I'm able to remember these things. And it's quite interesting how the brain works. Or should I say, it's quite interesting how the brain builds an affinity to these things. You know, whereas several years ago.
Whatever you do the most often, you make a deeper path to.
This is true. You do deepen those neural pathways.
So it makes perfect sense. It's just a matter of thinking about it.
Now, let's see. Other than that, I can't find any real link between McAfee to the number 16. It does say he was born September 18th, 1945, on an army base of the 596 Ordnance Ammunition Company. Let's see, 596, that's 14 plus 6 is 20. No, yeah, it's not connecting. But I don't doubt that there's a possibility that he really could have, used that as a dead man switch.
Well, it's not necessarily that he planned it. It may have been the people trying to prevent it from happening.
Yeah.
Planned that.
Well, yeah, the people, it's very probable that it's very probable that they thought he had the information stored there. Mm-hmm. And so they used some kind of either demolition, or they used some kind of I don't think it could be an energy weapon, because we don't have the sophistication to use energy weapons to that level of precision yet. If you were to use an energy weapon, you would wind up flattening all Florida.
Not all energy weapons are that big.
Well, I'm more or less assuming that these things are being used from space platforms, but I could be wrong. I mean, could you use a ground array? I mean, could you use like a setup from, I don't know, like a antenna or a ground array to hit a target on land?
How do I put this? I have used an energy weapon that was approximately the size of an AR-15. Quite controllable.
So it's not inconceivable that such a thing could also.
Actually, the footprint it had, it's quite conceivable it was an energy weapon in use.
Yeah, that was one of the first places my brain went, And I thought to myself, nope, it's probably a sinkhole. Let's go. My mind is like, okay, that's bizarre. Let's just go for the more rational explanation first.
Yeah, it's always good to go with the more rational stuff first, because 90% of the time that's going to be correct. It's the other 10% that you're left scratching your chin and going, what the hell?
I mean, yeah, if they find that there's nothing as far as a sinkhole is concerned. But it's strange, though, because they were saying that, one of the things that the mayor said when he was talking about it was how it was some politician. He was claiming how horrible the stench was. Yet, when they show like footage of the guys looking through the rubble for like survivors, none of them are wearing any, mask. And now they're saying that the stench is coming from a ruptured sewage line, and that sewage is burning. So, I mean, if there's burning sewage, you would be wearing a gas mask on your face, wouldn't you?
I would.
Yeah, one would think. I mean, but
I mean, that's a rational thing to consider. Yeah.
Because that's a freaking biohazard.
Yeah, it is.
And these guys are going through the rubble with, like, they have the firefighters gear and all the stuff, but whatever few of them I saw with mask, the masks aren't on their faces. They're like hanging off their necks, and they're just like looking through. Do. Yeah, I don't smell anything. You smell anything? No, I don't smell anything. It's just the weirdest thing. So there's so many inconsistencies with what
they're wearing. It's in the hundreds there, and they're wearing fire gear to search through the rubble. Why didn't they just put on normal hazmat? You can at least, exist in those temperatures.
Yeah. The whole thing is bizarre. The way everybody's behaving in this is bizarre. So I think
it's completely a bizarre situation. And when I first saw the photos of the building, I thought, well, maybe they just sheared off the balconies, until they showed the footprint that it had originally had, and this basically square part of the building was just gone.
Yeah. By the way, I want to thank you so much, Penny, because you're actually, when I brought this up earlier, and everybody, all the young gentlemen with me, Brendan Zogit and Solomon Sheikh and Jameson Reese, were handling it well and going along with it. Peter Moon had no stomach for it. He really did. Like he said, oh, I wish we'd been talking about something else other than that in that hour. And I'm like, gee, well, so sorry to, invade your space of airtime or something. But it was.
I'm used to talking about some pretty horrific stuff. This is actually pretty tame.
Yes, understood. And so you're actually the only person who really gave a respectable answer that makes more sense than anything I've heard. Out of everything I've heard so far, you're the only one who brought up something that made fucking sense. So, yeah, profoundly appreciate it, and so your insight is invaluable in that regard. So I'm going to go mute again while I finish off some of this and take a look at some things going on in current events. See what I'm going to go into monologue with, soon enough. But honestly, you two are doing so well, as far as I'm concerned.
I want to state that the people who died in this and who were injured, they do have my utmost respect and sympathy, and the families that lost people, this is horrific. There were real people who really died.
Yes.
And people lose track of this when they start talking about, well, why did it happen and all that. This is a real tragedy, and people need to keep that in mind.
Okay, so I found where 16 is relevant. In 2016, he tried to, on September 2015, he announced a bid for President of the United States in the 2016 presidential election.
Yeah,
and he started a political party called the Cyber Party.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I remember he was going to run then, and everybody thought that Mrs. Clinton was going to win.
Mm-hmm. Right, because he's such a repulsive character, and everybody hates him because the McAfee virus keeps infecting their computers, telling you how you can get rid of all your other viruses. Oh, by the way, another thing, he's married to a black African or African American woman. I don't know if she's either African or African American, or maybe even black Brazilian. I don't know, but she's black. He's married to a black woman who.
Well,
Wow.
wasn't he living in Belize?
I'm sorry? Oh,
Wasn't
Belize.
he living in Belize?
He was. And by the way, so people understand this, Belize was where the British would dump all of their slaves once they granted them freedom. When they ran out of islands in the Caribbean to dump them on, or on the Bahamas, then they dumped them all in Belize. And that is exactly where many of the Confederate states' elite retreated to. Those that did not stay in the Confederacy or after the American Civil War between the states, many of them brought their slaves with them into Belize. One of the places, primarily Belize, probably more so than almost any other place outside of Brazil. But, just wanted people to, get some of this history behind it. But Belize was, it's predominantly black. And so it's probably the blackest Central American nation. And so, yeah, it is, definitely. So that makes sense. So he married a black woman while he was there. So she's probably Belize. And I don't know what Belize nationals refer to themselves as. I mean, what would they call themselves? Belizeans?
They are British subjects.
They're supposed to be independent now. They might be part of the Commonwealth. They were British subjects. Yeah, I mean, definitely.
If they're part of the Commonwealth, they're still British subjects.
Theoretically, but there's other nations.
I have friends that have that status that have used it to escape situations that they didn't want to be in, and so having the status of British subject. Mm-hmm. No matter what your skin color, can get you out of lots of trouble, almost like having American citizenship can.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that. I'll go mute now and let you two continue.
Oh, wow. All right. So his wife is Janice McAfee. All right. They have all right, this is Heavy. I don't know how well I can trust Heavy.com's journalism, but I'm just going to run with it because, because they have it. So, all right. Janice and John McAfee were married in 2013 after he hired her as a prostitute in 2012. All right. She's almost 40 years younger than John McAfee. Okay, she said he had to provide information. She said she had to provide information on McAfee to criminals in the early years of their marriage. On Father's Day, she tweeted that U.S. authorities are determined to have John die in prison. That's where things get interesting. On June 20th, she tweeted a Happy Father's Day message to John McAfee while he was in jail. She told him he was loved and appreciated. In her message, she shared that he may be polarizing, but he's always honest. And she tweeted in part, "Now the U.S. authorities are determined to have John die in prison to make an example out of him, speaking out against the corruption within their government agencies. The media continues to vilify him per their narrative, and there is no hope of him ever having a fair trial in America because there is no longer any justice in America." That is a very good point.
That's true.
She has 3 children. One's 14, 15, and 17. Interesting. That's where the 16 comes in. 14, 15. What's in between 14, 15, and 17? 16. This, interesting. Now, very, very interesting. Now, McAfee, meanwhile, said he had 47 kids between the ages of 16 and 47, the Sun reported.
That does not shock me.
Because he just says wild, outrageous things all the time. On Twitter...
Well, he's lived a wild, outrageous life and had the money to do whatever he wanted.
Yeah. Now here's where things get even more interesting. On Twitter, he said he had 47 children, 61 grandchildren. Reverse that, and you get 16, and 19 great grandchildren that he hadn't met. So 16 does pop up once we start to investigate his relationship with his wife. This is very intriguing. So those 16 taps have the probability of being a sort of cipher that he left behind. A sort of that's basically the code to his dead man switch. And hopefully I don't get killed for just throwing this speculation out there. Not like I don't. I'm not important enough to kill. I mean.
You know, I've been warning people that send me friend requests that people that know me die. So.
Oh, I see. Okay, so now I understand. So we'll just message each other. You don't have to accept my friend request, so long as we'll continue to converse.
I've had 3 friends murdered this year.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
But they
and
were
I do not.
They were all in my community. They were not in your community. So you should be safe.
Right. Now, let's see. Now on the August 16th, 2016, he was in he listened in during the 4th China Internet Security Conference in Beijing. I mean, I could go on.
That was an important conference.
He was, and now he was. They were seeking 30 years of imprisonment for him evading more than $4 million in taxes. So the number 4 pops up again.
We've got congressmen that owe more than that.
Basically, they wanted to take him out for something completely different.
They were looking for excuses. He was not ever going to get out of prison. They were looking for excuses to give him a permanent ride down the river.
So now the question is, what did he know?
Yes. What did he know and about whom? And unless we find that 31 terabytes of information, we may never know.
I get the feeling that those 16 phone calls are those terabytes of information.
They very well could be. Or at least the codes to where to find them.
Yes. And again,
because 31 terabytes is a hell of a lot of memory storage.
That's a lot of people to have dirt on.
By the way, honey, how did you? Not that I believe you, but I'm just wondering, how did you hear about all this or learn of all this?
What?
Oh, you know about McAfee. I mean, you.
I went through and did a search through all of the anonymous sites that I have bookmarked. Okay. Because I've been following Anonymous since they started in 2010. Mm-hmm. They started about approximately the same time as WikiLeaks did, and I've been following all of them since.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is one of the few things I actually agree with them on. I mean, most of the time they're pure shit, but this is something that actually makes sense.
Anons are people who have an idea of what justice is, and they also have this attitude of, I'm going to prove I'm capable of doing this. And when the two goals align, you can count on they're going to be there.
I don't know about that.
The question is,
they're basically terrorists, honey, and most of the time they're promoting a lot of misinformation. But aside from all of that, I can stand with them on this in terms of what they're getting this right, because basically this is in their realm of cyber terrorism. So that makes sense.
Okay, I want you to understand that they stopped teaching the trivium by 1980. So basically anybody that was educated in the public school system since then is not capable of reasoning unless their parents intervened.
Okay.
And so these people are out there, they have computer skills, but when it comes to political situations, they're very naive.
Thank you.
And they're operating on the basis of feels instead of rationality. So depending on what their source of political information is, where they stand on things.
No,
Thank
it's
you.
interesting. What I find interesting is the sort of I sort of had the impression that Michael Aquino had something to do with Anonymous. I don't know why.
He did.
Only because we have QAnon and we have Anonymous, and I think the two are both brainchilds of his.
Yes, it's true. And though his control was much more over QAnon, and that was far more his personal project than Anonymous, admittedly.
Yeah, Anonymous was more of a Soros thing.
Yeah, but not to besmirch it through that, because Soros is fine by my book, because I've got personally nothing against Soros. Soros has been propagandized against, but
I have an issue with billionaires who use their money to manipulate the common folks.
Understood, honey, and we can go
no
into
matter
that,
what political stand they have.
I understand what you're saying, and we could go into that another time, but with Soros, it's much more complicated than that. Believe me on this. It's one of those things where he's like, the people who hate George Soros the most are the Israelis. And remember, he's Jewish, but he's a liberal, progressive Jew. And the people who have been financing the most ruthless campaigns and propaganda against him are the state of Israel, because he supports Palestinian, the right to life. And so he's considered a race traitor. So if you don't give him credit for that, I don't understand.
I give him credit for that.
Yeah.
I don't think that he's a monster. I don't like billionaires meddling.
I understand. Yeah, that's no, I get
stuff.
it. I get what you're saying on principle, but you
But
know,
sometimes there's a point where it has to be done.
Yeah, there's no one else who can. There's no one else who can
because
afford
the politicians. Yeah,
in politics other than billionaires. That's the way it is right now.
Everybody that's in politics has bought.
Yeah.
That's my underlying theme.
Understood, but we still have to work with
but
politics.
it's for that. But it's for that reason that it's advantageous to have billionaires who might be on your side.
Thank you, and we have to be grateful for at least that.
Because he perhaps might be the only thing standing between us and going back into slavery and Jim Crow laws.
Thank you.
And genocide of anyone who's just not white and enslavement of women. Complete enslavement of women.
And so we have to take that into account, and it's we have to understand.
Well, I know the Koch brothers on the other side are funding everything that's pro-slavery.
Yes, that's true.
And I would like to see them stopped as well.
Yeah. And on the, what was I going to say aside from that, when we were talking about the what that brought to my mind, but I'll probably think of it later. Both of you are doing well right now, and thank you very much, honey, for this perspective. Keep it up. Both of you can continue, and I think you can go in any directions you feel. I think that what you covered with Britney Spears was fabulous, and what you've covered so far with McAfee is incredible. Both of you are doing wonderful right now, and these are all very relevant topics, and I thank you for putting me into putting into context when I came back in, and the term 16 about the 16 phone calls, I presume, from the article I recommended. Yeah, that makes sense. And so when I only caught the tail end of that and heard our man Jameson, I said, oh God, he's onto his demons again. And but then they put it into context, so it made sense. Okay.
Anytime that there is a public mass death situation, at least in the United States, in other countries it could be just a bombing, but in the United States, anytime there's a public blood offering, you have to start looking at the numbers that they put into the media.
Yes, so that makes perfect sense.
Because people like Aquino.
Yes.
He's not the only one. He's not even the most powerful. There are lots of these people, and they're all using the same set of numbers. Yes. So you have to look at the numbers that are in the media about this, and that will give you some clue as to what they think they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, deeply appreciated. And I'm sure that you side with that, Jameson.
Yes. Now things get even more interesting because McAfee seems to have been there seems to be a QAnon conspiracy theory with John McAfee involved.
They have a theory about everything.
No, but this gets really interesting because within 30 minutes of a news outlet reporting his death, his Instagram uploaded a photo of the capital letter Q.
Yes.
And reported
there was a code in the Facebook metadata for that photo. Now, every photo that is on Instagram or Facebook will have metadata applied to it, and it's supposed to be random, but the particular code that was on that photo of the Q happened to be a code that worked in his Ethereum account.
Interesting. I wonder why he chose the letter Q. Could they be connected to the people that killed him?
Don't know. It would make sense.
That would make perfect sense because the very people who are pushing the QAnon people who are pushing their conspiracy theory of everyone, being pedophiles, they themselves are pedophiles. The alt-right people who are in high places of power. I mean, this is proven by what's his face, that Gates fella, the guy who looks like the Joker from the 19...
Good. So yeah, his name is spelled like Guts, but it's pronounced Getz. It's he's that New York politician. By the way, this is what it reminded me of when I was going to say, all of these politicians who are billionaires who are only they can afford to be in politics and manipulate politics. As I need to emphasize, and I don't know if we've gotten there yet. I do believe New York had an election recently. But I'm still hoping Yang can become mayor of New York. I would prefer that.
No, he actually dropped out.
Oh shit!
I was actually disappointed.
How disappointed?
And I and the Chinese gentleman who was hanging out with Solomon Sheikh, we were talking about it, and I was saying, this just goes to show that New York is he dropped out because of how low the numbers for him were, and the numbers got low. And my mother picked up an interesting thing. She said that someone else picked it up too. I think the guy I was talking to picked it up. He said that his numbers started to drop when he started to talk about trying to stop violence against Asians.
Interesting.
And yet the media is trying to push that particular thing, at least in California.
Well, let's move on. I'm not quite sure.
Of violence against Asians being on the rise.
Yeah, but it is.
That should be something that we should be observing.
Well, it should be something we're observing. I am Asian, you do understand. I'm very conscious of this phenomenon. Even V was telling me the other day when I told her I don't want to relive the horror, but
I'm not saying that it's a good thing. I'm just saying.
I understand that, honey. Look, I get that. Yeah.
Talking about it, and then a candidate brings it up, and his numbers go down.
Well, there you go. His numbers are going down because the majority of Americans don't want to hear that, and the majority of Americans are Asiaphobic. That's why we have
And
a
a
problem.
majority of people in New York are fucking racist. That's why.
Yes, as fuck.
Because
yes.
the people out here are just disgusting. I've lived
Honey,
in
you
New
don't
York
know
all
what
my
it's like
life.
in New York. Penny, if I knew this
No,
one
no.
guy. I knew this one guy who was
I've
born
been in Los Angeles,
Yeah.
Orange County, and
Yes.
San Diego.
Yeah. New York
It's
is, you have
bad
no
enough
idea.
there.
You have no idea about New York. New York is like, honestly, they use nigger every other word. And this is like, when it came to this one guy I knew, he was actually, he's the husband really of that Chinese salonist that I know as well. And her situation is kind of complicated because she and her daughter both hail from communist China. And so when she comes over here and they still listen to the communist Chinese media, it's really bemusing. And I hope people understand the disambiguation between bemusing and amusing. It's really bemusing to hear her just reiterate or parrot or regurgitate a lot of communist Chinese propaganda lines. And, like she'll say, if the subject of Falun Gong comes up, then she'll say, they kill people, And, my gang brother Beaver, of course, who hails from old school Hong Kong before it belonged to communist China, he was like, how? By breathing on them? And it's like...
Oh, really? By breathing on them?
Yeah. But you wouldn't, our man Peter Moon, who is he's really anti-Falun Gong. And it has something to do with some kind of bizarre Tai Chi bullshit, anyhow.
So it boils down to religious bullshit.
It's something like that, like religious schismatic stuff. And people who don't get it, they think, oh, Tai Chi, what's that got to do? But Tai Chi, it's kind of any martial arts discipline is just this side of a religion, okay? And so, yeah. And
Tai Chi, Qigong are about energy manipulation, and when you're starting to do energy manipulation, that is like the very foundation for what the Western world calls magic.
Thank you.
So you're dealing with a very relevant, important, and basically a religious phenomenon.
Yes. Thank you. And so it's kind of like religious schismatic, how do I say it? Just kind of like alignment causes him to, he hates Falun Gong, Peter Moon. And when I brought up, he was, I forgot what it was, but he was really irritated. This was one of the few times he was really set off was when I had brought up the fact that, that the most pro-Trump organization in the world right now is it's the Falun Gong newspaper, which is Epoch Times. So if people look up Epoch Times, you can verify this yourselves. They are fanatically pro-Trump, and so it's definitely something that he was really irritated at that, because it turned out the people he hated so much were supporting the man he liked. So that was an awkward moment. But yeah, so the Epoch Times, EPOCH. So if people look that up, they are fanatically pro-Trump, and they're one of the biggest promoters, and they are Falun Gong. That's Falun Gong supported Trump. Now, whatever the reasons were for that, probably because they felt he would be anti-communist, and he did start the Cold War with China. So
yeah, he did start the Cold War with China, but that was about Taiwanese chips.
They had a large part to play, believe me. And so the Taiwanese chips decide the future of the world. And
they do.
Yeah, thank you. And so I really want to thank you all as well for bringing to my attention that it was Andrew Yang's emphasizing anti-Asian violence that brought his numbers down, and that makes so much sense because we are now
because they are again, it's so bad in New York that they don't want to the Chinese gentleman I was talking to, he was like, I don't even want to take the subway train here. If I take the subway train, they're gonna kill me.
Yeah, that's right. And
nobody should have to be that way anywhere in this country. That's just wrong.
Of course. Yes, I knew you understand that. I know you understand that. So At any rate, there you have that, and that's a tragedy. I'm so disappointed, and so that's pathetic, and it says all too much.
I'm disappointed myself because he was the one I was rooting for.
Of course, and anyone with
And
common sense would have. Go on.
I had the feeling that they were going to try to shut him down because he supported the universal basic income.
Mm-hmm.
And none of the
Nobody else does.
No one else is mentioning it.
Yeah, of course not. They don't
He's the
dare.
only one.
I will probably get a lot of flack for it, but I support the universal basic income, and I support Medicare for all, and I support taking profit out of both the prison system and healthcare.
Yeah, thank you. And what was I going to say? So what I'm going to do is next transmission on Wednesday. By that time, I would have taken a look into the Andrew Yang situation, and I'll provide my own analysis thereof. And I really want to thank again the research that was done by Peggy has helped us so much tonight, and it has helped to make this transmission, better than it would be otherwise, which is, I think is fine, but it's added to it. Enriched it. And also what both of you have said about Britney Spears, which is highly relevant. So like I said, I'll go unpacking myself with calories here, and understand, of course, when I come home as wasted as I did throughout the weekend, I was so inebriated and narcotized. By the time I got home, I vomited several times. So I'm basically regaining my body weight through this. And of course, you can see I'm already skinny by the photograph. That I'm so lucky they allowed the photograph to be published on the Facebook timeline. And for a while there, it was taken off, and it just had a black space saying "image may." Believe it or not, I don't know if you saw my promotional banner for tonight, honey, but I tagged it to you. So I don't know if you saw it. But what it had was this little black square.
I saw that. That was pretty risque.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I'll take that as a compliment. And
I was a little bit surprised that nobody on my wall said anything nasty.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. And that's nice.
I uploaded a video of a interview I've done since yours, and one of my YouTube followers said, "When are you going to have Douglas back?"
Oh, wow. Cool.
So,
thank you.
You were missed.
Oh, thank you. Well, let them know I will be back, and we've got it scheduled. I don't remember the date exactly, but yeah.
The 17th. I told them that you were scheduled and that I was happy about it. And
good. Thank you.
Hopefully I won't be sick for the next one.
Yes, you've got to learn to relax. I get the feeling you get kind of tense before I come on, and you rev yourself up with all of these preps, and oh my God, so sorry. But anyhow, God.
I was not stressed about you.
Okay, thank you.
I was stressed
about them taking us out. Yeah, because they take us out every time, one way or another. They do what they can.
No, I have had 2 doctors retire on me.
Oh shit!
In the last 14 months.
Oh my God, so sorry.
And I was without a doctor and had to go to the emergency room to get my meds refilled.
Oh God.
Because I'm meds dependent. Mm-hmm. And I had this first interview with a new doctor.
How'd it go?
I think she's going to work out, but she's one of those, she wants to do all the talking, and I'm pretty sure sometime in the next few months she's going to redo all of my meds, and I may get sick as hell when she does. And so this was a reaction to being nervous about a new doctor. And I told her about my radio show, and she took down the link to watch my YouTube. So when I see her again Tuesday, I'm sure she's going to have questions.
My experience has been when I brought up any of my YouTube videos with MDs, I don't think any of them, maybe one, effectively none of them ever looked at it. So I'd be surprised if he even looked.
This one
seems really interested. It seems sincere.
They don't.
Well, you are in a smaller town. That's true. You are in a much smaller town. I mean, I am in San Francisco, so these people get hundreds of patients.
I'm in a very small town.
Yeah.
And
how is it then that your doctors are changing? What the hell? Is there some kind of demographic shift going on or something? Or are all the doctors evacuating before your town erupts into some kind of, Second Amendment riot or something? I mean, because you're in a right-wing area of California. Yeah, I mean, you're in a red Republican county, aren't you?
I'm in a red Republican county. We have the most conservative member of Congress for the entire country.
Oh, God. Yeah, which one is he? What's his name? Cotton? That's not Cotton.
McClintock.
McClintock, that's it. Yeah, oh my fucking God.
We have him. And there are signs up about state of Jefferson.
Right. By the way, just so people understand, these are right-wingers who want secession from California, and they are hearkening back. By the way, for those of you who don't know, the state of Jefferson almost became a reality in the 1930s. And this was in Franklin Delano Roosevelt's administration. And the idea was to set up a libertarian state of Jefferson that first was intended to ultimately secede from the Union. And this, yeah.
We also have a Cal exit.
That's
right.
Cal exit movement.
They want a liberal state as California as a separate country.
Well, what the people who are with the Cal exit are actually the reactionaries who want to secede the red Republican counties from California, right? Because that's my understanding.
No, Cal exit was the entire state would leave the Union. We have several secessionist movements going. Some are separating from the blue from the red. Some are separating California from the rest of the country who wants us to fall off the planet. And some are the red folks wanting their own state.
Right. So just so people understand a little bit of this to contextualize, now that you're dredging this all out of the attic of my mind, I don't want to dwell on this, but I mean, you're free to go on about it when I go mute again in a second, but I just wanted people to understand that the Cal exit was actually kind of like a movement originated by people outside of California, basically all of the reactionaries in the rest of the United States, trying to get us to exit because they hate blue California and its enormous influence on the rest of the country. And then the other movement of the secessionists, I forget what it's called, but it's not just Jefferson State. There are other people who are the red reactionary counties that are trying to secede from California to potentially create a different state that would be specifically, politically red, politically Republican. And then you have the Jefferson movement. And so, yes, you're absolutely right. Of course, there's multiple secessionist movements that are ongoing. So,
and we have representatives from all of them here.
Yes.
We also have a Christian militia, and the police, when they come into town, the police call them sir. And we have a Satanist militia, and nobody goes into their territory. And when the two of them see each other in town, it's like everybody leaves.
Yes. So thank you.
I live in one of those places.
Yes. You live in basically a giant insane asylum that
I have a question though. Who gets out? I mean, who's the last person standing between the Christian militia and the Satanists? I don't
think it's come to that point yet where we found out.
They haven't killed each other. Yeah. They really haven't. There haven't been any murders between them, but everybody else
share a lot in common.
They do.
Yes.
They do.
Yes.
The difference is who their God is.
Yes. Yeah. Well, basically, it's the same God. It's just a mirror version, an inversion thereof, for on
Exactly.
either side. On either side.
Well,
They're
yes,
both.
yes.
In a lot of ways, they're exactly the same.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, since they're most likely most of them are nationalists, their God is the gun and the bullet.
Yes. Thank you.
Pretty
Thank
much,
you.
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Very good.
And you know, we just, you hear gunshots and you don't even bother to look because you know it's somebody that is practicing, and we don't even worry about if it's in town anymore. It's only tourists that care about it.
Thank you. And I'm so glad you could speak about this on our on our program. And this is important that people know this and they have some idea of the California that I rarely talk about, because these are areas I don't venture into normally. And, the closest I saw to it really, really for a long period of time, where I was actually in place and visiting regularly was Sonoma, which is nowhere near like what we're talking about, but it's the armpit.
Sonoma's nice.
Yeah, yes. But to clarify, the armpit of Sonoma County is Rohnert Park. So, Rohnert Park more veers towards this kind of dystopia, and the people you see there are the kind of people you would see in Stephen King's Children of the Corn. If you watch that film, then you got a view of what...
We're not that bad.
Oh, it's just this side of it. Just this side of it for, I would think of your side of California to be just like that too, by the way. That's
My side of California is more like living in Tennessee.
Okay.
It's forest. There are old mine shafts, and if you piss off one of the old timers, you'll find yourself in the bottom of a mine shaft.
There you are. You see, she just made
They
my
are
point.
much
She just
more
made my
likely
point.
to-
Yes, see this. I mean, it's not like that,
You are
Douglas.
much more likely to die of mine shaft than bullets.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, there, you see, sacrifice to the god at the bottom of the mine shaft. There we are, see? She makes my point. Oh, no, Douglas, it's not like that Stephen King movie. Not where they're in the cornfield. Our god's down there at the bottom of the mine shaft. Yeah. And,
this is where the Russian mafia from San Francisco dumps their bodies.
That I have no doubt. Yes, because, anyhow.
We have,
God.
Anytime that the lake levels get low, the bodies are coming to the top in spite of the car engines they're chained to.
Yeah. And
it's all those gases from the cadaver bloating up.
Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, well, that water is those lakes. The water goes to San Francisco. That's why your water is chlorinated.
Yeah, and so
I am so glad to be in New York.
Yes.
Spiteful people aside.
My lifestyle here is I spend a lot of time in my apartment, mostly online, and not interacting with the locals because I'm so different. We have very little common ground to even have a conversation.
I can fucking imagine. Well, for one thing, you're not a male. Which is like basically the people who are allowed to present themselves in areas like that. And I mean,
oh yeah, they still play the game here.
Thank you. Yeah, it's the patriarchy, and what a shithole.
Young people. The game is where women are helpless and men overcharge you if you have tits.
It's those motherfuckers. You'd think they'd give you a discount, but no, they overcharge you.
Would think.
So fucking.
And I have been playing it and saying, I'm sorry, my husband gave me the amount you quoted him over the phone.
Yeah, there you
and
go.
They go, oh shit. She's not stupid.
Yeah, thank you. That's so awful. That is so awful. And anyhow, let me go mute and kind of again meditate more on how I'm going to approach the topic. I did promise I would talk a bit about Russia in World War II and all that. And but I do want both of you to continue doing so well. Let me check into the chat room and see how our numbers are holding up. And I'd be surprised if they're not holding up, because honestly, your subjects are actually engaging this tonight. And so let me check into this. And by the way, I do hope you listen to a bit about a bit of my earlier transmission. When, before I talked to you in the private chat and you started listening actively, later on tomorrow, if you find any amount of time, you could listen to the beginning of the transmission, because it's, just interesting. I was catching people up on the kind of mind-wiped individuals who have been thrown into my life. And, Peter Moon always feels I'm denigrating myself or bringing myself down by talking about this, but he doesn't seem to get that. But then again, as I've mentioned before, his wife, who is like, 3 years older than his biological daughter, said, I want to go to Washington to look at the cherry blossoms. And he went down there on the weekend that I was hospitalized. And he was down there the weekend that this young Muslim rammed his car into 2 Capitol police officers and was shot dead on the scene. And he knew nothing of it.
We haven't had an actual reported murder here for a long time.
No, I'm sure you haven't. No, not a reported one, no. But many unreported ones, I'm sure. Mineshaft and all. My point being made is that he was on site in the District of Columbia, where they were still highly security conscious and locked the place down. And, he didn't see any of this. And he came back. And by the way, so people know this is true, Crystal River was on with myself and Peter Moon when I brought up an altar that had been inserted, cascaded into my mind by my psychiatrist in the past when
shit.
Oh, this was in the past when I was working with Michael Aquino, and I was seriously considering a career in espionage as a field agent. And at that time, I went through some training. I was taken down to the Everglades, and where they were training many people for Vietnam back in the old days of Vietnam, and also the place near New Orleans in where there's swampland specifically that they used to train special forces before going into the Vietnamese jungles. But really, that was just for some photo ops because I wasn't being trained.
What were they gonna train you for?
Oh, insertion into Vietnam, which was now all communist at that time. It was, the Americans had lost the war, but they still needed people to go into Vietnam to...
you don't look Vietnamese.
I agree with you, but at the same time, I was much younger and could pass. I was much younger at the time and could pass. And,
You were much younger and prettier and could pass.
Yes. And I could send you some photographs from that time, and you could put them on, up when we're speaking together, or our man, Mr. Darrell Neely can put them up while you and I are speaking so that people can see that. But if the subject comes up organically, you at least have that on hand. But my point is that... so my psychiatrist downloaded a altar into myself that was specifically Vietnamese. This is the only altar I've ever had inserted, and she did a lot to suppress it for me later. And she's actually a very wonderful person, and she's Vietnamese, and her entire body is horrifically scarred from American napalm bombing. And she literally has fused bone.
Unfortunately, that means she's still in a lot of pain.
Yes, and she's a wonderful human being, and she's been very helpful to me. And but in terms of the issue, the point was that I had an altar inserted. And then when I was bringing this up in context of, here comes Peter Moon. He comes back from his weekend in D.C. where he saw nothing of the military shutdown of the lockdown of the entire fucking city when the guy killed 2 cops, or killed 1 cop and the other one survived, critically injured, and then got shot down himself, etc. He knew nothing of this and said, wow, I never knew any of that was going on while I was down there, and then when I was bringing up, my being attacked, hospitalized, and my being, basically brought up that I had just seen my psychiatrist who, had been so kind to me in the past and helped me isolate and make certain to basically compartmentalize this alter that I had, she'd done that years ago, really. That I was afraid Aquino could always trigger if he knew the password, and he did, and but it was something that he could have taken advantage of. But she actually helped prevent that. And so when I was bringing this up, and Peter Moon told me later on, not when we were on transmission, but off transmission, he told me, "Oh, my wife and I think you're crazy. And we never understood a word you were saying. You were up there talking about being hospitalized and, people attacking you and this altar. We never even heard of this before." And I was like saying, dude, you were on the episode with me and Crystal River when I brought the altar up and at length and went into it, and you responded to it as to how this was such an intense experience. It's, and none of this was in his memory. It was like he went down to Washington, D.C., and they took him into Langley, Virginia, and they scrambled. They scrambled.
Langley is not a place to joke about.
Yes, yeah, and they scrambled his memory. So when he...
I have memories of Langley.
Okay. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you, and that makes sense. I mean, that makes so much sense.
I came out of Langley with 2,200 altars.
Oh my God! Yes. Well, there we are. There we are. Well, Peter Moon came back with no memories of anything going on in Washington, and yeah, the way he describes it, he was just going from the Lincoln Memorial to all these various sites. But by the way, like I said, the city was in lockdown throughout that weekend. But his memory's going to all these different sites, and it was all idyllic, and everything was open. So he's got this. It's like they took him on a virtual tour. It's like they.
They took him on a virtual tour. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's literally.
The next time you talk to my Daryl, my producer, ask him about the shows that I did in January where I had 28 altars pop up in a 2-hour show.
Okay. And by the way, just so people know, Daryl Neely, who is her producer, and he goes by this name Odin. So I assumed he was a white supremacist. And anyhow, but he turns out he's a black guy. And
he's a black guy with a German grandfather.
Okay, there we go. And biological grandfather, I presume?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay.
Biological grandfather.
Yeah, not uncommon, by the way. Not uncommon.
No, it's not uncommon.
Yeah, but in terms of Daryl Neely, he lives in Washington, D.C. Just so people know,
yes,
so you can relate what I said about Peter Moon, and he can look back on that weekend, and he can probably verify that that it couldn't have been possible what Peter Moon was saying. But that's how Peter Moon remembers it. And he was like saying he couldn't remember all these things that I had discussed in depth on record, mind you, with him in the past. So there you go. So when we were talking about the altars and the like, and it brought to my mind Peter Moon, and we what was my point with that? We were talking about something. It was relevant. It was relevant specifically because of his how would I say it? Anyhow, so I'm sure people.
You said something quickly about that he gave you a hard time about talking about it.
It was. I remember I said that things got pretty awkward when I was talking about Falun Gong, and then there was different time. But his when we speak about these people who have been mind controlled, that may be why Peter Moon does not like my talking about these people in the past who were sicked upon myself, assigned to myself, who were mind controlled. That may be why Peter Moon finds that such a distasteful topic. Does that make any sense?
Oh, because he's compromat.
Yes.
Perhaps in his own way. Yeah, in his own way. And you know, and it's not surprising, is it? I mean, good God, he was working all his life with Montauk, and it's like he's monofocal about it.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
he
yeah.
is. Except he didn't want to hear my experiences there.
Interesting. Okay.
It was like he did not want to hear anything about my time at Montauk. And I spent 6 months there in 62.
Okay. Tell us about it. And I'll go mute. Tell us about it.
Tell us about it. I was 6 years old, and I had already been through mind fracture at Langley. And for the program that I was part of, the next stage was Montauk. And we had to show what we could do in the chair. The chair is a very distasteful thing. You get into it, and whatever your psi abilities can produce is what you will see. And it produces a wormhole in time, and there are, whenever it's turned off, it's a striped tube. Whenever it's turned on, those stripes become electronic and alive. It's like they're plasma, and they will reach and grab you. And if they grab you, they will pull you off into another time dimension. So you have to sit in the middle of the tunnel and concentrate on the target that they've assigned you. Well, by this time, I had been with this agency for 2 years at Langley, and then the 6 months there. And my thing was, I saw this as a way to escape these people, finally. And I found portals in what was basically the ceiling of the tunnel, and I would escape through a portal, chair and all, and they would have to hunt me down without the chair. And I remember seeing beings that were not human, but who knows what they actually were. And eventually they were going to, the people running it were intending to put me into the incinerator because they said I was non-cooperational and therefore useless, and they weren't going to waste any more time or resources on me. And the whatever it was that kept hunting me down stopped them and said that there were certain functions that they needed for the operation that I was showing that I was capable of doing, because I was literally taking a physical object with me into another dimension.
Interesting. By location.
I was leaving this dimension. I was translocating, and they had to go find me and drag my ass back with the chair.
Mm-hmm. So when our lady Madame Bradley is experiencing, what she experienced was that she took the chair with her, so it's not by location because it's relocation. It's just so
yeah,
you understand.
I relocated to a
Isn't that
different
what,
dimension.
Right.
Oh, okay. I might have my terminologies mixed up.
All right, but just
I was not.
Yeah.
Bilocating is whenever you're two places at
Once,
once in the same
yes.
in the same dimension and same timeline.
Right. Now, in terms of Mr. What's his name? Shouldn't even respect him with the name of Mr. The guy who helped in the murder of Max Spears, that Russian dude. What's his name?
Chose.
You're not talking about Miles Johnson, are you?
No, that's the British asshole who departed.
Okay. When Max
Stuart Sverdlow.
When Max died, he was at a conference, and everybody that was there was considered a suspect.
Well, Max Spears didn't die in a conference. He died in this fucking home where they were beating him to death. It's on record. I mean, they literally on record.
Really?
They recorded it, just so people know. He may have been part of, different conferences that were ongoing at the time in Poland. He was really just part of this little chicken shit interview outfit that was interviewing him literally to death. Another, time we can go into that. But the point about Stuart Sverdlow.
I know who it was that was interviewing him to death. Yeah.
Yeah, the Polish guy. And with the, like many Polish names, it's very difficult to remember, obviously. Polish has got to be one of the most difficult languages in the world. Nothing like Hungarian, of course. That is probably, that's probably it. That's probably the apex of
I've been working on Latin. It's hard enough. And it has the same letters that English does.
Yeah, there you go. But anyhow, in terms of the guy who helped to murder Max Spears, there were so many. It's like Crystal Rivers said, it takes a village to kill Max Spears. And yes, obviously the British asshole was involved, Miles Johnston, but certainly Stuart Sverdlow was. And Stuart Sverdlow is convinced that he was in the Montauk chair, and that's where he said he was sent back in time to kill Jesus Christ. So he feels that he was sent to kill Christ, and he claims, well, I decided not to kill Christ, and I collected some of his blood instead from the crucifixion or some shit, and that they needed to bring this back to, he brought it back to his masters, and they were happy with that because, this way they could clone Christ to, generate the Antichrist, which is just lovely. So nice to have Stuart Sverdlow do that for us. And
yeah, well, I wasn't used for anything like that. They were wanting me to test the butterfly effect because they wanted me to go to a general store somewhere in the 1880s, somewhere in Western America, and steal an apple from a general store and bring it back.
Right.
That's all they wanted me to do. And I kept flat refusing to do it. And I eventually did it.
Right. Yeah, I hear you. And okay.
So it wasn't anything dramatic. It's just I kept taking advantage of the situation to run away.
Okay. No, I hear you. And now, of course, so what I see here is that Peter Moon, because he probably instantly felt that you were in the category. In fact, I know this is what happened. He felt that you were someone like Andrew Basiago. And so, and he has, just as I reject Andrew Basiago as basically a man suffering from cascaded memories, but I can at least put him in context, whereas Peter Moon just dismisses him completely. He just can't tolerate him. And so he probably
Peter kind of had that attitude toward me.
That's what I know happened. So what happened, and he never even discussed this with me. So I just want you to know that. So, but what I know happened based on what I know of Peter, he just felt that you were falling into that realm, that kind of, what would I call it? That kind of, type, and so he typecast you as someone like Andrew Basiago, and he just couldn't tolerate hearing anymore. So I, this is not to defend him. It's just to contextualize why he reacted the way he did. Now, you understand, of course, the way I handle you is that I have no doubt you were in the Montauk chair, but the way I perceive the Montauk chair is basically, it's a very intensive mind probe, mind control mechanism, which certainly impacts people to the point where they perceive these realities, and they act within the matrix of these realities, and so that's just how I handle it.
Well, that's why I didn't go into detail about what I experienced while I was there, is because I figured you would think it was delusional.
Well, it's not, honey. I did not say delusional. You're not deluded.
Okay.
You're not deluded.
Okay.
You're somebody who's been subjected to extreme torture, extreme behavior modification to a degree, but I'm putting it in that context. I hope you appreciate that.
Okay.
That's much different from somebody who's deluded.
I have been tortured. I have been put through behavior modification. I have had my psi abilities weaponized.
Yes, and all of these are on record.
And I have been used in multiple black ops.
Yes.
And some are too dangerous to discuss.
Yeah, and so at the very least, understand this. I would be the first to insist that you have been subject to extra-legal governmental torture and behavior modification and mind manipulation. So understand that this is not delusional. This is something you're a victim of.
My purpose for coming forward was to expose to the public that government agencies are kidnapping and torturing children.
Thank you. Yes.
And using them as slave labor basically for the rest of their lives.
Thank you.
And that this is being paid for by your tax dollars.
Thank you.
Regardless of whatever the background of the black op is. And there are a lot of people, even in my community, that will argue over details of the background.
Right, and that's stupid.
And that's not what matters.
Yes,
what
beyond
matters,
that, they're serving the purpose of their own tormentors and manipulators by constantly fighting amongst each other, rather than uniting in a front against the people who exploited them. So very
and
important.
they're out there, they're singing their heroes songs, and even just like a Viking would.
Yeah.
And I'm even when I'm telling the story, I don't paint myself as a hero.
Thank you.
Because my memories, I was a fucking monster.
Yes. Yeah. So
there's nothing to be hero about.
Right.
And I have practiced enough of those abilities here to know that I actually have them. They are not something I'm making up.
And understand that I'm not denying psychic abilities. I hope you understand that as well. Yeah. Psychic abilities and governmental state attempts to exploit psychic abilities are a matter of record. So everybody
that's the situation I'm in, is that I have psychic abilities beyond the norm.
Yes.
And that they have been weaponized, and I have been used for them for my entire life.
Right. And understand again, and I want everybody to understand this, there's nothing that our Grand Madame Bradley is saying that is a lie. She's not lying. Everything she's saying is the truth. She has experienced all of this, but understand the way I handle it is that to a degree, her more extreme experiences to me are cascade memories. And this is how I handle her as I understand the situation. But that's very different from someone like Peter Moon, who basically dismisses what she says based on he's feeling and this is nothing he's ever said. He's never expressed this. So I'm surmising that he feels she's I'm surmising he feels that she's indulging herself, and that's to degree or the like. Probably the best way to say it would be he probably feels she's deluded. So, but that's not my perspective.
I get told that enough times.
Yeah, where you take it in stride. I noticed
ways that I will just assume that's where you're going.
Yeah, because but understand I'm different. You do understand I'm different from all of that, right? I do hope.
Yeah, I do understand you are.
Thank you. So, so
I wouldn't keep coming back to your show if I thought that you really disliked me.
Oh, bless you, honey. No, I love you dearly, and honestly, your experiences are valid. Okay, they're all valid. That doesn't mean that I can necessarily interpret them in my reality as all of them being real. But I know that you experienced what you experienced. But what I'm bringing up is the fact that many of these memories, as far as I can handle this, the way I handle it is that many of your memories, I believe, are cascaded, and that you experience them. To you, they are real. But we come into the difficulty of the different ages that you had, and the different. That's where I, based on my experience with my life, is how I handle what you've experienced in your life. So,
okay.
Yeah.
even if, okay, okay, I don't know if you know Shane Bales or not.
Never heard of
but
him.
He's a whistleblower for the Rothschild family.
Okay.
And he and I are distant cousins.
Okay. What about that young girl? There's this comparative, to me she's young, but she's this young white blonde girl with glasses who said that she was like a Rothschild who was kind of babysat or raised in a certain sense by Joseph Mengele. Are you familiar with her? I don't remember her name, but I met her personally.
There's a lot of people in the community.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, people would not believe how many people are in this community.
Yeah, they would be shocked by how many. And I have been limiting who has access to me for my own sanity.
Yes, for your own sanity. Yes.
A lot of these people are not in control of themselves, and they will latch onto you like a drowning person, and they will drag you down with them.
Yes, and exactly.
Because I was doing peer counseling, I had reached the point where I was drowning.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And I had to stop doing counseling at all. And I still get contacted by people who want that, and I refer them out because I cannot deal with it any longer. I was to the point where that I really just wanted to step away from all of it, leave social media, leave radio, leave it all, and just go dark, because I could not handle it anymore emotionally.
I get it.
And that, with friends being murdered on top of it, it's the CIA data entry clerk who uploaded my file came public, and she put her own life in danger to verify me. And so I'm kind of in a position where I have to stay public, at least for a while, for her sake. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Okay.
But
even
if these were all virtual reality in a deep underground military base, which is what Shane Bales believes it is, I was still kidnapped and mind fractured as a child.
Absolutely.
And that is what I try to focus on.
Thank you.
And I try to avoid everybody getting lost in the details.
Thank you. No, very important.
That is what matters.
Yes.
And our government is kidnapping kids, and not just American kids, but Canadian and Australian and all over
and South America.
The world.
Yeah, just all over the world. And
all
by the way,
the world, including Africans.
Yes, of course. I'm going to go mute now for a few minutes. I'm going to take care of some stuff that'll take me out of the room. I'll be back. But you're doing well. I'm proud of you. Honestly, honey, I'm proud of your courage, and I'm proud of you sharing what you shared, knowing, of course, the attacks you're going to get. Understand, again, I'm not coming from that angle. I'm on your side. And there's much of what you say that I can verify. I do believe many of your memories come from prisoners of war that were captured from the 1,000-year Reich in exile, Unterlanders. And their memories were cascaded down into your own mind so that they would use you as kind of a storage chamber for that, for their ultimate retrieval. As with many things that they do, things didn't go as planned. So you've done your best to deal with that, and I'm proud of you for sharing.
I was deliberately activated in 2013.
Okay, and you can go into the details of that. I'll be back in a matter of minutes. Okay. Yeah, our man will be with you, Jameson.
The NSA sent a team of Russian translators because they thought I would trust these people. And, you know, they were heroes of the Cold War, and I'm basically a patriotic person, or used to be. And so I made the mistake of allowing these people into my life, and they used the code word for me to remember the first altar, and with the altars came the memories. And I have reintegrated 32 altars and out of 2,200. And I have times when these altars will shift on me, and I will literally not know what the fuck I said 5 seconds earlier. And I spend a lot of my time just figuring out what I'm doing, who I am in the moment, and trying to access enough common memory between them to be able to function like a regular person.
Now, there's something very arcane about the fracturing process, and this is just a hypothesis of mine. But when they create altars, I get the feeling that some of these altars that they create aren't actually. Well, how do I say? I get the feeling that they're connected to real people who existed or might exist in a future time or somewhere in the past time. I don't know. For some reason, I just get the sensation that this might have something to this sort of exploits that sort of contagion, that sympathetic contagion aspect of the arcane.
I haven't noticed that. I've noticed about half of them are just storing the memory of the mind fracture. It's like they never bothered to do anything with that altar.
Okay, so some of them are completely blank then, like empty space.
They have the memory of how they were fractured. So
okay, but
they start off as you have a trauma that is so intense that the mind cannot handle it. And we're talking about I was 4. So you're dealing with trauma that's so intense that a 4-year-old can't deal with it. So they form a bubble to store that memory. And then these people will access that memory bubble and create a person out of it.
Ah, I see. That makes perfect sense. So it's like it
starts off, what it is a scar of trauma, and they fill it. And I have not noticed any demonic presences. And I've been put through 104 exorcisms and never had demons come forth. So, these are trauma scars, but they don't share memory because their whole function was to hold a memory where the mind couldn't remember it.
Ah, so they're not accessible to you, but they're only accessible to the people who created the
Yes.
Who put the data there. This way,
And
you have
the
no idea.
ones who are trained have a code word to bring them up, a code word to remember their mission, a code word to complete their mission, a code word to self-destruct, and a code word to go back to sleep. So you have one of those for each trained altar.
So
and
they're essentially.
What these people did was they had the wake up, remember code for the first altar that had been broke off me, and therefore the most powerful one. And since then, the ones depended on it because it was formed into a hierarchical array like in a computer. The ones since then have been starting to activate, is how that all of the ones that I've reintegrated have been part of the same hierarchical array as that first altar that was deliberately activated.
I see. So it's like almost creating a partition. It's like almost creating a
Yes,
empty
it's
partition for
it's
another, so that you could load another operating system onto it.
Exactly.
Except the only thing is you don't have administrative privileges. They do.
Exactly.
So they're basically turning people into like walking computers.
And they did this to me in 1959.
That is super twisted.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I mean, that's really twisted. I mean, and this is...
So, since 2013, when that altar was activated, I have reintegrated 32 altars. I have figured out what the hell happened to me and have an idea of how to go about reintegrating the rest, at least the ones that are dependent on that particular hierarchy. I will probably never be whole at this rate. But with each altar I reintegrate, I get more memory of what I've been involved with, and I start having what I call bleed over between altars I haven't reintegrated yet, where that I'm like me and that altar at the same time sharing the experience. So I know what a lot of them are doing.
So that makes you a threat because you have access to the information they don't want you to have access to.
Yes.
You're supposed to be locked out of that partition, but you've managed to find a way to hack into it. That's very interesting.
I've been using Native American shamanic soul fragment retrieval to hack into those other partitions.
Interesting. That's now see, I knew there was a reason why this intrigued me, and it intrigues the hell out of me. I mean,
there are, since they did me, okay, we're talking 59, Eisenhower administration, there have been millions of us that this has been done to. We're talking, there are thousands with memory that are forming these groups together, and they're frantic because they don't know how to help themselves. They don't know how to help each other. And their families and neighbors are treating them like they're dangerous, because potentially they are. And the medical personnel and psychiatrists, their solution is to drug us into oblivion so that we cannot reintegrate.
So you seem to think, so based on what you're telling me, the pharmaceuticals that were given for like mental health and stuff, depending on, well, it depends on the severity of the disease, of course. I mean, there are some people who need to be.
It depends on what you actually have going on. If all you have is induced identity disorder, which is what this is, if that's all you have, you don't need medication. Now, if you have active omega programming, all of the antidepressants in the world are not going to save your life.
Now, what is that?
The omega programming is the fail-safe, so that if you start to remember, you get a self-destruct message.
And this causes people to do self-destructive behavior.
This causes people to kill themselves, their family, their shrink, anyone helping them. It has been a serious issue in our community.
Wow. I could actually think of a few instances in popular culture where people have done that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been like no explanation for why they did it.
Omega programming. And
they kill the families and kill themselves.
There's lots of us out there that are doing exactly that. Mine is the secret space program community, but we overlap with these super soldiers, and we're different because they tend to be high testosterone and military and aggressive and embrace the warrior hero archetype. They have a real serious problem with they'll make a breakthrough where they get an altar reintegrated or close to it, and then they'll go crazy and kill their family and kill their shrink because nobody has even considered omega programming. Now, if you have people that you have mind fractured and then programmed their other personalities to do things that you don't want anybody to know about, putting in a self-destruct program is rational.
Yes, a fail-safe.
The fail-safe. So that if something fails and you remember, they will kill you.
I see.
And have you do it yourself so it can't be tracked back to them. So now think about how many millions of us have been put through this.
I couldn't even imagine.
All over the world. Now, I've heard from conspiracy theorists who think that we're a sitting army just waiting for the right code word to be broadcast. And that's actually rational.
To bring about some kind of pandemonium.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That we are a hidden standing army, ready. All they have to do is broadcast the activation term. And that's very possible.
This actually parallels what Douglas spoke about with John Henry Hagman, who claimed that he had done such a thing. And he has he actually went as Hagman claimed actually went as far as to say he can do that. So
to people?
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
that he actually has people who are who don't realize that they're sleeper. Oh, I tend to call them sleepers because I don't know. That's the only term that makes sense to me. Like they're not aware that they're fractured.
Term for it. Yeah, most of the people who are like this, their programming is held. They're not aware they're fractured. They just don't understand why bad shit keeps happening to them. Well, they're kind of programmed to self-destruct, to not draw attention to themselves.
Yes, and by the way, programming can be inserted into an individual's mind, and the human mind is so powerful that it can affect your health immediately. If you're given the trigger word for your kidneys to shut down, your kidneys will shut down, which is, I'm convinced, what happened to Derek Talley. Either that or he's faking his kidney shit entirely, but it's that certainly along the lines of what happened to him, basically. And this was, of course, so he could continue sabotaging my program and my need to fundraise for myself with what he's done. So this is something you have probably not been following in terms of a situation, and we don't need to be repetitive and talk about that now, but you can. That's why you can listen to the beginning of tonight's transmission when you have time, and that will help put that into perspective for you, because we did discuss it then, and that's when Peter Moon was getting uncomfortable about it, and really, he tends to really shut down and just not want to discuss that, and it's
This is, in my opinion, the most important part of my community, is that this has been done to us, and we are left unable to completely fix ourselves because of it.
Yes. Thank you. And so very important, and I want to thank you again for sharing what you have. I missed some of it, but what was your opinion of the old, oh God, what was his name? The guy who played in Death Wish, the Death Wish franchise?
You're talking
Charles
about
Bronson. Charles Bronson,
Bronson.
starred in a film that I believe was titled Telethon, or it was either Telethon, or Sleepers. So it wasn't telephone, but telethon. But
it was. He wasn't American, so yeah, it would be foreign language.
No. It was in English, and it was an American film, but it was about Russian sleepers in America that were programmed, but they were totally unaware they'd receive a telephone call, and they'd be triggered, and they'd go into action and blow shit up.
It doesn't even have to be over the telephone. It could be.
We're talking about a film that was made in the 1970s, so very early, very early 80s, maybe. The 80s, yeah.
If they had a group of people, they would put it out over a television show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting. So this is how they're doing the gang stalking. Now everything's connecting. There was something when that individual, when I had accused that individual of making that hand gesture and I had asked him what it meant, he honestly, at first I thought he was bullshitting when he was saying, I don't know what you're talking about. But then I realized that, I had the feeling later on when things got a little more intense that I had the feeling this guy wasn't consciously aware of what he was doing. And I've seen that gesture all over the place. And I'm starting to, one thing I did realize though, was before he did it, he looked at his cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
There we
Interesting.
Yeah, there we have it. And
all these people always seem to have that one thing in common. They're always looking at their cell phones for some reason.
Well,
triggers are not always verbal.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And they can be visual, and so
they can be visual. They can be music. They can be a certain noise. They try to keep it to be things that you won't get accidentally.
Yeah.
I see. So basically they could use these people could be looking at their cell phone and they wouldn't realize that they're being triggered, and then they'll just unconsciously do this action that they're not even consciously aware they're doing, but it looks to me, the outsider, like they're consciously doing this with some kind of malintent. And so and that's the intended effect of the people who are controlling these individuals, to give it that effect that it's something against me for some reason. So the question is, why that gesture? Is that gesture supposed to signal me in some way? Because I don't think that gesture really does anything to me. It's just either sometimes I don't even pay it any emotional value, or I'm just like, whatever, I've seen it before a million times, and other times it's just like annoying because it's like, okay, it's like everyone's in on a joke that I'm not aware of or something,
That's the intention of gang stalking, is to give people that feeling, of course.
Interesting.
Yeah. The thing about gang stalking is that it's intended to drive you crazy.
Mm.
Yeah, they're a bit too late. I was going crazy.
I've been working on staying in touch with consensus reality, and I've been working on stability, as in staying the same altar for longer periods of time and having more control over the shifting. So
okay. And so thank you for sharing that. And it was wonderful having you. And by all means, stay with us a little while longer. Now, let me check the live stream again, see if there's anyone else. Oh, good. We had the wonderful Sarah Thomas say, excellent discussion. Thank you, Penny and Jameson. Bless you, honey. Sarah's been with us throughout the night. Oh, what a wonderful young lady. And of course, I understand, if I remember correctly, she had a baby recently. And
congratulations.
Yes. 11. Oh, fuck. We got 3 hours left. Oh, fuck. I'd better start talking about some of this shit.
Yes, the solicitations.
Oh, God. Let me get my head out of my ass. Pull myself together. I'm sorry. What was that? What was that? Jameson? What did you say?
No. I said the solicitations.
Oh God, I hate that shit. Yes, and I don't even want to start on that just yet. So, Penny, keep talking along with James, and both of you stay up for a bit.
I actually have to take a bio break.
Okay, well, let me know when you're back. I'm sure Penny and I can hold the stage. It won't be a problem. And, Penny's used to staying up quite late, though I don't want to keep her past her time. Penny, what usually, as late as you stay up, what time do you usually go to bed? About 2 or 3 a.m.? What?
I'm usually in bed by 3, yes.
Okay. And so it's
recently it's been closer to sunup, and Lou has been quite unhappy about that.
Oh, poor guy. Oh my God. Why has it been closer to sunup recently? What was that about?
A general sense of just irritation.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
It's hard to sleep when you're like feel like your skin's crawling, and I'm not even on meds for that. I don't do recreational drugs, so I have no idea what is creating this. So.
And I'm glad that you had, as I said, the courage to share it with us. And let me, like I said, pull my stuff together. In the meantime, so you've been irritated. You've also been sick. And again, you can...
Oh, God, I was sick.
Yeah.
I was sick for about 4 days. Should have been in the hospital with an IV, and instead I was basically mainlining Imodium.
Uh-huh.
And then I was sick for approximately a week and a half from the Imodium.
Oh, God. And oh, yes. And so, like you said, I did give you fair warning about that, and I'm sorry to find it.
You did tell me, and you were right. And at the time, I saw no other alternative.
Understood. And so in terms of what you discussed with Jameson, obviously that's helped him to gain some insight in some of his own experiences. So I hope you derive some satisfaction from that.
I'm glad when I share my nightmare that it helps others. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. And so give me a second here while I'm just, by the way, so by all means, continue with speaking about, something. I'm myself of just trying to get my head out of my ass and looking around through some other, shall we say, current events. Jameson's back, and so that will give us something to talk about. So, Jameson, now that you've returned, what we're doing is kind of getting the two of you to keep us to the top of the hour, where I'm going to attempt to fulfill the last 3 hours of this transmission with, significant something. And in monologue. And, oh my God. I hope people understand this was not one of my better nights for getting my head together. In the meantime, both of you are doing so well. Just keep at it. What else comes to mind? We were speaking earlier about things like Britney Spears and the twin, I almost said Twin Towers. The, what would we call it? The Miami collapse? Yeah, Miami collapse, or, then...
Now, what's interesting is this lead that ties to Mr. McAfee.
McAfee, but go on,
McAfee. Well, yeah. It's for some reason I keep reading it like how it's literally spelled. But it just gets more and more bizarre and more interesting.
What did the two of you talk about when you got into talking about the phone calls? Because this is something that is more of a supernatural element, as far as I'm concerned. So did both of you go in that direction? You went into that direction, obviously, with the goetic.
I did, yeah. I entertained it, but then I realized that there's a sort of connection between him and that number as well. Mm-hmm. Because he has kids that are 15, 14, 15, and 17.
Yes.
And so 16 is the only missing number in sequence.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know, and again, I know this is a limit of speculation, but of course we do know 16 is a number that's very good to use in doing demon magic.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They seem to have an affinity for it, and if you add it up, you get 7, 1 and 6. So I mean, and what's interesting is, there is something supernatural about it, because they keep the phone calls they got was just static.
Yeah.
So it's not like somebody. It's not like I don't think that it's likely that someone in the wreckage, one of those people in the wreckage, like the grandparents, I don't think they would have. I mean, granted, most people could. I mean, you said that people could survive weeks in wreckage, but I don't think that people of that age range would be able to survive that. So I couldn't picture in my mind, maybe the grandmother or grandfather, with a telephone in the wreckage somewhere, just dialing the number.
Repeatedly.
It just
doesn't
does
make
not
sense.
make any rational sense whatsoever.
It makes more sense that the phone is connected to a computer.
Okay, but maybe if that, or it's just a truly, ghostly event, which is also.
It could be.
Yeah,
that could be.
I would tend towards
why not?
that. And
why not?
Yeah, that's not. To me, that's. But in terms of by the way, we have our dear friend in the Mr. WTF, I call him what the fuck, who says love Douglas and all, just tuning in while working my second job. Well, same job but second shift. And he says significant something sounds good. So wonderful. So glad to have him with us, and glad we're maintaining our numbers such as we are with the amount of time that we've been on so far. So this is good. And in the interim, both of you continue, take us to the top of the hour, and just roll with it. Whatever else comes up now.
Well, the thing about McAfee is that he had claimed that he had people all over the world who would release certain types of information. He might have been just trying to use that as, it might have been an empty threat he was using for leverage, but he made it sound like he had all these people around the world who would release a lot of dirt on a lot of people in power. And for goodness sake, that many terabytes is a lot of people.
All it would take is 31 people releasing 1 terabyte each. That's a lot more doable than having all of this stuff in a rented condo.
Exactly. Well, yeah, that makes a hell of a lot more sense. And so that would imply to me that the whole rented condo idea is just again an elaborate ruse that someone threw out there deliberately as a smokescreen.
Mm-hmm. And of course, I don't know if our Lady Penny Bradley heard what I had said about all the foreigners who lived in that place. And this was, of course, now Penny, I appreciate, of course, your giving your condolences to all of the families and everyone who's suffered the loss of relations here. But it is equally valid in my perspective to bring up the fact that it's very difficult to feel sorry for people who had so much to lose. I did point out that these are extremely wealthy people who live in that on that site. The penthouses on the roof were like $2.5 million each. All the penthouses, each one of them, and the people who are living in the condominiums are paying like literally $500,000 a month to stay there. That's not something any of us could even dream of affording.
Well, they're still humans.
I understand what you're saying, and
well, they're not as human.
Yeah, well, I would.
Let me put it.
I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that, but I would.
Yeah.
Because I pull no punches.
Think of people as people.
But this is what I thought of when Penny was bringing up I dislike the idea of multi-billionaires manipulating politics. And of course, well, that's impossible to escape at this point in history. Right now, this is what we're working with. So you did express your, how would I say it, your dissatisfaction with that. So when I do bring up the fact that, well, these were all rich people, the other element there, I'm not quite sure if both of you covered this or if Penny was exposed to it, was the fact that the majority of people living there, or quite a few of them, were foreigners, many of them from the Middle East. And so the way they came to this conclusion of this many people missing, well over 150 people, whereas the bodies being recovered were but a few, many of these people might not even be there, and they just were in Arabia or Dubai and don't feel obligated to call in to report themselves. And but then again, why would these people be so certain that these people are basically, they say missing, but they really mean they're in the rubble is what they're trying to imply, and but they're unable to recover any of them. And many of these people were like I said, foreigners, which has led to conspiracies of the Islamophobic bent, where people were saying that they may have set the bombs. But what you say makes infinitely more sense. So anyhow, it's just something to bring up there. So what's your impression of that? So many of them being foreigners, they might not have been in when it blew, and as was brought up by our man Brendan Zogit, and it might be a combination thereof. Just like the World Trade Center was a convergence of conspiracies. So too, this might be a convergence of conspiracies where you have the insurance. The building next door was sold the next day or something. What was it Brendan said? And this was they may have decided to collect the insurance, so they told all the rich folks that were paying rent and not behind in the rent to get out of there, and left everybody else in to die. That's it sounds their speed, as my dad would say. And if that helps you with some further observations, go ahead.
All right. Well, I think, I don't know. I really like the idea of it being some kind of exotic weapon and we're on the brink of World War III, something exciting.
No,
like
God, dude, they wouldn't hit some fucking place in Miami already. All the places to test an exotic weapon.
All right, so maybe it was Ted.
Miami is where the Cuban refugees generally hung out too.
Yeah, there are a lot of these Latin American refugees from Venezuela as well. Venezuela now, as well as Cuba, and so that's where the anti-communist Latin Americans gather. So
yeah, but they're not going to be in $1 million suites.
Well, some of them would be. Yeah, some of them would be.
Okay.
Some of them would have been. Yes.
Venezuelans. Yeah. These aren't the poor people who can afford to live there, These are the guys that were the wealthy class that left. So there we go with that. And
I don't know. I think it's just one of those. Honestly, I'm tempted to just attribute it to a 2021 freak, just like the Beirut blast was like the 2020 freak.
With the Beirut blast, there was nothing freakish about it. You had a bunch of suicide bombers drive into a building, for God's sake.
Yeah.
So that's not supernatural or unexpected or a conspiracy in the sense.
I know, but what I mean is like, you know how 2020 had like its own share of its own mishaps and crazy shit that was happening all over the place, such to the point where people were like, "Oh my God, you survived 2020."
Oh yeah,
well,
2020.
Well, I'm fairly certain we're going to see way more of that in 2021 because it's just part of the pattern.
It might be. But it's definitely...
I mean, let's face it, we humans are not doing we're not doing a really good job at keeping things together. We suck at maintaining stuff. We're horrible.
I'm sorry. It's I've been hearing that my whole life, how much we suck at things, and yet I look at the world and think about the potential that humanity has if we could just stop killing each other long enough.
Yeah. And there you have it. And So, aside from that, leaving that subject, in terms of anything else you two can bring up, please go ahead and do so. Take us to the top of the hour, which isn't that far away.
Oh, 8 minutes. That's not bad. Yeah. I can
We can do
find.
8 minutes.
Yeah. Well, we have Chauvin gets 22 and a half years in prison for George Floyd's death, and damn, he looks really crazy in this photo.
It's awful. What he's looking at is he's looking death in the face. He's basically looking at a prison term, which is for all intents and purposes, he probably will not want to survive that prison term conceivably, unless he's been.
That's a death sentence unless he gets in with the white
Yeah.
supremacists.
Yeah, well, he will undoubtedly get in with the white supremacists, but
That would be the only way he could survive. But police in prison don't last long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not usually. And so it's not. This isn't looking good for him. So you can see why he's got that 1,000-yard stare, and so that's the crazed look you're talking about.
Well, good. He'll get what he deserves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to defend him in that sense. I'll do a little bit of analysis on that now that you bring it up. But go on. Yeah, both of you.
I'm not going to defend him on that. That was pretty obvious what went down there, and he had to expect this outcome.
It actually, believe it or not, he
probably
was deluded enough where he didn't. I mean, and there's reason for him to have believed he wasn't going to get the outcome because of the history of police getting off on, so there you go with that. By all means, go on. Aside from him, there were other things I think that have been happening.
We have U.S. airstrikes target Iran-backed militias in Syria and Iraq.
We have something from my neck of the woods.
Oh, what's going on, honey?
The Pentagon released a report that was 9 pages of boring as hell that basically said for the last 60 years that 1% of the UFO sightings were things that they could not identify. And the last phrase of the report was, "We don't know what they are." It was the biggest hyped absolutely nothing. The entire community was like, "Oh, they're going to admit it. They're going to admit it. They're going to admit it." And then all they said was, "We don't know what they are."
Well, that's what do you fucking expect? I mean, I know this isn't. I'm not coming down on you. Honestly,
I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, what was strange to me was when I was talking to my cosmetologist, and like I said, it was National Beautician's Day this weekend, so I'll try and cover a bit of that. But when I was talking to V, she said, well, it's really important for you and your program. You should talk about the fact that the government admitted the aliens are here. The aliens are, they said that the aliens, they're real, they're here, that all, they were talking about disclosures come. And I was like, honey, where did you get this? And she said, oh, I was listening to Fox News. And I said,
well, it was.
And I said, Fox News, is that what they said? I said,
it was on the mainstream media that they were going to do disclosure.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so that's where she got that from. That's where she. Okay.
1% of the sightings they could not explain away, and that they didn't know what they were, and that's what the whole disclosure was. And I read that and I just belly laughed.
Yes.
It's so much hype over nothing.
Yeah, well,
that's what it's been for like forever. I mean,
yeah.
We had a promise of blue chickens, coming to.
Yes, the blue aliens
were supposed to come and say, "We're going to teach you how to save yourselves."
Yes.
because you guys
Right.
suck at it.
Oh, by the way, Aquino's relation, the former president of the Philippines, died recently. In case you don't know, that was Benigno Aquino, the ex-leader of the Philippines. You know, our man, Mr. Daniel Arola could tell us more about that. But for yourself, honey, I don't believe I've discussed this with you before, and you're welcome to bring it up with me on the 17th. If you feel interest in it, we can talk a little bit about that. But I was so used to defending Michael Aquino, or covering his ass, so to speak, in the sense of his ethnicity. He never wanted anyone to know he had any Filipino blood in him. And so, even when I was asked
We
publicly,
are what we are.
yeah, yeah, tell him that. At any rate, so in terms of him, he was distantly related to there was a crime lord in Europe that people can look up who was assassinated. Just look up a crime lord Aquino assassinated in Europe, and you'll find out more about that guy. And then there was the president of the Philippines. I mean, Aquino's relations was a family mafia that spanned the globe.
Damn, they definitely didn't sound like a family to be proud of.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, it's that's the
Maybe
kind of
they didn't want to know him.
well, they're all I think they're all alike to degree from what I've seen.
Yeah,
Really.
it's a bloodline.
Yeah,
It runs in
something.
the blood.
Yeah, truly tainted blood. But yeah, there we go with that. And and by the way, okay, do look this up. The George Floyd statue, it's being considered a hate crime, but in these two fucking areas, and it's in your neck of the woods, Jameson. They vandalized the George Floyd.
No, there was a George Floyd statue.
Oh fuck! They put two of them up already, dude. They put two of them up already. You should get yourself killed by some white cop so we could, build some statue of you.
Don't say that. No, please don't.
No.
Don't
No,
give them any ideas.
Oh yeah.
Oh, loss. I mean, with my luck, they'll be like, with my luck, they'll be like, what nationality are you?
Yes. Oh, by the way, there is
That's the most offensive thing to ever hear.
Yeah, just a little. Okay, you guys read this and tell me what you think. If you look up not just the George Floyd statues, and I'm serious, look that up, and also there's this testimony from a brother who confronted his father with his feces photos. In other words, the father was took photos. Somebody took photos. I'm assuming that it was not the father taking his own photos, but somebody took photos of this. And the father, by the way, it was like he might have set up a camera so it could take photos of him and all that stuff. But at that point, we're kind of stretching it. But somebody took photos of him dressed in female clothing and eating shit from his son's diapers when they were infants. And so these sons grew up and they confronted their father about it, and he killed them. And it's like, come on, dude, you take that to the police. You don't confront the perpetrator. It's just not, people are so fucking stupid, and they watch too many movies and they take things into their own hands. It's crazy. So this is like
So wait a minute. He killed his kids because they show. Whoa! Repeat that.
Well, look it up.
Yeah, it sounds insane to me.
Yeah, it's man. What was it? Brother confronted father with his feces photos. There we are. Testimony. Brother look that up and tell me what you see, and maybe you'll make more sense of it then. But basically, the guy was eating shit from his son's diapers. And when, the brother of the son whose shit he was eating confronted him about the photos of him dressed in woman's clothing while doing that, he drove him to the point where he killed him because he confronted him and triggered him. And, it's just something that he could easily have just gone to the police.
Okay.
All
right. The older brother.
I'm sorry, but I'm not hearing anything in that photo that was illegal. Weird, crazy, maybe, but not illegal.
I understand what you're saying, honey, but you would be surprised. Honestly, believe me, once the police get alerted to something like that, they can get you on anything at that point.
Yeah, I know, but
yeah, they'll bring in the FBI and they'll empty the computer and they'll find everything they want. It's believe me, it's just the way it works.
Okay,
so
this
seems
is
weird that the guy would kill his own kid over it.
all right. So this is a story. The older brother of a 13-year-old boy who disappeared in Colorado in 2012 confronted his father about photos of him eating feces
That's the part,
from
honey.
a
There we
diaper.
are. You see, so the kid disappeared. The father conceivably killed the kid. The brother finds the photos of him eating shit off the kid's diapers. So this man is potentially the murderer. Then you go and confront him about the photo rather than going to the police. Now you get what I'm saying, honey?
Yeah.
Okay.
I get it. This is just weird. This is super
Should have
bizarre.
gone to the police, not to that.
Yeah,
Yes.
if I'm sorry. if how is a kid supposed to react if he sees pictures of his father's eating shit from I'm sorry. I can't.
You like what he called him? He called him a shit-eating coward. What did he call him? Shit-eating coward? Some shit like that.
Oh my god.
Jello pudding. Yes. What was I saying about this? That was what that wealthy guy. Remember, I was talking about what the wealthy guy sending people to Mars. He said he would they would eat their own shit. That they had developed a machine where it could recycle your shit into food. So this is what he wants them to be living off of. Nothing like pioneering, man. It's well, this guy was just preparing for that. See, the dad was just preparing.
Elon came up with that.
Yeah, was that Elon Musk? Jameson, remind me. Do you remember?
It was either Musk or Bezos.
I don't know.
One of those two. I mean,
We've got 3 of those idiots that are competing on who's going to get to Mars first.
Yeah, I think it was Musk. There's a reason they call him Musk. It's like the skunk smell, right? And honestly, so go on with what.
Okay. Prosecutors argued this week that Mark Redwine killed his son over photographs that triggered a fatal outrage. The photos accidentally discovered by the 2 boys on their fathers. So there's 2 boys. All right. Let me backtrack. The father, Mark Redwine, is being tried for killing of his son. I'm not trying to laugh at this situation, but it's just like the bizarreness of what they found, though. I mean, the boy disappeared in Vallecito area near Durango during a court-ordered visit during his Thanksgiving break, authorities say. Mark Redwine told authorities he left his son alone at home to run errands and returned to find him missing, the Denver Post reported. Prosecutors argued
was
this
this guy
week,
not a suspect back then?
I don't know. You take a guess. Anyway, prosecutors argued this week that Mark Redwine killed his son over photographs that triggered a fatal outrage. The photos accidentally discovered by the 2 boys on their father's computer during a road trip in 2011 depict Mark Redwine wearing women's underwears and a diaper. So he was wearing the diaper and eating feces from a diaper. So
oh wow!
Okay.
Oh, that's
so
cool.
He was probably eating.
So he was eating his own.
So he was eating his own shit. There you go. While their father slept, the siblings looked at the photos in a locked bathroom.
Well, while the dad is sleeping, 2 of these guys say, "Let's look at Dad's photos in the locked bathroom." Is this what you just said?
Yes. Apparently, I think they were probably looking for porn, but they got something else.
They got porn. Yeah, they got that.
Yeah.
All right. And Corey took his own photos to save on his phone. So he took photos. Apparently, they did not like their father because apparently this was a court-ordered visit. So the court ordered these kids to visit their father who eats his own shit.
Well, the court didn't
Now,
know that. In all fairness,
yeah,
I
well, I'm
presume.
thinking what we'll see. Here's where it makes sense. The two kids were probably trying to take their own photos to save on their phone so that they could show the court, look, our father does this. Do not send us back here.
Yeah.
Well, I can see them doing that. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, during a cross-examination, Corey Redwine said he sent copies of the compromising photos to his father in August 2012 while Dylan and Mark Redwine were alone on a trip together. Dylan knew about the photos and was not harmed on that trip, despite the texting confrontation between Corey and Mark Redwine. Wait, who's who? I'm sorry. Maybe it's because I've been awake too long.
When I scanned it, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get some caffeine. Corey called his father an expletive,
the caffeine won't help you with this.
Eating coward, and said, "You are what you eat," according to the text messages.
Oh yeah, repeat that. I'm sorry, I interrupted. I stepped over
court.
you. So say it all again.
In response, Mark Redwine texted back, "Not to hurt Dylan." Oh, wait a minute. Not to hurt Dylan, public defender John Moran said. Okay, who's the father and who's the son?
This is what I was confused by too when I scanned it. And by the way, you said you needed some caffeine. All the caffeine in the world's not going to help you with this. This is too fucking psychedelic.
So Mark Redwine is the father.
Okay, Mark Redwine is the father. And he was...
The son who was killed was Dylan Redwine.
And my image is he was shitting the diaper while he's eating shit from the diaper. So what goes in is coming out. And this is what his sons seem to assume because they said you are what you eat. So they called him a shit-eating coward or something. What was it they called him?
Okay. All right. So in response, Mark Redwine, this is the father, texted back. Not to hurt Dylan, public defender John Moran said. So why would the father text to the son who's calling him a shit eater, not to hurt Dylan? The father also called Corey a thief.
Is Dylan the kid that died? The kid that's missing?
Yeah. Dylan's the kids that died. So yeah.
So he feels this would hurt the memory of the kid, or that's his bizarre whatever it is.
Yeah, that's his bizarre reasoning. The father also called Corey a thief for taking photos and said he was trying to hurt him, just like his mother, who was in a contentious custody battle with him at the time. On Wednesday, Corey had testified that the accidental discovery of photos ruined Dylan's relationship and image of his father.
So how long ago did this happen?
I don't know. This is literally the worst story the Associated Press has ever freaking written.
But it's also one of the most fascinating.
Yeah, this is Associated Press, and this is being delivered through the patch because all these news sites that deliver the news, they just copy and paste, and so this is what this is how these guys make their money. They copy and paste other people's news, and they just put it on blast and toss a bunch of ads up. Why the hell didn't I consider doing that for money? Anyway, the father, Mark Redwine, is being tried in killing his son, Dylan Redwine. The boy disappeared in the Vallecito area near Durango during a court-ordered visit. Wait, I just read that. I'm sorry.
No worries. We need to hear this thing multiple times to even piece it together. So you're not doing anything wrong. No disservice done.
All right. On Monday, Fred Johnson, special deputy. All right. Dylan lost any reason to look up to Mark that day, Corey Redwine said. So apparently Corey's still alive. On Monday, Fred Johnson, special deputy district attorney, suggested that on the night he was killed, Dylan Redwine may have mentioned or shown his father the photographs, triggering his father to become violent. Defense attorneys.
Well, I think it's more the threat that he was going to show the photographs to other people.
Yeah.
Defense attorneys for Mark Redwine said the photos have no connection to Dylan Redwine's death, and
Oh, of course
suggests
not. Oh,
the
of course
boy.
not.
And,
I
and
mean,
suggested the boy.
haven't you eaten shit from your son's diaper before while taking a shit? I mean, or maybe, like I said, I guess it's his diaper that he shit in. That you said he's eating his own shit, right? Because his son's been dead for a while. How long has his son been missing?
So, according to the defense attorney, his remains were found a few miles from his father's house. So apparently,
and nobody questioned this guy. Nobody thought that this guy is a primary suspect.
All right. So they did. They did, and this is why the defense is saying that the boy ran away from his home. So the boy was so ashamed that his father ate shit.
But
he
wait
ran
a second.
away from
the boy ran away from his home, and the court ordered them to go back to a suspected murderer. Is that what you're telling me?
All right. So what I'm telling you is this. All right. So apparently, I'm trying to make sense of this because the way
yourself,
they
I understand. I understand. I'm not coming down on you. It's this.
Okay.
I mean, Penny, this is
right.
what you're getting to, right? I mean, Penny, isn't this what you're getting? The court ordered them to go back to a guy whose son just disappeared.
All right.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Okay. Let me try to put this into context. I can't.
But you have to understand that, according to the court in California, when I was in a custody battle with my ex, as long as the man is not having sex in the same room with the kids or with the kids, he can pretty much do what he wants. So unless they have proven that this man did something to the kids, then he has parental rights.
All right. So, yeah, I think the problem was when I read it, I forgot they didn't put this in chronological order.
Okay, so it's a crappy writing job.
Yeah, it's crappy writing. 2011, the boys see their father eat shit. Now, 2012.
Jesus Christ, that's a long time ago. That's the year my mother died. Yeah. Get going.
That is a long time ago.
Okay, 2012. The brother of a 13-year-old boy confronts his father about the photo. Now, all right. Okay, so we fast forward to 2012 in August. No, actually, all right. We fast forward to August. Yeah, August 2012. They're on a trip. And apparently the kid texts his father, who's with a younger kid, about you're a shit eater and
and you are what you eat. You're a piece of shit. He said.
Now, in the response, the father says, "Don't hurt Dylan." And oh my gosh, I'm just so tired that I can't stop laughing. Okay, it's not funny, but it's kind of funny. And so apparently after that point, the kid goes missing, and now they find the kid's remains and the kid's dead. And so now this guy is being tried for the murder of the kid who's dead. Defense
when did
is
the
saying
kid disappear?
2013.
Okay.
All right, 2013 is when they found the remains. So apparently he disappeared. He must have disappeared the night that the older son texted him, calling him a shit eater. I know. I have a sort of childish sense of humor, so I can't help but find it kind of funny.
Yeah, no, I get it. I totally fucking get it. It's hysterical, really. It's honestly, it's one of these things that it's so bizarre that there's no way you could make this not funny. I mean, this is the stuff of nightmare comedy. So
yeah. I mean, this is like watching South Park, literally. All right. So Corey Redwine told the court his younger brother was pretty disgusted and said he would use the photos as leverage in an argument with his dad a year later. hey, send me those poop pics of Papa because he gave me a speech about you guys being a bad example, and I want to show him who he really is," said Dylan Redwine in a text to his older brother in August 2012. So apparently the younger brother wanted the photos so he could show his father, "Yeah, we caught you eating shit."
It's
So
like and he went there alone to confront this madman alone by himself apparently and unarmed. I mean, like an idiot. And this is Darwin Award bullshit. Okay, listen, people, don't ever do
this.
this.
Darwin Award shit.
Thank you.
All right. So the brother's mother, Elaine Hall, testified Wednesday that she sent Dylan Redwine to his father's house on November 18th, 2012, learned he was missing the next day, and immediately drove 6 hours to La Plata County to search for her son. Hall said during a cross-examination that she had no knowledge of her son confronting his father about the photos, which I would add, of him eating shit. She almost immediately suspected her ex-husband wasn't telling the full truth about their son's disappearance. Text messages show. Now my question is, did she know about what he does in his spare time?
Who took the photo?
She would have had.
There's got to be some reason they're divorced.
Yeah, that's probably that factored into their divorce. But who took the photographs?
He maybe she took the photographs.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's again, these questions have to be asked.
This is like a really bad skit on South Park or something.
Mm-hmm.
2
Thank
hours
you. This
later.
is South Park shit. Yeah, go on. I'd hate to see the movie made of this, but what would you call it? Daddy eat shit. Yeah, that's
Eat shit and die.
Eat shit and die, Dad. Or Dad eat shit. Yeah.
All right. Oh man, I gotta go on a break because I'm laughing. Like this is just horrible. All right. So he wouldn't just leave. She wrote. He would have called me. I am so suspect of you right now. How could he just disappear? Public defender. All right, this is the defense. Justin Bogan questioned Hall about her suspicions of Mark Redwine, suggesting that her perspective was tainted by the contentious divorce and custody battle. Hall had appeared on the Dr. Phil show in 2013 and made her suspicions about the father public. Bogan also suggested Hall turned public opinion against her ex-husband and influenced the direction of the police investigation. No, she just wanted to know what the hell happened to her boy, and she knew that her ex-husband was a piece of shit eating shit. But Hall defended her actions, saying she spoke with the media and attended a protest at Mark Redwine's house in an effort to bring Dylan home. Yeah, and this sounds rational. This sounds like something that a rational woman would do to get her child back. I was frantic, she said. It was so surreal. You don't expect anything like this to happen. I figured he was safe because he was with his dad, and I was devastated to know that no one knew where my son was. Mark Redwine, who had pleaded not guilty, was arrested after a grand jury indicted him in 2017. He was accused of second-degree murder and child abuse resulting in death. He faces up to 48 years in prison if found guilty. Why don't they just give him life? What the hell?
48 years is life.
Yeah, look at his age. So it's not like, he's gonna
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just to send the message that this is not okay to other people. You kill your kid, you're gonna get life in prison. I mean, why is it that a guy gets killed, a man of Caucasian descent gets killed, and the assailant gets life in prison? A white assailant kills his own son, kills his girlfriend. Oh, well, actually, I've noted that in these cases, when they kill their girlfriends for some reason, they get like 2 or 3 years in prison. and they get out on
Yep.
like parole or something in 10 years or something. But when they kill like their sons, they get like 48 years in prison. You know, it's like, but they never get life.
Yeah,
Why is that?
patriarchal bullshit. But he was actually sentenced to only 22 and a half years in prison, so conceivably he could survive it. And unless there's some, attempt to lengthen his sentence at that point in time. Of course, this will be appealed, so we don't know exactly if the appeal will go anywhere. I doubt it, but this is this situation just to put that into perspective for Derek Chauvin. But in terms of this guy. By the way, I flipped on to Derek Chauvin because what I'm doing is I'm looking around on the net for the Twitter reactions to Derek Chauvin's sentence, and that's why I came up with that. But what you're talking about with this other guy, Mr. What is it again? Wine.
Red wine.
Red wine. Jesus fucking Christ! With a name like that, no wonder he became a killer.
Yeah, sounds like something from a Stephen King novel.
Yeah, thank you. That's so bizarre.
It does, yes.
But again, people, this is an object lesson. I know all kinds of people come from horrible families where they're terribly abused. When something like this comes up where don't confront the perpetrator like this alone and unarmed, and just take this to the police, and this whole thing didn't need to happen. After the first son disappeared, then these other guys are like, so there you go. By the way, keep going.
The lesson to be learned here is if you're going to confront someone with incriminating photos of them, do it when you have them at gunpoint.
Yeah.
So that they can't kill you.
and be someone who can pull the trigger. Otherwise, they will take the gun away from you and use it on you.
Yes.
Well, the whole point of having a gun is that you don't get in range of them to be able to take the gun from you. And you don't let them close distance.
Oh, yeah, but what Penny's saying is a lot of people don't have the training for that. They don't know what to do, and they just pick up a gun, and it becomes, something that could be easily turned against them. So, just important to remember that. Most people just out there, they don't know how to handle violence or anything like that. And they watch too many movies anyway.
Oh, wait, whoa, back up. You say most people don't know how to handle violence?
Now, that's a difference between people who are perpetrators of violence. We have all too many perpetrators of violence. That really doesn't mean they're very good at it. It just means that they're violent. There's all kinds of violent assholes who don't really have a control over their violence.
All right, so they're not good at violence. There's a lot of people who aren't good at violence.
Right.
Because it seems to me like everybody's freaking pretty violent.
Violent, yes. Good, yes. Point well taken.
Maybe that's just trauma speaking. I don't know.
No, it's true. It's true. All too many people are all too violent, and they go towards violence all too quickly. But unfortunately, many people who are non-violent, by the time they're driven to violence, they don't really know what to do. Does that make sense? That's really, the...
I see. Yeah. They're like, oh, okay, so how does this work?
Yeah.
Am I going to hit you now?
Yeah.
By then they're already like knocked out on the sidewalk and dying from, brain hypoxia.
Yeah, it's just awful.
It really sucks being a prey animal.
Yes.
But I mean, I'm not telling anyone out there to be a predator. Just don't be around when the preys and predators go at one another. Mm-hmm. Be distant. Be detached.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or as I do, hide in my apartment.
Well, there you go. Yeah, and and of course.
Did you just hear the gunshot?
Oh, there we are. No, I missed that. No, again, these gunshots, they're so quiet, comparatively speaking.
I heard something.
Oh my God. So what's going on?
Give me a second.
Yeah. What? He says, give me a second.
All right. What happens is when I laugh for some reason for a long period of time, I wind up coughing up all this phlegm.
Oh, poor guy.
Yeah. This is a reason why I don't watch comedy that much, because I'll just be a coughing mess and I'll be like spewing all over the place. You get phlegmatic when you eat. I get phlegmatic when I laugh.
Okay.
This is why I'm always locked in a permanent frown.
Yeah. And oh, that that's like what I had said when Selena Khan and I were confronting Derek Talley about the fact that he did absolutely nothing about the security of his children. When you had this white trash piece of shit putting pictures of his children's children and his grandchildren and nieces and nephews from other members of his family online and doxing them, and he had no response, wasn't going to report them to the FBI. And so I was telling Selena Khan how Derek Talley is totally phlegmatic, which, by the way, is a personality type of that in ancient Greece meant somebody who's just slow and just like snail pace. And and he said, "Oh, I'll look that up. Okay." He didn't even take offense. He didn't even take offense. Anyhow, so there you go. It's just what a piece of shit he is. And I can say it now. I'll tell people, it's one of these cases where, by the way, this idiot Derek Talley was telling us about how his ex-wife, along with her girlfriend and her mother, were all basically saying, oh, we wish you died of cancer. And he was like always presenting that, like, our man Jameson and I were both laughing, as was Brendan Zogit. By the way, Brendan Zogit, and he thought that was the funniest thing in the world, and I thought it was a joke. And Jameson Reese also found it humorous when Derek Talley got on Facebook and he said, "People are cruel to me during the holidays." It was just a bizarre thing to say. It seemed so ridiculous. We all thought it was a joke. And I was going to put a ha-ha on it, and then I noticed that somebody else already had. And it turned out it was like the girlfriend of his ex-wife. And, and they had all confronted him along with his mother, like, "Oh, we wish you died of cancer." And he would present that part of it like, "Look at how evil these people are. These people are so evil." But as I pointed out, well, what drives a woman to say something like that? It's like, people are not naturally that evil. They normally your average person is not going to say something like that. But for somebody to be driven to the point where they said something like that, honestly, with everything that I had to confront with that son of a bitch, I can honestly say at this point that I not only understand why his wife said what she did, but I can sympathize. I can sympathize and actually echo what she said.
So now the question is, who's worse, him or Pavel?
Oh God, they're both of the same ilk, really. But Pavel would be worse in a sense. Why? Because Derek Talley is not. He's passive aggressive bullshit. And he tried to always work against you. I'm not saying that to turn you against him, because there's no need. You're already against him. But he was always complaining about you and bitching about you all the time. And I'm like, well, what am I supposed to replace Jameson with? I told him, you're the only person there. So he was willing to work throughout the night. Anyhow, so you've got this idiot, just the way he is, and he just and he can't understand why people resent him. That's the stupidest part. And the way he was always passive, like saying, "Oh, I guess I've worn out my welcome." He would say that whenever he felt you were just hogging the situation or dominating it. And and then later on he's like, "Oh, everyone's abandoned me." I mean, this is the kind of self-pitying bullshit that manipulators, truly manipulative psychotics, use, is to get everybody to say, "Oh, no, oh no, that's not the case," and of course make themselves as pathetic as possible, so you look like shit if you finally slam them down and say, "Get out of here." There's no longer any reason to tolerate you, because once the kidneys are over, it'll be something else. I mean, this is just the fucker's life. So there you have that. At any rate, do go.
Yeah,
on,
nobody likes a self-pity party.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you. But anyhow, so there you have that. So like I said, I'm looking around for what people are saying about Derek Chauvin, and this is my analysis I'd like to give while both of you are here. First of all, I don't know how aware you are of this, but I think everyone's aware at this point, but it really needs to be put into context. And again, it intrigues me, but I think it's should be obvious in context. Peter Moon does not doesn't really seem to tap into the subject of mind control when we're talking about people we know, but he's open to talking about it with people that maybe he knows. It's what's so weird about the way Peter Moon's mind works is like when I was talking about the phasing of, by the way, Penny, if you don't know this, there was an island that used to be on the maps called Ganges Island, and you can look it up. And if you do look it up, you're going to see the internet's entirely scrubbed about its history, and all you're going to find is Ganges Island, quote unquote, imaginary island. But you can look up, but you can look up old maps.
Like Tula Island.
I'm sorry.
Like Tula Island, Thule.
Okay, I'm not too familiar with Tula, so you'll have to explain the history behind that. Go ahead.
It's from the North Atlantic, and it's in Germanic history, and if you look in the really old maps,
yeah, Thuele, yeah, Thule, yes. So go on, yes.
Yes, Tula map, Tula Island. It was supposedly one of the places where the Aryan race came from, and it's on the old maps, but it is no longer there. And so a lot of people will just say, well, it never was there. But if you look in the right spot, you'll find that there's an area of the ocean that is not as deep.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. No, that's important. That's important. And so thank you for that. And with Ganges Island, it was quite real. My father set foot on it at one point. This was in the days when America and the Japanese Empire were jockeying for islands in the Pacific. And so you'll find old atlases that have Ganges Island on the map. You'll find old globes that I own an old globe that has Ganges Island on the globe. And so Die-Glocke, or the bell bomb, was tested there to show the Americans what the Axis had. And so the reason they tested it there was because Emperor Hirohito had placed a number of experimental animals on it, primarily mutated Komodo dragons that he, as a marine biologist, had experimented on. Matter of fact, I'll bring this up when Peter Moon is with us on Wednesday, so remind me to do that, Jameson. And so when, by that I mean I'll bring up other aspects of the story I haven't brought up before. But when I was bringing up the fact that the Axis, of course, tested the Glocke bomb there, which actually is it is one of those bombs that is so powerful it doesn't operate in terms of physics in the conventional sense as the atomic or nuclear weapons do. It operates in physics as in terms of altering, distorting space and time around it. And so when triggered as a bomb, it phases out that area which it's in out of our reality, out of the space-time continuum we're in, which is what happened with Ganges Island.
It's part of a hyperspace drive.
Yeah, and can be used as such. Yes, just like nuclear fuel, just like the nuclear power can be used to fuel starships or submarines. It's but in terms of so when I was bringing this up with Peter Moon and asking him if he was going to put that in the book, at that point we had not yet published the book, he said, it's too weird. It's too weird. It's too weird. He says, this is the guy who talks about time travel and setting up ham radios in caves in Romania and, talks about, the stuff he sees down there.
I understand that he has unusual parameters for what is, and it's not weird.
Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, by the way, you remember what I said about Stuart Sverdlow and how he insists he was in the Montauk chair and he was dispatched. Did you know Peter Moon lived with Stuart Sverdlow for about maybe 5 years at least, maybe close to a decade? Did you know?
Really?
Yeah.
I was not aware of that.
That was after he divorced his ex-wife. he was living with Stuart. And he said Stuart Sverdlow would get the chicken call in the middle of the night. If you've ever seen American Dad, Crystal River told me about American Dad is the cartoon that it's kind of like South Park or Family Guy, and the American.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay. The American Dad gets the chicken call in the middle of the night, where this triggers him to go out and kill people. So
Oh, jeez.
yeah. So Stuart Sverdlow used to get the chicken call in the middle of the night, and our man Peter is sure that it was Michael Aquino that was calling him, with. And then Stuart you go, I gotta go kill someone, so there you go. That's imagine living with someone like that, and so there we have that. And
Hey, I'm relatively sane compared.
Oh my God! But this has to do with mind control. So let's go into a few things here about what I'm noticing about the Derek Chauvin situation. So basically, Derek Chauvin, when he was sentenced to 22 and a half years, he offered condolences to the Floyd family, and I would say he taunted them by talking about new information that could provide peace of mind. So, bear in mind, Chauvin's been silent since Floyd's death. He opted, actually, not to testify at his own trial, where he was convicted of second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. And this is why the sentence was not that long. But basically, he said, due to some additional legal matters at hand, I'm not able to give a full formal statement at this time. Very briefly, though, I want to give my condolences to the Floyd family. So basically what we're saying is that, or what we're seeing, what we heard was that minutes before, the Hennepin County District Judge Peter Cahill handed down his sentence of more than 22 years in prison, which is still he'll be pretty old by the time he gets out. But maybe not that old. He might be younger than me. All these guys who are younger than me, they all look fucking older than me. But, by far. So if anybody knows his age, let me know. But he went up and he addressed the court before he was sentenced and offered these condolences, adding this little bit of additional information that he says will be released in the future that would be of interest to the family. And, it's not even clear what information he's referring to in that brief statement. So it's basically like a taunt. How else could you deal with it? But Joe Friedberg, who was the Twin Cities defense attorney, said that Chauvin was trying to avoid saying anything that could haunt him in the pending federal case, that he's still awaiting trial on federal civil rights charges in Floyd's death, along with the 3 other fired officers who have yet to have their state trials at all. But we'll get there. But, or they'll get there. But basically, Friedberg said there's nothing he could say to help himself, so why would he say anything? And Mary Moriarty, the former chief public defender in the Twin Cities, she noted that Chauvin also avoided any comment that could hurt a possible appeal of the conviction. So what she said was, I was actually surprised he expressed condolences to the family at all. There was nothing of that nature in the defense memo at all, indicating that he had any empathy at all for the family. I guess I was surprised because we haven't seen that from him before. But the reality was that,
What a hell of a thing to say about him.
I'm sorry? What was that?
I said, what a hell of a thing to say about him. We haven't seen any sign that he has any empathy.
Well, there you go. But of course on Twitter, they were like saying that, that basically he should get extra time just for what he said, but because it was so bizarre and almost like a taunt. But I think that what he's setting up, or what maybe the thing that comes to my mind for some reason, is that what his attorneys might be setting up was that maybe they're going to say that George Floyd was really some international spy and he was killing him in the name of national defense, since this is going to be a federal trial. So, I mean, maybe that's what he's going to say in terms of like, but how would that bring the Floyd family peace of mind? I don't understand what he would say that would bring but the way he said... Yeah.
He doesn't intend on bringing anyone peace of mind. He just intends on being an enigmatic prick.
Yes,
that's all he's doing.
Yeah, but the very fact that he says Yeah, due to some additional legal matters at hand, I can't give a formal statement right now. That's what it kind of reminds me of. Somebody who's trying to go for that kind of mystique towards what he says, giving it a kind of context. But in terms of, after that, and this is where some mind control aspects come in a sense. I'm not saying this guy is mind controlled. It's obvious that he was just a policeman who just, felt he would get away with murder because that's the historical precedent, is that cops have always gotten away with murder. And so he was probably definitively surprised when he was sentenced. But in terms of what his mother said, and this is what I was trying to say before to various people who don't understand what I say about these blood boys, and that I deal with at the estate, and who I was partying with over the weekend, because it was, of course, the closing day of Pride Month, really the last weekend of Pride Month. But basically, Shalvin's mother, her name is Carolyn Palenti, and she was the sole loved one to speak on behalf of her son on Friday afternoon into this weekend. And so she had a tremulous voice, and she was insisting that the public image that has emerged of Shalvin as a cold-blooded killer and this racist police officer doesn't match the man she raised. And of course, all footage notwithstanding that the man was
because she didn't see, she wasn't barraged with 24 hours of seeing his ass killing the guy again and again. We must have saw that guy die a million times.
Yeah,
I mean, for any white person who found killing black people horrible, now they're so normalized to it. They're like, oh, okay, that's cool. Thanks CNN, MSNBC, and all you freaking stupid sludge media outlets, Fox, etc.
Oh God! But again, if it weren't for them, we wouldn't have seen that footage. So it's this is, of course, one of the most high-profile criminal trials in history, because of a young black girl who was not only able to film it, because her being able to stand there and film it all that time would have been meaningless if this same mass media hadn't shown it. So
that's true. Yeah, I'll give it that, but I'm just looking at it from both sides of the perspective, and I don't know. It's like I can only see someone get killed so many times. I mean, even when I do, look at gory sites, it's like, okay, I saw that person get crushed by a train. Next, it's just like it's like, how many times am I don't know. Maybe what I'm really trying to say is I don't grasp how my folks were able to just have CNN on and watch it again and again. And I'm like, oh my goodness.
It's like what I said about the news in the background, and just how, we can show you war, and yet most of the time combat veterans are not going to freak out or be tripped into PTSD symptoms when they see the news showing war, because it's detached enough where it doesn't have the dramatic intensity that a film would. But in terms of Shalvin's mother, Carolyn Palenti, despite all of the reports and everybody noting via those reports that Shalvin never showed any remorse, she went on to speak at length about how her son is overall a decent human being. Even though everybody pointed out online that they were telling her he's recorded on camera leaning on this guy's neck till he died. Why don't you take a look at that? But what her statement earned her a new nickname, which was Karen. And for those of you who are unfamiliar, that's kind of very and so basically all these Twitter users, they called Carolyn Palenti out over her statement during the sentencing, and she was largely slammed for saying, well, what she said was, she said, from her own perspective, she said, I will always believe in your innocence. And she called her son a quiet, honorable, and selfless man. Her favorite son, she used words like loving and caring to describe this man. That's, none of this sat well with the social media users. And of course, they all excoriated her and called her Karen. And
deservedly so.
Yeah, and so
she deserves to be called worse than that, honestly.
Well, I'll go through some of these tweets just to give you people an example. Basically, one user says, Derek Chauvin's mother just screams Karen. Another one said, is Derek Chauvin's mother named Karen? Because she's the most Karen of all the Karens who ever Karened. Another one says, I turned the channel when Derek...
I have not heard Karen as a verb before.
Yes. And then another one here says, I turned the channel when Derek Chauvin's mother did her impact statement. What a Karen. And, and here's another one. She's not just Derek Chauvin's mom. She's the mother of all Karens. Basically, here's one that's really harsh. It's basically, this guy says, Derek Chauvin's mother is such a Karen. A bitch will always raise her kids to act like a bitch. Your evil son is going to jail. Good people with a good loving heart don't commit murders. Then he gave the hashtag Black Lives Matter and hashtag Devon Chauvin sentencing. Now, beyond that, she put her son on a pedestal. And this is, why you get one guy here writing, or lady, I'm using the term guy generically, who says, you bore a killer. And for Derek Chauvin's mother to say he was such a good man, she should have her ass put away too.
Good point.
Yeah, he says, tired of these useless white Karen tears. He spells white, W-Y-T-E, by the way, which I think is a new thing for, Well,
yeah, it's to stop the aggregate from reporting it as racist and blocking your ass.
Yes.
It's ridiculous that we have to do that.
Thank you.
And they say, oh, the alt-right people are always like, we want to stop censorship. We shouldn't be. Yeah, they should be allowed to say.
The first one, thank you. The first
yeah,
one.
the minute you say white, it's scrubbed from the internet and you're banned. And it's like, what the hell?
Thank you. And of course, there's some users who are pointing out in what I'm looking through how Carolyn she's just not taking responsibility, which of course to them makes her a Karen. And so one guy here is saying, again, I'm using the term guy generically, Derek Chauvin's mother trying to get him out of a murder charge is a full Karen move. And, I'm not going to bother reading their names or anything, of course, because it's just too much time. And I've done that in the past just to be accurate, but, who the fuck cares? I mean, basically, this is obviously at this point, this is the given paradigm, is that everybody is pretty much responding with disgust. But what everyone has noticed, and what I certainly noticed, is that she does not address the victim's family once. In fact, the name does not even appear in her statement. I'm looking through the transcript of her statement now. So the Floyd family does not exist to her. So
no, she doesn't see them as human.
I agree.
And
I agree.
And this is exactly
that's a real problem. Yeah.
I'm sorry. So
that's a real problem, is not seeing the victims as human.
Okay, thank you, honey. So then I've got another person here pointing out she's not sorry for the Floyd family's loss. She's sorry her son is seeing consequences for his action.
Yeah, that's pretty much, yeah.
And so one lady here says, Derek Chauvin's mother not once mentioned George Floyd's name in her impact statement, but only mentioned that her son was innocent. George Floyd was his name, and he too was innocent. But he cannot say his name today because he was murdered by Mr. Chauvin in his custody. So, basically, the internet, this is the aggregate that I'm getting. The internet is saying Derek Chauvin's mother is a Karen. There's people who are saying the apple fell from the tree and landed at the root. And of course, what I can tell you, this is the point that I've been making, and I don't know if many people get what I'm saying or the importance of what I'm saying. I've worked with criminals all my life, and as I've said before, if it arises organically, I'm happy to talk about it on Penny's show. But obviously, I myself am good criminal. I'm a good criminal in the sense I've never been caught. And so this is the point I've tried to make about all these idiots who talk about serial killers. And you will get this kind of perverse admiration for serial killers. And people will say, oh, that somehow they're brilliant, that somehow these people are geniuses in their own right. And just remember, all of the serial killers that we are exposed to in terms of those that make it into the news are the stupidest ones of all because they got caught. And the reality is there are hundreds of serial killers out there who have never been caught. And those are the truly mad and brilliant, twisted geniuses that are never caught, and we get the stupidest ones, and people are admiring them. So that is one point to be made.
That's one way of putting it, yeah.
Yes, and the other point to be made is, of course, that when you see these parents, as I said, I worked with criminals all my life, and I've also worked with law enforcement. So as a sworn peace officer in the past, as well as, of course, working with just various authorities at the municipal, the federal, and the state level. Honestly, the one thing I can tell you is that from both the criminal and the legal perspective, anyone can verify this. You get these serial killers, you get these criminals, and no matter how heinous their crimes, serial rapists, pedophiles, serial child molesters, the guys who come home with the ankle bracelet, and their parents, usually their mothers, but oftentimes their fathers too, and beyond that, often enough, the rest of their fucking family will always accept them back, and they will always say, their son could be on death row, and because of a mass shooting, and they will all too often come over there to visit him before he dies and say, I love you. And no matter what they do, the pedophiles, the serial killers, these people who get busted, their family, but particularly, mostly demographically, statistically, their mothers, will be their enablers all throughout their career of serial killing, serial raping, throughout their career of all of the harm they do. Most drug dealers, this is a fact for people who don't know it, live with their fucking mothers, okay? This is like, all to these people, their relations, all their loved ones are just stupid people to be exploited. And they exploit them as enablers, because these people will give them shelter, they'll cover for them, they'll give them alibis, they will do everything to protect them and make certain they don't get caught. And when they do get caught, they will always still support them and say, I still love you. And you compare that to some child just comes out and says, I'm gay. And the moment a child says that, the parents automatically, statistically and demographically say, get out of this house. I don't love you anymore. And just to imagine a parent who has raised this child from birth, who has gone through all the diaper changing, gone through all the feeding, gone through the various sicknesses this child inevitably had, and nursing them back into wellness, for them to go through years of that to get to the point where the child comes into some kind of awareness of their sexuality and comes out and says, I'm gay. And to have the parent reject them immediately without thought in that very moment, get out of here, I don't love you anymore. And I grew up surrounded in San Francisco by these children who came to San Francisco because it was the dregs of society who went to the Mecca, the only place where they knew gayness would be tolerated. And these are the dregs who were on the street selling themselves. I grew up surrounded by them because I lived in the area where they sold themselves. I lived in the Tenderloin district of San Francisco. These are the people I would see when I walked out the door. These are the people I would see when I came home from school. So I grew up surrounded by these people who began to die of AIDS at very young ages. And so this is, for people, getting to know these people, the story was always the same. Oh, my parents raised me, and and then the moment I said I was gay, I was kicked out of the home, and I came here because the only place I knew I wouldn't be lynched and killed immediately. And so this is something that happened to my surrogate son, who was, of course, a girl when I literally purchased her from her pimp off the street. And this was, of course, a person who would have died on the streets, probably within weeks at the longest, months at the absolute longest, days conceivably. The point was she was kicked out by her parents for having gender dysphoria, for wanting to be a boy. I mean, this is the kind of insanity. And many of these blood boys that were adopted by my son's husband for blood transfusions, which they provide, and blood for myself, which I drink. These are people who have been completely rejected by their families, disowned completely. So you're talking about a situation. And by the way, the transmission before last transmission, you can tell, Jameson, you can tell people what this woman came online and was looking at the photograph of myself with this young blood boy, and she said, what did she say? Something along the lines of, what's that weird picture? What's that weird?
Yeah. She was like, "What's up with the weird picture?"
That
was the only thing that was on her mind. You could have been talking about like
Well, I was talking about anything but that, but I did explain it. I did explain the context of the image. Obviously, she wasn't listening to the whole 12 hours, so that's understandable. But what's interesting is that she didn't assume that somewhere in that 12 hours I explained the image, because you would think a person would rationally assume that. But I get this a lot. There was one clown who said, when I was, had a photograph of myself in drag with all these blades in front of me, and this individual says, I wish you would put up images that had something to do with the context of what you're talking about, when in that very live stream, I'm talking about how my mother trained me to dress in drag and use that as a technique for assassination because of her background in what Americans call ninjutsu, which in the Japanese is properly called inindo. But so the guy's just not getting it. I mean, people are just not getting about anything about what I say. I talk about these images, but they're not catching it, and then they assume I'm not talking about it, which is even stranger. But when the woman says that, my first thought was I was going to leave that up there and then address it. But then, there's not much I can say about it other than, well, if I explain it, as I did, and talk about the blood boys and the fact that these are, young men whose blood provides rejuvenation for many people in Silicon Valley. But every one of the big fish in Silicon Valley has their own harem of these boys. But they call them, of course, transfusion associates. So they're basically living on site, they'll say, because they're like consultants, and they're on-site consultants. But they are basically raised and provided education, and they provide blood in turn. So, if I explained that to her, would that have made the image any less weird? It probably would have made it worse for her.
Yes. Yeah, probably.
So this is the madness that we're talking about, but this is what rescues young boys like that off of the streets. So, people need to understand this is the perversity of American anti-culture. We live in this prison rape anti-culture where entire families, but particularly mothers, are enabling these monsters. And yet other families, when you have somebody who is innocent but simply decides that they're same-sex oriented, and then people say, get out of here, I disown you, and they turn off the love mechanism. How somebody does that is beyond me.
I have no idea how they would do that.
Thank you. How do you chemically do that? But you know what I saw that with?
It's because love is conditional.
Well, for them.
I mean,
for them.
No, well, I can perfectly understand it personally, because I've sort of inherited that pattern where I can do that as well.
Well, I would like to think you're above that in a sense. Certainly, it can be deemed a weakness, and understand that the enemy, they want to operate by everything they perceive as a weakness. And this is why they thought I was weak enough where I would make myself look like an idiot with Derek Talley. Because with Derek Talley, his entire sabotage project was to make himself look so pathetic and so pitiable and so in need of help that if I kick him to the curb, then I must be a monster. That was his assignment. And so you can't win with that, was their reasoning. That if I get rid of him, then, it's a lose-lose. If I keep him on, he's just going to suck up all my resources, suck up all my time, suck up, get people to support him financially. when I've got my own issues to deal with. But if I kick him away, then I look like the monster. So it didn't
Well,
work
what I'm
for me.
driving
Yeah.
well, what I'm driving out is that it's a form of manipulation where you control the person. Basically, if the person does what you want, you reward them. If they do what you don't want, you punish them. That's
Okay,
the
but
same.
that's not love.
Yeah.
That's not love, that's control.
Thank you.
Well, yes. But isn't that exactly what love is?
No.
No.
No. Oh my God.
No, love is where you put the other person's well-being ahead of your own.
That's
Yes.
inconceivable.
And you see, this is what the enemy was counting on with Derek Talley and using him against me, was they're counting on me to act as if I'm this loving person who would therefore be taken advantage of and ultimately destroyed, sabotaged by this individual and his damage against me. So people have to see that. That's why it's so important to educate people on how the enemy operates and how they try to take advantage of this. So the truth is, yes, most families are not loving families. Most families in America are completely based upon this idea that, and by the way, I'm not saying that it's heaven in other places necessarily, obviously, but most of the time they are very clan oriented and very extended. So you will see other families have a kind of system in place within the family system itself, where as people get older, then younger people care for them. So there is more of a care provision, shall we say, what would you call it, Penny? Kind of like a family tradition that enables a culture to integrate all ages in the spectrum, where in America we're totally atomized.
My family used to do that up until 2 generations ago. And at that point, they started putting our old people into hospitals instead of taking care of them in their own homes.
Yeah, so sad. And
my sister does have our mother at her house, but as a general rule, my family stopped this 2 generations ago.
Okay, so sorry to hear that. By the way, Douglas Mark says, "Hey Peggy and Douglas, ocean deep talk today," and Douglas Mark says, "Sorry, Penny." So thank you, Douglas. Deeply appreciated. And so let me check some of the other things we've got going here. And by the way, okay, so this was this image that our man Jameson put in here, which is this is a joke, right? Was it the oh yeah, the image of McAfee with that idiot behind him? Who's that guy again? The child molester. Epstein with the Epstein behind him. Yeah, Epstein behind him. That's pretty fucking funny. And yeah, aside from what we've already covered, what was the other story that I was pointing out that I don't believe we followed up on? There was I was talking about the other weird things that were going on in the world, and one of them was that shit story, which I still don't think anyone has ever gotten to the bottom of, or we haven't really drawn any conclusions from that other than, I mean, what conclusions are there to draw? So the guy killed his son, and then the other son drove him to kill him, and so there's one son who survived, and then he said, "Don't harm the other son." The crazy dad said, "Don't harm," but which son was he talking about? The son that was still alive, or the son that had died, or?
I have no idea. I got lost in the reading of that.
Yeah. How about you? Did you, Jameson?
Okay. So, the younger son was the one that was killed by the father after he had the older son sent him the text so that the younger son could smear poop in the poop eater's face. Apparently, the father didn't like that, and he killed him. The young kid.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So both brothers are dead now. Is that what happened?
No, only the older one is alive.
The older one's
alive. He testified.
Okay.
Yeah. The younger one is dead.
Okay. And what was the other story that I had brought up? It basically like it was.
Oh, there was the guy the hero who shot him,
No,
who got
we
shot with a
covered
car.
that. Yeah, we covered that. That was like a
Yes, that was
comedy
good.
skit. Yeah, that there was something else that I had brought up, however, about the just before that other story, and that story, of course, was so spectacularly lurid. But by the way, the Hindustan Times has mentioned that 19 minors were rescued from I think Ranchi airport. And a man's being held in custody for his involvement in child trafficking. Of course, in India, this must be like every day. But,
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah.
There's so much.
What was that, honey?
There's so much all over the world.
Yeah. But
The more poor the people, the less they value their own children.
Oh, I don't know about that. I would say certainly in America.
It's all across the board. It's not a poverty-based thing, because there are some people who are impoverished who would cherish their family, and that's all they have.
Yes,
because
that's right.
The only asset they have.
If for no other reason,
Well,
yes.
I can see that because
look at
I have
Britney Spears.
counseled.
I mean, her folks threw her under the bus.
I have counseled people who were children of the elite that have ended up being killed.
Right.
So.
Okay. By the way, so this is what I was talking about. I don't think we followed up on the George Floyd statues and the vandalism being considered a hate crime. I think that's very important. So if you would look that up. By the way, and tell me what you think of this. I want you both to look at this guy's picture, the George Floyd statue picture, the bust of George Floyd. There's something that you should immediately notice about it. That I find that I
the one that was white.
Yeah, it's white. It's white. The bust of George.
Yeah.
Well,
and it was a white statue, and it was spray painted black.
Yes, it's a bust. Really, it's a giant bust. It's not a statue, because a statue implies full body. But it's a fucking bust. And they made it white. Now, I can understand why. Why they did that was because by the shape of his face, you can see the man is negroid. You can say, oh, that's a black person. You look at that and you say, it's like the statues in, what is it, Machu Picchu or something, Mesoamerica. They look black as hell because they've got the snub noses and they have thicker lips and they look black. Those ancient Mesoamerican statues, you know what I'm talking about, right? Those heads.
Yeah, the Olmecs.
Yeah, Olmecs. Thank you. Damn, you know it. Yeah, and so you look at him and you say, he's black, but they made it white. And you know why they did that? So that he would be sympathetic. Because if they made it black, then your average white person would look at that and say, who's that nigger? Just basically
interesting. I was thinking that the reason was more pragmatic, and that's just the color of the medium that they were using.
Oh, okay. No, it was psychological. The reason why was because if they made him white, he's automatically sympathetic. And so they say, oh, that poor bastard. Oh, that poor son of a bitch. Whereas if he was black, first off, it would be harder to discern his features, but it would also be unsympathetic in the average, person's mind. So, but anyhow, so these are actual white supremacist groups. They named them in there. It's a single group, and they went and they did both these statues damage, and they so this is important and it's relevant, and so and it's also horrific in its own right. But it really goes to show we're headed towards this civil race war. I mean, in other words, the white supremacists will not tolerate, inner passive statuary. And what they would say is, well, you're taking down all of the historical statues of all of these, people like the guy who wrote the national anthem, Floyd Scott or whatever the fucker's name was, something F. Scott. Yeah, he was a slave-owning son of a bitch. And, in San Francisco, we took his statue down. And and it will not be missed. And we replaced it with a bunch of African art displays, thank God, which I think is fitting. It's ironic. But this is something.
Well, this shows that America will not let anyone of color have anything. It doesn't matter how racist they claim they are or aren't.
You need to qualify that white America in terms of
White America,
yeah, or at least white supremacist America. But we do.
But yeah, white supremacist America, white America. There is no distinction. There is no distinction.
Yeah, well, this is what we said before. Is that
because the reason why is because one hand enables the other.
Yes.
The ones who are like, well, that doesn't bother me, that doesn't affect me, so I don't have to do anything about it. They're enabling the ones who are continuing the system of hate and bullshit. So they're equally complicit. And hence, that was what I was trying to drive across when I was speaking to the other gentleman earlier.
Mm-hmm. And this is the horror that we're confronted with, is that those whites who are liberal progressive, not talking about Penny Bradley, of course, because she's like totally exceptional from this, but all too many whites who are liberal progressive are also comparatively well off, and they are liberal progressive simply because they're privileged enough where they can afford to make the choice. And so you've got this conflict between liberal progressive white America that is often upper middle class or even wealthy, and this is why they can afford to have an education which has made them more prone towards saying, okay, I value other people's lives who don't look like me. But the other Americans who are just out and out racist, this is really a civil war between whites, just as it was during the last American Civil War, which was the blacks didn't have any say in it. And again, this is a point I want to make now. I want everyone to remind me to bring this up again in the future. But in the last Civil War between Americans, I've often pointed out that the South was fighting for what they believed to be their rights, which was involving property ownership of chattel or other human beings, but human beings they didn't consider to be human in the sense that we consider other people to be human. And but they were fighting against whites who were not trying to liberate those other humans. Far from it. They were fighting against whites who basically the South rationalizes the Civil War these days by saying it's states' rights, but in reality they were fighting for white supremacy and slavery. But the Union was not fighting to free the slaves. They were fighting simply to bring the Southerners back into Union. And anyone who thinks otherwise is a fool and a propagandized idiot.
Anyone who thinks otherwise never read what Lincoln actually wrote.
Thank you. But beyond that, the way they...
And worse, the largest hanging of Native Americans was done under orders from Lincoln.
Thank you. And just so people understand this, it is around the time that the Civil War was getting towards a kind of conclusion that the Union soldiers started writing any comments about slavery. And this was because then the propaganda was kicking in. It was always there to kind of say, oh, we're freeing other human beings, or we're providing rights. This is why they were singing John Brown's Body Lies Eternal in Its Grave, because John Brown led the massacre at Harper's Ferry. But when it comes to the reason why they were fighting, that was not what they were thinking. It was not that nobody said this. Nobody said this during the war in their mass media in the Union, that we're fighting to free the slaves. And this is the kind of propaganda the Union now plays, and saying we were fighting to free the slaves. It's all bullshit. Don't buy into it. And when it came to World War II, this is what they've done with World War II. You will see shit about, the GIs, they liberated these concentration camps, and they got to see the horrors of Dachau, American GIs and all this shit. Yeah, we're talking about 1945 in the last days of the conflict. This is not something that the GIs knew about and said, oh, we've got to go free these concentration camps, or what they knew about them, or what American Allied intelligence knew about them. They obviously didn't care. The whole thing now has been propagandized to where they make it sound like this was their purpose for fighting World War II. And this is how many Americans misunderstand or miscomprehend the entire war. So many ways in that effect. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
I get in trouble every time I talk about it.
Yes, I understand.
I have been permabanned on Facebook for talking about it.
Understood. I get it. And I too have been permabanned from Facebook. And of course, Our Lady.
You do sort of learn what territory you can talk about and what you can't.
Yes.
But what a lot of folks do not understand is that the initial thing that was done was the Jewish people were actually sent to what's now Israel, and they were allowed to leave until the British stopped it, because they had control of Palestine at the time.
Yeah, the Havara agreement, the transfer agreement, translated
So
into. Yes.
they were transferring the Jewish people to the Holy Land until the Brits put a stop to it.
Yes.
And there were ships full of Jewish people who were going to go to America, and they were literally turned away. Yes. So this was not a simply German problem.
Of course not. No, of course not. This is, yes. So
the entire world was complicit.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. But aside from complicit, it goes well beyond that. I would say the Allies were guilty. Of course, we'll go into that some other time. And
but every time you bring that up, I've been accused of...
Oh, Judeophobia, of course. They use the term anti-Semitism, which is beyond offensive in and of itself, but because it's being misused.
The problem that they run across is that I had a Jewish grandmother.
Ah.
So I'm in that category of traitor to my people.
Interesting. So you're in the category, believe it or not, of George Soros.
Oh, yeah.
So there we have that. And of course, people, I've had the crazies, the real crazies, who, these are the Richard K. Cole Jr. and his little, well, he's only got one real person he speaks to, and then the rest are, well, I guess he's got a few now. Pavel Edward, and Derek Talley, and Lena Shea. I mean, Selena Khan's convinced Lena Shea talks to him, which may very well be the case.
Well,
but
the truth is still out there, but you have to dig awfully deep to find it.
Understood. My point about bringing those gang stalkers up of mine was because they said, oh, Douglas Dietrich says he's the son of Adolf Hitler because he's trying to get Jewish money. Because their crazed logic is that Hitler is Jewish, and therefore I'm trying to suck up to the Jews by saying I'm a child of Hitler. Because, of course, then all the Jews would just hand over their money because they love Hitler so much. The insanity should be self-evident in this kind
of...
the
insanity should be self-evident, but, you know, like I said before, they're no longer capable of reasoning.
No, they are not. We've entered the realm of the absurd. Well, honey, I'd best let you go to bed. This is normally a time you would have been in bed by now. I love you dearly. Get yourself to sleep. I'll slap you on the ass and send you on your way. I'll be with you on the 17th.
Thank you, sir.
We'll probably talk well before then. Take care. Have a blessed day. And yes, say goodnight to the audience.
I will be up sometime afternoon, and hopefully it won't be 103.
Hopefully not. Yes. At least one thing I can say about San Francisco, we don't get these heat waves, so not normally. But all right, honey, you take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Nice sleep. Bye-bye
Take
for
care.
now. And Jameson Reese and I will cover it now. The first thing I'll do is I will basically, the one solicitation for Ben Estenius, and then I'll go a bit into what this weekend was about, give people some perspective on that. I may go into the Soviet Union, the next transmission, and into international affairs then, and that way we'll be able to give it much more time. Tonight we went in so many directions. It was actually, I'm glad we did, by the way. It was really good to do that, and I think that people still found it very deep, very rewarding, and so I appreciate your participation in that, Jameson. And anyhow, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, and Aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book by that same title, The Unfinished Man. And there you can also find on that website scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com, but other cases such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com, or you can, of course, remember to spell it as Tucson, spell it like it was Tucson, but it's pronounced Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And neglect not to subscribe to his Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Now, of course, I've said that forever for a long period of time, and effectively no one has. But, do it anyway. It's no big deal. And you get to see, of course, the kind of commercials that he presents towards his landscaping business, which I'm actually not paid to advertise, so no point in going into it right now. We have very little time left, comparatively speaking, so I'll just get started on talking about the fact that Saturday, June 26th, was it was a national day, National Beautician's Day, and I do want to speak about the value of the beauty industry. Now, National Beautician's Day is celebrated on June 26th every year. And so I should call it Annual National Beautician's Day. That is actually the correct name for it in full and proper form. And so the day is to honor the ones who make us glow further, the ones who make us up to be extra radiant. And many close relationships have been developed between a client and their beautician. They become a confidant, and at times a very close friend. So we want to honor and thank all of the amazing beauticians across the United States that work diligently at their jobs and make us look and feel more beautiful or handsome. And so I do want people to take this into account for next year, and just mark this on your calendar for next year so you can remember it. And I want you to understand, the difference between a beautician and a cosmetologist, in the sense that there really isn't one. Of course, people always wonder when I bring this up, what exactly is a beautician, how they differ from a cosmetologist. Well, like bronzer to contour, the two largely overlap. Most beauticians are cosmetologists, and vice versa. But the word beautician has become as a sort of layman's term to describe anyone in the beauty industry that performs hair and makeup services. They can choose to specialize in specific areas of study, such as makeup or hairstyling. And cosmetologists perform the same tasks, but their title refers to their formal certification. And sometimes their training includes additional services beyond hair and makeup, such as manicures, pedicures, and other various hair and beauty treatments. If you yourself are interested in cosmetology as a career option, look up the requirements of your state. Now I'm going to thank Jameson Reese, who has returned back to us. And by the way, just to give people a little bit of the weird-ass story of tonight's promotional banner. I should have brought this up while Penny was still with us. But you may have seen this, Jameson, but the comments, one of them was Shauna Bandow said, "Hugs, dangerously sexy." Douglas, really cute. That's adorable. But in terms of the photograph on tonight's promotional banner, honestly, the only reason it got through, the only reason this was published, because I want people to understand something. I had several different photographs, and I went through the motions of publishing what was a bit more extreme than this. Nothing that is technically obscene, because there was no genitalia showing, but there was one in which my son and I were hugging, and we were both naked at the time, and so no genitalia was showing, but the Facebook sent me a warning, and they said that this is your first warning. This is sexual content. They said this was sexual content and that they would not publish it. And so they struck it down and gave me a warning and said the next time would result in some kind of, barring, being banned from Facebook, etc. And they went through this whole process where you had to push the buttons to get out of their stupid little automated cycle where, they wanted you to understand their standards. We have standards. Sounded like Derek Talley when he was talking about, I don't just go for any woman. I have standards. Yeah, like a guy like him could afford any. And so they went through the standards process, but the end result was I couldn't publish the photographs I was trying to publish. So then I published this one, which again shows no genitalia, but I know exactly. Like Jameson Reese says, when the hell did Facebook ever have standards? But this is what's so funny, because remember I asked at the beginning of the transmission tonight, I said, are you guys seeing this? Because I'm not seeing the photograph I published. All I got was this black space. And what the black space was saying was this little, like, in white, it had the text that said, image may be anime person in bed or something like that. So then everybody checked out and they said, oh, I see the picture. And so the only reason this picture was allowed for publication was because the artificial intelligence is what they call it. It's really an expert system, meaning it's not an artilect. It's not at all an artificial intellect, but it's an aggregate system. This has taken my photograph as an anime illustration. And that was because this photograph I put into a patterned filter. So in case you may or may not have noticed it, the photograph that is published on my promotional banner tonight, and this is why I always encourage everyone, please open a Facebook account, even if it's a false Facebook account. If you don't like the idea that Facebook exploits all your info, just give them a false account. But this way you could at least see my promotional banners, because they always have significance and relevance concerning the transmission that the promotional banner is promoting. So with tonight's, I was able to get it through only because I filtered the picture into a kind of painting process, which means that none of it is painted over. This is not what is called, as I've mentioned before, a photo pentimento. There's what I call, or this is the correct illustrator's term professionally, a photo pentimento is when you paint over an illustration or add painted elements. There's none of that here, but I put it through a filter that gave it a painting texture. And that was translated by the aggregate expert system that this was an anime illustration. And that's the only reason it got published. So people can have fun with that. And it really is a lesson. It's a lesson in, we would call it cyber insurgency. This is my own guerrilla warfare marketing. Remember, I'm banned on Facebook and all the rest of that. The interesting thing is, I wonder how many people look at that and still think I'm a female. Which is most of these guys out of Pakistan. Fuck, I've got this guy now, Chetin Ornek, which seems like that's like probably some weird Caucasus Mountains regional, ethnos, like Circassian or something. And he's put hearts on all my pictures and is going, oh, love you and shit. And, I get this all the time. And it's like, oh, okay, that's cool. It's like you would think they would know I was male, and maybe it doesn't matter to them. I think Jameson Reese said that it doesn't matter to most of them. They don't fucking care. They'd hump me anyway. Okay. So all of that being said, people should have some fun with that. And I thought it was enlightening, and it certainly tells us something that the artificial intelligence can be beaten. And it also shows that even to some machines, I just don't look real. And that says it all. So with that, it is, if you want to find out more about National Beautician's Day, look up hashtag National Beautician Day, hashtag Beautician Day, hashtag Best Beautician, or hashtag Mass Makeup. Now, you might ask, why is there a Beautician's Day? Understand that every June 26th, every year, it's an incredible opportunity to celebrate the beauty community and all that it does for us. We often forget how valuable beauty can be to ourselves and our communities. And the beauty industry professionals devote their lives to helping others look and feel like the best version of themselves. And their impact makes an enormous difference, both directly and indirectly. It is literally incalculable. Their services can enhance our lives in a wide variety of ways by improving our appearance, our health, our mindset. And the recent COVID-19 pandemic has made us appreciate the services that these individuals provide even more. And with many of these services unavailable for so long, many fully understand now just how essential our favorite beautician is. Now, the National Beautician's Day is to honor the one who makes us glow further, the one who makes us extra radiant. And when it comes to makeup, it's the woman, of course, who really rock. Women are always fascinated by makeup items compared to men. And from foundation to concealer, the numbers of beauty products are available in the market to prove it. And sometimes we see advertisements and buy the product, but honestly, that works only very few times. It's basically, when it comes to trying to treat ourselves, by that I mean actually contend with dermatological issues ourselves. If we try to contend with these issues ourselves, usually it turns out to be not only a waste of money, but even beyond that, are skin blemishes, and perhaps repairing and rejuvenation is really stressful. So it's beauticians who are the ones who sort the problem out. They choose the right products for us. And being beautiful provides us confidence. So this date yesterday, and this day every year, mark it on your calendar for next June 26th. And it changes its day every year because it's a fixed date. So that means that it's forever going to be on different days. This year it was a Saturday, meaning next year it will be on a different day from Saturday. But you just understand that whatever day it falls on, the date itself is to honor the beauticians who give us that further extra confidence. So in terms of the value of feeling beautiful, we all know that when you look your best, you feel your best. And beauticians, our cosmetologists, help you achieve that fantastic feeling. There's a lot of evidence to back up this phenomenon. Now, beauty services impact the mind, the body, the spirit, all at once. And while we were stuck at home throughout the lockdown, the quarantine, the pandemic, many of us were missing the wonderful benefits of those appointments. The different ways that beauty services can help you beyond the obvious superficial ways would include, and they're not limited to, well, the first one I can think of would be confidence boosts. When a person gets a new haircut, style, or makeup look, it doesn't just boost their appearance, it can have a tangible effect on their self-esteem. Individuals who regularly take care of their outward appearance tend to feel more confident in themselves, and this confidence boost can drastically affect how they interact with others and carry themselves. Increases in confidence have been linked to better social lives, better career opportunities, and healthier relationships with all of those around you. Now, while under lockdown, Many people were missing this little boost of confidence that they got from their beauty appointments, making the quarantine even harder. So feeling good about yourself is vital to a healthy mindset, which is especially important during such a stressful and uncertain period. And of course, yet another second benefit that comes to mind would be healthier skin and hair, because additionally, beauty services can also help you to stay healthier physically. A professional shampoo or hair treatment can clear away product buildup and encourage healthy hair growth and a healthy scalp. The proper makeup application can promote more youthful skin and aid clogged pores. Beauticians are especially trained to apply specific techniques that are better for your hair and skin than what might be in your usual routine if you were left to your own devices. Another point that comes to mind is that self-care is something that can be immensely rewarding in and of itself right now in times like these. Because while many of us have been trying to do our own hair, our own nails, and our own makeup from home, nothing beats a professional's touch. They are the best qualified to perform these services in a manner that preserves the long-term health of your hair, your skin, and your nails. And of course, yet a fourth point that comes to my mind would be a few minutes of peace and relaxation. Because conclusively, I would say that atop of all that I've already cited, the value of having these services extends to emotional peace as well. It can be beneficial to take a break in your busy and chaotic world and take some time for yourself. Having your hair or makeup done by a professional is just what the doctor ordered for ultimate relaxation. A tender touch by a trained professional can put you right at ease. And since so many of us have been doing our beauty treatments from home, we've been missing out on the feeling of being treated to a little bit of luxury. The stress of quarantine has been getting to all of us, so we're all especially looking forward to reopening our favorite salons to enjoy this indulgence. And of course, there's a positive impact for the cosmetologist. Joan Crawford once said, "I think that the most important thing a woman can have, next to talent, of course, is her hairdresser." And this quote exemplifies exactly how integral stylists are to our lives. Cosmetologists aren't just there to cut hair or do makeup. It's all about the bigger picture. They truly enhance lives, and it pays off for the professional just as much as it does the client. Helping people in a positive manner can be incredibly fulfilling. You can change someone's demeanor or their overall self-confidence with just a single appointment. Beauticians help people live healthier and happier with their services and their soothing presence. And this atmosphere creates a sense of fulfillment that simply cannot be paralleled. And for people who are wondering, of course, how can we celebrate or even simply observe annual National Beautician's Day? Celebrating this day, when it comes by again next year, is very simple. The salon is the final destination for women. Just go to any beauty salon and make yourself the best. Share the role of cosmetics and the beautician in your life using the hashtag Beautician Day. Hashtag Beautician Day. Write that down. Use that as a bumper sticker. 1 in 3 individuals suffers from acne, blackheads, pigmentation, wrinkles that spoil the charm. Suggest any beautician who could resolve these deadly issues. Pimple-prone skin may not look like a grand problem, but the one that suffers it does know the awkwardness that only they can know concerning how hard it is to deal with. And there be a hefty plethora of ways to show your support for these talented individuals. If you're a patron looking for ways to celebrate National Beautician's Day, support local salons on that date by booking appointments with them. If they're still closed due to the pandemic, purchase a gift card for them or from them to use later when it's safer to do so. You just go on their site and you could probably find an option to do that electronically. And if you're looking to support them from even further afar, there are virtual ways to help your favorite beauty queens right now. Follow their portfolio accounts on social media and engage with their content. And doing so can boost public awareness of their work and help them gain clients. If you're super in love with their work, you can share it to increase their exposure and bring in more clients. Now, if you're interested in helping people achieve their most beautiful and confident selves, a career as a cosmetologist might be the perfect fit for you. So there are different career colleges that have comprehensive programs that can help you become qualified to beautify the world. And so you can use the hashtag BestBeautician to post beautician details and addresses of your favorite beauty salon. Hashtag BestBeautician would be how you would spread their reputation and help them net more business as they recover. But most importantly, certainly by the next time the next National Beautician's Day swings around on the date of June 26, you will probably be able to freely see them without a goddamn mask. And at that point, make your Beautician's Day special for them and do it every year thereafter. You can call him or her and tell them how much they are appreciated. Send a card, send flowers, send a gift card, or etc. Greet all the beauticians near your area with a bouquet or bouquets sent to all local salons. If you're in a small area where that could be done affordably, that's an extravagant idea. You can thank them for making the people even more beautiful around you. You can take a selfie and post it on the social media and give credit to whoever did it. Makeup gives us a mass transformation in looks. And many such videos are circulating in the internet. Prefer the one you like the most and show your gratitude to the concerned beauticians using the hashtag mass makeup. Hashtag mass makeup, not mash makeup, but MASS makeup. By the way, I've got a cryptic message from Jameson Reese, which I think he's trying to tell me he's listening to this lying down now. He says, going to reorient things, going to reorient things, he says. Listen in bed, been seated long enough to get the piles, laugh out loud. There we are. Okay, so he's reorienting, I believe is what he means to say. And to all you dear beauticians out there, remember this day Saturday was yours, and the next time this date rolls around, remember that day, June 26th, whatever day it falls upon, whatever day of the week, that day is purely for you. So use that National Day of Recognition as a great platform and post your sample work using the hashtag MyWorkBeauticianDay. Hashtag MyWorkBeauticianDay. And show your best work on that. Your samples could promote your work and you may get a few more new customers. So try that out. And as for the varieties of beauty techniques that are available for ranges from the normal to oily skin types, choose the appropriate and make the day your own, since makeup is inevitable to make us impeccable. Now, in terms of some of the pertinent and relevant facts about Beautician's Day, and why this recognition is so sorely needed, remember, or appreciate at least, the fact that a degree in cosmetology is required to be a licensed hairstylist and beautician, and the degree ranges from baccalaureate or bachelor's degrees to master's degrees. And recognize the fact that several certification courses are also available with limited course duration, but a lot of times, this requires talent that most people don't appreciate. These aren't simply hobbyists who do this because they're used to doing it, or it's something they do all the time and decided to do it for others. Beauticians are normally cosmetologist, hair colorist, shampoo technician, and esthetician. And relevant degrees are mandatory to practice as a beautician. This is a highly educated profession, and it's just that, a profession. This is very professional work, and it needs to be recognized as such and acknowledged as such. It's not something to take for granted. And as an occupation in these United States, beautician, the term, usually applies to a female, or we tend to think of that. And so we are talking about around 500,000 women in these United States are employed as cosmetologists. And these women, in general, they are female, are exposed to about 9,000 different categorized chemicals in the human inventory, like toluene, dibutyl phthalate, formaldehyde, all of which potentially, perhaps inevitably, degrade their reproductive system's functionality. And because of just such occupational hazard and health perceptions, more than 20% of the women involved in this profession are ultimately, reluctantly, forced to leave their employment in these United States, simply because they do not have the health or the resilience to continue, because their health has been so impacted by chemical degradation. So in accordance with the Bureau, or the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average pay of a beautician is between $8 to $19 per hour, approximately. And that's a wide range along the spectrum there, $8 to $19 per hour. And it still provides a great platform for these women. It's deemed to be one of the most profitable of all self-employed occupations, especially for women who otherwise face so many glass ceilings in other professions. And nowadays, most of the people involved prefer this as a part-time job. The annual income of all of the beauty salons in these United States is, yes, and our friend Jameson Reese brings up the fact that this is not enough given a $15 minimum wage. No, not nearly. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate what you're saying. And altogether, when you collectively speak of the annual income of all the beauty salons in these United States, I believe it's estimated to be $20 million. But then again, the last time I checked on it was 2014. So that was, I'm sure it's different now, but within the research that I've performed over the years, I can tell you this much. It was very difficult to find the accurate number of beauty salons and hairdressing shops, in spite of the rough estimation that there be around 90,000 salons in these United States. That is only an approximation. And the reality is most people in places like San Francisco or any major city, San Francisco and New York, I would think, both, basically many people cannot afford to operate in a salon. You pay quite a bit for a chair in a salon if you're working in a salon. If you own a salon, the overhead is very expensive, or can be in a major city. So many people operate illegally out of their homes. So this is one of the reasons why it's very hard to aggregate the total in a profession like this. As for the history of Beautician's Day, I do not consciously recollect who the person who instigated the need for this day. I think I'll have to look through my records and see if I can find it. But I don't consciously recollect who the creator of this day is. And, if you look it up yourself online, you probably find a lot of places would simply have no information in that regard. So I do want to find out more about that, and I'll look into it, and I may find something in my own notes from the past. But for all of you who work in any part of the cosmetology field, thank you for all that you do, and have a wonderful weekend. Yesterday was simply a day, so this is National Beautician's Day weekend, and hopefully by the time it rolls around next year, you have a wonderful day then, and every year annually when this takes place. And of course, after that, we went into the partying that erupted on Saturday night throughout San Francisco. And this was, of course, in spite of any cancellation of any parades, and everybody celebrated anyway. Nobody was going to be held back. Now, before I go there into that celebration, just checking the time we have, we've got about an hour left. And within that hour, let me check the concurrent viewers we have now, because going into the subject may not have been that which is necessarily captivating to many people, but hell, it looks like everybody is appreciating it, and that in itself is appreciated by me. And so all of you here are such wonderful, supportive people, and thank you so much, all of you, for countermanding the gang stalkers who put their downvotes on immediately when I started transmission, and they were all just lurking there to jump tonight. So that would show you just how assigned they are. And we know among them is, of course, Pavel Edward, Derek Talley, and Stephen Outrim would be number 5, of course. And then, of course, they're all mobilized now that I got rid of their asset, Derek, and such is as it is. And with that, we want, okay, Jameson will be back soon. Everyone know this much, of course, that I have written a column on the importance of Quilts Badge Plus as an acronym. It's such a more convenient and accurate acronym than so much of what else is out there. And many people who take a look at the acronyms that are out there, they're almost impossible to remember. Well, when you repeat it enough, you ultimately remember LGBTQIA plus, which is, of course, lesbian, bisexual, gay, transgender, and intersex, and allied plus acronym, and that's the one you're going to run into most commonly. It is still an alphabet soup, and of course people have tried to be more inclusive in a very professional sense, a very humanitarian sense, and we've seen acronyms that people have seriously applied, such as LGBTQ, QIP, 2SAA, or 2 A's at the end of it, which, of course, is for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, pansexual, and two-spirit, which would be the Native American term, hence the 2S, or as in a numeric 2, two-spirit being the Native American term for someone who is basically in some way or another manifesting the other gender within them, either physically or behaviorally. And of course, the 2 A's at the end of the acronym would be for androgynous and asexual. So, of course, this is as inclusive as some people can get, and it's simply so unwieldy, as people say in alphabet soup, it's impossible for most people to remember. So the acronym that I've coined and come up with, which I've explained at length and written columns, and there's a link to the column I published on Facebook that's within tonight's summary, the summary of tonight's episode, which you find just beneath our live stream. Just understand that will take you to the column that I wrote, which explains the Quilts Badge Plus acronym. And this, I think, is probably the best acronym anyone's ever come up with, if I say so myself. And it's a wonderful umbrella term. And of course, it's a great inclusive logo, because obviously a quilted badge, whether on screen as a graphic or an accessory for wear, would be a wonderful way to transmit the message. But Quilt's badge would be an acronym that would be spelled QUILTTSBADGE plus, or an acronym for queers questioning, queer/questioning. That would be the Q. U for unidentifieds, I for intersexed, which would mean, well, I'll get into the meaning of that soon enough. The L for lesbians, 1T for transgendered/trans people in general, or transitioning, you're going through the process of becoming someone else, or something else that you weren't before in the sexual or gendered sense. Transsexuals, people who have crossed gender and had their confirmation surgery. And then the B for bisexuals/bigendered, the A for asexuals, agendered, aromantics, allies, and the D for demisexuals, the G for gays, and the E for etc. Combined with the plus, which emphasizes the positive, as in an attitude of acceptance, or simply P, as in the letter, for acknowledging pansexuality, pangenderism, polygenderism, and polyamory. But the reason the P initial is avoided itself, because it can all too easily be immediately mistaken for pedophilia or pedopornosexuality. So in terms of the meaning of each of those terms, because most of you are going to say, I don't understand what any of those terms mean, or at least the majority of them, do understand that there is a method to the madness there. So the Q for queers/questioning, well, everybody knows what a queer is, and it's a reclaimed term by the gay community so that they can empower themselves by taking a former pejorative or slur and rendering it something that empowers them. The /questioning, well, the questioning would mean you're open yet indeterminate, mayhaps ultimately normative. You may simply be exploring. You may find yourself, by normative I mean heterosexually cisgendered, meaning you're straight and you're happy with your gender. You're gender positive with being a male or a female or whatever you are, which doesn't necessarily mean you're male or female, because, as I've said, there are plenty of people born with both sets of genitalia. And U, after the Q, would be for unidentifieds, which would imply uncloseted, outed, voluntarily or otherwise. That would be either knowingly normative but private. In other words, you're unidentified by choice, presumably preferentially keeping yourself closeted per personal preferences. So that would mean everybody knows you're gay, but you're not admitting it. That would be what the U is for, unidentified. It's like the man who trademarked his name, Brian William Hall, who had organized all of those conferences like Conspiracy Con. That idiot who fucked himself over when he partnered with Lori and Ann Fenton, who's still very much handling him. Everybody knew he was gay, or rather everyone knows he's gay, always has, but he's never copped to it. So he's what we would say is not so much in the closet, but in a display case. So these people may flatter themselves that they're closeted, thinking they're getting, I guess, away with something or pulling one off. But the reality is everybody knows what they are. So they're really just, quote unquote, unidentified. They're not self-identified. And the I would be for intersexed, which would, as I've said before, there are actually 5 genders. And, there's a third gender and there's 5 sexes. So the third gender would be people who are either neuter or they are hermaphroditic, which is a medical term. And the 5 sexes imply the different types of hermaphroditism. Aside from males and females, there are those born with both sets of genitalia that are both perfectly developed. There are those who are born with malformed or undeveloped or vestigial male genitalia and fully developed female genitalia. And then there are those that are born with underdeveloped or vestigial female genitalia and fully developed male genitalia. And so you have literally 5 sexes and 3 of them are not acknowledged. And this is criminal because they are so much more common than you think. Aside from that, L is for lesbians. The 2 T's, one of which is basically a TS, really. The 3 T's are for, in the Quilts Badge acronym, the alphabet train. The 3 T's are for transgendered, or rather the one singular T with a kind of asterisk after it. They're for transgendered, transitioning, individuals in processing, also simply trans with an asterisk, which is indicative of an option to append any appropriate label, such as trans man, trans woman, etc. The TS is for transsexuals, are people who have literally transexed, who have gone through affirmation surgery. And the B would be for bisexual / bigendered, which should be obvious in what that means. Either you are of 2 genders or you are someone who hits both sides of the fence. The A would be a long A, an elongated A, that stands for ally, a friend of the cause. Asexuals, characterized by the absence of sexual attraction at all. Agendered, meaning the person is gender neutral. Or aromantic persons, people who feel no need for romantic love. D would be for demisexuals, which implies people who are convinced and may well be under sexual assault by supernatural entities. Ghosts, succubi, potentially angels, either fell or perhaps even from above. These would be demisexuals, supernatural sex experiencers, and they're not usually even voluntary. This is not usually a category people seek to be in. They just are cursed to be in the category. G would be for gays, and E would be for etc., because, sexual permutations go on. And the plus, as I said, the emphasis on a positive attitudinal stance, the pronounced provision of a P in acknowledgement of pansexuals, pangenders, polygenders, polyamorous, but never pedophiles and pedopornosexuals. And the very evasion of such potential ambiguations with said pathologies is it necessitates the employment of the plus symbol in place of the all too easily misconstrued letter P. So there we have that. And so hopefully that puts that all in some perspective for everybody as to Quilts Badge Plus. And of course, an easier way would, because nobody's going to understand it until this is circulated or disseminated freely enough where people begin to acclimate to Quilts Badge Plus as a real a real acronym that can be used. Until that point in time, nobody's going to be able to remember it. And so what I do recommend is simply using alternative lifestyles in place of all of the alphabet soup. And you can just say, instead of LGBTQIA+, Pride Month, just say Alternative Lifestyles Pride Month. Honestly, that is so much easier. I don't understand why people just don't do that. The acronym I coined was, of course, for something more convenient than all the other acronyms that are fucking out there. But that doesn't necessarily make it convenient enough where alternative lifestyles doesn't serve as just as preferable, if not more so. So previous United States presidents have, on several occasions, officially declared June as Pride Month for alternative lifestyles and or Quilts Badge Plus people. And every summer in these United States, the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community, amidst as well the intersexed and allied peoples. The week all comes together for a month-long celebration of love itself, diversity, acceptance, and unashamed self-pride. So the month itself is meant to recognize the sweeping impact that alternative lifestyles leading individuals and their advocates and allies have on the history in these United States, on history itself and around the globe, according, of course, to the history that's not censored or revised or somehow sanitized from what is believed to be an impurity of the mind, the spirit, the body, or whatever the bigots can dream of. And the month of June was chosen for this Alternative Lifestyles Pride to commemorate the riots held by members of the Alternative Lifestyles leading Quilts Badge Plus community against a police raid that took place at the Stonewall Inn in New York City on the 28th of June in 1969. And this is why, Sunday is, of course, you got the workday the next day. Today is the 28th, and we're into Monday, the 28th. But since this is not a federal holiday, we're not getting Monday off, which is why most of the partying was last night. So hopefully this will be a federal holiday, like Juneteenth at some point, and then we can get a Monday off. Because by God, we need more holidays. And realistically, honestly, what we need is basically a 4-day work week. And we need, ideally, the work days to be about 4 or 5 hours, really. Ideal workday hours. Let me see. Let me look this up. And Americans, honestly, are some of the hardest working people in the world. They're literally working themselves to death. But the ideal workday, they sometimes say, is a 6-hour workday. So we need a 4-day work week of 6-hour workdays. That's what I think, which would be, ideal for the human functioning. And so let me see, 6 times 4 equals a 24-hour work week. Really, that's how long a work week should be, 24 hours. It's something that human life would improve so much. By the way, this is essentially what we've developed in the pandemic, is working more towards that. It's with all the unemployment going down, I think many people have been working that. I'm not talking about how can you earn money enough to live during that time. We've obviously got to provide universal basic income and then have that as the work norm so that people can earn extra money aside from the universal basic income, and that will help immensely. So there we have that. Basically, when people are asking me, I'm getting some incoming questions because, of course, first off, let me finish my train of thought with New York City and the Stonewall riots. So the so-called Stonewall riots, because of that Stonewall Inn, they were a tipping point, like George Floyd's murder, for the gay liberation movement in the United States. Not that George Floyd's murder was a tipping point for that, but it was a tipping point for racial reckoning in the United States. So the Stonewall riots were a tipping point for the recognition of people who are peaceful practitioners of alternative lifestyles. The uproar also paved the way for the modern fight for Quilts Badge Plus or alternative lifestyle rights. And people are sending me questions. Like I said, some people are asking me, how do people even celebrate this? And I'm sure some of these questions are trolling. in the sense that people are expecting me to say, well, find a member of the same sex and start fucking them, or something stupid like that. But understand that Alternative Lifestyles Pride Month, and specifically the last weekend day of that month, that event draws millions of participants from around the world each year to the various major cities, most specifically San Francisco, the mecca of all that's gay. And typically, however, there are month-long celebrations and in-person gatherings that take place across the nation and in others, including pride parades, marches, parties, concerts, workshops, and symposiums. And memorials are also often held for members of the Alternative Lifestyles community, the Quilts Badge Plus community, who have lost their lives to hate crimes and or HIV/AIDS, which is, of course, an acronym, HIV/AIDS, for the human immunodeficiency virus and the acquired immunity deficiency syndrome. Now, the rainbow flag is always prominently displayed throughout this month. It was Gilbert Baker, an American artist and gay rights activist, and a U.S. Army veteran, who created that flag in 1978 as a new symbol for the gay and lesbian political movement at the suggestion of his friends and colleagues, including Harvey Milk, the San Francisco city supervisor and the first openly gay elected official in the state of California. And it was, of course, that same Harvey Milk who was later assassinated that very year, 1978. And that was an incident that ultimately led to my being employed at the Presidio military base, as I explained in my latest interview with Penny Bradley. Now, according to the website of Gilbert Baker, the Betsy Ross of the alternative lifestyle subculture, the colors of the rainbow flag, or the Alternative Lifestyles flag, the Quilts Badge Plus flag, each have a meaning: red for life, orange for healing, yellow for sunlight, green for nature, blue for harmony, and violet for spirit. Now, Baker, even though his website is still maintained, he is no longer with us. He died at the age of 65 on the 31st of March in the year 2017, though his rainbow flag remains an iconic and powerful symbol for Alternative Lifestyles Pride. And of course, this year's Alternative Lifestyles, or Quilts Badge Plus Pride Month, was celebrated differently due to the coronavirus pandemic. But after the virus canceled nearly every in-person event throughout 2020, everybody came back this year. All 100 states in union have started to lift the stay-at-home orders and other restrictions imposed to curb the spread of the novel coronavirus, as vaccinations have increased and the cases have decreased in direct proportion to the increase in fucking vaccinations. So our man Peter Moon may not be a fan of vaccines, and so many people I deal with are not, but I am. So get your goddamn shots, people, and we'll all be back in business before you know it. And because of the fact that so many of us are back in business, because so many of us in San Francisco have gotten our fucking shots, then the Alternative Lifestyles, the Quilts Badge Plus events, have been a mixture of in-person and online events. And Pride has returned to the San Francisco Bay Area this weekend. And for the overwhelming amount of San Francisco business owners, it's been a sign of hope. Of course, this year was scaled back a bit, but it's still just as exciting. It certainly was for us. Hundreds showed up at the Trans March Resource Street Fair at Dolores Park on Friday. And although there was no Pride Parade again this year, there was still lots of spirit. The COVID-19 pandemic caused about 30 Castro Street businesses, and Castro was, of course, the main focus of the gay community after Polk Street became gentrified. Polk Street was spelled Polk after President Polk, who you can look up in your history books or online, and it was not spelled Poke, as many of you probably think, but Polk Street was originally identified with gayness in San Francisco, and that epicenter moved to Castro. And so in terms of the Castro Street gay community, anyhow, about 30 of those Castro businesses failed throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. But the Castro Merchants Association president, Masood Samari, says that things are looking brighter, and said that we still have empty storefronts, but some are being filled with new business ventures. Now, the landmark Twin Peaks Tavern was ready for Pride this weekend after it almost disappeared. That bar was saved by the community, who started a GoFundMe fundraiser, which raised more than $100,000. And that energy simply cannot be denied. So a Pride Street Fair took place on Saturday at noon at 18th Street in the Castro District, and we did not miss that. So the San Francisco celebrated the Pride weekend despite the canceled parade. And so Saturday night, I can attest to the fact that the masks were off and the Pride spirit could be seen and felt throughout the Castro. And so basically, speaking to people like the San Francisco resident, Maiko Braxton, he said that Pride is my favorite time of the year, my birthday, and then Pride. And Ruby Red Monroe was a San Francisco resident that we met and spoke to. Basically, she was dressed to impress, and she said that we've been locked up for so long, so the fact that we are all out and about acting like idiots is everything, and I love it. The parade is not here, but we are all still here. And for the second year in a row, this Pride Parade has been canceled, but inside the Castro Theater, which is historic, many lined up to celebrate differently with the Quilts Badge Plus film, and Allegra Madsen, the director of programs at Frameline, said that this was an amazing moment for Frameline. This is our home in the city, and we were just excited that we could end our festival here. And, of course, the Pride celebration also helped many business owners in the Castro recover from the pandemic. Again, when I consulted with the Castro Merchants Association, I was shocked, really, to find out that about 30 businesses had shut down because of Masood Samari, as I said, the president of the Castro Merchants Association, said there were about 8 businesses that they opened up during the pandemic, and they are doing okay. We are asking all the neighbors and everyone to come and support them. And so Cliff's Variety was thankful for the increase in customers over this weekend. And that level of community support is what brought Troy Coleman back to San Francisco this weekend when he said, "This is in honor of my husband who passed away in October. Tonight, I'm the widow Sparkle." And so, surrounded by friends, Coleman decided that that was how he wanted to celebrate his late husband during Pride weekend in the city and at the place where they went on their first date. And so, what Coleman said was that Pride was and is the biggest day in the year to us. It was our Christmas, our Valentine's, every holiday rolled into one, and we lived for it. So there we have that, something bittersweet. And by the way, moving from that topic, my fetish history gives me 2 muscle arms. So love you dearly, honey. Mwah. Shout out and a kiss to you. Always glad to see you, and thank you so much for what you said about the Peacock Angel the other day. And yes, we will be returning to topic on that. As a matter of fact, Peter Moon was saying, "Oh, I've got something to say about the Peacock Angel," and he had some things to say about that, where he said all these people were trying to get into the Yazidi practices as, you know, some kind of homoerotic trip. Of course, Peter has a fascination with that. And but I'll bring it up in a different context myself soon enough, regardless of whether I remember to bring that up with Peter or not. And so aside from that, my voice is really fucking going. I'm really losing my ability to fucking talk. We are nearing the last half hour, a little more than that, about 35 minutes we got left remaining. And pretty much lost a good deal of the viewers who were listening because I went into the topic that not too many of them wanted to venture into. But, you know, hey, life is hard, right? But aside from that, those who are here and supporting myself, believe me, you are appreciated beyond measure. Don't forget to upvote. And that always helps. And it helps to do that just to spite the gang stalkers and their attempts to bring my algorithms down. These are people who, of course, have nothing else to do in life. And they deserve to be resisted. Just resist them by doing your part and clicking that upvote. So with the few that are remaining now listening to myself, which is still a sizable amount comparatively speaking, my love to you, all you people who support myself. And now I will solicit for myself, and we'll go into heavy and more, how would I say it, impacting topics, both domestically and internationally, in my next transmission, because, you know, tonight you're lucky I was here at all. In a very real sense, I was not. Oh, good God. I honestly spent most of my transmission tonight, which belongs to all of us who participated, our transmission. I spent most of our transmissions tonight eating. To give myself enough calories to make it through the monologue, you know, and in a very real sense, I didn't do the monologue. So, all right, let me monologue my solicitation. And everybody knows I normally hate doing the solicitation. It's like pulling fucking teeth. But honestly, at this point in time, I'm going to be seeing the dentist on Friday. And you know, I've got to go on Tuesday to get my stupid COVID test on site, the UCSF. This is like, you know, that's going to cost like $40 just to go there and back. You know, incredible waste of money. Going to cost another $40 to go there on the day I'm getting the crown inserted. I can't believe it. They got it this soon. I'm actually afraid to get it inserted. The temporary, well, I got to get rid of it because the temporary is flawed, and it's you know, it's not uncomfortable on the gum line. It just feels uncomfortable in the sense that it's not shaped right. It's not shaped like a real tooth. It's shaped like something that it juts out on the side into my cheek, which again, this is not painful. It's smooth, but it's malformed. So it's kind of, in a sense, repulsive. And I will be very glad to replace it with a permanent crown. I hope that feels well and is formed well. So let's cross our fingers and pray for that regard, that everything goes smoothly, and pray that I get away with the reality that I have nothing to pay these people at that time, because it's like I gathered enough money thanks to all of you. Shout out to Eric Laystick, who donated 25 United States dollars. I will remember to give him another shout out, or remind myself to give him another shout out on the next transmission. But I did promise him I would give him a shout out tonight. So Eric Laystick provided his monthly 25 United States dollars, and there's no way I can thank him enough. And all of this is always appreciated, and very much, all of this is helpful, and I need all the help I can get. But understand, here's the bizarre aspect of the schedule as it is. This month was one in which I had a conflation of all kinds of bills, including the shutting down of the website, where they asked for $300 plus dollars, like close to $500,000, and I gave them half that amount instead of for 2 years for a single year. And so that's why when Peter Moon saved my ass by contributing $100 at that time, then I was able to, put that through. And that's just one of many bills that came in this month. My renewal of my veterans life insurance, my that's once a year, and that comes in June. Other bills that came in. It just, everything hit at once in June. June is the month for hitting me hard with bills, and they all, for some reason, a lot of things were initiated in June, from the website to the Marine Corps life insurance to everything else. I don't know why, but for some reason a lot of this shit went down in June, that this stuff was incepted. So Jameson says it should be the fourth month, in all honesty. What month is that? January, February, March, April? Why? Because of April Fool's Day? What's the punchline for that, by the way? And of course, maybe Jameson can tell us what's happened to the female punchline. Did they ever go any farther besides introducing punchline as
that I'm not sure. What I do know is the only reason why I think June should be the fourth month is because it would be apropos, the month of death.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Thank you. I get it. Oh, now I get it. I get it. You're thinking from the Asian perspective of number 4 rhyming with the... Okay, I get it. Yes, thank you. And you can tell people about that, by the way. You can tell people about number 4 in Asia rhymes with death, and in both the Chinese and Japanese languages, yes, it's considered... Yeah, like their version of the number 13 over here, and in the West. So there we are.
Yeah, I've come to actually fall in love with the number, oddly enough.
Well, I've had to. Yeah, but go on.
It holds a lot of occult significance,
yes.
More than the West gives it credit for.
Yes.
I mean, if we were to we could go as... The simplest way to look at it would be the Platonic elements: earth, air, water, fire. But aside from that, with the even with the Enochian system, you have 4 elemental tablets. So I seem to base a lot on the Enochian system because I basically just utilize a modified version of it for personal sorcery, and it seems to work.
It resonates with you. Go on.
Yeah, and for some reason so does 4. I mean, I've got 3 4s in my cell phone number, which I do not have a cell phone right now, but I'll probably have the same number if that ever shows up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not yawning because of you. By the way, Peggy Wood came back and she says, Good morning, honey. Mwah! Since I wasn't able to say hi to you earlier. And so our numbers are going up in terms of viewers now. And that's because the ever-popular JMO came back on. His voice just dragged everybody back. So thank you, Jameson. And so, okay, let me start. Go on. If there's
No. You could go. You could do solicitations. I'm about ready to pass out.
I don't blame you. I'm ready to fucking drop myself. And honestly, it's one of those nights. A miracle we made it this far, and we made it through the whole dusk through to dawn. The dusk through dawn, format that I usually tend to hold to. We did it. We did it tonight, despite the fact that I didn't have the, I thought the potential was there that I might have to drop off. But this is my struggle, Mein Kampf. And Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. And make certain to indicate myself as friends and family, so your contribution will not be compromised by an excise tax being taken therefrom, and thereby compromising your contribution. And of course, go to, we now be accepting contributions via PayPal at douglasdietrich.com, the website, which of course I had to pay the last amount of money that I had on my PayPal to get reinstated because they had taken it offline. And in all, shall we say, all of my life I owe to all of you. So do continue the support. I can't make it without you. And make certain, of course, that you oh shit, let me take a look at my private messages. I didn't get a chance to even respond to our dear friend John Warrington, so hopefully he's still there and hasn't like blocked me in anger or something, because by God, we can't live without him. He maintains my my archives online. He says, I didn't get your messages to me on chat during the live stream. Actually, I've noticed similar seemingly random blocking, deleting of my messages in chat or comments I make on YouTube. Well, that's not done by our man Jameson. He would never block yourself. You're friends with John Henry McMills Warrington online, aren't you?
Yes. Okay. And I would never have a reason to block his comments. He's probably being censored just like I am.
Yeah.
Because they do the same thing to my comments.
Yes.
On YouTube, YouTube and Facebook.
So do me a favor. You don't need to do it right now, but you might forget if you don't do it now. Send him a private message telling him that, please, because I don't want him to think it's you doing that. So I'm going to say not by my man Jameson Reese myself. I will also say that, and we can double team on the Reese. I assure you, and I assure the okay. And let me reference him, of course, as my good sir. I assure thee, my good sir. And give him this. And okay, and let me get back into solicitation mode. Because of my desperate need for myself. Again, to put this into some perspective for people, here's the problem. Because all the bills hit this month, basically today is the last few days of the month, and I haven't, I'm going to pay rent, and I have enough money to pay rent. I'm happy to report. This isn't even a slider. This isn't something that I'm just sliding by. I've got enough money to pay rent and have some money left over for necessities. But other than that, I did not expect these guys to get this soon. So this last week, because my money is not deposited until the 3rd of every month, albeit since this is the 4th of July, and the 4th of July is on the 4th, then the way this month operates may be different. On months like this, they usually deposit the money on the 1st of the month. But here's the problem. The 1st of the month, I can't even get it out. The 1st of the month is a Thursday, and on Thursdays, it's the day after transmission day. I usually spend all day sleeping. And to be quite honest with you, I'm not going to risk my health by forcing myself to get up in the middle of my biological night just to get money from the bank for the goddamn dentist, because I'd rather just not pay them. But then we have Friday. If I see this guy, it's going to be at 8:30 in the morning. I would not, in all likelihood, have gone to the bank the day before. So even though the money would probably be deposited on the 1st, because we've got a 3-day weekend coming up, and they usually do that prior to a 3-day weekend because they know people will be fucked otherwise. I probably won't be able to access it until Friday. But, I would, of course, normally stop at the bank before going to the dentist, but I can't do that because the bank won't be open, and I'm seeing the dentist at 8:30 in the morning, and that's when they make their appointments. It's at that time. So I'll be fucked. I have nothing for them. I mean, nothing. So I have nothing to give them. And this is essentially what Selena Khan told me is the way it should be, and that I should basically tell them this is what I have, and then I tell them to bill me, and so this is probably what's going to happen, and I bet they're not going to be happy, and oh my God, it's this is so fucked, but so if anyone out there is able to help at all, by God, any amount will help, and at least this way I can give him $100 fucking or something, some token. I'm sorry, Jameson. What were you saying?
Oh no! I had managed to send them the message.
Oh, good. Thank you. Bless you.
I thought it was on mute. What the heck? Oh man.
No worries. No worries. Oh God, there's been times that I thought I was on mute and I wasn't. And okay, back to where I was. By the way, did you hear what I said earlier about how I got through on Facebook with publishing the latest post because, just by filtering it with that painted texture, they thought it was an anime. So isn't that funny? That's cool. And
that's interesting. I might want to consider doing that so that the facial recognition software doesn't. But then again, I never use my pictures on Facebook anyway. I never will.
But then again, you could get away with it. Understand that my picture was interpreted as an anime because I physically look like an anime. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. If somebody else did that, I don't think that would necessarily work for them.
I just like using that bizarre cat-looking thing with the fire and the nuclear blast in the background.
Yes.
Because I don't know. It's a fitting meme for me.
Yes, it is bemusing, and I can see how it fits you. I understand what you're saying. So, at any rate, now everyone, you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, which is, of course, the ultimate objective of the cult of the kings of Edom and their Herodian insurgency, as in the King Herod, the man who would have killed your God and who killed a bunch of boys in his stead because he couldn't find the one he wanted to kill. But he killed them while seeking the one he wanted to kill. Not that I'm justifying what he did by saying there was a method to his madness, but it's just so people get the context and understand that it wasn't like he couldn't find Christ, so he cut loose by killing a bunch of boys to satiate himself or to somehow... It was like he thought Christ might be among them, and so he just had them all killed. And so Herod said, Jameson Reese said, Herod is so American. Yeah, I can understand why. I can't fucking talk. Let me get some more liquid down my throat, see if this helps, but it's not really helping. Anyhow, take it upon yourself to spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while you're there. A footnote on mine bio, sire, which is on the homepage of showsdd.com, which you're going to go to anyway if you're contributing via PayPal. It will be on that showsdd.com page. And let it be known to all and sundry, spread the word far and wide, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, encourage others in turn to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma Ab Masa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make this donation online. And if you find it distasteful to indicate myself as friends and family via PayPal, then by God, use any other credit or debit card you want. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button, which will enable you to contribute to myself using a credit or debit card with no concern for the middleman raping us en route. Of course, I don't know where that money winds up. I do know where the PayPal money winds up. But if anyone's contributed to me by any other credit card into the system, I've never gotten it. So maybe I shouldn't encourage people to do that. I'll have to talk to Selena Khan about that, and maybe we can locate where that goes, if anywhere. Maybe I can talk her into making a contribution herself via that method so we could try and trace that digitally. For all I know, I may have gotten contributions I've never acknowledged because I've never, found out about them. So, isn't that frustrating or upsetting? Certainly it is for myself when it comes to the money that people contributed through the live stream. Back when we tried to monetize the live stream, all the money everyone contributed went into this stupid Google fucking trapdoor, which Google takes the money out of. And so they've been siphoning money out of that every few days to just stealing the money contributed to myself, and there's nothing we could do about it. And we can't get it into the bank. We can't transfer it into the bank. It's stuck there. So, how these other people even fucking do it, I don't know, because Selena Khan and I couldn't figure it out, and we don't know how the people monetize the channels. But, we stopped monetizing ours for that reason, and plus it enables commercials that nobody wants. I mean, at 12 hours, nobody wants commercials. It would be different if we had a short transmission. Then, 2 hours maybe. Then commercials would be tolerable. Maybe even longer than that, but not 12 hours. Nobody's going to stand for it. Nobody would listen. Anyhow, all sponsors, you will grant yourself exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Lin Sujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will their membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 12 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside from those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel. You can register by using the yellow button that you use for PayPal, and then get yourself insinuated into the archives, which you can thereafter access any time of day or night at your leisure. And that would be a great reward for yourself for supporting myself, or a punishment to you for supporting myself, whichever way you see it. Anyhow, just make use of that to reward yourself when you render your contribution. And optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. And of course, the address itself is 1242 or 1242 Green Street, like the color green, in San Francisco, California. The zip code being 94109, with a hyphenated -4 or a dash and 4 other numbers, 1925. You can get away with simply 94109, but preferably you use the zip code with the zip4 extended, 94109-1925. And the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Indeed, the last Dithrakogulvies, the son of Dietrichs, or the son of dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would simply not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Beliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-subsatanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation, the very survival of the human species be at stake. And I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams hast started. What else comes to mind? Well, even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and thereafter tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Sunday and Wednesday night. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com. And most importantly of all, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. All sponsors will grant themselves exclusive access to the online archives by registering registering thereinto, and thereafter enjoying all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present at their leisure. With that, dear people, all my love to those who support myself. Our dear brother, my son here, adoptive son, Jameson Reese, say goodnight to the listeners, and good day to the listeners. Tell them that, and we'll be on our way. Let's see if he's still here to say that. He has to probably drag himself out from bed. Poor bastards.
Yeah. Good day, folks.
Thank you, and love you dearly, son, and love everybody out there who supports myself. God bless you all. Click that upvote and subscribe to the channel and render contribution unto myself as you would unto Caesar. Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and give me some on the side. By God, I need it. And at least I'll have something, hopefully at least $100 to give the people at UCSF postdoctoral, so I don't look like a total piece of shit. By God, I need your help. Help me out there, and remember, it'll cost me, $80, almost $100 just to get there and back for the stupid fucking COVID test, 48 hours before my appointment, and then to get there on the day of the appointment itself. So yeah, I need about $100. Somebody out there, God, at least give me $100, or two of you give me half $100. Just everybody out there, give me $1. All right. Come on. At least. Oh my God. And love you dearly. And join us on Wednesday. And I'll get serious on Wednesday. By that I mean I'll talk about serious issues. Not that we didn't talk about serious issues tonight, but God knows I was slacking tonight. Everybody knows that. But it came out good. Came out all right. And so thank you all for letting us do what we did tonight. And and I'm glad that everyone seems to agree. They all seem to feel in general that we did well. And so thanks, Jameson. Thank you all. And blessed be thy day. I'm going to end stream now, and we'll be off stream. Anything you need to tell me, son,